After my daughter ran away from home, I was brutally murdered and dismembered. I transformed into a cat, hiding behind a freezer filled with my remains, hoping my daughter would never return. However, at midnight, the doorbell rang. My daughter was back, calling out Dad to the man who answered the door. He was the very man who had just taken my life for stepfather. I'm a petite figure, standing at 160 centimeters and weighing merely 82 pounds. The shattered remnants of my body were crammed together, taking up most of the freezer space. After disposing of my remains, Wang Haihua took the bloody knife to the kitchen to wash it clean, methodically mopping up the bloodstains from the floor. I floated in the air, observing him as he meticulously cleaned the scene, exhibiting an unsettling calmness, utterly uncharacteristic of someone who had just committed murder. It was only when his heel brushed against something furry that he appeared startled, his body jerking involuntarily as he instinctively kicked out. The black cat was sent flying, first colliding with my ethereal form before slamming against the wall and finally landing in the corner. I felt paina heavy, jarring pain, as if I'd fallen hard to the ground. In that instant, my soul fused with the black cat. I became that very creature. Wang Haihua, upon realizing it was merely a cat, quickly regained his composure, irritation replacing his initial fright as he kicked me twice more. I hurriedly retreated to a corner, silencing my presence. But my heart raced with excitement. I had regained life, even if it was as a mere cat. In the shadow beneath the coffee table lay a shattered phone screen. It was mine, the result of my own outburst. In the corner, half of an oxidized apple rested me daughter's weapon against me. Just 2 hours prior, we had engaged in a fierce battle. Chin, my daughter, had always been rebellious and difficult to manage, and her defiance had escalated since entering middle school. Within the first month of the new term, I had been summoned to the school multiple times. The latest incident was today, when she had skipped class to play games and internet CAF. This was not her first offense, but this time, the homeroom teacher was particularly furious. Not only had she skipped class, but she had also insulted teachers on social media, a fact brought to light by her classmates. The teacher, seething with rage, demanded I take her home. At only 14 years old, how could she not go to school? I desperately urged her to apologize to the teacher, but she refused. In front of the gathered teachers and students, I cast aside my pride and pleaded, even kneeling in desperation. Finally, the teacher relented, substituting punishment with a written promise and a week of reflection at home. After bringing her home, I was so furious that I could not eat, locking myself in my room to cry. I believed that after today's ordeal, she would understand her mistakes. Yet, as I wept, dizzy and disoriented, I suddenly heard Chin's laughter. I doubted my ears. After such a harrowing day, how could she be laughing? I opened the door, and her laughter became clearer. Step by step, I made my way to the living room, where I found her perched on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, munching on an apple, cursing as she played a game, her laughter ringing out joyfully. In that moment, I felt an eruption within me, as if a volcano had ignited. Waves of heat surged through my body, coursing towards my limbs and my forehead. Like a wild beast, I charged forward, snatching her phone and smashing it to the ground. Her laughter and the sounds of the game abruptly ceased. She was taken aback, staring at the shattered phone for several seconds. Then, her face flushed from white to red, her body trembling. Clenching her fist with one hand and holding the half-eaten apple in the other, she breathed heavily, her jaw clenched, her bloodshot eyes fixed on me, as if we were locked in a life-and-death feud. In that instant, I understood that our war was inevitable. The next moment, she hurled the apple at me, hitting my eye with precision. Darkness engulfed my vision, pain shot through my eye, and my consciousness began to fade. I clutched my eye, bending over in agony. Soon after, I heard a loud bang. She had slammed the door and left. Wang Haihua appeared shortly after, wearing an apron and carrying a bowl of noodles, his fingers smeared with oil and scallions. The noodle shop downstairs was ours, and he often spent his time working there. He had always portrayed himself as diligent and good-natured, while I sometimes lost my temper. He would smile and not hold it against me, presenting himself as a hard-working, simple man. Since being with him, life had certainly become easier, and he treated Chin well. Those who knew me often remarked on my good fortune. Yet, this seemingly perfect man had just dismembered me with such cold precision, indicating that this was no impulsive act, but one that had been meticulously planned. Until that moment, everything had seemed normal. He was aware of my trip to school today and had likely seen Chin storm out in anger. Over the years, he had witnessed the clashes between Chin and me, my despair paralleling her rebellion. When he found me crouched on the floor, cover my eyes. He set down the bowl, wiped his hands, and helped me to the sofa, offering tissues to dry my tears while comforting me. Chin is still young. There's no need to get so worked up. You can't neglect your health by skipping meals. Your well-being is what matters most. Eat your noodles first. He had knocked on my door for dinner, but I hadn't come out. He remembered I hadn't eaten. Yet, my daughter. She showed no concern, merely lost in her game. I despondently replied, I don't want to eat, I want to die. Don't say such things. I wasn't being dramatic. As Chin stormed out, a desperate thought crossed my mind. Would it take my death before her eyes for her to mature overnight? I can't help much with Chin's issues. I know it's tough for you, but you must communicate with her. Today, I saw a story about a teenager who jumped from a building because their family wouldn't give them a phone. Wang Haihua's words sent a jolt of panic through me, and I instinctively glanced out the window. The night had fallen completely. Where could Chin be? She had rushed out without a coat. Would she be cold? Would she do something reckless? No. Perhaps she was merely trying to frighten me, as she had done before, seeking to teach me a lesson, hoping I would be more lenient in the future. But today, her anger was palpable. Her eyes blazed with destructive fury, as if she wished to consume me whole. The streets were filled with cars, and there were many unsavory characters. What if she encountered a predator? Don't worry, eat your noodles. I'll go look for her, Wang Haihua said, patting my shoulder. I nodded eagerly. When Chin had bolted, I had resisted the urge to chase after her, unwilling to give in to her threats. If I capitulated so quickly, she would see it as a successful tactic. Yet, fear gripped me. What if I dared not think further? Not long after Wang Haihua departed, I could no longer remain still and followed him outside. In hindsight, his mention of the teenager's leap was deliberate, aimed at unsettling me, compelling me to follow in search of her. Wang Haihua drove away, and our waitress, Lin Lan, pointed me in the direction he had taken. I decided to search in the opposite direction. With the hope of finding my daughter, I ventured step by step into the boundless night, descending into an immeasurable abyss. Chapter 2. The Hidden Corner. I walked along the path, unaware of when I had arrived at the edge of the woods. This particular grove was the most secluded corner of the small county town, its dark expanse resembling the shadow of a monstrous beast, as if it could consume everything in its path. There were no lights, no people, and on this night, not even a trace of moonlight. I had cautioned Chin repeatedly not to approach this place, for it was perilous. There was a case of a high school student who was dragged into these woods and brutally murdered, a tragedy that had sent shockwaves throughout the town. Yet, Chin often disregarded my warnings, relishing in opposition. The more I implored her to refrain from certain actions, the more determined she became to pursue them. As this thought crossed my mind, a chill ran down my spine, and a wave of regret pierced my heart like a dagger. Chin, do not punish your mother. I inhaled deeply, clenched my fists, and summoned all my courage as I stepped resolutely into the impenetrable darkness of the woods. In the obscurity, I called out for Chin repeatedly, hoping she would not be enveloped by the shadows and terror of this place, longing for my voice to echo back to me. Yet, the only responses were the whispers of the wind and the chirping of insects. As I ventured deeper into the forest, I suddenly heard someone call my name. Su Xiao. A shiver coursed through me. I had not anticipated the presence of another soul in this desolate expanse. Straining to see in the direction of the voice, I discerned no figure, only the rustle of leaves underfoot as someone approached. Haihua. The voice bore a resemblance to him, yet I was uncertain. He typically referred to me as Xiao, never using my full name. The coldness of his voice felt like the chilling judgment of death. When he stood before me, I could vaguely make out his silhouette, and my familiarity with him assured me of his identity. A fleeting sigh of relief escaped me, but my mind remained preoccupied with thoughts of Chin. Have you found her? I inquired. Stop looking, he replied, his tone strange, a calmness underpinned by an inexplicable dread. Anxiety gripped me as I endeavored to read his expression. Why? Wang Haihua did not answer. Instead, he wrapped a scarf around my neck. Before I could appreciate his gesture of concern or even feel the warmth of the fabric, he yanked it tight, constricting my breath. I struggled, gasping for air, desperate to cry out. Yet, the disparity in our strength rendered my resistance utterly futile. It lasted only a few minutes, brief, yet agonizingly prolonged. I felt as though I had carved a pit into the ground beneath me, my consciousness fading. In my final moments, I heard him whisper in my ear, "Because you have no time left." I was dead. On this moonless night, in this unknown hidden corner, I had been murdered by my husband. I let my guard down. He executed his plan effortlessly. I was outmatched by his flawless performance and defeated by his long-anticipated ambush. I had assumed he would abandon my body in the wilderness, but to my horror, he chose to take it home. As my spirit transformed into a wisp of solitude, I watched him hoist my lifeless form into the car, deliberately taking a convoluted route to create the illusion of retracing his steps. I observed as he drove to a secluded backyard devoid of surveillance, dragging my remains back home, methodically dismembering my body. It was then that I comprehended the meticulous scheme devised by this seemingly honest man. All his actions to evade detection occurred beyond the watchful gaze of cameras, while those captured on film were part of his deliberate facade. At present, Wang Haihua had erased all traces of the dismemberment scene. If no one cared about my disappearance, this secret would remain forever concealed. Wang Haihua sat casually on the sofa, perusing my phone. I had once trusted him completely, and he knew the password. What was his intention? Suddenly, I thought of Qin. I was dead. Who would protect her? If Wang Haihua could murder me without remorse, how could he possibly show mercy to Qin? She was still so young. How could she contend with such a ruthless murderer? I trembled in fear for her safety, my heart repeatedly praying, Qin, hurry away, as far as you can. Do not return. Please do not come back. Just as the clock struck midnight, the doorbell rang. My heart leaped into my throat. Wang Haihua displayed an unervingly strange smile as he rose to answer the door, calm and collected. Upon opening the door, I heard a familiar voice call out, "Dad." It was Qin. Wang Haihua had always treated her well, and in her eyes, he might even hold a higher regard than I did. I was often the one who scolded her, while he offered her protection, establishing a rapport that made her eager to call him Dad. After 8 years of acquaintance and 5 years of marriage, he had never revealed a single flaw, and I had regarded him favorably. Those years of raising a child alone had not been easy, especially with Qin's defiance exhausting me. I had believed that Wang Haihua's entry into my life was a form of salvation. It was only today, at the cost of my life, that I uncovered the truth hidden beneath the veneer of deceit. He was not my savior. He was a butcher. Qin, you're back. Did you get cold? Come in quickly. Wang Haihua donned his mask of pretense, once more, affectionately ruffling Qin's hair, feigning concern. His performance was flawless, even deceiving me. Qin, being an innocent child, could hardly discern the truth. Panic and fear surged within me, yet I was powerless to speak. Qin entered, changing her shoes, her feet stopping on the very floor where my remains had recently lain. "What is that smell?" she suddenly asked. "Oh, it's the scent of disinfectant. I just mopped the floor. I'll open a window for a bit, and it will dissipate," Wang Haihua replied, unfazed. Qin nodded, not suspecting a thing. Yet, I knew she must have caught a whiff of something else, the scent of blood. Despite Wang Haihua's repeated cleaning with disinfectant, it could never be entirely masked. But she was still just a child, and her innocent heart would not ponder deeply. She glanced around the living room, likely searching for me. Qin, when defying me, could be as stubborn as a mule, often dismissing my presence. Yet I sensed a flicker of fear within her. "It's all right, don't be scared. Your mother is not here. She went out to look for you. She cares about you. Why don't you call her and let her know you're safe? Ask her to come back," Wang Haihua suggested as he generously offered her my phone, but Qin declined. "I want to call." He had expertly grasped her temperament, knowing she would refuse to make the call. "Then I'll call her. It's late, and I wouldn't want her to worry." Wang Haihua feigned concern as he dialed. Qin offered no objection as she wandered into the living room, searching for my shattered phone under the coffee table. "Hello, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later." Wang Haihua placed the call on speaker, appearing utterly nonchalant. "No connection? That's fine. I'll send her a message. She should see it." Qin remained silent, preoccupied with examining the broken phone, her frustration evident as she pressed it, growing visibly upset. To her, that phone held far more significance than I did. "If it's broken, it's broken. Tomorrow, Dad will buy you a new one." As he spoke, he approached her, resting a hand on her shoulder. A siren blared within my heart. Chapter 3. Alas. "You are but a beast." Qin was at the cusp of adolescence, her stature having grown to that of an adult. I had once perceived Wang Haihua as honest and upright, never questioning further. Yet now, those hands that had taken my life, that dismembered my body, were stained with my blood. How could those tainted hands dare to touch my Qin? "Really? Thank you, Dad." The prospect of a new phone delighted Qin immensely. What happened to your clothes? Wang Haihua inquired suddenly. Qin had left the house without a jacket, donning only a light blue sweatshirt, which now bore a large smear of mud on the back and specks of dirt on her pant legs. I had been so anxious that I hadn't even noticed. I slipped and fell. Qin replied dismissively. Then take off your clothes. Dad will wash them for you tomorrow. Absolutely not. I shot up from my corner in alarm. Due to a lack of control over my strength, I inadvertently knocked over a teacup on the coffee table. The cup rolled and shattered on the floor. It was a misfortune. Navigating the body of a cat for the first time proved to be an exceedingly clumsy endeavor. Tuan, Wang Haihua scolded me sharply. I hurriedly sought refuge beside Qin, gazing at her innocently. Tuan, why are you being naughty again? I'll hit you. She chided. Yet, despite her words, she lifted me into her arms, affectionately stroking my fur. Tuan was a stray that Qin had rescued. Initially, I opposed her decision to keep the cat due to my mild obsessive cleanliness. I could not tolerate fur scattered about. However, her fondness for Tuan prevailed, and not wishing to create discord over trivial matters, I reluctantly acquiesced. While Qin often presented a rebellious demeanor, she was exceptionally kind to Tuan. I had once envied Tuan for receiving affection from Qin that I had never known. Little did she realize that the Tuan of today was no longer the same. She was unaware that the person who loved her most had already perished. Nor did she know that my lifeless body lay in the freezer nearby. How's her blood? Are you hurt? Qin suddenly began to ruffle my fur. Instantly, I felt a surge of anxiety. Despite Wang Haihua's efforts to cleanse the scene, traces of what had transpired remained. The blood splattered on Tuan was an unforeseen consequence for him. Should Qin discover anything amiss, Wang Haihua would certainly not spare her. More than seeking revenge or bringing Wang Haihua to justice, my foremost desire was to protect Qin and ensure her safe growth. I caught a fleeting glimpse of malice in Wang Haihua's eyes and steeled myself. If he dared to harm Qin, even as a mere cat, I would confront him with every ounce of my being. Yet, his expression soon returned to normal. Tuan had likely gone after my food again, proving to be a troublesome little creature. Previously, Tuan had indeed engaged in such antics, and Qin, not finding any wounds on me, had believed his words. Before returning indoors, she took the initiative to clean up the shards of glass. In the dead of night, I crouched before Qin's door, keeping watch over her. The surroundings were eerily silent and dark. I had no idea of the hour when the master bedroom door swung open. My eyes widened, and I fixated on Wang Haihua as he emerged. He halted before me, suddenly bending down to grasp my neck, wrenching me into the bathroom. The light flickered on, illuminating the space. To my horror, I noticed a pair of scissors glinting in his other hand. He intended to kill me. The agony of my previous murder surged back into my mind. If he could take a life, what was to stop him from slaughtering a cat? Yet, how could I allow myself to die at his hands twice in a single night? Wang Haihua approached me menacingly, brandishing the shining scissors, reveling in my terror as I trembled before him. You saw it all, didn't you? He taunted. The scissors grazed my body, not painful, but enough to instill fear. Unfortunately, you are merely an animal, he laughed. Snip! He finally made his move, severing a tuft of my bloodied fur. He appeared so smug, unrestrained before a mere cat. His arrogance on full display. Yes, I was just a cat. What could I possibly do? Yet, unbeknownst to him, this cat had undergone a transformation of spirit. This cat had borne witness to his malevolence and held evidence of his crimes, destined to shadow his every action in the days to come. One day, he would learn of a cat's true power. For now, however, my small form lacked the ability to contend with Wang Haihua. Moreover, I had yet to discern his ultimate intentions. I needed to remain composed. Seizing the moment of his hubris, I leapt from his grasp and made a swift escape. Wang Haihua returned to the master bedroom, and for the moment, it seemed he harbored no intention of harming Qin. She was likely safe for now. His motives were likely tied to her, or perhaps she still held some value in his eyes. Regardless, I would not allow him to prevail. At 4 a.m, while darkness still shrouded the sky, Wang Haihua, as was his custom, rose to prepare the breakfast he intended to sell. He had risen half an hour earlier than usual. The act of taking a life had not disrupted his routine. He resumed the facade of the diligent, reliable family man. Wang Haihua had spent several years as a chef in a large restaurant, skilled in the art of Chinese cuisine, and was an experienced cook. The sound of knives clattering against the cutting board echoed from downstairs. An unsettling premonition gripped me, prompting me to rush out and descend the stairs. Hiding around the corner to observe discreetly, a dim bulb hung over the board, casting a weak yellow light. Wang Haihua adeptly wielded knives in both hands, chopping meat with practiced precision. The meat on the board had been reduced to fragments. If not for the half-processed finger beside him, I would have been unable to identify the nature of the meat he was butchering. Soon, he reduced the finger to mere bits as well. He placed all the minced flesh into a basin, adding various seasonings to mask the meat's original color and scent. Next, he cleaved several large bones, rendering them unrecognizable before tossing them into a pot meant for broth. As the water boiled and the soup turned pale, any secrets concealed at the bottom would be entirely obscured. Thus, this explained why he had brought my remains back. Disposing of a body could slip beyond his control, potentially leading to discovery. Instead, he could orchestrate my gradual disappearance, leaving no trace behind. The kitchen was his sole domain. No one would intrude. His formidable psychological composure could deceive all, and none would suspect his depraved nature. I clung tightly to the stairwell, striving to suppress the urge to leap forth and rend him to pieces. Yet, Wang Haihua's keen instincts kicked in. He cast a sidelong glance, his gaze locking onto me. He had detected my presence. I could not panic. Panic would reveal my vulnerability. I was merely a cat. What was there to fear? Indeed, Wang Haihua did not regard me as a threat. What else wrong? Hungry? Tuan had indeed been a glutton, drawn to the scent of meat. Wang Haihua deftly prepared dumplings, casually tossing a piece of meat my way. Here, a treat for you. A chunk of meat landed at my feet, coated in dust. The moment struck me profoundly, and I faltered, retreating 2 steps. Wang Haihua noted my reaction, pausing his work to fix his gaze upon me. You little beast, why won't you eat? Chapter 4. I have died, yet I remain. Wang Haihua's depravity was appalling. I could not confront him head-on. I needed to employ cunning and retreat. I fled. After all, I was merely a cat. He would not pursue me relentlessly. Unless, of course, he realized I was no longer just a cat. At 6 in the morning, Wang Haihua raised the shop shutter, welcoming customers with open arms. Winter had arrived, and the dawn had yet to break. He was the first to open for business on this street, as he was each day. The desolate street bore witness to several broken streetlights, neglected by maintenance. The few lights still flickering were cloaked in dust, casting a dim glow. The illuminated sign of Happy Noodle House shone brightly in front of the shop, yet in the chill of this early morning, it appeared particularly ironic. The world remained in slumber, and the sign had witnessed my last moments. The name of the shop had been chosen during a time of affection between Wang Haihua and me. Happy had slipped from my lips without foreseeing this tragic conclusion. This morning, the fog was particularly thick, enveloping the street in a hazy shroud. Uncle Chien, clad in sanitation attire, approached with a broom, beginning to sweep the street. Haihua, you're the most diligent on this street, he remarked. Uncle Chien enjoyed conversing while cleaning, and the only person he could chat with at such an early hour was the industrious, early-rising Wang Haihua. Uncle, you're up early too. Wang Haihua replied with a smile, betraying no sign of weakness. I've grown older and sleep less. You're truly hard-working, supporting your family. It's not easy. Wang Haihua bore no shame in Uncle Chien's praise. He invited him in, saying, it's too cold. Come in and have a bowl of hot soup. Uncle Chien accepted without hesitation, propping his cleaning tools against the wall, warming his frozen hands, and even playfully teasing me, who was nestled by the door. I watched as Uncle Chien cheerfully accepted the bowl of soup from Wang Haihua, feeling a profound sympathy for him. The steaming, rich bone broth, garnished with chopped green onions, exudes an enticing aroma. Come, have a couple of buns, he urged. No, that's quite unnecessary. Just a bowl of soup will suffice, Uncle Chien insisted, waving his hands dismissively. It's early, and you surely haven't eaten yet. Consider it a favor to me by tasting it. That won't do. I will pay, he replied. You are being overly formal. Just 2 buns, and you're being polite with me, he continued. Ultimately, Uncle Chien could not resist the warmth of hospitality. Balancing a bowl of soup in one hand and the plump buns in the other, he smiled, his cheerfulness almost too abundant, even touching. Haihua, I know you're a good person, taking pity on this lonely old man. Uncle Chien, if only you knew that this soup was made from my bones and these buns were crafted from my flesh, would you still be able to smile? Wang Haihua had spoken a rare truth, for indeed, he genuinely wished for Uncle Chien to savor the flavor. After all, these were not ordinary buns, and he felt a twinge of uncertainty. cloaked in darkness and malice. Those who masquerade as honest men to exploit true innocence evoke my profound disdain. Yet I find myself powerless. Uncle Chien took a couple of sips of the soup before bringing a bun to his lips. Wang Haihua sat nearby, leaning against the wall, lighting a cigarette while feigning indifference. Yet his peripheral vision was keenly trained on Uncle Chien's reaction. I too fixated on Uncle Chien, holding my breath. He bit into half a bun, chewed a couple of times, then suddenly paused, glancing at the remaining half. This bun. My heart sank. I hoped someone would notice something amiss, yet Uncle Chien, living alone, was already pitiable. I did not wish for him to become the next victim. No matter how well Wang Haihua concealed his anxiety, his expression faltered at that moment. The flavor of the bun was indeed somewhat different from before. Uncle Chien smacked his lips. Haihua, have you altered the recipe? Uncle, is it not to your liking? Wang Haihua's eyes glimmered with a cold light. How should I put it? Haihua, your culinary skills are unparalleled. I dare say, no one in the entire South City could rival you. These buns are simply delectable. No wonder your business thrives. Ha, I shall have 2 more, and this time, I must pay. You absolutely must accept it. Wang Haihua's demeanor relaxed instantly. His secret lay bare in broad daylight, yet it eluded everyone's awareness. He extinguished half his cigarette, smiling modestly. My skills are nothing without your support, compared to others. I still have much to improve. Uncle Chien vehemently disagreed, showering Wang Haihua with praise. He remained blissfully unaware of what he was consuming, relishing every bite, his compliments sincere. Uncle Chien was a kind-hearted, down-to-earth person, always eager to assist. He treated us especially well, frequently helping us dispose of kitchen waste and clear the drains, never fearing dirt or fatigue, and never accepting a penny in return. Wang Haihua, you truly lack a heart. Gradually, pedestrians began to appear on the street. Buns were sold one after another, and everything seemed perfectly normal, as tranquil as any ordinary morning. Last night's darkest hour in the woods had led me to believe I would never see the sun again. Yet today, I beheld it once more, through the eyes of a cat, squatting at the shop door, watching as the murky horizon lightened, the sunlight gradually dispersing the thick fog. It was a remarkable sensation. I had died, and yet here I remained. At 7 o'clock, the waitress Lin Lan arrived punctually for her shift. She quickly tied on her apron and set to work, as she had for 6 months, knowing exactly what needed to be done each day. However, she appeared somewhat different today. She had applied lipstick. This was the first time I had seen her wear it. Wait a moment. The color of that lipstick, it was unmistakably identical to the shade Wang Haihua had gifted me on Valentine's Day, and my lipstick had been missing for quite some time. A sudden shiver coursed through me, and countless thoughts flashed through my mind. Could it be? I stared intently at Lin Lan, who was busy serving buns to customers. She was young, merely 22, with a delicate appearance, her face brimming with youthful collagen. Wang Haihua had once remarked that she bore resemblance to me, but she was a full 11 years younger, considerably more youthful. Girls of such an age, even without diplomas, have numerous opportunities. Many would prefer to toil in factories rather than serve in a humble noodle shop. Could it be that Wang Haihua and she had colluded long before? Yet the decision to hire her had been mine. I typically did not concern myself with shop affairs and rarely lingered there. But Wang Haihua had consulted me about hiring her. At the time, he had opposed her employment, claiming Lin Lan was too young and might not withstand the rigors of the job, potentially leaving after a few days, which would disrupt the business. He favored hiring someone older who would be more reliable. I, however, had softened, swayed by Lin Lan's story of a tragic upbringing, and thus I had kept her on, even generously increasing her salary. Neighbors had jested about hiring such a young waitress, questioning whether Wang Haihua had ulterior motives. I had indeed trusted Wang Haihua, but at over 30, I was no longer so naive as to be entirely oblivious. I had remained observant. Their interactions were proper, with no overtly inappropriate behavior. Lin Lan had visited the upstairs area only once. That was the only occasion. Chapter 5. The author is dead. Burned paper for him. That morning, a sudden downpour drenched Lin Lan as she arrived at the shop. Wang Haihua had brought her upstairs, asking me to find her something dry to wear. I felt sympathy for the girl, harboring no suspicion, urging her to take a hot shower, providing her with a new outfit. When she emerged in that attire, it fit her perfectly, and I gifted it to her, generously allowing her to use the skincare products at the sink. At that time, she glanced at the products and smiled lightly, saying, "Those are anti-aging. I don't need them yet." so let us not waste them. I had found her words odd, yet Lin Lan had always seemed innocent to me, so I dismissed it. In hindsight, her words were evidently a barb aimed at me. Moreover, she had stolen my lipstick. I usually did not wear lipstick at home, and when I wished to use it upon going out, I discovered it missing, never knowing when it had disappeared. She had rejected my skincare products with a peculiar air, yet had absconded with my lipstick. After taking it, she had not used it until today. What a coincidence! Did she know I had died, prompting her to become so brazen? Was she reveling in triumph? Lin Lan, you are far from simple. I met my untimely demise under mysterious circumstances, and to this day, I remain unaware of Wang Haihua's motives. At this moment, any suspicious lead is of utmost importance to me. I cannot allow my death to remain an enigma, nor can I permit the perpetrator to evade justice. Since fate has granted me a second chance, I must take action. At 8 o'clock, other shops gradually opened their doors. The female owner of the tea house across the street, Li Daying, crossed the road with a hot water bottle in her arms, exclaiming, "Old Wang, what are you cooking today? It smells so good." Her boisterous voice, likely honed from calling out to gather players for card games, shattered the morning tranquility. Next door, the owner of the grocery store, Lu Hong, spoke in a much softer tone. "You have a keen nose. What day doesn't tea waft with fragrance from Wang Ji's shop? He rises at around 4. Nearby neighbors began to gather. At that moment, Uncle Qian stepped forward to help promote the shop. Haihua's buns are indeed getting better and better. I devoured 4 of them today. These individuals had already been salivating at the aroma, and upon hearing Uncle Qian's words, they began to reach for their wallets. It was indeed Su Xiao who was fortunate. The shop's business was not something she had to manage, allowing her to sleep in every day. She was indeed blessed to have found such a diligent, capable, and thoughtful person in Wang Ge. How could it be said that people's fates differ? Su Xiao was living a life of comfort. A crowd gathered at the shop entrance, munching on buns made from my flesh, proclaiming my good fortune. How ironic. I had always been reclusive, rarely joining in on neighborhood gossip, yet I knew that the community held a favorable impression of Wang Haihua, believing I was fortunate. Previously, I had concurred, but now, I can only ask, would you desire to become the filling in a bun? Moreover, merely because I do not leave home for work does not imply I lie at home in comfort. I have my own career as a novelist, continually crafting stories. I do not wake up naturally every day. Instead, I rise early to write, maintaining a regular lifestyle. I seldom go out and harbor no fondness for socializing. Yet my income is commendable, not reliant on Wang Haihua. It must be said that Wang Haihua has crafted his persona with great success, until the truth is unveiled. No one would believe he is a callous demon capable of murder. Wang Haihua prepares noodles in the kitchen while Lin Lan sells buns in the front. And they were quite busy just a moment ago. After a hectic spell, the boisterously Daying volunteered to Lin Lan. "Xiaolan, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Let me help you. You should quickly eat a few bites." Being neighbors, it is common for them to assist each other in times of need. Lin Lan typically consumes her 3 meals at the shop, and everyone is aware of this. Ordinarily, her first action upon arriving at the shop would be to have breakfast. However, today she has not eaten, which raises suspicion. Upon hearing Li Daying's words, Lin Lan's complexion turned pale. "No, thank you, sister. I'm not feeling well today and don't have much of an appetite. You really should eat breakfast. Skipping it is worse for your stomach. The buns made by Old Wang today are exceptionally delicious, with plenty of filling. You must try one." A bun was presented before Lin Lan, whose expression grew increasingly uneasy. In the next moment, she retched violently, covering her mouth as she rushed to the street-side trash bin. The room fell silent. Li Daying, who had meant well, stood awkwardly in place. "Xiaolan, what is wrong?" It couldn't be. Halfway through her sentence, Lu Hong swiftly realized her words were inappropriate and stopped abruptly. After all, Lin Lan is not yet married, nor has she been reported to have a boyfriend. Some jokes should not be made lightly. I instinctively glanced at Lin Lan's belly. Could it be that she is pregnant? Whose child could it be? Wang Haihua's? Is this the reason Wang Haihua intends to kill me? Wang Haihua is 3 years my junior. We met when he was merely 23 and married at 25. By all accounts, I should indeed bear him child. Yet I dare not. One Qin is already enough to drain my spirit. Another child would likely drive me to madness. Wang Haihua understands my struggles and respects my wishes, even asserting that having Qin is sufficient. In our 5 years of marriage, he has never mentioned wanting children, and I always assumed he was indifferent to the idea. At this moment, The women present exchanged furtive glances. Women possess an innate sensitivity. In an instant, they caught the whiff of gossip, yet they still feigned concern. Xiaolan, should you go to the hospital for a checkup? Indeed, health issues cannot be neglected. Lin Lan pressed her hand against her chest, suppressing her discomfort, and smiled. I'm fine. Just a bit of stomach discomfort, perhaps I caught a chill. After a half-minute of awkwardness and a few more concerned inquiries about Lin Lan, they dispersed. Lu Hong turned and headed towards her grocery store, saying, I'll check if the next chapter of the novel I'm following has been updated. The last plot twist was unbearable. It seems the updates may not come soon. Their essay saying that suits me perfectly. The author is dead. Should there be matters? Burn paper. I know Lu Hong has been following my novel. Just yesterday, I saw her comment urging for an update. Ordinarily, I would update at noon every day. However, now I have passed away. I had scheduled 2 days' worth of drafts to be released at noon. In 2 days, my novel will face an abrupt halt in updates. It is regrettable, but an epiphany struck me suddenly. Could this not be my opportunity? My novel sells exceptionally well. Should it cease abruptly, the readers will certainly raise a ruckus, and the editor will undoubtedly seek me out. Of course, she won't find me. Yet, she might uncover the truth. With this thought, I felt an exhilarating rush. Every cell in my body seemed to awaken in the biting cold. Wang Haihua, you wish for me to vanish without a trace. Yet I have lived for over 30 years, and there will always remain evidence of my existence in this world. Your methods are astute, but evil cannot triumph over righteousness. Just wait. There will come a day when you will face justice. Chapter 6. A performance of skills after Lin Lan vomited. She returned to the shop, her face pale and looking pitiful. Wang Haihua poured her a glass of water, to which Lin Lan replied with a thank you, and they exchanged no further words. However, Lin Lan's behavior today was exceedingly unusual. Various signs indicated she was concealing something. I know Wang Haihua is the murderer. Thus, what role does Lin Lan play in this? A fog enveloped my mind, obscuring my vision. Yet, it matters not, with time. The truth will eventually surface. I have already experienced death once. Now, there in the light while I remain in the shadows, leaving me with little to fear. My only concern is Qin Qin. Due to punishment, Qin Qin must stay home for a week and cannot return to school until next Monday. It is nearly 9 o'clock, and she is yet to rise. She remains blissfully unaware of the chaos that has unfolded overnight, still sleeping soundly. In days gone by, I would have called her to wake up. Today, I lay on the sofa, quietly awaiting her to awaken from her deep slumber. For this will be the final moment of tranquility. When she does awaken, she will sense the loss she has endured. I regret having been so strict in my desire for her to excel, hoping she would become an outstanding individual. If given another chance, I would offer her unconditional love and companionship, allowing her to grow up healthily and happily to be her true self. Around 10 o'clock, movement finally stirred in her room. Mom, where are my socks? This was her first utterance upon waking. Such a familiar call. Instinctively, I rose from the sofa, intending to fetch her socks from the drying rack on the balcony. Yet I lay back down. Qin Qin, you must learn to take care of yourself. Without waiting for my response, Qin Qin exited her room. She glanced around the several rooms and eventually stood in the hallway, clad in her pajamas, her hair disheveled, and her gaze vacant. In the past, regardless of how tense our arguments might have been, I would meticulously arrange every detail of her life the next day, tenderly caring for her. Since she dislikes carbohydrates and is at a growing age, I would prepare her breakfast separately each day. She likely assumed today will be no different, that despite last night's quarrel, I would still prepare her breakfast and deliver her socks and clothes to her bedside. But today is different. From now on, everything will be different. After standing for a moment, she must have recalled last night's argument. So she went to the balcony to retrieve her socks and put them on, then change her clothes. Perhaps feeling uncertain, she ventured into the study for a glance. Typically, I would be in the study writing or reading. However, today the study lay empty. The expression on her face as she stood at the study door shattered my heart into countless pieces. I leapt off the sofa and approached her, rubbing my body against her pant leg. Qin Qin picked me up, and I nestled in her embrace, striving to offer her warmth. Qin Qin, mother left too suddenly. None of this was my intention. Although you sometimes infuriate me, I still deeply wish to accompany you as you grow, to witness every moment of your life. Alas, mother is gone. Qin Qin, dangers lurk around you. You must learn to mature. Mother does not wish for you to seek revenge for me. I only want you to grow up well. Chin, Mother loves you. Chin carried me downstairs. By this time, the shop was nearly vacant, with the lunchtime business yet to arrive. Lin Lan was not in the shop, and her whereabouts were unknown. Lu Hong's large yellow dog dashed into the kitchen, and Wang Haihua tossed a few bones from the soup pot to the dog. Afterward, he turned and noticed Chin descending the stairs. In that moment, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. My heart raced violently, and every hair on my body stood on end. I feared more than anything that Chin would see those bones. However, the fragments were already indistinguishable, quickly disappearing into the dog's mouth. Wang Haihua, with a mental fortitude akin to a special forces soldier, saw that Chin had not noticed and promptly donned a warm, fatherly smile. Chin, you're awake. What would you like to eat? Would you like a bun? There are a few left from this morning. No. I shifted anxiously in Chin's arms. I don't want to eat. Wang Haihua inquired again. How about I cook you a bowl of noodles? I don't want it. I have no appetite. Wang Haihua knew very well that she did not consume wheat products, so his question was rather redundant. Since your father has given you money, what would you like to eat? Go buy it yourself. Wang Haihua patiently took out 50 yuan from his pocket and handed it to her. Chin accepted the money, but suddenly asked, what about her? After posing the question, she seemed to feel awkward, her expression betraying her discomfort. Wang Haihua gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her she might still be upset with you and hasn't returned yet. It's all right. She will be fine in a few days. After a brief pause, he suggested, why not call her and apologize? It might help ease her anger. This tactic had worked in the past. I don't want to. Chin immediately rejected the idea, which was in line with her character. You two, mother and daughter, are both incredibly stubborn. Wang Haihua sighed, shaking his head in resignation. I leaned out from Chin's embrace to observe Wang Haihua's theatrical expression. It was a shame he wasn't pursuing an acting career. He would surely be a leading man. Wang Haihua, do you not grow weary of playing mind games with a child? What is it that you truly desire? I scrutinized him with a fresh perspective. 7 years of acquaintance and 5 years of marriage had not allowed me to see through this man. Wang Haihua, your facade is quite profound. Yet, no matter how clever you are, you remain oblivious to the fact that the wife you have wronged is right here, watching you. However, as I continued to watch him, an odd sensation began to stir within me. Why did I find today, Wang Haihua, somewhat different? I could not quite pinpoint the change. His familiar features remained. Yet there was an unfamiliar aura in his gestures. Moreover, he had quit smoking after our marriage, yet today he was smoking again. Had he been deceiving me about that as well? After all, he had always worn a mask, adept at pretense. I had assumed I understood him, but in truth, I had never truly known him, which had led to my current predicament. After all, I had never seen the real him. Today, Chin had no phone to occupy her, and soon she became restless. Wang Haihua noticed her discomfort and generously offered her his phone. Why don't you use my phone for a while? When I have time, I will take you to buy a new one. At last, a smile appeared on Chin's face. After all, she was still a child, easily deceived and easily comforted. Chin began to play games on the phone while I nestled in her embrace, watching her play. After a while, a WeChat notification suddenly popped up on the screen. My eyes widened in shock as I stared at the message. It was sent from my own account. Chapter 7. I will ensure your complete downfall. The message displayed only half of its content, but was laden with meaning. Haihua, I am exhausted, disheartened, utterly despondent. I will pretend I never gave birth to her. I must pursue my own life. Upon reading the message, Chin's expression shifted instantly, her gaming hand freezing over the screen. No, don't believe it. Chin, your mother loves you dearly. How could she ever abandon you? This was evidently a ruse devised by Wang Haihua to manipulate Chin. Since my phone was in his possession, he must have sent the message. I quickly glanced through the kitchen window at Wang Haihua, who was engrossed in chopping vegetables and had not even touched his phone. So, who had logged in my WeChat account to send that message? Moreover, the timing was uncanny. The message arrived just as the phone was in Chin's hands. The message was clearly a fabrication, yet Chin took it to heart. She appeared unhappy, her face devoid of expression as she returned the phone to Wang Haihua. Dad, you have a message. Wang Haihua feigned seriousness as he wiped his hands and accepted the phone, opening it to read. He must have known the content all along, yet he portrayed the surprise and hurt so convincingly. He stared at the message for a long time, as if struggling to accept this reality, yet appearing helpless. He managed a forced smile. She is genuinely upset this time. I cannot soothe her. It's all right. Perhaps a little time apart will help her cool off. He handed the phone back to her, and I leaned in from Chin's embrace, finally seeing the complete message. Haihua, I am weary, disheartened, utterly despondent. I will pretend I never gave birth to her. I must pursue my own life. Perhaps my letting go will be better for both of us. Let her consider me as someone who simply does not exist. She has always despised me, hasn't she? I just feel a bit guilty towards you. Please forgive me. Perhaps I have been too candid with Wang Haihua over the years, as this message clearly indicated he understood me well enough to mimic my tone and style so accurately. Yet, that was not the truth. I longed to argue my case. Chin was already rebellious and in a self-destructive state. If she were to believe her mother was abandoning her, it would be utterly devastating. Chin stared at the message for a long time, her expression blank. I could not discern her thoughts. Her silence was suffocating. Wang Haihua was systematically orchestrating my disappearance, not only clearing his own name, but also shifting the blame onto me. After a moment, he sighed and said with a bitter smile, "Perhaps I am simply inadequate. Your mother never thought highly of me, and I know I am unworthy of her. It has indeed been a burden for her to be with me all these years." His face bore the expression of someone who was fine, someone who was merely acting, desperately portraying the role of a man abandoned yet selflessly devoted, wishing nothing but the best for those who left him. Wang Haihua, your performance is so convincing. If you were not the one who tried to kill me last night, I might have believed it. Why was I sharing this with a child? Wang Haihua chuckled at his own folly, reassuring Chin, "It's all right, don't be afraid. Your mother isn't home, and your father will take care of you." How noble, how selfless. His acting was truly remarkable. With just a few words, he cast himself as the victim of abandonment who willingly sacrifices for others. The crucial part was that Chin believed him. Chin resolutely declared, "Dad, don't worry. I will definitely stand by you." I could not blame Chin. After all, she was still a child. All of this was Wang Haihua's scheme. But who had sent that message? Who could log into my account and impersonate me? One thing was certain. Wang Haihua had an accomplice. Who could it be? Lin Lan? Or someone else entirely? Wang Haihua was terrifyingly astute, every step meticulously calculated, leaving no detail overlooked. How could an ordinary woman like me be worth such intricate plotting? What was his ultimate goal? Just then, Chin's phone rang. I caught a glimpse of the caller ID. My mother. I had a strained relationship with her. She had never liked me. She had been pregnant with twins, but had only given birth to me. She always believed I had taken the nourishment meant for my brother, that I had robbed him of his life. To her, my existence was a mistake. She did not like me, even resented me, and we seldom communicated. Thus, when I died last night, I had not anticipated her noticing my absence. Why was she suddenly calling Wang Haihua? It's Grandma. Chin handed the phone to Wang Haihua. He was aware of the tension between my mother and me, yet he had maintained a son-in-law-esque demeanor all these years, which had led me to believe he loved me. After all, only someone who valued my feelings would tolerate such a mother-in-law. But ultimately, I had overestimated him. He had concealed his true self so well. His performance was too genuine. Wang Haihua answered the phone, greeting her politely as he always did. "Hello, Mom." I could not hear what my mother said on the other end, but I saw Wang Haihua responding with humility and appeasement. "Mom, please don't be upset. It must be a bad signal. How could Xiao Xiao intentionally ignore your call?" Yes, Mom, I understand. I will speak to Xiao Xiao about it." "Of course. We will definitely be there for Dad's birthday. For 100 buns, right?" "No problem. You can count on me." After hanging up, the false smile on Wang Haihua's face vanished, and he sighed, clearly troubled. "In a couple of days, it will be Grandpa's 60th birthday. Your mother isn't home, so you and your dad should go celebrate with him." "I don't want to go. Grandma doesn't like me." Chin grumbled. She spoke the truth. My mother did not like me, and consequently, she did not like Chin either. When I became pregnant out of wedlock and could not disclose the father's identity, my mother felt ashamed and drove me away. When I gave birth to Chin, I was left without any care, which made the experience truly arduous. During her early years, Chin was frequently ill, and it was solely my perseverance that sustained us. To facilitate her care, I refrained from seeking employment and began to write novels, gradually earning some income. Eventually, upon marrying Wang Haihua and opening a noodle shop, our lives improved, leading my mother to re-establish contact with me. Our relationship has come to hinge almost entirely on my financial contributions, driven by my deep yearning for maternal affection. though my mother has always offered me very little in return. Gradually, I cease to harbor such hopes. I wonder, when she learns of my demise, will she feel a twinge of sorrow? This year, for my father's 60th birthday, my mother took the initiative to call and invite me, likely hoping for a monetary gift, perhaps even to take advantage of the occasion. 400 dumplings were to be prepared, yet, as a son-in-law, he felt too embarrassed to ask for money, and she would undoubtedly refuse to give any. Wang Haihua appeared intent on attending and planned to bring along the 400 dumplings. These dumplings would make a grand appearance at the banquet, concealing their secret within. Given Wang Haihua's dark disposition, he might relish such a provocative scenario. Suddenly, an idea struck me, causing my heart to race, my blood surging through my veins. Wang Haihua, this time, I shall ensure your complete downfall. I will expose the secret hidden within the dumplings to the light of day. Chapter 8. Secrets in the Study. Qin Xin left the house with the 50 yuan Wang Haihua had given her. I initially intended to follow her, but reconsidered and stayed behind. The one who needed observation now was not Qin Xin, but Wang Haihua. If he truly had an accomplice, he would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to connect, and I had to keep a close watch on him. De Huang and Lu Hong arrived at the shop before they did, the sound of their presence preceding them. She was aware that her De Huang loved to frequent our establishment. De Huang, having eaten his fill, sauntered out of the kitchen, licking his lips in satisfaction. Oh, De Huang, you truly have no shame, running over here to indulge again, Lu Hong teased with a laugh. Lu Hong, of a similar age as I, possessed exceptionally long hair, often tied in a loose low ponytail that draped across her shoulder. I often thought Lu Hong epitomized her surname, standing there like a willow branch, not thin, but supple, swaying gracefully with the slightest breeze, exuding a unique feminine charm. While I trusted Wang Haihua, I found myself disliking her playful banter with him, sensing that men could not easily resist such a lure. I once asked Wang Haihua whether Lu Hong was particularly enchanting. I still recall that day when he held me close, pinching my waist and teasingly inquiring, "What? Are you jealous?" I remained silent, and he chuckled, whispering in my ear, "She cannot compare to you." Those intimate moments linger vividly in my memory, yet in the blink of an eye, I had become his prey. Wang Haihua's gaze swept past Lu Hong's waist, and in a half-joking manner, he remarked, "I've raised a Huang well. If I ever sneak into your home, do you think he would bark?" Lu Hong, lost in thought, flushed slightly, revealing a hint of shyness. Playfully, she swatted at him, exclaiming, "My De Huang doesn't bark. My husband, though lame, is certainly not dead." Lu Hong's husband, surnamed Zhang, had a slight limp, earning him the nickname Zhang the Lame. Suddenly, Lu Hong paused, recalling something, and smiled with a particularly meaningful expression. "Last night, there was quite a commotion at your place. I thought you two might want to tone it down a bit. It was rather intense at such an hour. Do you think Su Xiao can handle it?" Our street's houses were rather old, and the soundproofing was inadequate. Thus, Wang Haihua's activities were not entirely discreet. Lu Hong must have heard the sounds of him dismembering me. However, she clearly misunderstood, as she held a favorable impression of him and could never fathom he was capable of such heinous acts. Wang Haihua remained unperturbed, his expression unchanged, as he coughed lightly and said, "I'll be more careful next time." Lu Hong, initially open and playful, felt a twinge of awkwardness upon his veiled admission. With a playful exclamation, she gently pushed him away and swayed her hips as she departed. Once Lu Hong left, Wang Haihua's demeanor shifted from playful to serious as he ascended the stairs. Sensing something amiss, I hastily followed him. Sure enough, he went straight to the study, a space I primarily occupied, filled with my belongings. He typically feared intruding upon my space, so his sudden entry was cause for concern. Since Qin Xin was not home, the door remained unlocked, unaware that I was the second pair of eyes lurking just outside. My study was simple, a computer desk holding a computer, accompanied by a cactus, a health pot, and an assortment of materials and reference books for my writing. Numerous sticky notes adorned the computer, inscribed with motivational quotes, reminders for my creative endeavors, and various tasks. I recalled a few items on my to-do list. 1. Buy reference books for Qin Xin. 2. Accompany my husband for a health check. 3. Purchase a set of thermal clothing for him. I had already completed the third task, although the order had yet to arrive, leaving the first two unfinished. Wang Haihua had been complaining of back pain and numb legs for several days, attributing it to mere fatigue, but my concerns lingered, and I intended to accompany him for a checkup. I genuinely cared for him and wished to nurture our life together. Even now, I cannot comprehend why he suddenly turned so ruthless against me. Wang Haihua noticed the sticky note, pausing momentarily, a sardonic smile creeping onto his face. He rummaged through the desk and attempted to open the locked drawer. However, the key was conveniently placed in the pen holder, which he had yet to discover. He then began searching the bookshelf behind him. What was he after? I had no secrets from him, except, suddenly, a thought tightened my chest. The safe. A safe was tucked beneath the bookshelf, containing a few valuable items. Before long, Wang Haihua opened the cabinet and uncovered the safe. It was password protected, but was likely a code he could guess, our household bank card's common password. Given my propensity for mental fatigue from writing, I had refrained from memorizing numerous passwords, fearing I would forget them. At that moment, I regretted my previous naivety and trust in him. I remained fixated on him as he reached for the keypad, my heart nearly leaping from my chest. If he discovered the contents of the safe, Qin would be in grave danger. Yet, contrary to my expectations, he input the wrong password and failed to unlock the safe. He attempted several times, but when none succeeded, he relinquished the effort and returned the safe to its place. He continued to search, seemingly unconcerned with the safe as it had merely been an incidental find. Soon, he discovered the key in the pen holder. At this moment, he seemed to sense my gaze and glanced towards the entrance. My heart raced, yet I did not retreat. To do so would reveal that I was no ordinary cat. Instead, I boldly approached and crouched beside him, feigning affection. After all, I was merely a cat. What was there to fear? He would not take me seriously. Indeed, he overlooked my presence, using the key to unlock the desk drawer. This drawer contained no secrets, only contracts for various books, several bank cards, and assorted odds and ends. There was also a small notebook dedicated to recording the usernames and passwords for various websites and apps, a necessity due to my poor memory. He pocketed this notebook along with the bank cards, continuing his search. Suddenly, his hand froze, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. Chapter 9. You betrayed me first. Wang Haihua slowly withdrew a hairpin from the drawer. He fixated on the hairpin, his emotions appearing so fervent that his fingers trembled, and his eyes turned crimson in an instant. This hairpin was a relic from long ago. It was the first gift he ever bestowed upon me when we first met. At that time, Qin was merely 7 years old, and I was 26, a single mother at a beautiful yet challenging age. Although the journey was arduous, witnessing Qin grow day by day brought immense joy. Wang Haihua was young too, just 23, handsome in his own right, often clad in casual sportswear, with a neat crop of hair. Before meeting him, I had never contemplated marriage. My sole focus was on raising Qin. Yet, his ardor was overwhelming, like the sun melting my resolve. On that day, while I accompanied Qin to fly a kite on the grassy expanse, he stealthily approached from behind and pinned the hairpin into my hair. Reflecting on it now, it seems almost surreal to have shared such beautiful moments with him. The thought tugs painfully at my heart, for those memories were once so vivid. How did we arrive at this juncture? Holding the hairpin, Wang Haihua's erect posture appeared to have been struck down, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet, I found it rather ironic. Wang Haihua, are you reminiscing about the past? Why do you seem so heartbroken? Did you not once lack a heart? Wang Haihua collapsed into a chair, his fingers clenching into a fist, veins bulging on the back of his hand as though he intended to crush the hairpin. A surge of deep-seated hatred welled up in his eyes, and a low growl escaped his throat. Su Xiao, you betray me first. Betrayal? What betrayal? I was utterly perplexed. Yet, his anguish appeared genuine, and he even shed a few crocodile tears. Oh, I nearly forgot. His acting skills are worthy of an award. But now, with no audience present, whom does he perform for? Since marrying you, I have resided in this small county, living a reclusive life with scarcely a female friend. You accuse me of betrayal? Your fabricated narrative is so convincing that even you seem to believe it. You would kill me and shift the blame onto me to ease your own conscience? Am I deserving of such a fate? Yes, I truly am, for I fell in love with you, only to end up in a state of utter despair. Wang Haihua sat in the chair for a while, gradually regaining his composure. He tucked the hairpin into his pocket and rose to leave the study. It was as if the emotional upheaval had never transpired. He donned that perfect facade once more. Guests began to arrive in succession, and he would not ascend again for some time. Thus, I returned to the study. The cabinet door was tightly shut, and it took considerable effort to pry it open. After much struggle, I managed to reset the password with my tiny fingers. Hearing footsteps outside, I quickly closed the cabinet door and dashed out the study. Chin had returned, clutching a bag of cat food. She had realized our supply was depleted and had gone to procure some. Tuan, your food is here. Come quickly. In that moment, I suddenly recognized the many admirable qualities in Chin that I had overlooked. She was kind-hearted and responsible, despite her own burdens. She had not forgotten to care for Tuan. Overwhelmed with emotion, I leaped into her arms, embracing her tightly. Chin gently stroked my fur, smiling tenderly. In the afternoon, the sky unexpectedly darkened, and as raindrops began to fall, Lan returned. The rain intensified, showing no signs of abating even as night fell. Lan stood at the door, gazing at the fine rain under the night sky, before turning to Wang Haihua and saying, "Wang, the rain is too heavy. Can you take me home?" Wang Haihua stepped out, silent as he grabbed the car key from the counter. I sensed that Lan's invitation for him to drive her home would lead to something amiss, so I stealthily concealed myself beneath his vehicle. As Lan opened the door, I slipped into the passenger seat's floor. The car moved slowly through the rain. Lan did not provide her home address, and Wang Haihua did not inquire, clearly knowing the way. Yet, I recalled that he had never driven Lan home before. He should not know where she lived. It seemed they were indeed entangled in a secret affair behind my back. Throughout the journey, neither spoke, and I remained hidden, anxious not to miss anything. I eventually crawled out to crouch in the back seat's corner, where I could faintly glimpse Wang Haihua's profile. The darkness of the night shielded me, and he likely could not see me in the rearview mirror. After what felt like an eternity, the car finally came to a halt. We must have arrived. The sound of the rain continued outside, and thunder rumbled ominously, like a beast's suppressed growl before it strikes. Lan did not exit the vehicle. With a soft crack, Wang Haihua ignited a cigarette, his practiced motions suggesting he had never quit. "I'm pregnant," Lan finally spoke. Wang Haihua chuckled lightly, exhaling a cloud of smoke. "So what? How does that concern me? What did that mean? Was the child not his? Or was he unwilling to acknowledge it?" Regardless of the scenario, his words were callous. Lan's composure fractured, her voice quivering. "You cannot treat me this way. How should I treat you? What do you deserve from me? Do you even know whose child it is?" In that moment, Wang Haihua appeared arrogant and indifferent, a stark contrast to his usual affable demeanor. He had discarded his mask before Lan, or perhaps he was simply more honest with her than he was with me. But why? Lan had only been at the shop for half a year, whereas I had known Wang Haihua for a full 7 years. In the end, I paid the ultimate price to uncover his true self. Why? Because I was so easily deceived? My heart ached intensely. 7 years. How foolish I had been. Believing I had found a lifelong companion, dreaming of growing old together, only to realize I was too naive, too foolish. "I did it all for you." Lan's voice trembled with emotion. The dim light within the car flickered as Wang Haihua remained unmoved, his words laced with sarcasm. "Feeling wronged? Did you not claim to love me? Were you not willing to do anything for me? Is this what you call love? Is it all so cheap? And you?" Lan finally broke down completely, screaming, "You love Su Xiao, yet you killed her." With a deafening clap of thunder, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene, revealing a pale face against the window. Chapter 10. Love that leads me to death. Wang Haihua seized Lan by the throat, yanking her violently towards him. As lightning flickered, his fierce visage appeared and disappeared, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if they could incinerate the woman before him in an instant. "Do you wish to die?" All his previous nonchalance shattered in that moment. Lan had provoked him. She dared to say that Wang Haihua loved me? Absurd. Even the heavens do not believe it. Let the thunder strike. His rage stemmed precisely from his lack of love. It was hate that consumed him. Just look at how he loathes me, how deeply insulted he feels at the mere suggestion that he loves me, leading to an explosive outburst. How could he possibly love me? If he truly did, would he be sending me to my demise? How ridiculous! Lan was powerless to escape. Her eyes wide with terror, her pallid face reflected in the window, evoking my own fear from when he had choked me in the woods. The suffocating sensation bore down on my chest, stretching those long minutes into a nightmarish torment. He had taken a life before. He would not hesitate to take another. "You." Lan's voice struggled to emerge from her throat. "Aren't you afraid I'll call the police? Do you think I fear that? His arrogance was staggering. But why did he feel so confident? Lin Lan ultimately succumbed to despair, the fear of death, and her complicated feelings for Wang Haihua, silencing her defiance, compelling her to plead for mercy. I was wrong. I love you. As Lin Lan's breath grew weaker, her voice fading into silence, Wang Haihua's previously shattered emotions gradually found solace. He released his grip. It turned out that he could soften his heart at critical moments. In the darkness, a surge of warmth welled up in my eyes, stinging painfully. Last night, I too had pleaded with him, yet had shown not a hint of wavering. As if allowing me to live another second was a mistake, as if his heart were forged of iron. Wang Haihua, why are you so merciless towards me? What have I done to deserve this? Lin Lan finally gasped for fresh air, inhaling deeply before breaking into tears. Her sobs were laced with the terror of survival and the anguish of prolonged suppression. I was wrong. I love you. Because I love you, I would do anything. Anything at all. She nearly shouted it, her voice hoarse, as if declaring a last desperate vow, or casting a spell upon herself. Wang Haihua lowered the car window. The rain outside had lessened significantly, and a chill gusted in, making me shiver in the dark corner. A cigarette but slipped from his fingertips, flying out the window. Lin Lan, you can stay or leave. I've already told you not to expect anything from me, especially love. He was so calm, as if everything that had just transpired was but a figment of imagination. Grasping Lin Lan's chin, Wang Haihua drew her close, his breath warm against her face as he spoke. Loving me is your misfortune, but you should be grateful that I do not love you. For being loved by me would lead to an even worse fate. Lin Lan clung to his neck, gently kissing his cool lips, pleading, I know I was wrong. I will never dare again. Wang Haihua stepped back slightly, creating distance, his thumb pressing against her lips. That lipstick color does not suit you. Lin Lan fell silent, acknowledging her mistake, timidly leaning in to press her lips against his. This time, he did not push her away, but neither did he respond. Lin Lan cautiously caressed him, attempting to soothe him in her own way, striving to carve out a place beside him. In matters of the heart, Lin Lan appeared to understand him better than I did. His non-resistance was the greatest encouragement for her. Soon, Wang Haihua took the initiative, pulling her in and pressing her against the steering wheel. Perhaps Lin Lan truly loved him. She chose to be a moth drawn to the flame, relishing the fleeting warmth of the night. Suddenly, I felt a pang of pity for Lin Lan, who, aware of her fate, still chose to indulge in her desires. Youth is like that, reminding me of my own younger self. The car swayed, and jarring sounds filled the cramped space. They were indeed reckless. This was not the Wang Haihua I remembered. In my mind, he was gentle, considerate of my feelings. But at this moment, his low growls revealed an extreme madness, unleashing the beast within him, heedless even of Lin Lan as pregnancy. His endurance surpassed anything I had previously known of him. Perhaps Lin Lan's actions delighted him. For even if he claimed not to love her, he still engaged in such intimacy with her. Men often crave excitement after prolonged calmness. It seemed their relationship was far more intricate than I had anticipated, and Wang Haihua was even more inscrutable than I had imagined. He appeared to harbor numerous secrets, deeply buried, untouched throughout our 7 years together. This evening, I felt I had caught a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg, yet it was far from sufficient. Nonetheless, I believed there would come a day when I would unearth it all. Wang Haihua, your betrayal is an undeniable truth, yet you turn the tables, accusing me of betrayal? Is your conscience truly at peace? Oh, I forgot, you have no conscience. Afterward, Wang Haihua offered no semblance of warmth or embrace, simply casting Lin Lan out of the car. How ruthless! I feared I would have no chance to exit on the return journey, locked inside the car by Wang Haihua. I attempted to slip out when Lin Lan opened the door, but it closed too swiftly and I nearly got caught. Thus, I retreated to the back seat, searching for another opportunity. Outside the car, Lin Lan appeared disheveled, her shoes lost as she stepped into the cold, muddy water with one sock-clad foot, shivering. She gazed at Wang Haihua through the window, a hint of reluctance in her eyes, but he had already accelerated away. This was the most chaotic part of South City, with dilapidated buildings haphazardly arranged. I leaned against the window, watching Lin Lan limping away, clutching her shoes, swallowed by the darkness of a narrow alley. I cannot bring myself to hate Lin Lan. She was so brave, yet so foolish. Every woman yearns for the dramatic narratives of stories, imagining herself as the solitary hero or the sacrificial figure, willing to offer her vibrant heart and commit countless foolish acts, even if it leads to her destruction, just to leave a vivid mark in that person's heart. Yet in truth, all along, only she was moved. The rain ceased, and the moon emerged from the clouds, suspended in the night sky. Initially, Wang Haihua drove swiftly, but midway, he suddenly slowed down and pulled over. He exited the car. Just as I prepared to curiously lean against the window to see what he was up to, the back door swung open. A soft moonlight poured in, exposing me beneath Wang Haihua's gaze. He seized me, his tone dripping with menace. "Tuan Tuan, you truly are a meddlesome little cat." Chapter 11. I will bring him down. I struggled desperately, but my small frame was no match for Wang Haihua's grip. He had bound me to the railway tracks. Watching my futile attempts to escape, he laughed maniacally, patting my head. "Look at the moon above. The train is coming." The fear of death washed over me once more, and I cried out in desperation, my voice weak and pitiful. He could have ended my life with a single stroke, yet he chose to torment me instead. A truly despicable act. He walked away, leaving with the satisfaction of having toyed with a helpless creature. If I were truly just a cat, perhaps I would not feel such terror. But I am human, and I know what fate awaits me. If I cannot be saved when the train rolls over, I will be reduced to mere flesh and blood. No, I cannot die yet. I still have accounts to settle with Wang Haihua. How could I sacrifice Tuan Tuan's life as well? I seek vengeance. I want to witness Qin Qin grow up, and I have many more things to accomplish. Qin Qin already believes her mother has abandoned her. Now Tuan Tuan is her only source of comfort. If Tuan Tuan were to vanish from her world, she would be unable to bear it. Clang, clang. I felt the tremors of the tracks beneath me, as if death were beckoning me. The train was truly approaching. I struggled with all my might, but Wang Haihua's bindings were too tight. I could not escape on my own. "Help! Can someone save me?" Clang, clang. The sound grew clearer, the train drawing nearer. In this desolate wilderness, my cries would not reach anyone. I gazed hopelessly at the hazy moon above, thoughts of Qin Qin flooding my mind. "Qin Qin, this time, I may truly be leaving you forever." Just then, I suddenly heard hurried footsteps, followed by a drenched figure leaping into my line of sight, attempting to untie my bindings. A youthful face, perhaps 17 or 18, soaked from the rain and looking quite disheveled. Perhaps I had cried out too pitifully. As he frantically worked to free me, he reassured me, "Don't be afraid. I will save you." Just when I was on the brink of utter despair, suddenly seeing a glimmer of hope accompanied by gentle words of comfort brought me to the verge of tears. Yet before I could fully process my gratitude, he swore, startling me. Which twisted freak did this? I'll make him pay. The ropes remained stubbornly knotted, and the boy, growing anxious, cursed under his breath. The train was drawing closer. The boy did not give up. He pulled out a knife from his pocket, attempting to cut the ropes. The blade scraped against the bindings with rapidity, as if it sought to ignite a spark, causing me pain as the ropes pressed against my skin, yet I stifled my cries. Fixated on the direction of the train sound, I pushed against him with my paw, urging him to hurry. The boy hesitated for a moment, but his hands did not cease their efforts. The train hurtled towards us, a moment of peril hanging in the balance as the rope finally snapped. He swiftly lifted me away from the tracks. The train roared past, and though the boy shielded me in his embrace, the wind it generated crashed over us like a colossal wave, causing me to tremble uncontrollably. The train receded into the distance. I was saved. The boy exhaled deeply, ruffling my hair to soothe me. It's all right, he reassured. He found a sheltered spot, kindled a fire, and carefully placed me beside it. The warmth of the flames enveloped me, easing my earlier dread of death. After being murdered by Wang Haihua, I had felt utterly hopeless about this world. Those I once held dear could inflict such cruelty. Were there truly any good people left? Yes, there are good people in this world. Tonight, I was alive thanks to this brave boy who risked his own safety to rescue me from the clutches of death. He was cold and drenched, having worn those wet clothes for an unknown duration. Yet he had acted with such courage in saving me, disregarding his own discomfort. As the firelight illuminated his face, I finally beheld his handsome features. His elongated, inky black eyes exuded a cool, aloof charm, yet could not conceal the innate innocence and kindness that resided within him. But why did he seem familiar? Had I seen him somewhere before? Suddenly, he looked at me, as if recalling something. When the train approached, you pushed me. Were you trying to get me to leave? This boy was remarkably perceptive. He understood my meaning. I nodded in response. His eyes widened in surprise, sparkling with curiosity. You can understand me? I remained silent, merely gazing at him, fearing he might think of me as a monster. Yet he did not. He was a boy with a sound moral compass, treating me as an equal, a soul worthy of dialogue. What would you have done if I had left? At that moment, I had not thought of much. Even if he could not save me, he had tried his best, and I could not burden such a kind-hearted child. Of course, he did not wait for my reply. He stroked my fur. You're so clever. How could anyone be so cruel to you? Perhaps it was my intelligence that made me a target for those with malicious intent. Just then, a sudden ringtone shattered the quiet of the night. The boy fished out his phone, glanced at the caller ID, hesitated, then answered. The voice on the other end was distinctly that of a woman. I heard you ran away from home again. Again? I chuckled quietly at the silent boy. I noticed the rain had poured heavily just moments ago. I hope the down jacket I bought on your Mother's Day was not soaked. Please don't get it dirty. It was quite expensive. And I felt a pang of concern. The boy simply replied, By the way, what route did you take this time? How is your plan going? I hope you won't take a detour and run into me again. That would be awfully awkward. A look of frustrated annoyance crossed the boy's handsome face, as if he wanted to retort but could not find the words. See? I told you, you ended up bumping into me again. Your route selection is questionable. Together, we turned our heads to see a small car with its hazard lights flashing by the roadside. A middle-aged woman stood beside it, holding her phone, looking at us with a half-smile. What a fortunate child he was, blessed with a wise and open-minded mother. In contrast, I felt a sense of shame. If given another chance, I would aspire to be a mother like her. The driver approached with a blanket, draping it over the boy, smiling as he said, Young master, don't be upset. Let us go home. The weather was poorly timed for your outing. The boy must have long ceased to be angry. After his extreme efforts to save me, he may have forgotten the reason for his own departure. He pointed at me, saying, I found a cat. I want to take it home with me. I was filthy, yet he showed no signs of disdain, cradling me in his arms. The middle-aged woman glanced at me, playfully tapping my head and saying, Oh, look, you found a new friend so soon after being out? Such a lovely mother. I thought I could not return home tonight. Having a safe haven was a blessing. When the opportunity arises, I will return to find Chin Chin. Wang Haihua had tried to kill me twice. I must avenge myself. A person as cruel as him was a danger to Chin Chin. The weekend banquet would be an opportunity. I must bring him down. Chapter 12. The young master's little cat, the kind-hearted boy, brought me home. His residence was in the most upscale villa district of the southern city, vast enough that I lost my sense of direction. Surrounded by numerous servants who referred to him as young master, suggesting there might be an elder brother as well. On his desk was a textbook inscribed with the name Shuizhan. The first thing he did upon bringing me home was to bathe me, and when a maid offered to assist, he declined. This boy, raised in privilege, exhibited a surprising level of care. He not only washed me, but also dried me meticulously, remembering to treat my wounds with utmost caution. I felt a twinge of shame. When I cared for Tuan Tuan, I had not been this thorough. It had been ages since I had last bathed. He himself appeared quite disheveled and needed a good wash, so when he went to shower, perhaps fearing I would feel lonely, he placed me in his pet paradise. It turned out he had several cats and dogs, clearly a compassionate young man. However, those pets regarded me with hostility, encircling me once he left, preparing to bully me. They likely misunderstood, believing I was the new favorite, a threat to their affection. I shrank into a corner, too timid to make a sound. I never imagined I would be reduced to being bullied by a pack of pets. They were the aristocrats of the pet world, surrounded by an array of toys. Not only did they refuse to share, but they also flaunted their possessions before me. How ridiculous! Fortunately, I was not truly a cat, but they were indeed real dogs. When Shuizhan returned from his shower to hold me, he looked refreshed. Even in disarray, his good looks were evident. Now, cleansed and revitalized, he resembled a campus heartthrob. Before I could speak, the pets began to complain, as if they were accusing me. It's not that we want to play with it. It simply doesn't fit in. Fine, different circles need not forcibly merge. Shuizhan enveloped me in his arms, his body radiating the fresh scent of cleanliness, embodying the pure essence of youth. Do you have a name? He suddenly inquired. Yes, I'm called Tuan Tuan. How about I give you a name? You will be part of our family, and no one shall bully you again. He pondered for a moment. Given your round face, how about calling you Yuan Yuan? My face is round? Young master, is that polite? Yet I felt a flicker of warmth. I was merely an abandoned cat, yet he treated me so kindly. His character had already shown through in his efforts to save me. However, I could not join this family. I had become the young master's little cat. But what would become of Chin? This place was wonderful, and he was too. I adored here. Remaining would surely lead to a life of comfort and joy, living like a cat among cats. Yet this was not the time for indulgence. I had many things to accomplish, and I must delve deep into the lion's den, risking it all. That night, Shuejan allowed me to sleep in his bed. Unbeknownst to him, I was a woman in my 30s, and he casually stripped before me, revealing a sturdy chest, pulling me into his embrace. Throughout the night, the sound of his heartbeat filled my ears. It felt oddly inappropriate, as if I were taking advantage of him. In the middle of the night, in a drowsy state, he planted a kiss on my forehead, murmuring, "Don't be afraid. I will protect you." The kind-hearted and sincere boy would undoubtedly reap the rewards of his goodness in the future. The following morning, he quickly noticed that I was being bullied by the other pets. Perhaps fearing for my fragile psyche, he immediately declared he would buy me new toys, just for me. Wait, doesn't he have school to attend? Indeed, Shuejan left the house with a backpack, but it contained only me. Once outside, he lost his way to school, heading straight for the shopping mall instead. Observing his skillful yet inconspicuous actions, one could reasonably suspect that skipping classes has become a routine for him. He purchased an array of toys for me, and when I tugged at him, attempting to dissuade him from further spending, he misconstrued my intentions, believing I desired more, and promptly ordered another batch. His kindness towards me evokes a sense of guilt. Slipping away unnoticed would feel rather heartless. However, departure is imperative, as tomorrow heralds the weekend, and time is of the essence. This moment must not be squandered. As I pondered how to convey my need to leave in feline terms to Shuejan, I suddenly spotted two familiar figures in my line of sight. Was that not Wang Haihua and Chin? They entered a mobile phone store together. It appeared he was prepared to fulfill his promise of purchasing a new phone for Chin. Meanwhile, Shuejan had nearly finished his shopping and was about to carry me away, but he quickly sensed my reluctance. "What is the matter, Yuan? I cannot leave. I had seen my daughter. I yearned to return home and stand beside her in solidarity." Shuejan assumed I had not yet had my fill of playtime and affectionately stroked my fur, suggesting I could indulge a while longer. Approximately half an hour later, Chin emerged from the mobile store and headed toward the nearby milk tea shop, yet Wang Haihua remained inside. From my vantage point, I could see Wang Haihua conversing with someone in the store, appearing somewhat secretive. Afterward, that individual fumbled with tools before handing a new phone to Wang Haihua. I suspected he had tampered with Chin's new phone. It was time for me to make an appearance, and it had to be direct. Any stealthy approach would only raise suspicion. Being a mere cat, concealing myself would only seem dubious. I believed Wang Haihua had not truly seen through my guise. Rather, he was merely anxious and fundamentally ill-intentioned. Approaching Shuejan, I tugged at his pant leg, expressing my gratitude and remorse through my gaze. Yuan? He seemed to decipher something. I turned to leave, with Shuejan trailing behind me. Spotting Wang Haihua and Chin exiting the mall together, I quickened my pace, dashing towards them. Yuan. Shuejan pursued me. Guilt weighed heavily upon me. If I could articulate my thoughts, I would not have to flee like a heartless cat. Tuan, where have you been? Chin exclaimed upon noticing me, her face lighting up with joy. I was so worried. Wang Haihua scrutinized me, his eyelids subtly raising. Surprised? Did you not expect me to return alive? Let go of Yuan. Shuejan's voice rang out. Chin perceived that he was addressing her and felt utterly baffled. Why should I let it go? It belongs to me, and its name is Tuan. Not Yuan. Yours? Shuejan was not foolish. He likely understood my closeness to Chin. He knew I would not return with him today. Not one to be domineering, he would not force me to stay. Yet he might be angered by my ordeal the previous night. If he had taken me in, why not assume responsibility? Chapter 13. The secret in the freezer. Shuejan's face darkened. Last night, someone despicable tied it to the railroad tracks. If I hadn't stumbled upon it in time, it would have been lost. Wang, the despicable one, remained remarkably composed, showing no sign of guilt upon hearing this. What? Tied to the tracks? Chin was taken aback, promptly checking me for injuries. Upon discovering my minor wounds, she was filled with concern. Tuan, please don't wander off again. There are many perverts outside. Unbeknownst to Chin, the so-called pervert stood right beside her. At this moment, Wang's demeanor darkened further. Yet he maintained his composure, feigning nonchalance. Indeed, don't run off again. If you get lost, you may never return. What do you mean? You were the one who abandoned me, nearly causing my demise, Wang. I silently resolved to keep a mental note of this debt. Qin scooped me up, soothing. Don't be afraid, Tuan. Nothing like this will happen again. Let us go home. Wait. Shuizhan called out to her. He handed over all the toys he had bought and glanced at me nestled in Qin's arms, seemingly reluctant to part. Take good care of it. Qin nodded and boarded the car with me in her embrace, while Shuizhan stood watching. A wave of discomfort washed over me. The youth standing under the sunlight reached out, attempting to pull me from the shadows, yet I repaid his kindness by retreating into the obscurity once more. No matter, his world is so vibrant and full of life that he will soon forget me. Upon reaching home, I discovered that the entire street was without power. The absence of electricity rendered even the mahjong machines useless, causing a crowd to gather on the street. After Wang Haihua exited the car and retrieved numerous bags from the trunk, it became apparent that he had not only purchased a phone for Qin, but also clothes and shoes. If I were not mistaken, he must have charged it to my account. The neighbors gathered to witness the spectacle. Old Wang treated Qin exceptionally well, as if she were his own daughter. Wang Haihua feigned seriousness. What do you mean by close or distant? Qin is my own daughter. Su Xiao had become quite the hands-off manager, allowing Wang Ge to take charge of buying clothes for Qin. Wang Haihua, with an air of generosity, replied, whoever has the time takes her. It's all the same. Following this display, his reputation as a good man solidified further, provoking envy and admiration from the other women. And I found myself yearning to beat the drums in protest. When his fade as a good man is eventually unveiled, I hope they will not be too astonished. The power remained out well into the evening. With no electricity to watch television, Qin could hardly stay at home and decided to visit an internet CAF. Only this street was affected by the outage. Others enjoyed the comforts of electricity. I chose not to accompany her, for I had more pressing matters to attend to. Today's blackout presented a prime opportunity. The entire street soon succumbed to darkness. I mustered all my focus, lying in wait for the right moment. Tomorrow marks the birthday feast. He must prepare those 400 dumplings. For Wang Haihua, the blackout was also a convenient cover. He lit a candle on the countertop, the flickering flame casting weak shadows upon the surrounding walls. The modest kitchen resembled a lantern enveloping the candlelight, the flame fragile and perilous. He poured a bag of flour onto the counter, commencing to knead the dough. I had witnessed him knead dough before, but today his technique appeared markedly different, more seasoned. He resembled an executioner poised to ascend the gallows, calmly sharpening his steel blade. I crouched silently in the corner, refraining from disturbing him, striving to remain forgotten. Yet, I keenly observed every movement he made, waiting for an opportunity. Wang Ge, a woman's voice broke through, accompanied by the beam of a flashlight. Lu Hong entered. Upon noticing the light in the kitchen, she instantly knew Wang Haihua was present. Wang Ge, are you busy? Wang Haihua did not respond. Just as Lu Hong stepped into the kitchen, the candle extinguished abruptly, plunging the room into darkness. Lu Hong, flashlight in hand, remained unfazed. Wang Ge, I came to retrieve that bag of ribs you had frozen in your freezer. The power has been out for a day, and I'm worried they'll spoil. So I'll take them home to cook. Due to the nature of our business, we had a larger freezer at home, and neighbors occasionally stored items there when their own fridges were full. Lu Hong indeed had left a bag of ribs there not long ago. Wang Ge, you carry on. I know where the freezer is. I'll get myself. Lu Hong ascended the stairs, humming a tune, completely oblivious to what she was about to witness. In the darkness, my nerves tightened. Anticipating what was to unfold, I followed closely behind Lu Hong. The upstairs was pitch black and silent. Su Xiao, I'm here for the ribs, Lu Hong called out, but no one replied. Familiar with my home's layout, she aimed her flashlight and soon spotted the white freezer in the corner. With each step towards the freezer, my heart raced in trepidation. I fear she may be terrified to death. Lu Hong's hand rested on the freezer, lifting the lid as her other hand, holding a flashlight, prepared to shine inside. Suddenly, a large hand slammed down, forcefully closing the lid. Ah! Lu Hong gasped in shock, turning to illuminate the intruder with her flashlight, only to find it was Wang Haihua. She playfully struck his chest in reproach. Brother Wang, you scare me to death. Wang Haihua seized her fist, drawing closer. Lu Hong leaned back, her waist pressed against the freezer. The atmosphere grew palpably intimate. What are you doing, Brother Wang? Lu Hong's voice softened. What do you think I'm doing? Wang Haihua wrapped his arms around her waist, his low voice teasing Lu Hong's nerves. Su Xiao is still here. She is not. Upon hearing this, Lu Hong instantly relaxed. Perhaps she had longed for this moment, half-heartedly murmuring, my limping husband is still at home. Wang Haihua chuckled lightly. What is there to fear? He can't come up. You scoundrel, Lu Hong playfully hit him. The two quickly became entangled, their breaths mingling in the darkness. Lu Hong coyly complained, that day I messaged you. You told me not to contact you, fearing Su Xiao would misunderstand. Turns out you were just pretending to be virtuous. Wang Haihua laughed, slipping his hand beneath her clothing. With you being so provocative, how can I maintain any formality? How annoying. They kissed again, and Lu Hong even took the initiative to unfasten Wang Haihua's trousers. Just as things were about to escalate, footsteps echoed from downstairs. Oh no, it must be Qin returning. Both froze. Lu Hong was frantic, hastily adjusting her clothing. Wang Haihua remained composed, pulling Lu Hong to hide on the balcony. Qin arrived, her phone flashlight illuminating the living room. Dad? She called out. Naturally, Wang Haihua could not respond. Thus, Qin unlocked her phone and dialed a number. The next moment, the phone rang on the balcony. Chapter 14. The moment has arrived on that night of the blackout. The stillness was profound. The sudden ringing of the phone pierced the silence, so sharp that one could not pretend to be unaware. Qin began to step towards the balcony. No, don't go there. I felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and halt her. If Qin stumbled upon such an embarrassing scene, she would be in grave danger. Wang Haihua, a man of ruthless disposition, feigned a role of a benevolent father only out of reluctance for Qin. No, it was merely because she was innocent, posing no threat to him, and could even assist in shaping his public persona. Once Qin became privy to too much information, Wang Haihua would likely reveal his true nature, silencing her as he had with Tuan the previous night. The ringing ceased. Qin's phone flashlight illuminated the entire balcony. Dad, what are you doing here? Wang Haihua, reclining on a chair, lifted his head as if just awakening. How did I fall asleep? On the balcony? Lu Hong had vanished without a trace. I recall that our balconies were closely adjacent. She must have risked crossing over. I felt a wave of relief. Some truths were better left undiscovered by Qin. Dad, you must be exhausted. You should rest early tonight. Indeed, without her usual support, Qin seemed to have matured, exhibiting concern for others. Wang Haihua smiled. It's nothing. I'll feel better after resting a bit. You should sleep. I still need to make buns for tomorrow, or there will be trouble with your grandmother. Qin said no more and retreated indoors. Lu Hong had initially come to fetch ribs, but, after being distracted by Wang Haihua, completely forgot her purpose and left empty-handed. This was precisely the outcome Wang Haihua desired. He had effortlessly ensnared another woman. Yesterday it was Lin Lan, today it was Lu Hong, and in the past it had been me. Wang Haihua, I will not allow you to revel in your triumph for long. Half an hour later, Wang Haihua arose. In the darkness, I vaguely saw him open the freezer and carry several bags downstairs. This man is truly terrifying. He strode through the shadows with disquieting calm, like a specter. Having committed so many heinous acts, how could he remain unperturbed by the darkness? Soon, the sound of chopping meat echoed from below, each thud tightening the tension in my scalp, sending chills down my spine. I stealthily descended, making not a sound. This time, he closed the roller shutter and rekindled the candles. The scene laid out on the chopping board was horrifying. I struggled to suppress the nausea rising in my stomach. He remained composed, and I had to be even more steadfast. Otherwise, I would lose before the battle had even begun. I concealed myself beneath the stairs, quietly inching towards the back door. The kitchen had a back door leading directly to the backyard, beside which was a low window covered in tattered newspaper. I crouched beneath the window, listening to the howling wind outside, the door and window rattling under its force. Wang Haihua was engrossed with his knife, racing against time. I climbed to the window ledge and carefully undid the latch. The window burst open with a crash against the wall. As Wang Haihua turned to look, a gust of wind extinguished the candle. The kitchen was plunged into darkness once more. I heard him approaching the back door, so I quietly moved in the opposite direction, reaching the chopping board. The sound of Wang Haihua closing the window echoed in the dark. My time was limited. I quickly jumped onto the board, relying on memory to grab half a finger, and hastily exited the scene. Soon, the candles were relit. My heart raced as I hid in a corner, trembling. At midnight, Wang Haihua had prepared a large batch of buns. He went to the bathroom. This was my chance. I leapt out, stuffing the half finger into one of the buns, carefully sealing it. The bathroom was not far. As I did all this, I kept a watchful eye on the door, fearing Wang Haihua might emerge before I finished. Fortunately, it did not take long. By the time I completed my task and dashed back upstairs, I heard the bathroom door open. Once upstairs, my legs felt weak, and I collapsed to the floor. I was a clumsy cat, doing my utmost to expose a murderer. The rest was up to fate. A few minutes later, the power returned, illuminating the surroundings. I reassured myself, fear not, the darkness would eventually pass. Moreover, the one to fear should not be me. The next morning, Wang Haihua loaded 400 buns onto his vehicle. Next door, Zhang Degui emerged with a crutch, preparing to drive his tricycle to fetch beer. He first needed to load boxes of beer bottles onto the vehicle to return them to the wholesaler, but his leg impeded him, making his movements clumsy. Lu Hong could not bear to watch his awkwardness, scolding him while helping. Wang Haihua casually assisted, lifting a few boxes, likely recalling the events of the previous night. Lu Hong cast a meaningful glance at Wang Haihua. Brother Wang, are you closing the shop again today? Where are you off to? Under Zhang Degui's gaze, Wang Haihua swiftly grasped Lu Hong's hand, then released it, lifting another box of beer bottles onto the tricycle, feigning that nothing had transpired. It's my father-in-law's 60th birthday, he replied. Lu Hong shot him a playful glare, her demeanor sweetly bashful. Wang Haihua was tall and handsome, far superior in appearance to the limping Zhang Degui. Lu Hong was also quite beautiful. Many remarked that her marriage to Zhang Degui was akin to a flower blooming in a dung heap. Judging by her disdainful expression towards him, she likely harbored similar sentiments. Yet, as far as I knew, when they first married, Zhang Degui had been whole, and Lu Hong, hailing from a rural family, had been content with the match that elevated her to city life. However, after 2 years of marriage, Zhang Degui had suffered a car accident that left him with a limp, leading her to gradually perceive him as unworthy of her discontent swelling daily. Zhang Degui was an honest man, and despite his disability, he diligently provided for his family. Unbeknownst to him, his beautiful wife had already strayed. I feel a deep sympathy for him, as I too am ensnared in ignorance. Wang Haihua specifically instructed Qin to don the new attire and shoes purchased yesterday, insisting that she dress appropriately for her grandfather's birthday celebration. He truly played his role to perfection, leaving no room for criticism. After changing into her outfit, Qin came over to embrace me, expressing her desire to bring me along. This suited me just fine. Wang Haihua cast a glance my way and said, "Then let us take her along. My parents still reside in the countryside, and the banquet is being held there." As we approached the village entrance, the air was filled with the crackling of firecrackers, signaling a lively celebration. The more people present, the more thrilling the revelation of the truth would be. Chapter 15. Upon returning, I am no more. The road into the village was lined with parked cars, rendering further passage impossible. Someone approached to direct Wang Haihua to park at the entrance. The village entrance is not close to my parents' home, necessitating that Wang Haihua carry 400 dumplings over. Upon realizing his predicament, the individual offered to lend him a yoke and basket, aiding him in transporting the dumplings inside. Thus, Wang Haihua set forth, burdened with a load of dumplings, while Qin cradled me in her arms, trailing behind. I felt a wave of nostalgia, having lost track of how long it had been since my last visit. Now, upon returning, I find myself deceased, transformed into a meerkat. My mother's yard was already bustling with activity. The kitchen staff busied themselves with the feast, and numerous relatives and neighbors had gathered. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Wang Haihua arrived with his load of dumplings. At that moment, someone burst into laughter, while my mother's expression soured considerably. Questions arose regarding his identity, yet my mother struggled to articulate an answer. Wang Haihua set down the basket, seemingly oblivious to my mother's discomfort and the peculiar glances from the crowd, cheerfully calling out, "Mom." Amidst hushed whispers, they likely began to discern Wang Haihua's identity, and my legendary tale had probably been recounted 100 times over. Since the moment I was the only surviving twin, I became a topic of conversation in the village. Later, when I became pregnant out of wedlock, they concocted a myriad of scandals, with several differing versions reaching my ears. I never felt the need to clarify. I believed it unnecessary to live for the opinions of others, as their perceptions held little significance. However, my mother was a woman who valued her reputation immensely, which ultimately led to my expulsion from our home. My younger brother, Su Yang, is 5 years my junior. It was only after his birth that I realized my mother was not inherently cold. She was capable of tenderness towards her children. At that time, I thought perhaps it was due to my being a girl. My mother lost a son and, 5 years later, regained one, so her heightened affection was understandable. Yet later, I was blessed with a younger sister who is significantly younger than I and still in high school. She too is a girl, yet her treatment is worlds apart from mine. My mother often remarked, "Why don't you act more mature at your age? Can't you be accommodating to your younger sister?" By the time my sister Suyu was born, our family's circumstances had improved considerably. Her wishes were effortlessly granted, while my own were met with a plethora of excuses. It was then that I understood. My mother did not favor sons over daughters. She simply did not love me. Wang Haihua presented the load of dumplings to my mother. Despite her embarrassment, accepted them without a word of inquiry regarding my absence. "Brother-in-law, you've arrived. Where's my sister?" Su Yang was dressed particularly formally today, clad in a black suit and tie, giving the impression of an insurance salesman. However, upon seeing him, my mother beamed with affection. He worked at a reputable company, seemingly thriving, and had married into a wealthy family. This became a point of pride for my mother for a considerable time. Among those seated in the yard were some of his well-dressed colleagues. Wang Haihua hesitated, finally managing to say, "Your sister isn't here. She has gone out of town." My mother overheard, but did not question further. She was indifferent to my presence. Wang Haihua urged Qin to call out to people, and Qin reluctantly shouted for her grandmother. My mother merely acknowledged her with a dismissive grunt, refusing to offer even a smile. Today, as celebrant, my father sat at the door smoking. He has always been a man of few words. At some point, he seemed to have lost his clarity, and my mother had taken charge of the household. Wang Haihua assisted in carrying the dumplings inside, unaware that they contained a ticking time bomb, and proceeded to tie on an apron to help in the kitchen, continuing to uphold his diligent persona. Someone rarely remarked, "Juhua, your son-in-law is quite industrious." My mother, named Zhang Juhua, exhibited her disdain openly. What of it? A grown man lingering in the kitchen. What success is there in that? Look at your Su Yang. He has secured a respectable job and married such a beautiful wife. At the mention of Su Yang, my mother instantly lit up. Raising him has not been in vain. This suit was bought by my daughter-in-law, and they even replaced our old television with a new one. I advised him not to overspend, as there will be many more expenses ahead, but he insisted on taking us on a trip next year. Your Su Yang is truly dutiful. I've heard your Suyu excels in her studies. It won't be long before you are enjoying a life of leisure. No one mentioned me, as if there were only 2 children in the family. Now, indeed, there are only 2 left. My absence goes unnoticed. Suyu donned a new outfit and stood at the yard's entrance, eagerly awaiting the arrival of several classmates. A small boy, around 4 or 5 years old, brandished a toy gun, careening around the yard. He did not see me, and I had no time to evade him. When he collided with me, he too fell. A tall figure, clad in knee-high boots, swiftly approached, lifting the small boy and brushing off his clothes before turning to kick me. "You shouldn't run around. Look at the mess you've made. This cat is surely infested with fleas. Can't you behave yourself?" Cheng Wenjing, dressed in a gray-blue fur coat, wore an expression that spoke volumes of her displeasure. She is Su Yang's affluent wife. Su Yang approached and gently pulled her aside, whispering, "All right, can you give me a little face today?" Upon seeing her displeased expression, my mother hurriedly fetched a chair, wiping it down before allowing her to sit, even bringing her fruits and seeds, as if catering to an ancestor. My mother is a woman capable of both humility and assertiveness. She would not tolerate such treatment from others, but for her daughter-in-law, who came from wealth and influence, she was willing to swallow her pride to ingratiate herself. Cheng Wenjing's demeanor softened somewhat. "Mom, let me make it clear. After dinner, Su Yang and I will be taking Tao Tao back to the city. Can't you stay just one night? I can't sleep well in unfamiliar beds, and besides, Tao Tao has a class this afternoon." Though my mother was disappointed, she conceded, "Very well, it's up to you." Not far off, people began to murmur and speculate. Today, with so many voices, my mother refrained from saying more, not wishing to provide fodder for gossip. Qin sat quietly by herself, munching on seeds and avoiding conflict, until several women approached her, surrounding her. "You must be Qin. Where's your mother?" "She didn't come," Qin replied, her expression blank. The women exchanged glances, and one of them pulled Qin aside, asking, "Qin, have you seen your dad?" Qin lifted her chin, pointing to Wang Haihua, who was busy at the stove. The woman's face lit up with excitement for gossip. Not him. Yes, your stepfather. I mean your real dad. Chapter 16. The foolishness of youth. I could hardly restrain the urge to leap forward and silence these gossipy women. How could they disregard a child's feelings to satiate their curiosity? This was a question Qin had once posed to me, yet I had never offered her a direct answer. As for that matter, I found myself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to articulate it or where to begin. It was a folly of my youth, a dream shaped by too many novels, and I paid a harsh price for it. I had no intention of concealing the truth from Qin for a lifetime. The diary concerning that individual lies locked within my safe, intended to be handed over to her upon her reaching the age of 18. She possesses the right to comprehend that chapter of the past, but not now. She is still far too young. Qin has a naturally fiery temperament, and she immediately turned hostile. What does this have to do with you? She retorted fiercely. The woman's expression shifted, bewildered. How had Su Xiao managed to raise such a child? Qin abruptly stood up, yelling, "That's my business. It has nothing to do with you." With that, she stormed off in a huff. The group of women continued to murmur among themselves, spreading baseless rumors. It was common knowledge that Su Xiao had suddenly appeared with a noticeable pregnancy. Who didn't know that? Wasn't it said that the child belonged to the old bachelor from our village? It was true. He bore a slight resemblance. Unbelievable. The absurdity was infuriating. My anger reached a boiling point, and unable to contain myself any longer, I rushed forward and deliberately bumped into the woman's leg. She nearly toppled off her stool, furious. Stomping her foot and cursing, "You vile creature," I silently retorted in my mind, "You wretched woman." As more guests arrived for the feast, Su Yu scanned the surroundings for a while before suddenly exclaiming with joy, "They're here." A group of boys and girls, around 17 or 18 years old, approached, radiating youthful exuberance. My mother, adept at discerning the worth of individuals, quickly ushered them to sit upon, noting their stylish attire. Su Yu flitted about like a butterfly, offering them sunflower seeds and fruit. My gaze suddenly fixed on one of the boys. Wasn't that Shuizhan? He was Su Yu's classmate. Today, he donned a black and white windbreaker and a cap pulled low over his brow, exuding a cool demeanor. Su Yu, with a bashful expression, made her way to Shuizhan, deliberately peeling an orange to offer him. "I don't want it," he declined. Su Yu's face fell slightly. A chubby boy beside him eagerly interjected, "If Zhan doesn't want it, I will." "Thank you, Xiao Yu." Su Yu managed a forced smile. "It's nothing. Help yourselves, please." It was evident that Su Yu's affections were directed solely at Shuizhan, her feelings plainly written across her face. Yet, Shuizhan showed no sign of interest in her. After Su Yu departed, the chubby boy nudged Shuizhan with his elbow. "Zhan, don't be like this. At least give Xiao Yu some face." Shuizhan adjusted his cap coolly, replying, "I didn't even want to come. You insisted I tag along. All right, since there's nothing else to do today, just consider it a favor to me." Suddenly, Shuizhan's gaze met mine, and he paused in surprise. Yuan? He rose and strode towards me, lifting me into an embrace, visibly delighted. Yuan, what are you doing here?" I had long been engulfed in guilt over my abrupt betrayal that day, so I nuzzled against his neck to convey that I still remembered him fondly. Su Yu, witnessing this, exclaimed in shock, "Shuizhan, don't touch her. She might have lice." "Who said that?" Shuizhan's expression darkened instantly. Su Yu realized she had misspoken, her voice dwindling. My sister-in-law mentioned it." Indeed, Cheng Wenjing had made such a remark earlier. Cheng Wenjing, a wealthy young lady, had looked down upon me, assuming that Shuizhan, being from a similar affluent background, would share her sentiments. But she was mistaken. Cheng Wenjing's demeanor was beneath him. Shuizhan was of a different ilk altogether. "Disregarding Su Yue," Shuizhan cradled me in his arms, glancing at the condition of my injuries. Su Yu, feeling foolish, stood beside us, unsure of how to salvage her image in Shuizhan's eyes. Not far off, Qin had joined other children in play. My nephew Tao Tao was brandishing a toy water gun, spraying water everywhere, even into the chef's large pot. No one dared reprimand him. My mother beamed with pride, stating, "My grandson has grown up in the city. He is just lively and not shy at all." With his indulgence, Tao Tao grew even more brazen, his eyes darting mischievously as he concocted a plan. Indeed, he filled the water gun with mud. Sensing trouble, the chef hastily covered the pot. Tao Tao held the gun aloft, grinning as he searched for a target, ultimately standing behind Qin. clad in a newly purchased white down jacket. Chin was an unsuspecting victim as Tao sprayed several bursts of mud onto her back. Delighted with his mischief, he burst into laughter, prompting the other children to join in. A kind-hearted child warned Chin, who turned to inspect her back, only then realizing what had transpired. Chin was not one to tolerate such antics. She would not coddle a child, regardless of who they were, and she retaliated fiercely. While Tao continued to laugh, Chin swiftly scooped up a handful of mud and hurled it at him. Perhaps he was so accustomed to being pampered that he never anticipated a counterattack. He glanced at his soiled clothes and suddenly burst into tears. His cries drew Su Yang and Cheng Wenjing, with my mother rushing over, cooing as she approached. "Oh dear, my precious grandson, what happened? Who bullied you? Don't cry, or you'll break Grandma's heart." Cheng Wenjing, seeing Tao's filthy attire, became enraged, glaring at Chin. "How can you, at your age, bully a small child? Do you have no upbringing? Do you have any idea how much this outfit costs?" Su Yang attempted to intervene, hoping to prevent the situation from escalating. But Cheng Wenjing paid no heed. My mother, too, was quick to scold Chin without discernment. "You troublemaker. Tao was fine all morning until you arrived and bullied him. How has your mother raised you? Hurry up and apologize to your aunt." In truth, many had witnessed the true events. They knew the context. Yet no one stepped forward to defend Chin. Everyone understood that Cheng Wenjing was not to be trifled with. And it was clear to anyone with eyes that the entire family favored Tao. No one would dare offend them over a child. In that moment, Chin stood isolated and unsupported. Chapter 17. He was about to be exposed. I loathed myself for not being able to stand up for Chin at that moment. Yet, Chin remained undeterred by the situation, pointing at Tao. "He provoked me first. He was merely a child, a bit mischievous, and you being so much older. Have you eaten nothing but idle meals these past years? How could you stoop to bickering with a small child?" I was not surprised by my mother's blatant bias. I had been treated this way my entire life, often feeling utterly hopeless. But Chin was my precious child. Why should she bear such burdens? I felt a wave of injustice on her behalf. Yet Chin proved far stronger than I had anticipated. She fixed her gaze firmly upon my mother. "He's your grandson, and I am your granddaughter. Why are you so biased? Am I not your flesh and blood?" My mother was momentarily taken aback. Her favoritism was well known throughout the village. Yet no one had ever sought to vindicate me for the trials I had endured over the years. I had pondered this question countless times. Today, for the first time, it was my daughter Chin who voiced it. The raw nature of humanity was laid bare, and it was excruciatingly uncomfortable. At that moment, a voice shattered the stalemate. "Did you not see that her clothes are dirty as well?" Shuizhan had entered the fray, holding me in his arms. Tao had smeared mud on Chin's back, and now she faced them head-on. They had only noticed Tao's dirty clothes and not the shocking state of Chin's back. Shuizhan turned Chin around, revealing the crisscrossing marks of mud on her back for all to see. He gestured to Tao with his chin. He was the one who first dirted her clothes with a water gun. She merely retaliated. "Is this how you, as adults, choose to handle matters?" Without inquiring into the facts. My mother is aware that Shuizhan is Su Yu's classmate and understands that he comes from a well-to-do family in the city. Therefore, she dares not offend him lightly when he stands up to speak. My mother stammers, "Tao is so young, and she is already so grown up." Shuizhan scoffs. "Who says being younger grants one the license to misbehave? Just because he is older, does it mean he can bully him at will? Who decreed that?" My mother is left speechless. However, Cheng Wenjing cannot swallow her pride. She has been spoiled since childhood and does not care about the other party's identity. Even if my son initiated the altercation, can she simply smear mud on my son's clothes? What worth are her clothes? My son's outfit cost 3,000 yuan. Can she afford to compensate for that? Su Yang is trying desperately to intervene, but to no avail. Su Yu, frantic on the side, knows well that Cheng Wenjing's family background pales in comparison to Shuizhan's. Upon hearing the price of 3,000, the surrounding crowd gasps in surprise. Their focus shifts from the rightness or wrongness of the situation to the figure of 3,000. Shuizhan's handsome features are marked by a steely resolve, exuding an aura of authority despite his youth. 3,000 is merely a sum. What of 30,000? This is not merely about money. It is about his conduct, about your upbringing. Does donning 3,000 yuan worth of clothing grant one the freedom to act recklessly? Is he wearing a bulletproof vest? At this remark, laughter erupts around them, easing the tension in the atmosphere. Cheng Wen-jing is momentarily silenced, her face flushed with embarrassment. What is happening? At that moment, Wang Haihua approaches, wearing his usual genial smile. The stove is not far from here, and he must have noticed the commotion earlier. Upon seeing him, my mother finds her outlet for frustration. Unable to confront Shui Zhan directly, she vents her ire upon Wang Haihua. You have raised a fine child. Look at the trouble she has caused, ruining Tao Tao's clothes. Wang Haihua responds with a smile. Ma, it's quite normal for children to play and fight. Don't be angry with them. Tao Tao, stop crying. Are you hungry? Here, have a bun. He holds a plate with a bun on it. Children, after all, are children, with tears still on his face. Tao Tao's attention is quickly drawn to the bun. The bun is unremarkable, yet he may genuinely be hungry. Just as Tao Tao reaches for the bun, Cheng Wen-jing slaps it out of his hand. What are you eating? It's filthy. The bun falls to the ground, covered in mud. Wang Haihua's gaze darkens, yet his smile remains unchanged. What are you doing? Tao Tao is undoubtedly hungry. He wants to eat. Cheng Wen-jing attempts to retort, but this time, Su Yang restrains her. Several colleagues come over to mediate, bringing the farce to an end. As everyone disperses, Wang Haihua pats Qin Qin on the shoulder, reassuring her, it's all right. Just a minor issue. With that, he kicks the fallen bun aside. It rolls around a few times before landing directly in the mouth of a large spotted dog. What a coincidence for one bun among 400. Wang Haihua continues with his tasks. Qin Qin shrugs, appearing indifferent, and attempts to reach out to me. Nestled in Shui Zhan's arms, but he rejects her. Your hands are filthy. Qin Qin, having just played in the mud, walks over to the faucet to wash her hands, diligently scrubbing the dirt from her palms. Suddenly, she says, thank you, uncle. Shui Zhan looks as though he has been struck by lightning. Uncle? Am I that old? Qin Qin shakes the water from her hands and finally smiles. Aren't you my little aunt's classmate? After pondering for a moment, Shui Zhan nods. Indeed, by that logic. I must be of an older generation than you. He sets me down and picks up a laundry brush from the sink. Since you called me uncle, allow me to help you clean your clothes. Thus, Qin Qin stands by the sink while Shui Zhan dips the brush in water and scrubs the mud off her back. The fabric is easy to clean, and the dirt comes off effortlessly. Shui Zhan requests a hairdryer from Su Yu and helps dry her clothes. At that moment, I am reminded of the night he brought me home when he similarly took care to dry my hair. Su Yu is your little aunt. So your mother is her sister? Shui Zhan engages her in casual conversation while drying her clothes. Yes. Is your mother here today? Qin Qin's expression shifts slightly. After a moment of silence, she replies, no, she's out of town. Sensing her discomfort, Shui Zhan refrains from pursuing the topic any further. In the future, be a little wiser when dealing with unruly children. Upon hearing this, Qin Qin looks defiant. What do I have to fear? I'm the unruly child. Shui Zhan chuckles. Unruly child, don't lead Yuan astray. What Yuan? Her name is Tuan Tuan. While she is here with me, she shall be called Yuan. How tacky. I like it. The kitchen is bustling with activity. 400 buns have been steamed, and Wang Haihua is helping to plate them. Unbeknownst to him, he is on the verge of revealing something significant. Chapter 18. The countdown to truth. My father has been sitting on a low stool at the door, and no one approaches him to converse. Although he is the guest of honor today, he appears to be an abandoned figure. I find myself drawn to him, wishing to observe his features up close. Over the years, I have never truly understood my father. When I was a child, my mother often scolded me, and I longed for my father to intervene, yet he remained silent or quietly walked away. Nevertheless, after I endured a beating, he would sneak me a few candies. I never knew if that was meant to comfort or compensate me. Late at night, hiding under the covers, I would unwrap the candies he had given me and eat them while crying. Unlike my mother, who expressed her feelings, be it love or disdain, quite openly, my father was always taciturn, as if devoid of thought, and no one cared to know what he was thinking. Eventually, he became somewhat incoherent, speaking whatever came to mind, and even less attention was paid to him. In my heart, I silently wished him, Dad, happy birthday. My father's gaze fell upon me. He finally noticed the cat before him. I paced back and forth in front of him, and as I turned to leave, he suddenly spoke. Xiao. I was taken aback, staring at my father in disbelief. Just then, my mother walked over holding a red cloth, overhearing my father's words. She coldly remarked, that ungrateful girl. She won't even answer my calls, and she didn't come for your birthday. Why mention her? Despite having grown accustomed to my mother's indifference. Hearing her say this still shattered my heart. Mom, do you know? I'm already dead. My mother draped the red cloth over my father's shoulders. Soon there would be a birthday ceremony, as per our customs. My father, adorned with the red cloth, was seated in the center of the stage, while all the younger relatives lined up to pay their respects. When Su Yang and Cheng Wenjing presented their gifts, a bulging red envelope was revealed, containing a considerable sum. The audience began to speculate on the amount. In stark contrast, Wang Haihua's envelope, when produced, was markedly less impressive. My mother stood beside my father, rolling her eyes. In the past, she would have been grateful for any amount of money, but now her appetite had grown, and anything less was beneath her. Among the onlookers, some laughed while others whispered among themselves. When it was the grandchildren's turn, Tao Tao knelt before my father, reciting the phrases his parents had coached him on, impressively fluent, earning him praise. My mother beamed with pride, eager to showcase her grandson to everyone. Then it was Qin Qin's turn, initially reluctant. She was called over by Wang Haihua a couple of times, and after Shui Zhan seemed to speak to her as well, she begrudgingly approached. This child is refreshingly genuine. She shows no concern for superficiality. She knelt expressionlessly before my father, managing to utter a few auspicious words. Just as she thought it was over and was about to rise, my father suddenly moved. My father unexpectedly reached out to help her up, handing over all the red envelopes he had just received, murmuring, "Take this, use it for your studies, buy some doll heads." My mind buzzed. Doll heads were my favorite childhood ice cream, costing 60 cents each, a dime more than usual. I had only indulged in them a few times. Secretly gifted by my father. How could he possibly mention doll heads? Qin Qin appeared bewildered, unsure how to respond to the red envelopes my father offered her. Naturally, my mother would not stand for it. She snatched the envelopes away, scolding, "You old fool, have you lost your mind again?" Laughter erupted as everyone believed my father had once again lost his wits. With the envelopes taken, my father resigned himself to the situation, avoiding any argument or attempt to reclaim them. My mother had always been assertive, frequently raising her voice at my father, who remained silent and unyielding. Even if she did not take the envelopes now, they would eventually end up in her hands. She never allowed my father to have excess money. Reflecting on it, it was remarkable that my father could buy me even a few doll heads under such circumstances. Yet, the hardships we faced back then overshadowed the small joys. A mere piece of candy could hardly alter our reality. Those subtle gestures of affection appeared inconsequential at the time, but now I realized they were all he could offer me within his means. As the birthday celebration concluded, my mother collected the envelopes, leaving my father empty-handed. He resembled a temporary actor whose role had ended, the cameras withdrawn, and no one directed their attention towards him any longer. Outside the courtyard, firecrackers began to be lit. Inside, preparations for the meal commenced, tables adorned with cloths and chopsticks, signaling that dinner was imminent. Several of Su Yu's classmates gathered at one table, inviting Shui Zhan to join them. After he sat down, there remained an empty seat beside him, presumably reserved by Su Yu for herself. As the hostess, she hesitated to take her seat too early, yet it was evident she intended to sit next to Shui Zhan. However, Shui Zhan called out to Qin Qin, "Su Qin Qin, come over." I understood Shui Zhan's intentions. He aimed to assure everyone that Qin Qin was under his protection. "Thank you, Shui Zhan. You have not only saved my life, but today also helped safeguard Qin Qin. Fate is indeed wondrous. Perhaps you are my destined benefactor." Qin Qin did not hesitate. Feeling unfamiliar with others, and having just been defended by Shui Zhan, she was willing to befriend him. Upon seeing Qin Qin sit down, Su Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated that her carefully laid plans would be thwarted by an unexpected turn of events. Yet, she could hardly voice her discontent, let alone ask Qin Qin to leave. She could only swallow her indignation. Due to the relationship between Su Yang and Cheng Wenjing, the gathering was quite large. The meals circulated in rounds, with plates of buns being served, and thus far, nothing seemed amiss. As the number of remaining buns dwindled, the tension in my mind escalated. The ticking time bomb had entered its countdown. Each subsequent second held the potential for an explosion. In earlier rounds, guests had to be served first, but during the final round, Cheng Wenjing finally sat down with Tao Tao to eat. Instead of using the utensils on the table, she provided Tao Tao with her own. Tao Tao, nearly in tears from hunger, reached for a bun on the table, but Cheng Wenjing stopped him, possibly still upset about earlier events. With a pout, Tao Tao pleaded, "Mom, I want to eat. I'm really hungry." Reluctantly, Cheng Wenjing handed him one. Tao Tao eagerly devoured the bun, clearly starved. If Cheng Wenjing knew what he was consuming, she would likely be beside herself. My mother had yet to eat and, feeling hungry, retrieved a bun from the steamer. Just as she took a bite, Wang Haiwa warned Mom, "Be careful, it's hot." My mother had already bitten into it. I watched intently as her expression shifted. She chewed for a moment before spitting it out. Upon seeing what she had expelled, her face turned pale. Chapter 19. The revelation. My mother let out a piercing scream, plunging the courtyard into an instantaneous silence. I crouched atop a stone stool, facing the wind, witnessing the scene unfold. It felt as though it were orchestrated by fate. I never imagined that the trigger for this ticking bomb would be my mother. Someone inquired about her well-being. My mother, in terror, pointed to the ground. That bun contained. Her voice trailed off. The object on the ground had vanished. "Mom, what's wrong?" Wang Haihua supported her with a concerned expression. My mother remained dazed, lost in thought for a moment. Suddenly, she seemed to regain her senses, looking at Wang Haihua in horror. You. Wang Haihua grasped her arm and leaned in close to whisper something, causing her to become visibly alarmed. Su Yang rushed over. "Mom, what's wrong?" My mother's complexion had turned even paler, her eyes reflecting an unprecedented panic. "It's nothing, just a mouse darted by suddenly." And I was startled. Mice are quite common in rural areas. Su Yang, relieved, replied, "What is there to fear about a mouse? Mom, you used to be unafraid of them. By the way, Mom, are you hungry? If you are, eat a couple of buns to tide you over." At the mention of buns, my mother grew increasingly agitated. No buns. If you don't want to eat, why are you so anxious?" Su Yang scrutinized her suspiciously. Wang Haihua reassured. "Su Yang, you go ahead and eat. I'll take care of Mom. Mom, let me help you back inside to rest." Although Su Yang had not finished his meal, he nodded in agreement. "All right then, thank you, brother-in-law." My mother, visibly frightened, allowed Wang Haihua to assist her indoors. At this moment, everyone else remained in the courtyard, leaving only the two of them inside. I suspected that Wang Haihua was about to reveal something significant. The item my mother had expelled must have been dealt with by him. I attempted to sneak a listen, but Shui Zhan scooped me up, causing me to lose the opportunity. I was certain that my mother had seen exactly what she had expelled. In her fear, she nearly blurted it out. But what had Wang Haihua whispered to her that prompted her to fabricate a lie? Moments later, my mother's voice echoed from within the room. "How did I give birth to such a daughter? It's utterly shameful for the Su family. At 19, she is already pregnant by someone else. And now she is married, running off with another man. Is she trying to drive me to my grave?" My mother's indignant words resounded clearly from inside the house. The entire gathering fell silent. Her declaration was like a thunderclap, shattering the calm surface of the lake. I, a figure absent from today's events, suddenly found myself thrust into the spotlight. Panic surged within me as events spiraled beyond my expectations. Why was my mother saying this? She clearly did not care about me. Even if she were aware of my elopement, she wouldn't react so vehemently. There was only one explanation. She was deliberately making such claims. Soon, my mother and Wang Haihua emerged. My mother wore an expression of fury, while Wang Haihua tenderly patted her back, soothing her. The gossiping tongues, eager to pry under the guise of concern, immediately began to inquire. My mother then embellished the rumor of my elopement, spreading it with additional flair. Thus, my saga took a new turn. 5 years after my marriage to Wang Haihua, I had run off with a wild man, abandoning a child with him. The courtyard buzzed with excitement. If my mother could boldly speak of the matter, others naturally felt free to discuss it openly. I had hoped to unveil Wang Haihua's facade today, only to find he had turned the tables, casting me in a negative light and allowing me to disappear without consequence. In the end, he emerged as the good man, the victim deserving of sympathy, while I became the heartless woman, devoid of loyalty and deserving of scorn. Qin sat in a corner of the courtyard, surrounded by discussions about me, permeating every nook and cranny. She appeared somewhat angry, yet maintained an air of nonchalance. The message Wang Haihua had concocted earlier was merely a prelude, setting the stage for today's indoctrination. I had failed. In a recent confrontation between Wang Haihua and myself, I suffered a complete defeat. I believe my mother has already grasped the truth, yet after spending merely a few minutes alone with Wang Haihua, she emerged choosing to side with him. There seemed to be only two possibilities. Either Wang Haihua has discerned my mother's vulnerabilities, or he has offered her sufficient benefits. My mother is a remarkably pragmatic individual, and given her lack of affection towards me, perhaps even a slight advantage would compel her to betray me without hesitation. In this matter, Shuizhan has remained a mere onlooker. He suddenly turned to Qin and expressed, "Some things should not be heard from others. They ought to be observed with one's own eyes and felt with one's own heart. What is spoken by others is not necessarily the truth." I was struck by Shuizhan's words. I had not anticipated that such a young lad could possess such profound insights. Yuan, what do you think?" he suddenly inquired, lowering his head towards me. Moved, I gazed at him and nodded. Shuizhan smiled, no longer surprised. He had long since realized that I was not a simple creature. At that moment, a commotion erupted from a distance. "Oh no, a child has fallen into the pond." Upon hearing that a child had plunged into the water, Su Yang and Cheng Wenjing hurriedly searched for their child, only to find no trace of Tao Tao. A throng of people dashed towards the pond, with Su Yang and Cheng Wenjing stumbling after them. I leapt from Shuizhan's embrace and ran toward the pond, with Qin and Shuizhan trailing closely behind. Before reaching the pond, I heard Cheng Wenjing's cries. "It's Tao Tao! Help! Someone save Tao Tao!" A crowd had gathered by the pond. Surely there were some who could swim, but in the dead of winter, how many would be willing to leap into the icy waters? In the pond, the child's hands were still flailing, but his movements were growing weaker. Su Yang was frantic, eager to jump in, yet he could not swim. Cheng Wenjing was on the verge of fainting from crying, while my mother sat on the ground in despair. Just then, with a splash, a figure plunged into the pond, swiftly swimming towards Tao Tao. It was Wang Haihua. Cheng Wenjing clasped her hands in prayer. Wang Haihua successfully grasped Tao Tao and brought him to shore. Fortunately, Tao Tao was unharmed, merely coughing up some water and shivering from the cold. Cheng Wenjing, disregarding the dirt, collapsed into tears while holding Tao Tao tightly. Wang Haihua emerged from the water, drenched, and everyone expressed gratitude for his timely rescue. Su Yang repeatedly thanked him, while Cheng Wenjing, instead of expressing her gratitude, berated Su Yang. "I told you rural life is dangerous, but you wouldn't listen. We're never coming back here again." Having witnessed the harrowing scene, my mother was filled with fear. She gazed at Wang Haihua, her expression somewhat awkward. "Haihua, thank you for saving Tao Tao." Wang Haihua shook the water from his hair and looked at my mother with significant intent, saying, "If there's a next time, I may not be able to save him." My mother's face stiffened. Chapter 20. He is not himself. His words carried an implicit warning. My mother seemed to be struck mute in that moment. The incident with Tao Tao had thoroughly unsettled Cheng Wenjing. Clutching Tao Tao, she wished to leave immediately, pulling Su Yang back to the city. As they departed, many guests followed suit. Wang Haihua, now soaked, was given a set of my father's clothes by my mother to change into. I felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss, but I could not quite grasp it. In the yard, helpful neighbors were clearing away the dishes. Shuizhan prepared to leave, reluctant to part with me and Qin. "How about I take Yuan back to play for a few days? I have several cats at home. She wouldn't be lonely. They miss her." Really? I was skeptical. Did those cats miss me, or merely wish to torment me? Qin was equally unwilling, swiftly snatching me up, fearful he would take me away by force. Shuizhan smiled, exchanging WeChat contacts with Qin before departing, assuring her that she could reach out if needed. As Qin held me, we stood on a stone pedestal outside the yard, watching Shuizhan and his group of classmates fade into the distance. The lively atmosphere dissipated in an instant. I scanned the surroundings and did not see my father. Wang Haihua emerged in my father's clothes, which were somewhat short on him, making do with a rather awkward fit. As he and Qin prepared to leave, he called out to my mother, who was busy tidying up. She responded with great enthusiasm, hurrying over to send them off. A stark contrast to her previous demeanor. The vehicle halted at the village entrance, necessitating a walk. Qin carried me for a while, and I rested my head on her shoulder, glancing back. Suddenly, I spotted my father standing outside the yard, watching us as we departed. Sometimes I wonder if my father is not as oblivious as he appears. On our return journey, Qin expressed her displeasure. "Dad, why did you save that brat? He is so annoying. He deserved a lesson." "You shouldn't say that," Wang Haihua replied earnestly. "He is your uncle's child, your brother. In such a dangerous moment, how could I stand by and do nothing?" Qin stuck out her tongue, but then shifted her tone to one of admiration. "By the way, Dad, you swim really fast." Wang Haihua chuckled. "Swimming?" My scalp tingled. It felt as though something struck the back of my head forcefully and my mind buzzed. I had sensed that something was off, but now I realized what it was. Wang Haihua could not swim. Last summer, when we took Qin rafting, he accidentally fell into the water, and it was the staff who pulled him out. He had mentioned wanting to learn to swim to ensure he could protect himself and us in emergencies. Yet today, he swam as if he had been doing it all his life, entirely different from the panic state he had exhibited when he fell in before. Could it be? A bizarre and terrifying thought crept into my mind. What if he is not Wang Haihua? The moment this notion surfaced, I felt as though I had plunged into an icy abyss, shivering uncontrollably. Could this be true? Crouched in Qin's embrace, I discreetly observed Wang Haihua, who was driving. This face was unmistakably his. Even the ring on his hand was identical. Yet, several times I had sensed an unusual aura emanating from him. Wait a moment. What is that scar on his forehead? It's not long, just shallow, easily overlooked. But he certainly did not have that before, and it seems clearly not new. Had I simply not noticed it earlier? Or is this Wang Haihua not the same Wang Haihua I once knew? If he is not Wang Haihua, then who is he? Where has the real Wang Haihua gone? At what point did he become an imposter? What are his intentions? Is the one who seeks to harm me the true Wang Haihua or an imitation? A cascade of questions flooded my mind, and panic surged like a tidal wave. Rivaling the horror of the night, I was nearly killed. Shock, fear, helplessness, everything felt surreal, and I dared not dwell on it. If this hypothesis were to hold, so many things would be appended. No, do not rush. Remain calm. It's possible he secretly learned to swim behind my back. Or perhaps his previous inability was merely an act. If he is indeed a fraud, he will eventually reveal his true colors. The car traveled slowly along the winding mountain road. Qin's eyelids drooped, suggesting drowsiness. Wang Haihua glanced at her and casually asked, "Did you not sleep well last night?" "It was fine," Qin replied, propping her eyelids open. "Did you go downstairs last night?" My heart tightened. It must be the half-finger incident today that raised Wang Haihua's suspicions, since he had prepared the filling and wrapped the buns himself. He was meticulous and could not have made such a significant error. His first suspect would naturally be Qin. No, there was no electricity last night. I went to bed and stayed that way until dawn. Why? Qin appeared bewildered by the question. "Oh, it's nothing. I heard noises last night and thought you might have gone downstairs. Maybe it was just a mouse." At this point, Wang Haihua suddenly cast a glance in my direction. Meeting his gaze, I forced myself to remain composed, adopting a cute and innocent demeanor. He quickly averted his eyes. Even the sharpest mind would find it hard to fathom that I had inhabited Yuan's body. If he truly believed in the existence of souls, he would likely think twice before committing such heinous acts. Upon arriving home, Lu Hong and several women were seated at her door, busily knitting. Upon witnessing Wang Haihua's return, Lu Hong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Brother Wang, you have a package. Since your door was closed, we took the liberty of keeping it for you." Wang Haihua parked his car and retrieved the package. "What did you buy?" Lu Hong inquired with curiosity. Wang Haihua, without reservation, opened the package. It contained a massage pillow. Recently, he had remarked on my prolonged hours at the computer, detrimental to my cervical spine, and had promised to buy me a massage pillow. "Oh, this must be for Su Xiao." "Brother Wang, you are truly kind to her." Lu Hong's tone dripped with a hint of jealousy. Indeed, I had once found Wang Haihua to be exceptionally considerate. Yet, why could a person change so rapidly? Had he truly transformed? Wang Haihua wore a downcast expression. "She may no longer need it." "Why?" Lu Hong asked eagerly. "It's nothing." He no longer needed to feign deep affection. The rumors of my departure had already spread after today's birthday banquet, and he was merely beginning to act wounded. A few women seated in front of Lu Hong's home had begun to whisper amongst themselves. People from my mother's village were also around. As the saying goes, good news travels slowly, while bad news spreads like wildfire. Wang Haihua needn't elaborate. Soon enough, the entire street would be aware. The following day, Wang Haihua received a phone call from Su Yang. "My father has fallen ill. How could he become unwell so suddenly?" Reflecting on my father's behavior yesterday, I recognized it had been somewhat unusual. Yet, he had always exhibited signs of confusion, and no one paid heed to his oddities. However, when I approached him, he had called out, "Xiao Xiao." Could he truly perceive my presence? Chapter 21. I did not kill alone from the voice on the phone. I gleaned information concerning my father. He had suddenly collapsed and was now admitted to the People's Hospital. As the hospital was not far from here, I resolved to visit him. I stealthily slipped out through the back door and hurried along a familiar route to the hospital. Unsure of my father's room number, I found myself momentarily lost until I spotted a familiar figure, Soo-young. He was carrying a thermal food container and was about to enter the elevator. The elevator was crowded, and I seized the opportunity to slip in discreetly. Upon reaching the 8th floor, Soo-young exited, and I followed closely behind, successfully locating my father's ward. I crouched by the door, hesitant to enter. Soo-young was busy, having found a rare moment to deliver a meal, and left shortly thereafter. Inside, I could hear my mother yelling. She had never been particularly patient with my father. "Xiao Xiao, you've come." My father's sudden exclamation startled me. Could it be that he sensed my presence? I had heard that when a person is weak in spirit, they might perceive things that are not visible to others. Did this imply that my father's condition was dire? Why mention her? She will not come. She will never return. Do not utter her name again. Before long, my mother emerged with a kettle, flustered as if fleeing from something. I was certain she had uncovered the truth, but had chosen to conceal it due to Wang Haihua's threats. What leverage could Wang Haihua possibly hold over her? After my mother departed, I entered the ward. My father lay on the bed, looking significantly worse than the day before. I jumped onto the bed, and upon seeing me, he reached out to stroke my head, his face softening with affection as he murmured, "Just stay right there. I'll fetch you some oranges." My eyes welled with tears, nearly spilling over. As a child, I had struggled to memorize the text of the back shadow, and my father had taken me to task for it. My inability to memorize that passage had led to a confrontation with my mother, who, in her fury, had thrown my books into the fire. My father had silently shouldered the burden of my punishment, quietly fetching water for the fields. I had desperately salvaged my charred books from the flames, feeling utterly hopeless, resenting my own inadequacy. "Father, I'm not so foolish. I can write many articles now. Yet, I feel quite foolish for risking my life." Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from outside the ward, causing my heart to race. I quickly leapt off the bed and hid beneath it. Footsteps approached. "Father, I've come to see you." It was Wang Haihua. Shortly after, my mother returned with hot water. Wang Haihua exchanged a few polite words of concern, advising my father to rest well before leaving. My mother followed suit. Sensing something amiss, I quietly trailed behind and discovered them entering an empty corridor. Through a door, I overheard their conversation. "I have done exactly as you instructed," my mother said. "You did well," Wang Haihua praised. "I never expected you to carry out such actions. Weren't you two once close?" My mother struggled to keep her voice down. Wang Haihua chuckled. "She likely never anticipated you could be so ruthless. What you did was more lethal than murder. If she were still alive and learned of it, what do you think would happen?" "No, that's impossible. She is already dead," my mother replied in a panic. "Indeed, so should you not be grateful to me? Su Xiao was not solely my doing. You played your part, delivering the first blow. We must keep our secrets, or else it will end in mutual destruction." "Rest assured, I will never speak of it," my mother assured him. "You are wise," he replied. Once their conversation concluded, I quickly concealed myself. Watching them return to the ward, I stood shivering in the cold. What had my mother done all those years ago? And how had this event become the fulcrum of Wang Haihua's leverage over her? Before long, Wang Haihua departed, and I stealthily followed him, noting he was not headed home. I trailed his vehicle, cautious not to draw his attention in the rearview mirror. Ultimately, he stopped in a rundown area. Was he seeking Linlong? He vanished into the impoverished district, and I lost track of him, too afraid to search recklessly for fear of being discovered, so I returned home. At 11 o'clock that night, Wang Haihua finally returned. I crouched in the shadows, observing him stumble out of his car. He had been drinking. He paused before a sign that read Happy Noodle Shop and crouched down, his palm brushing the words, a smirk curling at his lips. "Happiness? Su Xiao, you have betrayed me. How dare you find joy?" He again accused me of betrayal. How bizarre. This was entirely unfounded. Only the genuine Wang Haihua had the authority to declare my fidelity. The impostor bore no relevance to me. It was illogical to attribute such claims to him. Did this indicate I was overthinking? Perhaps there was no false Wang Haihua. He was indeed Wang Haihua, driven by a misunderstanding of my loyalty, leading him to seek my demise. Yet, from where did this misunderstanding originate? Women are all treacherous. I thought, isn't this a contradiction? I have lost my life only to be gruesomely dismembered, yet he portrays himself as the victim. Wang Haihua snickered, twisting open a bottle of beer, wobbling as he ascended the stairs. On the wall of the living room hung a large wedding photo of us. In the picture, Wang Haihua embraced my waist, and I smiled blissfully. He stared at the photograph for what felt like an eternity before suddenly hurling the beer bottle at it. Crash! The bottle shattered, spilling its contents everywhere. The wedding photo fell to the ground, the glass frame splintering. Wang Haihua picked up a shard of glass, his hand trembling, his eyes ablaze with fury, resembling a wolf prepared to strike. In that moment, he was terrifying. He could kill without flinching even when sober. How much more unhinged would he be inebriated? Qin was still at home, and I worried for her well-being, hoping she would remain indoors and refrain from venturing out. Yet, the sound of the door soon echoed. Qin emerged. Chapter 22. Presenting the evidence, the commotion had been too loud for Qin to have missed it. She was entirely unaware of the terror that was Wang Haihua, which prompted her to step outside. Upon witnessing the chaos, she appeared bewildered. Dad, what happened? Qin, quickly, return to your room and lock the door. I urged. His hatred for me was palpable. Killing me would not suffice to quench his wrath, and I feared he might unleash it upon Qin. Wang Haihua turned slowly, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Qin, the hand that clutched the shard of glass trembling slightly. I crouched on the ground, vigilantly watching him. Should he make a move, I was ready to spring into action. Did I wake you, Qin? He suddenly seemed much calmer. However, the scene of destruction spoke volumes of the recent events. Since my acquaintance with Wang Haihua, he had never exhibited such behavior, and Qin had never witnessed this side of him. Dad, will you abandon me, too? Qin asked suddenly. Her words shattered my heart. The use of will implied she had already come to believe I would forsake her. In that moment, she sensed the fury and despair emanating from Wang Haihua, understanding that he was under no obligation to care for her. Remarkably, Qin appeared rather composed, as if she had mentally prepared herself for this moment. Was this not a form of growth? The shard of glass slipped from Wang Haihua's grasp and fell to the ground. He had completely regained his composure. The malevolence in his eyes subdued. Of course not. Unless you abandon me first, he said gently. I expected Qin to assert she would not, yet she merely replied, Dad, you're drunk. You should rest. I need to sleep too. I have school tomorrow. Tomorrow, Qin would return to class. Hearing her mention school brought me some solace. As she returned to her room, Qin pulled me inside. She placed me in front of her desk, opened her diary, and wrote a sentence after a long pause. Am I really that bad? Qin believed I had grown despondent due to her disobedience and had thus chosen to leave. She accepted the lie Wang Haihua had woven in that message. No, Inkin, you are wonderful. You are your mother's one and only treasure. Afterward, Qin took out a notebook and inscribed 3 words in the center of the first line, guarantee letter. Indeed, she needed to submit a guarantee letter upon her return to school. This was the lightest punishment I had procured by kneeling for her. In the past, she would not have written without my urging, yet now, she willingly penned the guarantee letter. My darling was beginning to mature. The next day, Qin awoke quite early. The living room was already tidied. Lin Lan had not come, and I wondered if she would return. During breakfast, she said, Dad, I actually don't want to go to school. Can I learn to make buns with you instead? I can earn money and support myself. Wang Haihua chuckled softly. That won't do. At your age, you must attend school. He seemed to have returned to normalcy, as if the deranged person from last night was not him at all. Qin appeared unfazed, perhaps merely asking out of curiosity. Dad, do you hate my mom? She inquired suddenly. Wang Haihua paused, suppressing the shadow of darkness in his gaze, and replied with a faint smile, I hate myself for not being able to keep her. Do you hate me? Qin pressed on. My mom left because of me. Wang Haihua chuckled with a hint of sarcasm that Qin could not comprehend. He feigned concern for her, saying, Your mother did not leave because of you. She had long wished to depart. He implied she had run off with another man. Dad, I'm sorry. I know it's all my fault. I'm willing to call my mom and apologize, urging her to return. Qin's words clearly took Wang Haihua by surprise. Yet how could he genuinely allow her to make that call? Nevertheless, her understanding brought me solace. In the past, she would never have considered apologizing. I was astonished she was willing to humble herself for Wang Haihua. Of course, you may call her. She is your mother, and you should reach out. As for whether she returns, do not press her. I wish for her happiness. What a noble man he was. In contrast, I appeared selfish and unfeeling. Yet, this would be a call that could never connect. Chin scrolled through her phone's contacts, hesitating for a moment before dialing. Wang Haihua calmly lifted a cup of soy milk, utterly unfazed. Hello, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. The call did not connect. Chin seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Given her stubborn nature, the decision to make the call was already commendable. The failed connection was not her fault. Her heart must have felt lighter, for she had made a concession. It's all right, I'll try again next time, or when your mother has calmed down. She might reach out. Wang Haihua reassured her. Chin, unperturbed, slung her backpack over her shoulder and said, Dad, I'm off. I intended to accompany Chin to school. But just then, the large yellow dog from Lu Hong's house trotted in. I sensed a new opportunity arising. Therefore, after watching Chin walk away, I returned to the shop. Customers began to trickle in, and with Lin Lan absent, Wang Haihua had much to attend to. The pampered large yellow dog lingered in the kitchen, awaiting food. At last, while Wang Haihua was serving noodles, he tossed a few bones to the dog, which pounced eagerly. I gathered my courage and approached the towering yellow dog. Attempting to snatch a bone from it was no easy task. The dog seemed to sense my intentions and growled warningly. However, there were several bones, and the dog could not consume them all at once. I riskily nudged one closer. The dog glanced at me, and I felt a surge of anxiety, but fortunately, its generous nature did not hold it against me, and it resumed gnawing. Just as Wang Haihua was about to return, I clutched the bone and dashed out through the back door. I believe the banquet that day was foolproof, yet it was thwarted, allowing him to escape unscathed. Today, I would present the evidence directly. Emerging from the backyard, I sprinted towards the local police station, my target in sight. The temperature had dropped again, and the cold wind made me shiver, yet I did not pause, expending all my strength to propel my limbs, urging myself to run faster, ever faster. At last, the police station came into view. I envisioned the officers bursting into the noodle shop and apprehending Wang Haihua. A surge of adrenaline coursing through me as I dashed to the station's entrance. It was still before working hours, and the on-duty personnel had yet to notice my presence. By 8 o'clock, staff members began to arrive, many passing by me in haste, oblivious to my existence. Finally, I trotted into the lobby, still clutching the bone. Chapter 23. Desperately protecting you, I paced in the lobby, attempting to attract their attention, but everyone remained engrossed in their tasks, overlooking my presence. In that moment, I despised my inability to speak. Thus, I resolved to take a bold step. I leaped onto the counter, dropping the bone onto the table. The police officer at the desk jumped in surprise and hurriedly shooed me away, sweeping the bone onto the floor. Whose cat is this? Keep your cat in check. Is shooting TB running around? She returned to her work. I was frantic. Officer, please take a closer look. This is not an ordinary bone. It's human bone. A murder has occurred, and this bone is crucial evidence. Yet, no one paid attention. Who would heed a cat? Who would believe a cat could lead to a clue? Furthermore, the bone fragment was difficult to discern with the naked eye. As the janitor approached with a broom, ready to sweep the bone away, I dashed forward and snatched it up, retreating out of the police station. Standing at the entrance, gazing at the murky sky, I was nearly suffocated by despair, feeling utterly powerless in my quest for justice. In that moment, I stood closer to justice than ever, yet it remained tantalizingly out of reach. Helplessly, I was merely a cat, but how can I possibly resign myself to this? I returned, clutching a bone, and dug a hole in the flower bed of the backyard, burying the bone within. I shall not surrender. It is merely a matter of time. I firmly believe that one day, the truth will be revealed. Just moments ago, I spotted Chin on the road. Suddenly, I overheard a hushed conversation from next door. It was Zhang Degay and Lu Hong. Upon mentioning Chin, my ears perked up. What has happened to Chin? I saw her lingering with a few students on the road, seemingly unconcerned about being late. Those students appeared rather unruly, not resembling good scholars. She has always been disobedient. You must have noticed she hasn't attended school for several days, right? It was Su Xiao who personally escorted her back. She must have gotten into trouble again. This child truly gives her mother no peace. Her husband is good, but the child is rebellious. This seems fair, doesn't it? She can't claim all the advantages for herself. After all, I can no longer listen. Hastily following the route Chin takes to school. On a small path nearing the school, I spotted her. A group of girls had her cornered against the wall. Chin looked furious, attempting to break free, only to be shoved back by them. Su Chin, you can't possibly be going to school, can you? What is so enjoyable about school? Isn't playing games far more delightful? Want to be a good student? Then who will be the thorn in the side of the teachers? Did you seek my permission? The girls were aggressive, and Chin attempted to resist, but they outnumbered her. The leader of the group kicked Chin, and that kick was like a signal. The others followed suit, one even pouring a bottle of ink over Chin. I charged forward like an enraged lion, recklessly confronting those wrongdoers. I positioned myself protectively in front of Chin, and the instinctive strength of motherhood rendered me fearless. I bared my claws as weapons, displaying my fiercest demeanor, forcing them to retreat. These girls were merely bullies, afraid of those who stand firm. My fury successfully intimidated them, and they retreated, cursing under their breath. Tuan, what are you doing here? Chin exclaimed, surprised. I gazed at the ink stains and shoe prints on her school uniform, nearly overwhelmed by sorrow. It was evident that this group had been tormenting Chin for quite some time, yet I had remained oblivious. She had confided in me about her reluctance to attend school on several occasions, and I had assumed it was merely a phase of disinterest, scolding her without realizing the turmoil within her. Had I asked a few more questions, perhaps I could have uncovered the truth sooner. I felt utterly derelict in my duties as a mother. I looked at her, hoping my eyes conveyed my guilt. Chin lifted me into her arms, appearing entirely unfazed, as if she had grown accustomed to enduring such treatment. Tuan, you were so magnificent just now, a truly remarkable cat. Chin, although I have transformed into a cat, my love for you remains unchanged. I will protect you with all my might. Despite her uniform being soiled in her tardiness, Chin still proceeded to school. Watching her enter the campus, I felt a pang of worry and stealthily followed her inside. Indeed, Ms. Yang, the homeroom teacher, noticed Chin's tardiness and reprimanded her without hesitation, punishing her to stand in the corridor for an entire class. Another girl, who had also arrived late, explained that she was delayed due to a medical injection. Perhaps she was typically a good student, for Ms. Yang not only refrained from scolding her, but expressed concern. The girl's name, as indicated on her badge, was Meng Xian. After unleashing her ire on Chin, Ms. Yang stormed off. Meng Xian hesitated before approaching Chin, whispering, "Why didn't you explain to the teacher? I saw everything." Yes, she had witnessed it all. I had seen her too. She had been lurking around the corner with her phone, secretly recording the incident. I wished for Meng Xian to be a girl of justice, to speak out or present the recorded evidence to vindicate Chin. Yet she did not. It was unfair to blame her. She was merely a child, seemingly timid. Standing up for what is right requires courage. Chin tugged at her lips in a self-deprecating smile, saying, "There's nothing to explain. No one would believe me anyway." My heart felt as though it had been pierced, aching terribly. I was not a good mother. I had failed to understand her plight and had not provided her with the necessary support, leaving her numb and hopeless in the face of bullying and injustice. I could no longer hide. Chin needed me. I emerged, rubbing against her feet, striving to offer her comfort. I had so much to say to Chin, apologies, encouragement, a desire to communicate with her as a friend. Yet, I was merely a cat, and my capabilities were woefully limited. Tuan, you actually came in? Chin was astonished. Meng Xian stared at me, both surprised and intrigued. This cat seems quite intelligent. I just saw it protecting you. Chin's lips curled into a proud smile. Indeed, Tuan is becoming increasingly clever. Someone is coming, Meng Xian suddenly warned. No sooner had she spoken than I scurried behind Chin's feet. Meng Xian's eyes widened in shock. She was evidently astonished that I could comprehend her words. However, I was soon discovered. Whose cat is this? Who brought a cat to school? The security guard was approaching, and it was too late for Chin to hide me. I promptly closed my eyes and bolted, the guard in hot pursuit. The school environment was unfamiliar, and I dashed aimlessly, consumed by a single thought. I must not be caught. Chin was already in disfavor with the teachers. I could not further complicate her situation. Yet, ahead lay a dead end, and I had no escape. Chapter 24. It seems she doesn't like you, Yuan. Come here. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached my ears. I turned to see a few boys huddled in a corner playing cards, one of them being Shuizhan. Without a moment's hesitation, I dashed towards him and leaped into his embrace. He quickly zipped up his jacket, enclosing me within. The garment was quite spacious and carried his warmth. I lay obediently against his chest, afraid to move or make a sound. The rhythmic thumping of a heartbeat echoed in my ears, indistinguishable as to whether it was his or mine. This is bad. They were playing cards here, and I had led the guard to them. Would I implicate them? As this thought crossed my mind, I considered escaping, but the boy's large hand pressed me firmly against him, his fingers gently reassuring me. "Hello, Uncle Security." The boys not only remained hidden, but greeted the guard with open friendliness. "What is the security guard looking for?" Shuezhan feigned ignorance, inquiring. The guard, likely aware of Shuezhan's background, chose not to provoke him and turned a blind eye to their behavior, simply asking, "A cat, black in color. Have you seen it?" "Oh, I saw it. It seemed to have gone that way." Shuezhan spun a tail with a straight face, successfully diverting the guard. I exhaled in relief, my feline form relaxing as I melted into his embrace. Shuezhan loosened the zipper slightly, allowing me to poke my head out for air. I twisted my neck to search for Qin, concerned for her. Qin stood in the corridor, her hands clasped together as she silently mouthed pleas toward Shuezhan. He responded with an okay gesture, signaling her to relax. "Impressive, Ajan. Is it really that intelligent? It can actually understand what you say?" A plump boy spoke, his name inscribed on his uniform as Tang Hao, whom I had seen at Su Yu's father's birthday banquet. He had taken the orange originally intended for Shuezhan from Su Yu, saving her from an awkward situation. Shuezhan absent-mindedly stroked my fur, a contented smile gracing his lips. "It's far more intelligent than you." Tang Hao stammered. "Why resort to personal attacks?" Two other boys gathered around, their eyes wide with curiosity as they observed me. "That was incredibly agile. I've never seen such a clever cat." "Is it yours?" "I haven't seen it at your place before." Shuezhan remained unfazed. "I found it." "Huh? Where did you find it? Are there more?" Tang Hao asked, intrigued. Tang Hao's envy made his flesh tremble, and his chubby hand involuntarily reached out towards me. "Is it round, right? I really want to touch it." Shuezhan subtly turned to block that hand, zipping up his jacket a little more. "Isn't that a bit petty? Not even letting me have a little touch?" Shuezhan stood up, his hand casually resting over me, a smile playing on his lips. "I'm afraid you might infect him." "Infect him with what? I'm not sick." Tang Hao podet. Shuezhan raised an eyebrow. "Infect him with your foolishness." Laughter erupted among the boys. Tang Hao, however, took no offense and chased after the departing Shuezhan, playfully saying, "Just let me have one touch. Who knows, I might absorb some of its cleverness. Perhaps I won't be at the bottom of the next exam." "Are you admitting it's smarter than you?" The school bell rang, and the entire campus erupted into noise. I expected Shuezhan to escort me out, but to my surprise, he led me back to the classroom directly. "Young master, you're playing with fire. What if the teacher finds out?" He seemed entirely oblivious to my anxiety, effortlessly lifting me up and exposing me to all of my classmates once more. Consequently, I became the center of attention again, seeing my classmates crowding around Shuezhan. Su Yu's eyes sparkled with envy. She too wanted to seize this opportunity to draw closer to him, but hesitated. At the banquet that day, she had loudly declared to Shuezhan that I had lice, expressing her disdain for me without restraint. At that moment, she likely hadn't realized how compassionate Shuezhan was, nor how much he cherished me. By the time she realized, it was too late. Words once spoken are like water spilled. I guess she regretted it, especially since it was the first time I'd seen her so eager to please someone. Suyu was born when I was already 15. The midwife announced it was a girl, and I immediately felt sympathy for my newborn sister, assuming she would also grow up in an unloved environment like I did. I thought her arrival would share my misfortunes, but instead, many of my unwarranted calamities originated from her. If she fell, it was my fault. If she wet her pants, it was my fault. If she caught a cold, it was my fault. If she choked on water, it was also my fault. Every single misfortune was mine to bear, and when she cried, my disasters followed. Eventually, she learned this pattern and began to frame me, deliberately committing misdeeds and placing the blame on me. She knew that mother would never stand by my side. In the end, I was the only one unloved. Suyu approached nonetheless, likely seeking a chance to alter Shuezhan's impression of her. "Shuezhan, my sister's cat really likes you." Her words seemed casual, yet surprised everyone. "What? Suyue? This is your sister's cat? What is your sister's cat doing here with Shuezhan?" Eyes exchanged glances, each person concocting their own theories. Suyu had clearly intended to say this, wanting everyone to perceive her relationship with Shuezhan as extraordinary. This was her vanity and little scheme. "Yes, this is my sister's cat." Suyu gazed at me with feigned tenderness, attempting to signal our special bond by reaching out to embrace me. Instinctively, I recoiled, pretending to be startled. Suyu's hand froze in midair, awkwardness settling in, yet she did not wish to appear foolish in front of everyone. trying to forcefully embrace me to uphold her persona and narrative. Shuizhan raised a hand to block her, drawing me into his embrace instead. He remarked coolly, "It seems it doesn't like you." Suyu's face paled, overwhelmed with embarrassment. "Isn't it your sister's cat? Doesn't it recognize you? It seems quite scared of you," Shuizhan added. Suyu's smile was more painful than tears. "Perhaps it just isn't familiar with me." Shuizhan smirked, a hint of disdain evident. The class began, and students returned to their seats. Shuizhan tucked me under the desk, gently patting me, instructing, "Be good and stay quiet." I quickly curled my tail, hiding myself well. The surrounding classmates, witnessing my obedience, found it astonishing. Moments later, the classroom fell silent, and I heard the teacher's voice. "Suyu, your mother just called, saying your father is gravely ill. You must head to the hospital immediately." Chapter 25. You've won. Let her go hiding in the cramped, dark drawer. The news made my world go black. I had sensed something was off during yesterday's visit to my father, but hadn't expected it to escalate so quickly. Shuizhan seemed to pick up on my distress, reaching in to gently pat me. I heard hurried footsteps. It must be Suyu rushing off. Unable to contain myself any longer, I leaped from the drawer and dashed out of the classroom. The moment I burst through the door, I heard Shuizhan call out my name, followed by the teacher questioning what was happening. Luckily, I was swift enough for the teacher not to catch a clear glimpse of me. I just hoped I wouldn't end up dragging Shuizhan into this. Suyu hailed a taxi outside the school, and I trailed closely behind, arriving at the hospital just a step behind her. I hesitated at the door of the ward, observing first. Su Yang and Cheng Wenjing were already there, along with my mother. After Suyu entered and cried a few times, she quickly stifled her sobs upon hearing my mother say my father was still hanging on. A few people gathered around the bedside, staring blankly at my father, their expressions numb and indifferent, as if waiting for the inevitable moment. After a while, Cheng Wenjing grew impatient and began to complain. "Mom, you really are something. You called us over so early, and now he's neither dead nor alive. Don't you realize we're busy?" Su Yang frowned at this remark. "How can you say that? He is, after all, my father. Am I wrong? Isn't your company busy too? Isn't it just more money lost? Do we even have a life to live?" Suyu chimed in, unable to hold back her own quiet grievances. "Mom, I'm in my final year. The schedule is so tight. I'm worried that if I fall behind now, I won't catch up later." My mother was equally furious from their complaints. Fine, it's my fault. But the doctor just said he's on the verge of death, and yet he's still clinging to life, this old man, still tormenting us even in his dying moments. Footsteps echoed in the corridor, and I turned to see Wang Haihua approaching, quickly hiding away. Once he entered the ward, I lost my chance to go in. Just as I was at a loss, I suddenly spotted a familiar white coat walking my way. "Wang Haihua," she called out at the ward's entrance. Wang Haihua stepped out, his expression serious as she questioned him. "Where's Xiao Xiao?" I called her, but she's not answering. Why hasn't she come when her father is in such critical condition? In response to her inquiry, Wang Haihua remained calm. "You're her best friend. Hasn't she told you what is going on? She SQYMN, my closest friend, a doctor at this hospital." "What do you mean?" She scrutinized him closely. Before Wang Haihua could respond, my mother interjected. "What do you mean? Ask for yourself. Haihua treats her so well. Yet she runs off with someone else. What a heartless person, bringing shame to our Su family." "Impossible. Xiao Xiao isn't that kind of person. QYM assisted." She knew me well. Someone like me, who rarely ventured out, would only occasionally meet with her. And I had never been seen around other males. Such accusations were utterly unfounded. Yet it was not Wang Haihua speaking, but my mother. I'm her mother. Would I wrong her? My mother continued. She ran off, and now she wants to leave the child with Haihua, who isn't even the child's father. Isn't that enough kindness already? My mother argued vehemently, siding with Wang Haihua, as if he were her own son. I understood that she was under his thumb, compelled to act thus, terrified that my death would be revealed. I cannot believe it. Xiao Xiao cares deeply for Qin Qin and would never do such a thing. I will call Qin Qin to ask. As Qi Yimin spoke, she turned and strode away, dialing the number as she walked. Wang Haihua fixed his gaze on Qi Yimin's retreating figure, a glint of intrigue flashing his eyes. He did not return to the hospital room, but instead took out his phone and moved towards a secluded area. I stealthily followed him, hiding in a corner to eavesdrop. Before long, Qi Yimin's voice emerged from Wang Haihua's phone. "Qin Qin, this is Aunt Qi. Aunt Qi, what's wrong?" It was Qin Qin. Boom! Something exploded in my mind. That day at the phone store, I sensed something was amiss with Wang Haihua. He had installed a listening device on Qin Qin's new phone. This insidious man was not even reassured by a child like Qin Qin. Qin Qin, I cannot reach your mother. Do you know where she went? Aunt Qi, my mom has left. Where did she go? I don't know. Why did she leave? Perhaps because I was disobedient. Or maybe she had wanted to leave for a long time and no longer wanted me. The conversation between the two seemed entirely normal, with no suspicious undertones. After all, Qin Qin genuinely believed I had run away with someone. Wang Haihua returned to the hospital room, and I continued to crouch by the door, observing. Cheng Wenjing was nearly restless, and Suyu kept murmuring about her exams and assignments. Meanwhile, my father, rather than closing his eyes, had woken up and seemed in slightly better condition. He was mumbling Xiao Zhao's name. My mother was furious. That ungrateful person won't come to see you. You won't be able to wait for them, so stop tormenting these children. No one by the hospital bed expected my father to suddenly recover. They all hoped for his swift demise. Yet my father was still alive, leaving them with no recourse. Finally, it was the kind-hearted Wang Haihua who suggested they return home to attend to work and school while he stayed to watch over my father, promising to inform them of any developments. Cheng Wenjing stood up and left without a word, while Suyu walked out of the hospital room with a light step, even bearing a faint smile. Persuaded by Wang Haihua, my mother also departed, leaving him alone in the room. As darkness fell, Wang Haihua brought water to wash my father's face and hands, exhibiting remarkable patience. As my father's eyes remained open, he spoke just as the last vestige of twilight outside was consumed by darkness. You have won. Let her go. Wang Haihua paused momentarily, a cold glimmer in his eyes. Yet his smile remained gentle. Her? Who is Dad referring to? My father fell silent, as if his earlier words were a mere illusion. Wang Haihua did not press further, meticulously adjusting the blankets for my father. Dad, rest well. I'll step outside for a moment and return shortly. The opportunity had arrived. I quickly concealed myself, waiting until Wang Haihua had moved far enough away before dashing into the hospital room. My father's eyes finally flickered, focusing on me as I lay on his blanket. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Suddenly, I felt a chill creeping up my spine. Turning my gaze slowly, I saw a figure standing at the door. Wang Haihua had returned. Backlit, he stared at me with a sinister smile. Is it you? Chapter 26. He is testing me. He left deliberately. He is testing me. I stared at him, horrified, as he advanced towards me step by step, my body trembling with fear. I wanted to flee, but Wang Haihua was as swift as the wind. He grasped the nape of my neck, lifting me high. Tuan Tuan, you are fortunate, but meddling in others' affairs leads to dire consequences. Do you understand? He carried me towards the window, slowly bringing me to the edge. No, he intended to throw me out. I dangled in midair, the abyss below threatening to swallow me whole. Should he release his grip, I would plummet to the unforgiving concrete below. I dare not struggle, fearing his slip, and instinctively emitted a cry for help, my eyes conveying a desperate will to survive. Wang Haihua grinned, delighting in my terror, relishing in my fear just as he had during that night. I was bound to the tracks. In a gentle tone, he said, "Look up at the moon. It is so close and beautiful." On that fateful night, he had also spoken in such a soothing manner. Look up at the moon. The train is coming. Truly deranged. This was the third time he sought to end my life. No, I must not die. My father's gaze followed me, his pupils dilated, breath quickening. In that moment, I felt a profound certainty. My father knew it was me, Tuan Tuan. In this moment of crisis, I suddenly heard a familiar call. Shuizhan appeared at the door of the hospital room. Please let her go. My eyes welled with tears, nearly spilling over. Wang Haihua's expression shifted slightly, a fleeting glint of menace flickering in his eyes, but he quickly restored his calm demeanor. Tuan Tuan? Is it not the name of my family's cat? Indeed, but Su Qin entrusted it to me today. I brought it to the hospital to visit a friend, but it unexpectedly wandered here. An 18-year-old youth, facing a 30-year-old man with profound scheming and ruthless tactics, remained remarkably calm and composed, not losing an ounce of his presence. Is that so? Wang Haihua scoffed, yet he finally relinquished his hold on me. As he turned to face Shuizhan, his expression was one of warmth, as if the tension from moments before had never existed. I truly appreciate your help. This little creature is particularly disobedient, so I was merely trying to scare it. I broke free from his grasp and dashed into Shuizhan's arms. He gently patted my back. Tuan Tuan, you must not run off again if you get lost. I will have a hard time explaining to Su Qin. The boy's voice was particularly soothing, yet his gaze upon Wang Haihua was sharp as a blade. He understood that Wang Haihua was lying. Shuizhan embraced me and left. The echo of his footsteps resonated through the silent corridor. Dad! Wang Haihua's anguished call echoed from the hospital room. Moments later, a nurse hurried toward that room. I understood what had transpired. In an instant, I felt as though I had plunged into an icy abyss, trembling uncontrollably. Sensing my distress, Shuizhan paused, gently stroking my back in silent reassurance. Once I had calmed somewhat, he carried me into another hospital room. It turned out he was indeed there to visit a patient. The middle-aged woman on the bed was in a deep slumber, yet occasionally whimpered, her expression contorted in pain. After standing by the bedside for a brief moment, Shuizhan suddenly tensed as footsteps approached from outside. He quickly moved to conceal himself on the balcony. Thank you for your hard work, officers. I truly appreciate your efforts in this late hour. A man's voice resonated. A child missing for a day equates to an additional day of danger. We must act swiftly. I came today to gather more information from the child's mother regarding the circumstances leading to her disappearance. The man sighed, but the child's mother remains unconscious. Even if she awakens, I'm afraid discussing the child will only distress her further. Officer, the situation with my daughter has nearly shattered our family. If anything were to happen to her mother, I truly wouldn't know how to carry on. Do not worry. Trust us. We will find the child. Since she has not yet awakened, we shall return tomorrow. Our shared goal is to find the child, and I believe her mother will be willing to cooperate. All right. Thank you for your efforts. I truly apologize for making you come out here for nothing. From their conversation, I gleaned some information. It seemed the family's daughter had gone missing, causing the mother to fall ill. But why was Shuizhan hiding? Did it have something to do with him? The man escorted the officers out, and Shuizhan did not linger, seizing the opportunity to leave the hospital room. As he exited, he ran into my mother, who was hurrying along with Su Yang and Cheng Wenjing trailing behind her. My mother, in a flurry, was complaining all the while. I just sat down for a moment. I haven't even had a sip of water, and that old man seems to be deliberately tormenting me. Cheng Wenjing, of course, was even less pleased. I perceive that my father exhibits no sympathy for the struggles of the younger generation, seemingly oblivious to the arduous nature of our daily toil. He refrains from offering any decisive resolution, compelling us to traverse back and forth in a futile effort. Speak less, Su Yang murmured gently, hastily passing by us. When Su Yu arrived, she too noticed Shuizhan, pausing momentarily. Shuizhan, perhaps in an attempt to maintain her image in his eyes. She finally recalled her recent loss of her father, squeezing out a few tears as she cried out Dad and rushed towards the hospital room. Inside, my mother was vociferously haggling with the mortuary staff. Meanwhile, neither Su Yang nor Su Yu dared approach to change my father's burial attire, each reluctant to take the initiative. When Su Yang finally resolved to act, Cheng Wenjing clung to him, adamant in her refusal to let him proceed. Ultimately, Su Yang had to spend a considerable sum to hire someone for the task. Qin Qin also arrived, presumably alerted by Wang Haihua. She stood at the doorway, numbly observing the scene. Her limited interactions with my father had fostered no strong emotional bond, rendering her unaffected by the circumstances. They planned to transport my father's remains back to his hometown for the funeral rites. Eager to accompany him on his final journey, I strained against Shuizhan's embrace. Are you going? He inquired. I nodded. Shuizhan caught up with Qin Qin, returning me to her care, whispering a caution in her ear. Take care of your father. At that moment, Wang Haihua happened to glance back. Fortunately, Qin Qin displayed no overt reaction to his words. She cradled me in her arms and thanked Shuizhan. Once again, we found ourselves in the same courtyard, where just days prior a celebratory banquet had taken place, now overshadowed by the somber event of a funeral. Neighbors had come to assist, quietly murmuring their disbelief that my father had appeared well just days ago. I too had sensed his vitality then, with only his gaze lingering on me as he called out Xiao Xiao. In the main room, my father's coffin was displayed, accompanied by a black and white portrait crafted from his ID photo, as he had no other images to his name. In life, he was a figure often overlooked, and few would remember to capture his likeness. Ironically, in death, he garnered the meticulous care and newfound reverence of all. Su Yang remained kneeling before the altar, diligently tending to the flickering oil lamp. At mealtime, Su Yu would bring food offerings to the front, a luxury absent during his lifetime. The timing and location of the burial were meticulously calculated by my mother with the help of a fortune teller, who proclaimed the site auspicious for future prosperity. Suyue, anxious, protested, "Mom, you only care about my brother's success. What about me? I have my college entrance exams next year." My mother, with a touch of affection, pinched her cheek. "How could I forget you? Just ensure to burn extra paper for your father. He will surely bless you with good fortune." At last, Suyu's spirits lifted, and she hurried to offer paper money, fervently beseeching my father's blessing, as if such fervor could guarantee her academic success. In stark contrast, I found myself pitifully neglected, my demise eliciting no concern or advocacy on my behalf. Furthermore, my absence from the funeral had earned me the label of unfilial, the ungrateful daughter. How could Su Xiao not return? Such a heartless child, after all the care she received. Others would mutter. Indeed, thankfully Su Yang and Su Yu have proven themselves. My mother scoffed, lamenting that a daughter who wouldn't even return for her father's passing was undeserving of her lineage. Despite knowing of my demise, she continued to speak these slanderous words, solidifying my reputation as ungrateful. "Mother, I am no longer here. Neither success nor accolades can be mine. All I seek is vindication. Is that too much to ask?" Meanwhile, Wang Haihua busied himself, garnering a reputation for his assistance. This world, where right and wrong are inverted, is truly terrifying. I squatted before my father's spirit, gazing at his portrait, which depicted a younger, leaner visage. "Dad, I've returned. That is all that matters." Suddenly, someone kicked me hard, eliciting a startled yowl from my lips. I stumbled back, looking up to find the culprit was Su Yu, arms crossed, glaring at me with malice. Even contemplating a second kick, I hastily retreated. She must harbor resentment towards me for causing her embarrassment in front of Shuizhan, thus seeking revenge in secret. She not only resented me, but also Qin Qin, having maliciously taken the heating stove that Qin Qin had painstakingly found, leaving her to suffer in the bitter cold of winter. Yet, Qin Qin bore no anger. She simply entered Su Yu's room and snuggled under her covers. My mother, concerned for Su Yu's well-being, provided her with a new quilt and an electric blanket. Upon discovering Qin Qin asleep on her bed, Su Yu shrieked in outrage. "What are you doing in my bed with your clothes still on? You're filthy. Get off." She attempted to yank the covers away, but Qin Qin was too snugly wrapped to budge. Qin Qin peeked her head out, wearing a defiant expression. "You're not sleeping, so what's wrong if I take a nap? Hurry and burn paper for grandfather. He may not bless you otherwise." Su Yu's expression shifted as she took this to heart. Some beliefs are better left unchallenged. Unable to dislodge Qin Qin, she stomped away in frustration. I perched at the head of the bed, observing as Qin Qin messaged Shuizhan. "Uncle, what did you mean by what you said today?" Shuizhan replied promptly, "Just heed my words. Exercise caution. I have no reason to harm you. And protect Yuan Yuan." Qin Qin, "Uncle, may I report something?" Shuizhan, "What is it?" Qin Qin, "Su Yu has been bullying me, intentionally taking my heating stove. Most importantly, she kicked Tuan Tuan." Shuizhan, "Isn't she your aunt?" Qin Qin, "Yes, which makes her behavior even more outrageous. How can she act without regard for her position? Even if she dislikes me, what grievance does Tuan Tuan hold against her?" Shuizhan, "There might indeed be some underlying animosity." Qin Qin, Shuizhan, "No matter. Just steer clear of unfriendly individuals." Su Yu continued to burn paper before my father's spirit, greedily making numerous wishes, unaware that Qin Qin had reported her. While I remained voiceless, I had a mouthpiece. At 5 a.m, my father's funeral preparations began. I tugged at Qin Qin, waking her from her slumber. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and drearily followed the procession. As fate would have it, rain began to fall during the burial, much to my mother's delight, as she urged Su Yu to bow multiple times. Rain on the coffin. "A scholar rises. You may just become a top student next year." Others chimed in. Old Su was always mild-mannered and good-natured. Surely, he will bless his descendants. Su Yu was ecstatic, bowing fervently at my father's grave. This is perhaps what they call not burning incense in daily life, but seeking the Buddha's protection in times of need. How ironic. Wang Haihua bowed with utmost sincerity. Truly moving. Even Cheng Wenjing, with her usual pride, dared not neglect her bow, simultaneously beseeching my father for blessings. Their hypocrisy sickened me. As each shovel of earth was placed upon my father's coffin, I raised my gaze, catching sight of a brilliant shooting star streaking across the sky. "Father, disregard their words. Release all burdens and embrace rebirth with ease. As the dawn's light began to break, Wang Haihua took his leave from my mother, who reciprocated with polite farewells, concealing the deep secrets they held, perhaps more than one. Today, Qin did not sit in the front passenger seat, but held me in her arms in the back. The car's headlights illuminated the narrow village road as we progressed slowly, only to see several police cars stationed at the village entrance, with several officers standing nearby. The vehicle came to a halt as Wang Haihua instinctively pressed the brakes. However, he did not stop. Instead, he continued driving forward nonchalantly. Indeed, the vehicle was stopped at the village entrance. The morning was shrouded in a thick mist, and the red police lights ahead glimmered like eyes of justice judging the world, instantly creating a tense atmosphere akin to a taut string. Had the police discovered something? Was Wang Haihua's secret about to be revealed? I leaned against Qin, my gaze fixed on the approaching officer, filled with both anxiety and anticipation. Chapter 28. She isn team missing. She s left. The officer tapped on the window, and Wang Haihua slid it down, donning a friendly smile. What seems to be the problem? The officer glanced inside the car. Is there someone in the back? Oh, that's my daughter. My father-in-law passed away, and I'm taking her to the funeral, Wang Haihua replied calmly, betraying not a hint of panic. The officer gestured for him to open the back window. Wang Haihua complied. The officer stood outside the rear window, shining a flashlight inside, which caused me to squint. His gaze landed on Qin. Little one, what is your name? Qin tightened her hold on me and replied, Su Qin, I'm 14. I'm not a little kid anymore. The officer chuckled lightly and then asked Wang Haihua to open the trunk. After inspecting it, he closed it and pulled out a photo from his phone, inquiring of Qin, big girl, have you seen this girl? Qin leaned forward for a glance. No. What about you? The officer turned to Wang Haihua. He scrutinized the image before shaking his head. Never seen her. What is going on? She is missing. Thank you for your cooperation. If you see her, please contact us, the officer stated before advising Qin, big girl, always prioritize your safety when going out. It's best not to be out alone at night. Avoid complex places with crowds, and don't trust strangers easily. If you encounter anything suspicious, report it immediately. Qin nodded. Got it. The officer raised his hand, signaling them to proceed. I had caught a glimpse of the photo as well. It was of a youthful girl's face, and in that instant, I recalled the middle-aged woman I had seen in the hospital bed, mourning her lost daughter. Could this be the missing girl? As the car drove away, the police lights in the rearview mirror faded into a small red dot, and Wang Haihua hit the gas, quickly accelerating until the dot vanished completely. Dad, what does it mean for someone to be missing? Just not being seen? Disappearing? In the dim interior of the car, Qin suddenly posed her question. My heart tightened. Was she beginning to piece something together? Even if she had, she mustn't speak of it, for she was confronting a murderer. Wang Haihua gripped the steering wheel with one hand, while the other retrieved a cigarette, casually placing it between his lips. I think you have a point, he replied indifferently. Qin fell silent for a moment, gazing at the side of Wang Haihua's face. Does that mean Mom is missing too? She seems to have been gone for a while. Exiting the village, we found ourselves on a national highway, deserted and tranquil in the early morning. I clutched Qin's clothing tightly, my heart racing with unease. This inquiry was perilous. Wang Haihua lit the cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke pensively. Qin, I didn't want to tell you this, to spare you from feeling dejected. In truth, your mother called back. She has started a new life. After a brief pause, Qin responded with a simple O. She isn team missing. She s left, Wang Haihua added. Qin fell silent once more. His statement held a semblance of truth. I had left in a manner that would not allow for return. Yet I hadn't truly left. Qin, I've always been by your side. By the time we reached home, the sun was already bright. Wang Haihua parked the car by the roadside at the shop entrance. As soon as he stepped out, neighboring residents gathered around, chattering. Su Xiao's father has died, and she didn't return? I can't believe she turned out to be so cold-hearted, they commented. Finding someone as good as Wang Ge, and she still ran off with someone else? Has she lost her mind? Indeed, she's run off, and Wang Ge is still taking care of her father's funeral. Truly, he has been magnanimous. Lu Hong swayed over, adding, let's not forget, Wang Ge is also raising her child. At this point, several eyes turned to Qin, who had just emerged from the vehicle. She ignored their stares, maintaining a stoic demeanor as she retreated into the house. The rumors of my departure had already spread through the streets, and my absence from the funeral had only fueled the gossip. Each word cast me deeper into the mud. As they rallied to defend Wang Haihua, I had grown numb. Their mouths were not mine to control. They would say what they wished. When the truth finally emerged, they would know who the true culprit was. A thought struck me. My novel should have been on hiatus for several days now. I wondered if my editor had tried to reach me or sensed something amiss. I typically respond to my editor's messages instantly, and my tone with them is markedly different. Others find it difficult to disguise themselves. I hoped my editor would be perceptive. Qin descended the stairs with her backpack. She was evidently late for school today, but given the funeral, Ms. Yang would likely be understanding. As she stepped out, she greeted Wang Haihua. "Dad, I'm off to school. Have some breakfast first. What do you want me to cook?" Wang Haihua replied with tender concern. As Qin reached the door, the nosy neighbors peered in from outside. She rolled her eyes at them, declaring, "No thanks, I'm not hungry. Be careful on your way, and stay safe," Wang Haihua advised gently, watching her leave, intent on maintaining his flawless image. Once Qin was gone, the chatter erupted once more. "What is wrong with that child? She has no manners. I used to wonder how Su Xiao had such a pleasant personality, yet her child turned out so disobedient. Now I see we were mistaken. Indeed, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Wang Ge, don't be too good to her. This child is fundamentally flawed. She hasn't learned well since childhood. She'll likely grow up to be as cold-hearted as her mother, a true ingrate. Now that Su Xiao is gone, that child is no longer your responsibility. You should think of yourself." "Exactly, Wang Ge." Lu Hong looked at Wang Haihua with significant intent. "You're under no obligation to raise her. What if Su Xiao returns and wants to take her back? Wouldn't that make your efforts in vain?" I had no desire to listen further. Instead, I followed the path Qin had taken to school. I had witnessed her being bullied by those unruly children on her way before, and I feared she might encounter them again. Before long, I caught up with her, and she seemed unperturbed by my presence. Yuan, are you here to walk me to school again?" I looked up, my wide eyes gazing at her innocently. Qin seemed pleased and said nothing more, allowing me to walk beside her. However, I noticed she had turned onto another road, not the one leading to school. Was she taking a detour to avoid those troublemakers? I followed closely until she finally halted, turning her gaze across the street. There stood the local police station. What was she planning to do? Chapter 29. Don't tell a third-person. Qin stood motionless for what felt like an eternity, and I couldn't decipher her thoughts. A wave of unease washing over me. Soon, a tall, lean figure emerged from the station. It was Shuizhan. "Suin?" He spotted her immediately, crossing the road. "Uncle, what are you doing at the police station?" Qin inquired. "A classmate of mine has gone missing, so I came to file a report." After saying this, Shuizhan noticed me leaning against Qin's feet and knelt to pat my head. "The missing girl is your classmate? Jiangji Xiao." Shuizhan tilted his head, looking at her. "Have you seen her? I was questioned by the police earlier. How long has she been missing? Has she not been found yet?" The late winter air was frigid. The trees along the roadside frosted over. As Shuizhan spoke, his breath formed white clouds, swiftly dispersed by the biting wind. Several days had passed without any news, and the police are not omnipotent. "What brings you here?" Qin lowered her gaze and hesitated for a while before suddenly stating, "I suspect my mother is missing." A chill ran through me. Shuizhan seemed to sense my unease. He fixed his gaze on me and asked Qin, "Do you have any evidence?" Qin shook her head. "It's just a gut feeling. Intuition cannot serve as evidence. It's more than just intuition. For instance?" After a moment of thought, Qin replied, "Although my mother is not very close with my grandparents, I believe it mainly stems from my grandmother's influence. My mother cares deeply. She would never miss my grandfather's funeral. She's not that kind of person. Is it possible she hasn't received any news? That could be true. My mother's phone has indeed been unreachable. Yet, one thing seems unreasonable. They say my mother ran off with someone, but if she left, how could she not return to collect her ID? In today's society, how far can one go without an ID?" Shuizhan slowly rose to his feet, looking at her earnestly. "Qin, do you realize how dangerous your words are? If your mother is genuinely missing and there is a hidden agenda, what if the mastermind is me? To prevent the truth from surfacing, do you think I might silence you?" Though Shuizhan was only a few years older than Qin, his thoughts were evidently more astute. Qin's complexion paled instantly. You can't be serious." Shuizhan seemed to recognize that he had frightened her and gently tapped her forehead to ease the tension. "Of course, I'm not serious. I was merely hypothesizing. Besides, are you not afraid I might disclose this?" This time, Qin Xin shook her head resolutely. You won't. I believe you're a good person. So naive. Shuizhan smirked before seriously advising. Do not disclose this to anyone else, for everyone is a suspect. Can I tell the police? Shuizhan tucked his hands into his pockets, his narrow eyes gleaming with wisdom beyond his years. Currently, you are the only one suspecting your mother's disappearance. Everyone else, including your maternal relatives, believe she has run off with someone. Without supporting voices, what credibility do you possess? The police are swamped daily. Will they truly believe the words of a child? If you alert them, you may inadvertently expose yourself and place yourself in grave danger. Indeed, that is precisely what I wish to express. While I am eager to unveil Wang Haihua's true nature, I have no intention of placing Qin Xin in peril. A child's report may not attract attention. Even if the police believe her, Wang Haihua is cunning. If he manages to deflect suspicion, Qin Xin's doubts would be exposed, placing her in a more precarious situation. Qin Xin must have been provoked by the neighbor's words, prompting her impulsive visit here, seeking to prove something for me. However, Qin Xin was not as stubborn as I had initially thought. After discussing with Shuizhan, she had regained her composure. Let us return to school. The two of them headed back to school together. At the entrance, Qin Xin waved for me to leave, but I pretended to walk away. Once they entered, I stealthily followed them inside. Not seeing her enter the classroom smoothly, I remained uneasy. Upon entering the school, they parted ways. Shuizhan headed to the high school section, while Qin Xin went to the middle school building. Indeed, Qin Xin was soon punished by Teacher Yang, standing outside the classroom. Teacher Yang, I didn't mean to be late. I was Qin Xin attempted to explain, but was coldly interrupted by Teacher Yang. I don't want to hear your excuses. Being late is being late. If you go in now, you'll disrupt the entire class. After a pause, her tone dripped with disdain as she continued, besides, you clearly don't want to study, always thinking about skipping class. Isn't this perfect for you? I looked incredulously at Teacher Yang, who was supposed to be a role model. She knew full well that Qin Xin's tardiness had a reason, yet she deliberately punished her and even ridiculed her. Had I not heard it with my own ears, I would never have believed Teacher Yang could utter such words. Qin Xin did not argue further. She leaned against the wall, devoid of any visible distress or outrage, as if she had grown accustomed to such treatment. I recalled her previous remark when she had been punished. There's nothing to explain. Nobody believes me anyway. Qin Xin, I'm sorry. Your mother has neglected too much. Teacher Yang seemed uninterested in further dialogue and turned to leave. A few girls happened to walk by from the other end of the hallway, likely also late. They smiled ingratiatingly at Teacher Yang, who merely pointed at them, neither reprimanding nor punishing them, and continued on her way. I immediately recognized them as the very girls who had bullied Qin Xin before. Upon seeing Qin Xin punished, they approached her with arrogant provocations. Suinkin, how come you're being punished again? Are we going to witness another scene of your mother kneeling? Their laughter was excessively boisterous, utterly intolerable. By the time I reacted, Qin Xin had already charged at them, and a scuffle broke out. I wanted to help Qin Xin, but the situation spiraled out of control, even attracting students from the classroom. The teacher on duty called for Teacher Yang, who soon arrived and ordered the girls to be separated, furiously pointing at Qin Xin. Su Qin Xin, have you lost your mind? Fighting in school? And after being told to reflect at home, you behave like this? Just wait. I'll call your parents immediately. Why? They're at fault too. Why only blame Qin Xin? I had always felt guilty and respectful towards Teacher Yang for Qin Xin's previous troubles. But never did I expect her to be so biased and unable to distinguish right from wrong. Teacher Yang, in a fit of rage, began dialing a number. After being pulled apart, Qin Xin, who had initially been seething with fury, suddenly quieted down. She fixed her gaze on Teacher Yang's phone, appearing both anxious and hopeful. Beep. Beep. The call connected. I thought it would go unanswered, but suddenly a woman's voice echoed from the other end. Hello. Chapter 30. A charge unjustly imposed in that moment. I saw Qin Xin's eyes fill with tears. Teacher Yang spoke without courtesy. Su Qin Xin's mother. I truly cannot manage your child anymore. After being brought back for a week of reflection, she fought with classmates today. She just doesn't learn. In the past, upon receiving such a call, I would immediately apologize profusely, calming the teacher's emotions, and rush to the school to cooperate with the teacher in reprimanding Qin Xin. I had unconditionally trusted the teacher, believing that everything they said was right, that they were only acting in the best interest of the children. And so I scolded Qin Xin without questioning right or wrong. Qin Xin, I was wrong. I could hardly fathom the extent of the grievances Chin had endured at school. Teacher Yang placed the call on speaker, and the voice from the other end was crystal clear. I'm sorry, teacher. I'm no longer in Nanjing. I'm quite far away now, and it's inconvenient for me to come to school to deal with my child's issues. I'm sorry for the trouble. I was utterly shocked. The voice was eerily similar to mine, almost identical. Who was she? Was she an accomplice of Wang Haihua? Could it be that she was the one who sent the previous message? What do you mean? This child is yours. And now you want to wash your hands of it? Then we have no choice but to manage this ourselves. The response from the other end left teacher Yang astonished. And for Chin, it was disastrous. This phone call effectively overturned her previous assumptions and confirmed Wang Haihua's claims. It was not a disappearance, it was an exit. The woman on the other end apologetically replied, Teacher, you misunderstood. I have no intention of neglecting her. It's just too far for me to come. How about this? You contact the child's father and have him come to the school to handle it. After finishing her statement, she hung up. Half an hour later, Wang Haihua rushed to the school. Previously, I had always handled Chin's matters, and this was his first visit to the school as a parent. I feared he would see me, so I stealthily concealed myself beneath the desk. Teacher Yang recounted the incident to Wang Haihua, embellishing it with her own subjective interpretations. In her narrative, Chin appeared utterly at fault. A few mischievous children stood behind Teacher Yang, reveling in their perceived triumph, as if to say, Behold, this is the consequence of crossing us. Wang Haihua, with a forced smile, said, Teacher Yang, the child lacks understanding and has troubled you. It is our failure as parents, and I apologize. Observing his humble demeanor, Teacher Yang crossed her arms, adopting an even more haughty posture. You are mistaken. This is not merely a trivial inconvenience. This is bullying. Its nature is exceedingly vile, and our school cannot tolerate such a malignant presence. Teacher Yang's acerbic words pierced my heart like needles, distorting the truth and fabricating guilt. How terrifying it is that such a person is a teacher, and worse, has been Chin's homeroom teacher for over 2 years. Regret washed over me like a tidal wave, drowning me in self-loathing. As a mother, I had failed not only to recognize Chin as plight in time, but also to provide her with the necessary love and support, instead becoming an unwitting accomplice to her torment. Wang Haihua, previously wearing a smile, now let it fade, his gaze growing colder. Teacher Yang, this is serious. A fight cannot happen with one hand alone. My child is but one against a group. To label her as violent seems rather unjust, does it not? Teacher Yang, taken aback by Wang Haihua's retort, had likely not anticipated any pushback, given my previous submissive demeanor, fearing her retribution would lead to further hardships for Chin. She straightened her neck and asserted, Are you suggesting I have wronged her? It is a well-known fact that Su Chin stirs up trouble at school. I have earnestly tried to educate her, yet you, as her parents, do not acknowledge the severity of the situation and instead defend her. I now understand. Su Chin has become what she is today, thanks to your parenting. I am not at fault. Chin suddenly spoke up, slowly raising her hand to point at the true offenders behind her. I am not the one at fault. They are. Teacher Yang banged on the table, exclaiming, Do you think you have a right to defend yourself? I ask you, were you late? Did you fight? Have I wronged you? So many eyes are watching. If you are wrong, you must admit it. Chin glared at Teacher Yang, her eyes brimming with tears. She felt deeply aggrieved, yet found herself at a loss for words. Teacher Yang, please calm down, Wang Haihua interjected. Since the incident has occurred, let us resolve the matter. May I ask where the parents of those students are? Them? Why do you care about them? The issue at hand is your child. Teacher Yang, showing blatant favoritism for the wrongdoers, spoke with unjustified confidence. Wang Haihua countered, Teacher Yang, there must be a reason behind this. Have you investigated why they fought? Teacher Yang hesitated, a flicker of guilt crossing her eyes. Before she could respond, Wang Haihua nodded knowingly. It seemed there had been no investigation. To accuse my child without one was unfounded. Teacher Yang, I must ask, on what basis do you make these claims? Moreover, as I stated earlier, one cannot fight alone. To address this situation, both sets of parents should be present. Yet, you have only summoned me, as if my child bears all the blame. With a loud bang, Wang Haihua slammed his hands on the desk, startling everyone present, including Teacher Yang, who flinched. Teacher Yang, he leaned forward, glaring at her, and suddenly shouted, as a teacher, Why can you not be fair? Teacher Yang, taken aback by his intensity, instinctively stepped back. What do you intend to do? This is a school. A school? Wang Haiwa scoffed. With a teacher like you, I have no respect for this institution. We will not be attending this school anymore. With that statement, he stormed out with Qin. Teacher Yang, regaining her composure, flushed with anger, her authoritative demeanor returning. What kind of person is he? So rude. No wonder his child turned out that way. The apple does not fall far from the tree. Suddenly, it was I, emerging from under the desk, leaping onto her workspace. Where did this wildcat come from? Get down. She attempted to push me off, but I stood my ground, glaring at her with disdain. This visage of hers was not fit for a teacher. As she reached to shove me again, I sprang in front of her, seizing her face amidst her shrieks. Those who bully my daughter shall feel my wrath. Chaos erupted in the office as a group of people rushed to restrain me. I did not linger, seizing the moment. I fled the office. They pursued me, summoning others to block my escape. I knew that if caught, Teacher Yang would seek retribution, and my fate would be sealed. I ran frantically, only to be snatched up at a corner. Chapter 31. Online exposure. The cacophony of chaotic footsteps outside soon faded away. In a restroom stall, I curled up in the embrace of a girl, my heart racing. She looked down at me, gently saying, "Don't be afraid." I recognized her. Her name was Meng Xian, a classmate of Qin, and a witness to her bullying. She knew I was Qin's guardian and had previously praised my cleverness. 10 minutes later, when the class bell rang, she concealed me within her school uniform, leading me through a lengthy corridor until we arrived at a narrow iron gate. This was the school's back entrance, typically locked and seldom used. She set me down and whispered, "You should hurry home," to avoid being discovered and burdening her. I quickly slipped out through the gate. Outside, I looked back at her with gratitude, and Meng Xian smiled and waved before running back toward the classroom building. Since my passing, I had witnessed many unpleasant truths and encountered numerous vile individuals. Yet, warmth still existed in this world, exemplified by people like Shui Zhan and Meng Xian. Today, Wang Haihua's conduct surprised me. His anger seemed genuine. However, how could someone so ruthless truly stand up for Qin? His emotional outburst felt more like a reaction to personal affront than a genuine defense of her. Regardless, he had inadvertently supported Qin. Now that he had taken her away, his agitation concerned me, compelling me to return hastily. Qin had locked herself in her room, not even emerging for lunch. I squatted by her door, deeply worried for her. She must have felt so wronged. After all, this was not her fault. Why should a child bear such burdens? As dusk approached, the door finally creaked open. Qin emerged, her hair a tangled mess, yawning as she walked straight to the storage cabinet, then opened the refrigerator, likely searching for something to eat. Her bed was disheveled, indicating she had slept the day away, perhaps not as tormented as I imagined. Indeed, she had likely been exhausted from the previous night's unrest at home. In the past, I would have deemed her lack of reflection disappointing. Now, I found her carefree disposition rather admirable. It shielded her from emotional turmoil. During dinner, Wang Haihua prepared her favorite dish, boiled fish. Holding her bowl, Qin looked down and softly said, "Dad, I'm sorry." "Let us eat first," Wang Haihua replied, gently placing a piece of fish in her bowl. "Be careful of the bones." As she took a bite, she suddenly declared, "Dad, I don't want to go to school anymore. I can help you, or even work." Wang Haihua chuckled, "You're still so young. Where would you work? You must continue your studies. We can look into changing schools and see what opportunities arise." In that moment, Wang Haihua's demeanor was gentle and understanding. In the past, I too had been deceived by his kindness. Qin gazed at him, perhaps recalling her earlier suspicions, a flicker of guilt crossing her eyes. Reflecting on the events, I found it all quite peculiar. Wang Haihua could easily betray me, yet he went to great lengths to deceive Qin. What was his true intention? I crouched beside Qin, scrutinizing him closely. Suddenly, Wang Haihua glanced over at me, and as our eyes met, a shiver ran down my spine. Why was the little rascal so obedient today? A smile twinkled in his eyes as he fished a piece of fishtail from a bowl, saying, "Here, since you are being so good, I'll reward you with this." Eagerly, I lunged forward to devour it, feigning that I had been craving it for ages, while my heart raced uncontrollably. In the past, whenever fish was cooked, the little one would be overjoyed, often unable to restrain itself from leaping onto the table. But today I seemed too calm. On that fateful night in my father's hospital room, he had already begun to suspect me. Had it not been for Shui Zhan's timely intervention, I might have met my end for a second time. No, considering the incident with the railway, it would be the third. Yet the notion of transforming into a cat was so bizarre that only first-hand experience could evoke belief. I remained convinced that he was unaware of the truth, merely feeling guilty and twisted. Otherwise, it would have been all too easy for him to eliminate me, and he would not have allowed me to survive until now. Regardless, I resolved to exercise greater caution in the future. Observing my delight in the fish, Chin tossed me a few more pieces. Although I was unaccustomed to scavenging from the floor, I had no choice. As a cat, I must adapt. The next morning, just as dawn broke, a cacophony drifted from the street below. Startled, I rushed downstairs to find a crowd gathered outside the shop. Some held cameras, while others brandished microphones. A throng of reporters clamoring for attention. Neighbors, some still in their pajamas, had likely been roused by the commotion, eager to discover what had transpired. It turned out that the night before, 3 videos had been uploaded online, quickly going viral. All media outlets had worked tirelessly to locate the subject of the videos, and early in the morning, they congregated at the shop for first-hand interviews. One reporter played the videos on-site. The first depicted teacher Yang addressing a fight in the office. The second showed Chin being bullied outside school, and the third captured the altercation between Chin and a group of girls in the school corridor. Although I had witnessed these events firsthand, seeing them again on video made my body tremble with rage. Someone in the crowd mentioned having seen the first video, but it had been swiftly removed, likely suppressed by someone. Soon after, the latter 2 videos were released, igniting the bullying discussion. I immediately thought of Meng Xian. She must have uploaded the bullying video, though I was uncertain about the other 2. The kind-hearted girl had finally chosen to step forward and expose their vile actions. Thank you, Meng Xian. Wang Haihua stood before the reporters, resolutely declaring, "We are merely ordinary citizens, powerless and without wealth, yet we have been wronged. However, I firmly believe that truth will always side with justice." The irony of such a statement coming from a murderer was palpable. Despite its absurdity, I wished he would speak more, for regardless of how hypocritical his words were, they could at least serve as my voice for Chin. I believed that with his acting skills, he could deliver a compelling performance. Wang Haihua soon became emotional, his eyes reddening as he expressed, "The injustices my daughter has suffered cannot simply be overlooked. We demand an explanation, and those responsible must apologize to her." As for the so-called teachers, is the standard for educators truly so low now? I hope the school will take serious action against this unqualified teacher and return to the essence of nurturing students, treating every child fairly and justly. The reporters nodded in agreement, and the neighbors, all of whom had children, echoed their support for his words. At that moment, one reporter suddenly inquired, "Where is the child's mother?" A peculiar silence enveloped the scene. Neighbors exchanged glances, the atmosphere growing awkward. Wang Haihua replied flatly, "She has gone. Not here." The reporters, ever perceptive, sensed a story lurking beneath the surface, perhaps another sensational headline, and pressed on with their probing questions. What does she do for a living? What is her relationship with the child like? Is she in frequent contact? Is she aware of the bullying situation? Wang Haihua raised an eyebrow, a cold smile creeping across his face. Faced with so many questions, which one should I answer? Moreover, I believe these inquiries were fundamentally irrelevant to the matter at hand. The reporters, undeterred by the edge in his tone, persisted. "Could you provide her contact information? We would like to speak with her, as she is also a parent." Wang Haihua reached into his pocket for a cigarette, a habit he had when tensions ran high. Lighting one, he coolly stated, "She has her own life. It's best not to disturb her." His refusal was unmistakable, yet the reporters were unwilling to concede without a worthwhile story. "Is the child at home? Can we interview her?" Indeed, it would be insightful to see the child's living environment. Wang Haihua would never allow these reporters upstairs. When he fell silent, they continued their persuasive efforts. "This bullying incident is quite typical. We hope to raise awareness in society to prevent such occurrences in the future." Suddenly, Wang Haihua crushed the cigarette underfoot, glaring at them. "My daughter is the victim. What she needs is protection and an apology, not exposure." The reporters were momentarily taken aback by his outburst. Taking a deep breath, he sought to compose himself, appearing as a parent striving to manage his emotions. "I understand that as media professionals, you have your responsibilities, but you should also uphold basic ethical standards. It is the perpetrators who should be exposed, not the victims. I have said all I needed to say regarding this matter. I hope my daughter can soon return to a peaceful life. She is still young, not a tool for your sensationalism. With his words resonating in the air, the reporters realized they could no longer extract new information. To salvage their material, they began photographing the shop and its surroundings. Some astute reporters interviewed nearby neighbors, uncovering exclusive details about Wang Haihua being a stepfather and the rumors surrounding my departure. In this age of rapid information exchange, it wouldn't be long before the entire city, and perhaps the nation, would learn of the mother who abandoned her child. As rumors proliferated, the truth became increasingly obscured. When people thought of me, they would only remember a heartless woman who forsook her family, scoffing at my plight. Who would unveil the truth for me? Watching the reporters gradually disperse, a wave of sorrow washed over me. The keen journalists sought sensational material, yet they were oblivious to the monumental criminal story they had overlooked. Not long after the reporters left, a familiar red car suddenly pulled up. Seeing a recognizable figure emerge from the vehicle brought a rush of warmth to my eyes. It was Man, Chi Yimin, clad in a striking red coat, her expression grave, strode directly into the shop. Wang Haihua, where is Xiao Xiao? She inquired bluntly. Perhaps due to the shop's recent closure, business had dwindled, with only one customer waiting for his noodles. Wang Haihua served the noodles with a measured pace, wiping his hands calmly. What more do you want me to say? You want to believe it anyway. The surrounding neighbors, drawn in by the gossip, gathered closer. Indeed, Lu Hong chimed in. We've all heard she ran off. Wang Gu is the victim. Why are you even asking about her? Ignoring her. Chi Yimin fixed her gaze on Wang Haihua. You know what kind of person Xiao Xiao is? Before Wang Haihua could respond, others began to voice their opinions. You can't really trust her. You never know someone's true character. Indeed, we have always observed Wang Ji's character closely, particularly in relation to Su Xiao. It is unjust for Su Xiao to blame him when her own restlessness is at fault. Wang Haihua has established a commendable reputation. At critical moments, it proves invaluable. He need not utter a word. Merely lowering his head and adopting the demeanor of a victim suffices. Chi Yimin finds herself encircled by a throng, akin to a solitary soldier engaged in battle, utterly incapable of sparring with so many. So, why is Xiao Xiao's phone unreachable? Liu smiled seductively, suggesting that to embark on a new life, she naturally severed old ties and changed her number without much trouble. Chi Yimin appeared skeptical. Wang Haihua produced his phone and handed it to her, urging her to see for herself the message she had sent him. I surmised he intended to show Chi Yimin the same message that Qin had observed that day. Chi Yimin scrutinized the phone for an extended period, her emotions shifting like shadows. The well-meaning neighbors continued to embellish the situation. Given the facts laid bare, it was time to cease troubling Wang Gu. Such bullying is intolerable. Indeed, Wang Gu still desires companionship. Who would he turn to? After years of marriage, to depart so abruptly, abandoning a dependent, is a profound display of insensitivity. After a lengthy silence, Chi Yimin returned the phone to Wang Haihua. If this is the case, I have nothing further to say. By now, Chi Yimin had composed herself, her expression calm, in stark contrast to her earlier confrontational stance. I learned of Qin's matter through the news, since Xiao Xiao is absent. Let her stay with me for a few days, and I shall offer her some guidance. Certainly, was the response from Qin, who had just descended the stairs. Qin had previously enjoyed a good rapport with Chi Yimin, who was more understanding and indulgent than I, leading her to believe Chi Yimin was superior to me. Very well, I shall accompany you upstairs to gather a few garments. With that, Chi Yimin took Qin by the hand and ascended the stairs. Wang Haihua watched their retreating figures, his gaze momentarily darkening. I hastened up the stairs. Qin indeed went to pack, while Chi Yimin began to survey the apartment. It seemed she did not trust Wang Haihua's words and sought to uncover some clue. Where are the wedding photos? Chi Yimin inquired, fixating on the wall that once displayed them. My father destroyed them. He was in a foul mood that day, Qin replied, emerging with her suitcase. Chi Yimin smirked coldly, continuing her search until her gaze landed on a white freezer in the corner. My heart raced with apprehension. There have been numerous reports of bodies concealed in similar freezers, and she may have made a connection. As she approached the freezer step by step, I felt as though my heart would leap from my chest. Chapter 33. Marriage has buried me when a wife departs. Who can remain in good spirits? Just then, Wang Haihua's voice echoed from behind, startling me and causing Chi Yimin to halt. She had reached the freezer, and with a few more seconds, she could have opened it. However, Wang Haihua's timely arrival intervened. I did not blame her. I only blame myself for failing to hold on to her. Wang Haihua's tone was bleak as he slowly approached the freezer, stopping beside it and resting his hand upon its surface. Wait, what is he planning to do? Is he about to expose himself? If so, both Man Man and Qin would be in peril. He would never allow anyone to discover his secret. I fixed my gaze on his movements, my breath caught in my throat. Qi Yimin seemed to sense his intentions, her eyes unblinkingly fixed on the freezer. In the next moment, Wang Haihua opened the freezer. Just as my heartstrings reached their breaking point, he retrieved several bags of glutinous rice balls. Let us cook some. We can eat before leaving, he suggested with a smile. He appeared entirely composed, devoid of any hint of panic, as if merely engaging in the most ordinary of tasks, uttering the most commonplace of phrases. His psychological resilience was utterly exasperating. Perhaps the secrets within the freezer had long been disposed of, leaving him unafraid. No, I'll take Qin for hot pot, Qi Yimin replied, her tone unceremonious as she turned to Qin, asking if she was ready. Qi Yimin initially intended to assist Qin with her suitcase, but Wang Haihua pressed down on it, asserting, I will carry it. Qi Yimin did not protest, leading the way, while I followed beside Qin. Qi, may I bring Tuan with me? Qin asked. Qi Yimin glanced down at me. Sure, take him along. Thank you, Qi. Qin beamed. A crowd of neighbors watched as Qi Yimin departed with Qin. At the moment the car started, I overheard someone remark, I heard she is not married and has no children. Is she hoping to adopt a daughter? Qi Yimin likely heard it too. She scoffed, pressing down on the accelerator, swiftly distancing herself from those irritating voices. Qi Yimin is 3 years my junior, having just turned 30 this year, and she is a staunch advocate for remaining unmarried. I understand her perspective, yet society can be harsh towards women. Not everyone can manage to uphold their principles and maintain self-respect. It is no easy feat, and I admire her for it. In retrospect, she has made a wise choice. I have suffered at the hands of men twice in my life, with the first wound never healing and the second costing me my life. Marriage truly is a grave. It has buried me. Indeed, Qi Yimin took Qin out for hot pot, to the very place Qin adored. Choosing a secluded corner, Qi Yimin encouraged Qin to help herself to her favorite dishes. Qin placed me on a chair, cautioning me not to wander off, before skipping away to gather food. Qi Yimin sat down and began scrolling through her phone. I could not discern what she was looking at, yet I noticed her expression growing increasingly grave. Before long, Qin returned with food, dutifully preparing 2 bowls of dipping sauce, offering one to Qi Yimin. Qin, have you seen that message? Qi Yimin inquired, turning her phone screen towards her. She had preserved the message Wang Haihua had previously shown her. Upon seeing the content again, Qin's expression shifted from joy to confusion. She nodded. This message is fake, Qi Yimin asserted firmly. My heart jolted. Qin looked at her, puzzled. Fake? Qi Yimin nodded with conviction. Xiao never uses periods in her messages. She employs ellipses instead. In that instant, I felt a surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. Finally, someone had identified the inconsistency. Truly, it is Man who is clever and attentive. This is indeed my writing habit, one I had not even noticed. Man had astutely picked up on it. Qin's expression remained blank. She had always been careless and likely overlooked such details. Qi Yimin scrolled through her phone and handed it to Qin, saying, Look at my previous chats with your mother. Qin stared at the screen, believing it would affirm Qi Yimin's claims. So, who sent that message? We cannot be certain. But one thing is clear. That message was definitely not sent by Xiao. Qi Yimin cautiously surveyed their surroundings, ensuring no one was nearby, before whispering, Qin, recount everything that transpired before and after your mother left, in detail. Qin nodded, beginning with the moment I dropped my phone and she left home, recounting everything until her head hung low, her expression tinged with guilt. Though it was not her fault, her lack of knowledge of the truth led her to associate everything with her actions. Qi Yimin lapsed into deep thought. So, after you went out that night and returned, you never saw your mother again? Qin nodded. Qi Yimin queried. Wang Haihua said your mother went out to find you? Qin nodded again. Qi Yimin continued. The next day, you received that message? Qin nodded once more. It doesn't add up, Qi Yimin asserted, articulating her analysis. The message conveys that your mother was disappointed in you, prompting her to leave in pursuit of her own life. However, if she truly felt that way, why would she go out looking for you? She loves you and worries about you, which is why she seeks you out. How could her search for someone turn into a quest for her own life? Perhaps her anger only grows with her thoughts. Chin murmurs softly. She may indeed be quite upset, but which mother, when angry, would abandon her child? Her love for you is profound, her concern unwavering. She severed ties with her family for your sake, willing to risk her life for you. How could she ever forsake you? In that instant, I felt a surge of emotion, my eyes stinging. Man understands me well. She is truly my voice. Chin's eyes glistened with unshed tears. In truth, this child is not so terrible. Her rebellion and resistance to learning likely stem from the bullying she endured and the injustice she faced from teachers. My previous lack of understanding and concern led her to suffer in silence. After a moment, Chin spoke. Aunt Chi, I did suspect that Mom didn't run away, but had gone missing. However, yesterday, Teacher Yang called her, and she answered. She answered? Are you certain it was your mother? Man asked, astonished. Chin nodded. Teacher Yang put on speaker, and I heard her voice. But why can't I get through? Man said as she took out her phone and dialed again, only to find it still unreachable. Chin, why don't you try? Chin pulled out her phone, ready to dial, when I suddenly recalled that Wang Haihua had installed a listening device on her phone. No, this call must not be made. Chapter 34. Someone helps to conceal the secret in a moment of panic. I leaped forward and abruptly bumped into Chin's arm. Caught off guard, her phone slipped from her grasp and fell directly into the hot pot. Oil splattered, startling both Man and Chin. Man quickly grabbed a spoon to retrieve the phone, but it had already gone dark, unresponsive. Chin's face flushed with frustration as she smacked my head. Tuan, what are you doing? Her blow was light, and I crouched down, looking at her with an innocent expression, seeking her forgiveness. The phone was the most precious thing to Chin, and I had clearly crossed the line. Yet, I was merely a cat, and, in my distress, I had no better solution. Don't worry, we'll fix it right away. Man stood up to inform the waiter that they would return shortly to eat, then took Chin to find a place to repair the phone. This time, Chin didn't hug me out of anger, but I shamelessly followed behind them. After inquiring at several repair shops in the vicinity, the sight of the oil-soaked phone in the plastic bag made them shake their heads in dismay. Someone pointed them to a mobile store within the shopping mall that specialized in high-end phones, suggesting to the technicians there could be skilled enough to help. Since they were in the city center and the mall was nearby, Man led Chin straight there, finding the store. Man asked the technician, "Can it be repaired?" The technician glanced at the phone, a smug smile spreading across his face. "If I can't fix it, no one in Nanxing can." Hearing his confident tone, both Man and Chin sighed in relief. To see better, I boldly leaped onto the counter. A staff member approached to shoo me away, but I stubbornly squatted there, and she ultimately had no choice but to leave me be. The technician removed the phone from the bag, wiped off the grease with several tissues, and then began to disassemble it, his motions deft and indicative of an experienced professional. In no time, he revealed a small chip. He hissed softly, examining it with tweezers, then glanced at Man and Chin, his expression complex. "What's wrong?" Man asked hurriedly. The technician set the chip down, a knowing smile on his lips. "It's hard to say." Seeing him hesitate, Man immediately sensed trouble. She leaned closer to Chin and whispered, "I remember your previous phone wasn't this model. Is it new?" "Yes. Wang Haiwa bought it." Chin nodded. Man's gaze darkened slightly as she pondered for a moment, then smiled and spoke to the technician. "This phone is ours. Is there anything we shouldn't know?" The technician shook his head with a smile. "Every profession has its rules. I cannot break them. If you want your phone repaired, I will repair it. Beyond that, I can't say." "Really? Then you may leave." Suddenly, a cold male voice interrupted. A tall, slender young man strode into the store. It was Shuezhan. "What do you think you are?" The technician, clearly unfamiliar with him, began to retort, but the store manager hurriedly approached Shuezhan, respectfully addressing him as young master, effectively silencing the technician. Chin exclaimed in surprise, "Uncle? Second young master Shui?" Man interjected, revealing her acquaintance with Shuezhan, which I had not anticipated. "Dr. Qi." Shuezhan nodded at her and stood before the repair station. The technician, who had been somewhat arrogant before, was now blushing and flustered. Although Shuezhan was young, his status commanded respect, and even the store manager treated him with deference. I could only guess that the entire mall belonged to his family. "Is this your phone?" Shuezhan turned to Chin. She affirmed with a nod. Shueizhan picked up the tweezers from the table, grasped the chip, and coldly inquired, "What is this?" This is a listening device," the technician quickly confessed. Shueizhan's eyes narrowed as he turned to Qi Yiman and Qin Qin, both of whom were taken aback. The fact that Wang Haihua had installed a listening device on Qin Qin's phone was troubling, even if they were not yet aware of the truth. They understood that Wang Haihua's intentions were far from innocent. Qi Yiman slammed her fist on the counter, her face contorted with rage. Shueizhan lifted his chin, asking, "Can it be repaired?" "Yes, it can be done," and quickly the technician responded, hastily picking up his tools to begin working. "Wait," Qi Yiman suddenly called out, her gaze fixed meaningfully on the chip. "Put the chip back exactly as it was." The technician looked puzzled, while Shueizhan shot him a cold glare. "Do as she says." Nodding, the technician first prepared the phone, then carefully returned the chip to its original position, ensuring the casing was clean and free from any oil before handing the pristine phone back to Qin Qin. As they left, Shueizhan casually picked me up from the counter, causing the young lady who had previously scolded me to stare in shock, likely drenched in cold sweat. The staff in the store watched with trepidation as we exited. Qi Yiman expressed her gratitude. "Second young master Shui, thank you for today. Qin Qin and I were having hot pot. Would you like to join us?" "Sure," Shueizhan replied readily. Back at the hot pot restaurant, as they conversed, I learned that Qi Yiman was the doctor for the Shui family. And indeed, the shopping mall belonged to them. It was fortunate that Shueizhan had arrived just in time. Otherwise, the secret of the listening device might have remained undisclosed for much longer. Qi Yiman also learned about the connection between Qin Qin and Shueizhan, as well as their conversation outside the police station yesterday. Shueizhan toyed with a lighter in his hand, his voice low and serious. "It appears your father is indeed quite problematic." Qin Qin, still a child, was overwhelmed by the implications of the listening device, leaving her feeling lost. "So, my mom is really missing?" "But Teacher Yang did reach my mom on the phone, and she said she was out of town and couldn't come to school, telling the teacher to contact my dad." Shueizhan tilted his head, focusing on me, deep in thought. "Are you sure the person who answered the phone was your mother?" he asked, echoing Qi Yiman's earlier question. The voice was hers. Shueizhan's gaze remained fixed on me, and for some reason, I felt as though his penetrating stare could see through everything. As a cat, I found myself at a loss, unable to meet his eyes. He said softly, "Since a text can be faked, can a voice be manipulated as well?" Indeed, I nearly wanted to applaud this astute young man. I'm already deceased. So, of course, that voice was a fabrication. Yet I had not anticipated that someone could mimic my voice so accurately. This individual cannot possibly be Wang Haihua. She is a woman, an accomplice of his who not only knows his murderous secret, but actively aids him in concealing it. Chapter 35, A Calculated Scheme. The phone call was a guise she orchestrated, and the message was likely sent by her as well. She collaborates seamlessly with Wang Haihua, assisting him in maintaining this colossal deception. Who could it be? Who would willingly go to such lengths for a murderer? In an instant, a woman's face flashed through my mind. Lin Lan? No. Although she bears some resemblance to me, her voice is nothing like mine. Regardless, I firmly believe that Xiao Xiao would never abandon Qin Qin. I have an unsettling premonition that something has happened to her. At this point, Qi Yiman seemed to recollect something, abruptly grabbing her phone and scrolling through it quickly. As she paused, her fingers halted, her eyes fixed on the screen in disbelief. "Xiao Xiao." Qi Yiman glanced at Qin Qin and then at Shueizhan, appearing equally perplexed. Her novel was still being updated without interruption. A buzzing sensation filled my mind. Impossible. I've already perished. The manuscript could only last 2 days, and it should have ceased long ago. How can it still be updating? Who is updating it on my behalf? Wang Haihua? Or that woman? Wang Haihua has even meticulously arranged the novel's updates. He is utterly terrifying, leaving no room for error. Qin Qin's complexion turned ashen, her eyelids drooping, instantly losing her vitality. This news struck her as yet another blow, for it demonstrated that not only had I not vanished, but I was also living well, with the novel's updates continuing uninterrupted. This operation was exceedingly deceptive, to the point where even the resolute Qi Yiman found herself bewildered. If Wang Haihua's claims are valid, and the information and voices from the phone are genuine, then if Xiao Xiao truly has left, why would Wang Haihua install a listening device in Qin Qin's phone? Is he deranged? Shueizhan chuckled. You are absolutely right. He might indeed be a pervert. He then recounted the incident at the hospital when Wang Haihua nearly threw me out of the window, causing both Qi Yimin and Qin Qin to turn their gazes toward me simultaneously. Qin Qin's expression softened, evidently feeling a twinge of sympathy. In that moment, she must have forgotten her anger toward me. Shuizhan absent-mindedly stroked my fur and remarked, I even suspect that last time, when Yuan was tied to the railway tracks, it was also his doing. Nestled in Shuizhan's embrace, I instinctively nodded. Indeed, it was him. Qi Yimin and Qin Qin, witnessing this scene, widened their eyes in astonishment. Qi Yimin exclaimed, Is he insane? Why torment a meerkat? What a pervert! For a moment, silence enveloped the room. Shuizhan tossed a piece of beef into the pot and calmly suggested, Let us eat. A full stomach allows for clearer thinking. The atmosphere at the table relaxed somewhat, as Qi Yimin placed a slice of meat in Qin Qin's bowl, gently encouraging her. Qin Qin, don't overthink it. We have Andy here. We are still uncertain about the situation. Even if your mother's departure is genuine, I believe she must have her reasons. What is most important for you now is your school matters. Let us wait and see what stance the school takes. If things do not work out, Andy will find a way to help you secure a new school. Rest assured, you won't be left without an education. The school will definitely handle it, and soon they will politely invite you back. Shuizhan tapped his fingers on the table, exuding a languid confidence. Qi Yimin glanced at him, a smile playing on her lips, and raised no objections, evidently well aware of the Shui family's influence. As for Wang Haihua, Qi Yimin pondered for a moment, recognizing that his installation of the listening device must serve a purpose. Perhaps we should feign ignorance and turn the tables on him. Qin Qin, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up, glancing at Qi Yimin and then at Shuizhan. I have an idea. Since there's a listening device, why don't we retaliate in kind and find a way to plant one on his phone? The presence of a listening device completely overturned Qin Qin's perception of Wang Haihua. She must be feeling furious now, eager to do something in response. Shuizhan reclined in his chair, shaking his head with a smile. The idea is commendable, but it is difficult to execute, especially since the phone is in his possession. I'll sneak back and do it. Qin Qin interjected without hesitation, determination etched on her face. No, it's not necessary to take that risk. Qi Yimin immediately countered, narrowing her eyes thoughtfully. The best approach would be to let him expose himself. Shuizhan nodded in agreement. Qi Yimin has always been perceptive. She may already have a plan. However, Wang Haihua is a cunning old fox, far more devious and ruthless than they imagine, with a strong psychological fortitude, making him a formidable adversary. I hope they do not bring trouble upon themselves because of me. With the topic reaching a natural conclusion, the ensuing conversation lightened considerably. Shuizhan recounted the night he ran away from home, unexpectedly rescuing me by the railway tracks, which elicited laughter from everyone. As we neared the end of the meal, Shuizhan suddenly inquired, By the way, I am curious, how did your phone end up in the hot pot? At this, Qin Qin shot me an exasperated glance. Though she had evidently calmed down, it was all Yuan's fault. I was about to make a call when she suddenly jumped and bumped into me, causing me to lose my grip, and it fell right into the pot. So that is how it happened. Shuizhan's gaze fell upon me, a hint of amusement creeping into his eyes, suggesting that Yuan had inadvertently contributed to the situation. Qi Yimin could not help but laugh. You keep switching between Yuan and Tuan. How many names does it have? Shuizhan suddenly bent down, his long fingers playfully lifting my chin, his deep-set eyes locking onto mine. Which name do you prefer, Yuan or Tuan? His handsome face was uncomfortably close, his gaze warm enough to make me blush. I could almost discern the individual lashes of his long eyes and the small reflection of myself within his profound pupils. He seemed to sense my discomfort, the mirth in his eyes deepening as his lips curled upwards. It says it likes Yuan. Young master, I don't think I said anything. Qin Qin protested, pouting. No way. Tuan can't talk. It has always been called Tuan. Enough. Qi Yimin interjected, smiling as a mediator. I propose we each take a character and call it Tuan Yuan, which carries a lovely connotation. Qin Qin instantly quieted down, as the term Tuan Yuan evidently struck a sensitive chord. She is not a heartless child, and I had misjudged her too often in the past. Tuan Yuan? Quite nice. Shuizhan smiled at me, clearly pleased. Little Tuan Yuan, what do you think? Meow. I also think it sounds good. To express my approval, I hopped a couple of times in his embrace. It seems it can truly understand human speech. Qi Yimin looked on in astonishment. Chin puffed up with pride. Of course. Tuan is clever. Well, from now on, I will call it Tuan Yuan. It sounds lovely. The hot pot gathering concluded, and as Shuizhan headed to the restroom, and Qi Yimin went to settle the bill, Chin took me in her arms and stepped out of the hot pot restaurant to wait for them. Just then, a mocking voice pierced the air. Oh, ISNT this Su Chin? Chapter 36, Kneel Down and Beg Us. A short distance away, a group of girls clad in flamboyant attire approached, wearing malicious smiles as they closed in on Chin. It was them again, the very faces that had bullied Chin. However, hadn't the bullying incidents already been exposed? Why were they still as brazen as before, seemingly unaffected by any repercussions? About to be expelled, they still had the audacity to enjoy hot pot? The girl speaking always took center stage, evidently the leader of their group. She wore high pigtails, with ostentatious makeup, lipstick the color of a vampire's blood, blue eyeshadow, and false eyelashes that resembled two centipedes resting on her eyes. The other girls were similarly adorned, their faces a riot of colors akin to a painter's palette, resembling a group of children engaged in cosplay, exuding an air of misplaced confidence. Chin ignored them. The twin-tailed girl, momentarily taken aback, seemed ready to erupt in anger. I immediately propped myself up from Chin's embrace to assert my presence. The twin-tailed girl hesitated, and the others, upon noticing me, displayed signs of trepidation. Clearly, they remembered me as the fierce feline. I was not to be trifled with when provoked. Yet, how could these self-proclaimed queens, accustomed to intimidation, show any sign of retreat due to a mere cat? Even if they were afraid, they would never allow it to show. Thus, they abandoned their approach, but not their attempts at provocation. The twin-tailed girl crossed her arms, chin raised defiantly, wearing a smug expression. Su Chin, you're about to be expelled. This time, even your mother kneeling in supplication won't save you. I was skeptical. The bullying incident had caused quite a stir, and earlier that morning, a swarm of reporters had surrounded the noodle shop, conducting numerous interviews. Was it possible they were merely seeking solitude? Even if these bullies had powerful connections, the prudent school administration, faced with public scrutiny, would never make the foolish decision to expel the victim. Unless, of course, public sentiment shifted. Yet, with video evidence as solid as a rock, how could they possibly exonerate themselves? Another girl, acting as a sycophant, chimed in, but if you kneel and beg us, who knows? We might feel generous and plead for you to leave with some dignity. Throughout, Chin remained indifferent, perhaps regarding them as mere barking dogs, even taking a couple of steps away while holding me. This action, however, incited their fury. The twin-tailed girl hurled her soda can, which landed right beside Chin's feet. Meow. I stood tall and let out a fierce yowl, showcasing my most intimidating demeanor. The twin-tailed girl's previously arrogant expression faltered, despite her efforts to maintain her bravado. Her fearful eyes betrayed her. I found myself wanting to laugh. A group of 14 or 15-year-old middle schoolers, afraid of a meerkat, pretending to be tough, they halted at what they considered a safe distance, and the twin-tailed girl smugly declared, "Do you really think a few videos will turn the tide? You should inquire about my father's identity. To be frank, with just one phone call, all those videos will vanish." Indeed, it appeared she had connections. I found myself genuinely concerned. Was her father's influence truly that formidable? Could he suppress something that had already captivated media attention so effortlessly? Oh, I would very much like to know who your father is, I mused. Just then, Qi Yimin emerged from the shop, her tone neutral, devoid of any discernible emotion. Tall and elegant in her striking red coat, she walked in with an air of authority that eclipsed even the most brazen among the girls. Children, after all, are still children. They bully their peers, mistakenly believing themselves to be the rulers of the realm. Yet they shrink before an adult, especially one like Qi Yimin, whose commanding presence could easily overshadow them. The twin-tailed girl struggled to maintain her composure and was about to speak when one of her sycophants suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Shuizhan! It's Shuizhan!" The bullies who had been so eager to intimidate moments ago now completely disregarded their target, their eyes sparkling as they gazed upon the handsome youth emerging from the shop. Even the haughty, twin-tailed girl transformed into a picture of demureness, her voice taking on an affected tone. "Shuizhan, what a coincidence. What brings you here?" I found nothing surprising about it. Shuizhan was a genuine scion of a wealthy family, distinguished by his striking looks and an air of aloof sophistication that exuded an irresistible charisma. Not only these teenage girls, but even I, a woman in my 30s, found my heart fluttering in his presence. Shuizhan cast a brief glance at her. His demeanor composed. "Who are you?" The response sent the twin-tailed girl into a frenzy. Her previously nonchalant makeup transformed into a mask of bashfulness, creating an almost surreal scene. "I am Chen Ziyu. My father is Chun Baoquan. We've met before. You just don't remember me, do you? Last time at the annual conference." Wow. Her entourage gasped in admiration, clearly envious of her encounter with the male lead at such a prestigious event. Chun Baoquan? Shuizhan mused, seemingly unable to recall such a figure. Disappointment washed over Chen Ziyu, but she suddenly seemed to remember something and promptly yanked off her false eyelashes. It was a brutal act of self-sabotage. "At the conference, I even sang a song, Sunny Day by Jay Cho." She blinked expectantly at Shuizhan, her eyes imploring him to finally recognize her. Yet, he remained impassive. "I don't remember." Embarrassment washed over Chen Ziyu, who had intended to flaunt her connection in front of her followers, only to find that her idol did not recall her at all. "By the way, did you just say your father is Chun Baoquan?" Shuizhan suddenly inquired. Chen Ziyu's eyes brightened with excitement. "Yes. You remember now, right? Which department? What position?" Shuizhan continued to question her, clearly still unfamiliar with the name, but Chen Ziyu felt elated. To her, his inquiries signified a budding relationship. "My father is the Public Relations Department Manager," she proudly proclaimed. "So, he works in public relations. No wonder he possesses the influence to manage public opinion. Yet, no matter how impressive, he was merely a manager. Given her earlier bravado, I had half expected her father to be someone like Li Gang." "Public Relations Department Manager?" Shuizhan raised an eyebrow. "I happen to know him. I don't recall his surname being Chun." Chen Ziyu felt a twinge of embarrassment and softly added, "He is the manager of the B City branch." "Ah, I see." Shuizhan nodded, suddenly shifting his tone. "It appears our group has such a disgraceful figure. Thank you for the information. I will arrange for an immediate dismissal." Chen Ziyu, seemingly oblivious, wore an expression of disbelief. Or perhaps she could not accept what she was hearing. Yet Shuizhan truly took out his phone to make the call. "Effective immediately. Terminate the employment of Chun Baoquan, manager of the B City Public Relations Department, with the reason to inquire from his daughter." Chapter 37. I shall report this. Chen Ziyu's composure began to crack. Her heavily made-up face could not conceal the rapid flush creeping up her cheeks. Her entourage quietly retreated several steps, perhaps hoping to distance themselves from her. Chin inappropriately, loud a laugh. Chen Ziyu, feeling humiliated, clung to a fading shred of hope and forced a smile. "Shuizhan, are you joking with me?" Shuizhan let out a cold laugh, showing her no mercy. "Why would I joke with you? Are we familiar with each other?" With that, he approached and extended his hand to tease me, his earlier aloofness dissipating into a gentle smile. "Uncle, would you like a piece of gum?" Chin offered a box of gum, which Shuizhan gladly accepted, popping a piece into his mouth. The group of sycophants stared in disbelief, especially Chen Ziyu, whose expression was one of utter incredulity, as if she wished to gouge her own eyes out. Observing this scene, Chi Yimin couldn't help but smile. After all, she was a 30-year-old adult and would not stoop to bickering with a gaggle of teenagers in public. Such behavior hardly suited her demeanor. Clearly, the wrongdoers would face consequences, and that was sufficient for her. She wrapped her arm around Chin and smiled at Shuizhan. "I shall take Chin home now." Shuizhan signaled an okay with his hand, and Chin waved goodbye as she followed Chi Yimin to the car. As I lay against the car window, I saw Chen Ziyu frantically answer a phone call, then chase after Shuizhan, seemingly pleading for something. Shuizhan shrugged off her attempt to grasp his hand and walked away, chewing his gum. Chen Ziyu, disregarding her image, collapsed on the ground in tears. How curious. A person who had spent her days flaunting her power and bullying others could also shed tears. I felt a twinge of satisfaction, yet it seemed insufficient. The harm they had inflicted upon Chin was far from being repaid. Chi Yimin resided in an upscale neighborhood, having purchased her home herself, decorated entirely to her taste. As a single woman, she clearly led a comfortable life. I had given birth to Chin when I was just 19, still grappling with my own immaturity while shouldering the responsibility of raising a young child. I often pondered whether my fate would have diverged had I not encountered that person on that snowy day when I was 18. I do not regret giving birth to Chin. Rather, I lament the absence of love in my life, which has left me unversed in the art of loving others, and has denied me the confidence and freedom that someone like Man possesses. Chin has visited many times, becoming a familiar presence. She adores Man's home and cherishes her as a person. Thus, without hesitation, she agreed to stay today. Since we were to play this game, the two of us conspired to make a call to test Wang Haihua. Chi Yimin drafted a plan and, for safety, retreated to the farthest room, leaving Chin in the living room. According to our scheme, it was Chin who would call Chi Yimin. Taking a deep breath, Chin prepared for this unfamiliar endeavor. Without knowledge of any listening devices, she felt slightly more at ease. Awareness of them would surely induce anxiety. I too felt a pang of nervousness. For Wang Haihua is not easily deceived. Once composed, Chin dialed Chi Yimin's number. The house boasted excellent soundproofing, and I could not hear Chi Yimin's phone ring. After a brief pause, Chi Yimin answered the call. Hello, Chin. Andy, when are you coming back? I'm just picking up a few things. I'll be there shortly. What's the matter? Chi Yimin's tone remained casual. Chin, glancing at her notes, followed the script. Auntie, I want to report something to the police. Report what? Is something wrong? Chi Yimin's demeanor shifted to concern. I want to report my mother. She just left me like this. I'm still a minor. This is abandonment. Although she had rehearsed this script, Chin's eyes reddened at this point. The intention to call the police was a fabrication, yet her feelings of grievance were genuine. My heart ached as I approached her, embracing her. Chin, your mother did not abandon you. She was murdered by Wang Haihua, and it was beyond her control that she is now separated from you. Chin, your mother loves you dearly. How could she ever abandon you? She must have her reasons. I see no reason. She is busy writing her novel, making money, yet she has no time to call me. She simply does not want me anymore. At this juncture, Chin was fully immersed in her emotions, on the verge of tears. If Wang Haihua was eavesdropping, he would likely not detect any inconsistencies. Be brave, Chin. Do not be disheartened. I will think of a way to reach your mother. Regardless, if she does not provide me with an explanation soon, I will call the police and report her for abandonment. Chi Yimin sighed on the other end of the line. All right, Annie will accompany you when the time comes. The call concluded, and Chi Yimin emerged from the room, immediately embracing Chin, aware of her genuine sorrow. This charade was cruel for a child, yet at this moment, there was no better alternative. Chin blinked away her tears and turned to comfort Chi Yimin. Auntie, don't worry, I'm fine. Chi Yimin sat beside her, gazing at her with affection. Chin, do you believe your mother would abandon you? Chin averted her gaze, fiddling with her nails, remaining silent. Her silence pierced my heart. Though she cooperated in this call to test Wang Haihua, she harbored doubts about my devotion to her, beginning to question my love. Chi Yimin gently patted her head, speaking softly. Chin, if your mother intended to abandon you, the opportune moment would have been 14 years ago, yet she chose not to. Although many pieces of evidence suggest she left you, I firmly believe that even if she might have run away with someone else, she would never forsake you. Moreover, if Wang Haihua were truly innocent, why would he install a listening device on your phone? What could a child possibly have to be eavesdropped upon? Unless he harbors ulterior motives? Chin murmured, I used to think he was quite nice. Chin, one must not judge by appearances. You must trust that no one loves you more than your mother. As for Wang Haihua, he has likely overheard our conversation. If your mother truly ran away, he would welcome your decision to report her. If not, he would attempt to prevent you. Chi Yimin's lips curled into a wry smile. A lie requires 100 more lies to sustain it. If he has indeed lied, the truth shall inevitably unravel. I gazed at Chi Yimin, my heart swelling with gratitude. Thank goodness you are by Chin's side, man. Thank you for loving her as I do and for your unwavering trust in me. Soon, Chin's phone on the coffee table rang. The caller ID displayed. Wang Haihua. Chapter 38. Another xiao just moments after he hung up, Wang Haihua called. Has he finally grown impatient? Chi Yimin gestured for Chin to answer the call, and she did, placing it on speaker. Hello, Dad, though reluctant. She played her part and addressed him as Dad. Wang Haihua's soothing voice emanated from the phone. Chin, have you eaten? Chi Yimin rolled her eyes, as if to say, keep pretending. Yes, Chin replied. I strained to listen, fixated on the phone on the table, as Wang Haihua continued. The school just called. They have a plan for handling the situation, and they want us to come in tomorrow. Be ready in the morning. I'll pick you up. Chin looked to Chi Yimin, who appeared equally surprised. Initially, they thought Wang Haihua was alarmed by Chin's intention to report him, but he merely conveyed the school's message. I don't want to go. Qin instinctively resisted. The bullying from her classmates and the teacher's bias had left her utterly disillusioned with the sanctity of school. Wang Haihua reassured her, "It's all right. The facts are clear. It's not your fault, so you need not fear. I'll be there for you." The school was quite courteous on the phone and even apologized. They should provide an explanation tomorrow. Qi Yimin exchanged glances with Qin, prompting her to respond, "Fine. Then I'll go." "All right. I'll pick you up in the morning." "Okay." After the call ended, Qi Yimin and Qin locked eyes. Wang Haihua was indeed cunning, maintaining a facade during the call without revealing any flaws. "Do you think he didn't hear our earlier conversation?" Qin inquired. Qi Yimin pondered. He likely did. Since he installed that listening device, he must have had a purpose and would not miss any information. Qin hesitated. What if he is innocent? Innocent people don't install listening devices. Qi Yimin firmly dismissed the notion, suddenly recalling that he had mentioned receiving the school's call just moments ago. Could it be that while we were on the phone, he happened to be receiving the school's call, thus missing our conversation? The revelation of the listening device made them acutely aware of Wang Haihua's dubious intentions. Yet due to the ongoing nature of my narrative, they did not suspect my demise at his hands. They merely believed my sudden disappearance was linked to him. "It's all right. We've missed this opportunity, but we will find another way to test him. Qin, you must go tomorrow. You have endured significant injustice, and the school must provide you with a resolution." The following morning, Qi Yimin prepared for work and left with Qin. I wished to accompany Qin, but it was evidently inconvenient for her today. Before departing, she embraced me, instructing me to behave and stay at home. Once the door closed, I hurried to the balcony, spotting Wang Haihua's car parked by the roadside. Shortly thereafter, Qi Yimin's car exited the community, stopping beside Wang Haihua's vehicle. Qin disembarked from her car and entered Wang Haihua's. Qi Yimin seemed to exchange a few words with him before both cars drove off in opposite directions. A wave of unease washed over me. I felt profoundly unsettled about Qin being alone with Wang Haihua. Were they truly headed to the school? Even if they were, what would transpire there? How would Qin be treated? Contemplating these thoughts, I found it unbearable to languish at home. So I took a turn around the balcony and resolved to descend along the pipe. My small claws clutched tightly to the metal. My entire body trembled with fear. Yet, the thought of Qin propelled me forward without hesitation. I carefully inched my way down. Almost there, just a few more meters to go. As I neared the ground, exhaustion overtook me. My claws slipped, and I fell to the ground. I landed in the green belt, a cry of pain escaping my lips, feeling as if my body might shatter into pieces. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I picked myself up and hurried out of the community towards the school. As I passed an intersection, I noticed a middle-aged woman kneeling by the roadside. She looked familiar, and soon I recalled her as the woman from the hospital who had lost her daughter. In this moment, her eyes were red and swollen, her spirit diminished. A missing person notice hanging from her neck. Clearly, she remained ensnared in the anguish of her daughter's disappearance, weeping daily. She gazed intently at every passerby, hoping to hear news of her daughter. When someone inquired, she would lament, and from her words, I gathered that her daughter had likely been abducted by human traffickers. As a mother myself, I empathized deeply with her suffering, unable to resist stopping to glance at the notice. It bore an enlarged photograph of a girl named Jiang Zhishao, who was strikingly beautiful, particularly her bright, profound eyes that seemed to captivate anyone who looked upon her. Perhaps it was her remarkable appearance that had invited calamity. "Xiao, my Xiao, where on earth are you? Oh heavens, I beseech you, return my daughter to me." In that instant, I was frozen in place. The familiar name, the heart-wrenching call, each utterance sent tremors through my heart. I gazed at this pained and helpless woman, feeling a twinge of envy for the girl who shared the same name, Xiao. We bore the same name, both missing for days, yet I lacked a mother who would tirelessly search for me, calling out to me. My own mother not only failed to seek me, but, knowing the truth, aided my murderer in concealing my plight, rendering my suffering invisible. The thought struck me like a whip of iron, causing a profound ache in my heart. What a tragic existence I led. If I could exchange this lifetime of misery for a wish in the next, could I please have a loving mother? How I long to experience the warmth of a mother's love. It must be exquisite. I fervently hope that Jiang Zhizhao's disappearance differs from mine. I wish for her to be safe, and for this devoted mother to reunite with her daughter soon. I continued my hurried journey to the school, intent on finding my Qin. I may not have a competent mother, but I shall strive to be a worthy mother myself. Even transformed into a cat, I will do everything within my capacity. Upon arriving at the school gate, I found it bustling with activity, cars lined up, and numerous journalists and onlookers present. It seemed a significant event was underway. Having sneaked into the school twice before as a cat, each time fraught with peril, I pondered whether I should take the risk again today. However, the crowd was overwhelming and I was easily exposed. I had faced death once and did not fear danger. Rather, I feared that if something happened to me, I would be unable to protect Chin Chin. Just then, I felt myself lifted off the ground by a pair of hands. Instinctively, I struggled, but then I heard a familiar voice near my ear. Yuan Yuan, little reunion. Turning my head, I beheld Shui Zhan's extraordinarily handsome face, and I instantly relaxed. He looked down at me with a smile. Do you want to go inside? This time, I did not nod. Instead, I gazed at him with wide, innocent eyes. Little master, you are exceedingly clever. It was evident he had discerned my intentions, and perhaps even my inner turmoil. Stifling a laugh, he cradled me in his arms and gently patted my head. Good girl. I will take you in. This action caught the eye of a security guard at the entrance, startling me, and I quickly nestled deeper into the boy's embrace. My heart racing. The security checks at the school gate were stringent today. I had witnessed students' milk tea being confiscated earlier. As Shui Zhan led me towards the gate, the guard's voice rang out, reminding a student to finish their breakfast before entering. My heart raced with anxiety. After a moment, Shui Zhan unzipped his jacket slightly to allow me some air, grinning, "Don't be nervous." I cautiously peeked out and realized we had made it in, letting out a sigh of relief. The campus was bustling, everyone heading in one direction towards the square where activities were usually held, with people busy setting up the podium and testing microphones. I searched the crowd for Chin Chin, but instead spotted Chen Ziyu. She was being dragged in by a man who bore some resemblance to her, presumably her father, Chun Baoquan, whom she had wronged terribly. Chen Ziyu had pulled the hood of her jacket low over her face, making it nearly impossible to see her features. Reluctantly, she walked along, but upon catching sight of Shui Zhan and me, she froze for a moment. After a brief struggle, she stepped forward, seemingly wanting to plead for something, but Shui Zhan ignored her and turned away. All the faculty and students had gathered in the square, and reporters had been let in, clamoring for the best positions. Cameras aimed at the podium. Shui Zhan circled around, finally placing me on a branch of a tree. How's this? He raised an eyebrow. I observed that this spot was perfectly positioned to see the podium, with ample foliage to conceal me from view. It was as though he could read my mind, knowing precisely what I wished to do. I affectionately rubbed my paw against the back of his hand, playfully blinking at him in gratitude for his thoughtfulness. He paused, a smile curling his lips, then gently scratched my paw with his fingertip. No need to thank me. He patted me lightly, signaling me to stay put, before swiftly disappearing into the crowd. The principal took the stage, and the crowd quickly fell silent. I was aware that the bullying incident had garnered significant attention, and the school was bound to take a stand. However, I had not anticipated such a grand display. Not only were all the students and faculty present, but the media had also been invited. The principal delivered a lengthy, impassioned speech condemning the bullies and the unjust actions of Teacher Yang, expressing the school's zero-tolerance policy towards bullying. The school had even arranged for a public apology segment. Chin Chin, as the victim, was called to the stage, followed closely by her tormentors, including Chen Ziyu, who were compelled to apologize to her in front of everyone. Just the previous day, they had been brazenly bullying her. Yet today, they were forced to face her in a public setting. Perhaps out of concern for their minor status, they wore masks, with Chen Ziyu attempting to conceal her head with her clothing, eager to become invisible. Their apologies hardly seemed heartfelt, more like a reluctant obligation. Chin Chin remained expressionless. Ignoring them, I felt she was justified. The grievances she had endured and the emotional scars inflicted upon her could not be erased by mere words of apology. When Teacher Yang approached, she too kept her head down, trying to hide her face behind her hair, but I still caught sight of the paw print I had left on her cheek that day. Suchin, Iem Trulisari. I mishandled the situation without understanding the facts, causing you significant harm. I sincerely apologize. She no longer exuded the arrogance she once did. She spoke in a subdued tone, even bowing, her demeanor appearing genuinely contrite. Adults, of course, were more adept at recognizing circumstances and were more capable of bending to the situation than mere children. Chin Chin let out a cold laugh. At that moment, the principal grasped the microphone and spoke with great conviction. Su-chin, do not fear. Today, the school shall uphold justice for you. Speak your mind courageously. However, if you choose to remain silent, that is perfectly acceptable. I have something to say. Chin suddenly interjected. Her voice was barely audible due to the absence of a microphone. Interestingly, the principal, who had just encouraged Chin to speak, seemed momentarily taken aback, as if he had not anticipated her to actually voice her thoughts. When he hesitantly handed her the microphone, she took it and gazed at Yang Hui, her tone frosty. When my mother knelt before you, did you feel at ease? A pang shot through my heart. At the time my mother knelt before Yang Hui, I had not felt overly aggrieved. Yet hearing Chin's condemnation on my behalf now filled me with a profound sense of sorrow. Chin, truly, my mother would do anything for you. Yet I never expected that my efforts would not only fail to assist you, but would instead embolden the wicked, subjecting you to further ridicule and humiliation. Yang Hui, visibly uncomfortable, lowered her head and tucked her hair behind her ear, partially concealing her face. Chin then turned to address the assembly of teachers, students, and journalists before the podium. My mother has always insisted that I must attend this school, unaware of the sordid realities I confront daily. The principal, likely drenched in sweat, appeared eager to intervene in Chin's speech, but with so many cameras trained on them, he found himself powerless to do so. My mother has always taught me to heed my teachers and abide by school rules. Ironically, those regulations had never offered me protection, nor had any teacher ever safeguarded me. I simply wish to inquire, why must I endure all of this? Why was it I, the victim, who bore the brunt of it, while my mother knelt? Each question reverberated with conviction, echoing throughout the campus. Chin, my dear Chin. In that moment, my heart felt as though it were being twisted by a blade, nearly compelling me to rush forward and embrace her. She was still but a child. Why must she bear such burdens? Chapter 40. A collective yearning for justice, a cacophony erupted as students, many of whom were hearing about the appalling events within the school for the first time, reacted with shock and commotion. Amidst the throng, I spotted Suyu. Like the others, she stared at the podium, and when someone beside her uttered a comment, she smiled. It was as if the entire affair bore no relevance to her. No one knew that the mother Chin spoke of was her own sister, and she wished to keep that fact hidden. She had inherited our mother's self-serving nature, adept at navigating life to her advantage, ensuring she partook in all good fortune while distancing herself from any misfortune. Now that she no longer wants me, are you all satisfied? Chin's voice trembled faintly, the cold wind reddening her cheeks as she struggled to contain her emotions. She was never one to indulge in sentimentality. Stubborn and resolute, she rarely revealed her vulnerabilities. At that moment, the principal seized the opportunity, reclaiming the microphone from her, and reassuringly stated, Su-chin, rest assured, this incident has crossed our threshold of tolerance. We shall not allow it to go unaddressed. I assure the media that we will enhance school regulations, strengthen management, elevate the overall quality of our teaching staff, and ensure proper care for Su-chin. Ultimately, the decision was announced. Yang Hui and several of the bullying students would be expelled, and it was communicated that the Education Bureau had resolved to revoke Yang Hui's teaching certification. The square erupted in applause and cheers. Although it was Chin who had suffered, the collective thirst for justice was palpable. Throughout the proceedings, I did not catch sight of Wang Haihua. Perhaps he wished to avoid appearing before the multitude of cameras again. After all, a person with a dark disposition would hardly relish such a scene of justice being enacted. Once Chin descended from the podium, a swarm of reporters rushed forward, only to be intercepted by school officials. A young woman wearing glasses approached and gently placed her arm around Chin's shoulders, guiding her away. They paused beneath a tree, where she expressed her concern and inquired about Chin's needs. I surmised she was likely Chin's new homeroom teacher, someone who appeared gentle and sincere, surely a good educator. A few classmates gathered around, and Meng Xian smiled, asking, Su-chin, may I invite you to sit beside me? Let's be desk partners. My eyes grew misty. How wonderful it was to see so many kind souls surrounding Chin. Perhaps she was unaccustomed to such sudden attention, as she seemed slightly out of sorts. When she inadvertently lifted her gaze, she caught sight of me. For a brief moment, she froze, then quickly averted her eyes, as if fearing others might follow her line of sight to discover me. She began to reciprocate the kindness of those around her and led them away. Since Chin chose not to remain for interviews, the school had no choice but to step in, wary that she might divulge something further to the press, complicating their public relations efforts. I overheard a reporter inquire about the missing Jiangji Xiao, to which the school responded that they were cooperating with the police investigation and had no updates on her whereabouts, though they hoped for her swift return. After a series of questions, the principal ended the interview, citing a busy schedule, and arranged for the reporters to be escorted off campus. The principal exhaled deeply and hurried toward the administration building. At that moment, I noticed Chen Baoquan trailing behind him, ingratiatingly speaking to the principal. Chen Ziyu had already been expelled. Did he still intend to plead for his daughter? That could not happen if Chen Ziyu remained. She would undoubtedly seek opportunities to continue harassing Qin. The crowd around us had thinned considerably, so I leaped from the tree and pursued their direction. Chen Baoquan followed the principal into the office, and mustering my courage, I approached. Through the crack in the door, I glimpsed a man in a suit seated on the sofa. Upon entering, the principal respectfully addressed him as Mr. Shui, and Chen Baoquan followed suit, bowing and scraping. My instincts told me that this man was not ordinary. If such a formidable figure sided with Chen Baoquan, it would spell disaster. Footsteps echoed from the other end of the hallway, igniting a sense of panic within me as I feared being discovered. Yet my curiosity compelled me to eavesdrop on their conversation. I slipped into an adjacent vacant meeting room, which had a window leading to the outer balcony. To my relief, this balcony connected to the principal's office, and the back door was ajar, allowing me to hear their voices clearly. I crouched by the doorway, catching snippets of Chen Baoquan's obsequious tone. Mr. Shui, I understand that my daughter erred this time, and I have chastised her thoroughly. She will not dare repeat it. Might you consider granting her another chance? Errors must be acknowledged and punished. This is the social contract. If you have failed to educate her, she must learn from society. If she truly understands her mistake, she can start anew at another school. The man's voice was deep and devoid of emotion, yet it carried an implicit weight of intimidation. A tremor ran through me. I felt I had heard that voice before. The principal added, indeed, her reputation here has suffered greatly. Would you wish for her to remain unable to hold her head high? Perhaps a change of environment would be more beneficial for her growth. Hearing this, I felt a modicum of relief. The school's position seemed resolute. Given the magnitude of this incident, they could not afford to reverse their stance and tarnish their reputation. Yet, who exactly was this Mr. Shui, such that even the principal felt compelled to heed him? A brief silence enveloped the room before Chen Baoquan stammered. Very well, my daughter has made a mistake, and I must accept the outcome. However, Mr. Shui, what of me? After all, I have been with the company for many years, and though I may not have made significant contributions, my efforts should not be disregarded. The young master cannot act recklessly. He has not acted recklessly. Expelling you is my decision. Mr. Shui, our public relations department is not your personal tool, nor your shield. You misuse public resources to aid the wicked, and such individuals have no place in our company. The sound grew increasingly familiar, as if it were an echo of a long-forgotten memory. Mustering my courage, I peered out from the doorframe, yet the man's upper body was obscured by the red flag on the table, leaving me only with a view of his crossed legs. His suit trousers impeccably straight and devoid of wrinkles. Suddenly, the front door of the office swung open, and a familiar voice resonated. I heard that someone had come to report me to my brother. Shuizhan's demeanor was nonchalant, as though he had entered not the principal's office, but rather his own backyard. It turned out that this Mr. Shui was indeed his brother, the young master of the Shui family. Chapter 41. Changes in the study. Upon seeing him, Chen Baoquan immediately pleaded, "Young master, I was wrong. Please grant me another chance. I'm the pillar of my family and cannot afford to lose this job." Shuizhan let out a cold laugh, remarking, "I've already given you a chance. Otherwise, you would be held accountable for misusing public resources and damaging the company's reputation." Truly, the young master from an affluent background was distinct. While his peers were still buried in textbooks, Shuizhan had already acquired knowledge far beyond the curriculum, exhibiting the early traits of a domineering figure. Shuizhan spoke with a hint of disdain. "Indeed, allowing you to leave the company is already a gesture of kindness. Otherwise, given your actions, you would deserve a total ban from the industry. Is that the outcome you desire?" At this, Chen Baoquan fell utterly silent. Shuizhan continued, "The funds I allocate each year are for the betterment of children's growth and education, not to support a parasite. If you cannot manage, then step down." This was directed at the principal, who trembled in response, repeatedly assuring him. As for the student named Su Qin, I will be keeping a close watch. Should any similar incidents arise, the principal quickly assured, that won't happen. I have already replaced her class with a particularly outstanding and experienced teacher, and I will personally oversee this student situation. Rest assured. Shortly after, footsteps echoed in the office, indicating a group was leaving. I stealthily made my way around the balcony. As the class was in session and the playground was deserted, Chen Baoquan scurried away in defeat, while Shuizhan walked a short distance ahead, with the principal personally seeing him off. The man stood tall, his gait composed, and his back exuded a steady demeanor. I yearned to catch a glimpse of his face, but feared being discovered, so I trailed cautiously behind. After a short distance, I felt a gaze upon me from behind. Turning around, I spotted Shuizhan standing on the balcony, leaning against the railing and gazing at me. The sun cast a gentle glow upon him, outlining his slender figure in a soft golden hue. He smiled and waved, urging me to leave quickly. I was moved. He had always treated me with equality, never merely seeing me as a cat. Thank you, Shuizhan. I lingered no longer and, taking advantage of the sparse crowd, swiftly exited the campus. The principal had just escorted Shuizhan to his car, a black Bentley that glided away. I was a moment too late. As the principal turned back from waving goodbye, he caught sight of me emerging from beneath the retractable gate. We exchanged surprised glances for a few seconds, and before he could react, I hastily slipped away. Turning down a street, I slowed my pace and wandered aimlessly. Though I hadn't glimpsed Mr. Shui's appearance, I felt assured that the Shui family held principled views. He even mentioned he would pay special attention to Qin Qin, suggesting she had found a powerful ally, making her school life less difficult than before. I pondered my next destination. Should I return to Man's place? She was at work today, leaving her home empty. I could hardly climb through the pipes again. Such risky maneuvers should only be attempted in dire circumstances. At that moment, I caught sight of a familiar vehicle. Wang Haiwa. He was driving swiftly, but not in the direction of home, disappearing around the corner in an instant. Suddenly, an idea struck me. This was a fortuitous opportunity. Without hesitation, I raced back home. The noodle shop was closed, so I stealthily slipped in her store while Lu Hong was distracted, then climbed to her upper floor and leaped onto my own balcony. The house was eerily empty. This was the first time I had been alone at home since becoming a cat. The opportunity arrived so suddenly that I felt disoriented. My foremost desire was to uncover the truth, and I also wished to understand Wang Haihua's intentions. The freezer that contained my remains loomed before me. I leaped onto it, attempting to open the lid, but found myself unable to squat and lift it, forcing me to abandon that endeavor. Next, I ventured into the study. Compared to my last visit, there were subtle changes. The study was dim, with curtains drawn tightly shut. A jacket belonging to Wang Haihua draped over the chair, and an ashtray on the table overflowed with cigarette butts. The faint scent of smoke lingered in the air. The atmosphere here was entirely foreign to me. It appeared that he had spent considerable time in the study, while Qin Qin was away. Could it be that he was the one updating the novel? No, his writing skills were lacking. He had once sent me a corny love line for our wedding anniversary that he had copied from the internet, which I had ridiculed for quite some time. So, what was he doing in the study? The computer was in standby mode. I leaped onto the desk and nudged the mouse, lighting up the screen, where the QQ icon instantly transformed from gray to color. Upon seeing the familiar desktop, a wave of nostalgia washed over me. Struggling to access the writing software, I found the content remained where I had left off, with no additional material. I attempted to open the browser to check the backend, and indeed, numerous chapters had been updated, just as I intended to view the specific updates. A sudden realization struck me. I couldn't speak, but could type. The computer might be my only means of communication. Perhaps I could clumsily type out a few words to send critical information. With that thought, a surge of excitement coursed through me, as if hope had ignited within. I steadied my racing heart and prepared to find a reliable contact to send a message. However, just as I struggled to control the mouse to open QQ, it unexpectedly logged me out, notifying me that it had been accessed from another device. Oh no! When I awakened the computer, QQ had auto-logged in. Would Wang Haihua suspect anything? With his vigilance, he would surely return immediately. In a panic, I attempted to restore the computer to its original state, trying to hide the traces of my intrusion. But the more frantic I became, the clumsier I was. My paws slipped over the mouse, causing me to click in the wrong places. Soon, I heard the sound of a car approaching downstairs. Could it be that Wang Haihua was back? Brother Wang, you're back. Lu Hong's voice called out. He indeed returned at the perfect moment. I fought to calm my racing heart, controlling my trembling paws to continue my tasks. I heard footsteps ascending. Wang Haihua was drawing nearer. At last, I successfully activated sleep mode, just as the footsteps reached the study door. I quickly jumped off the table and squeezed into the gap beneath the desk. Click! The study door swung open. The footsteps entered. He circled the room, finally stopping in front of the desk. His polished shoes were nearly in front of me. I curled my body tightly, holding my breath to avoid making any sound. This is it. Wang Haihua wouldn't be astute enough to check the computer's temperature, would he? If he did, he would surely notice that the computer had been recently used. Chapter 42. What is it to wield a knife, yet pretend to be affectionate fortunately? He did not do so. Instead, he sat in the chair. His feet stretched forward, bringing his shoes even closer, their tips glistening darkly in the shadows. Suddenly, he stood up, moved the chair aside, and crouched down, startling me. I quickly shrank back further. He opened the cabinet beneath the bookshelf and retrieved his safe. It seemed he had not given up since the last time he failed to unlock it. The desk was too low for me to see anything, and my anxiety grew. Thus, I bravely crawled out from behind the desk, then cautiously moved to the side, revealing one eye to observe him. Thankfully, the study was sufficiently dim, and his attention was solely on the safe, completely unaware of my presence. As I watched him input the password without hesitation, I was nearly taken aback. This time, he accurately entered the previous password. It was indeed a common password for the household, one he was well acquainted with. Yet, why had he tried this password last time? Did he not anticipate that I would use it? What prompted him to attempt it today? Fortunately, after his last attempt, I discreetly changed the password, so he still could not access it. He tried several times again, all in vain, and in a fit of anger. He slammed his palm against the safe. I flinched, quickly retracting my head. Useless, he muttered. Who was he berating? Was it himself? He then pulled out his phone and made a call, instructing the person on the other end, cut off that useless person's food supply. Don't deliver his meals today. Let him starve and come to his senses. Clearly, the useless person he referred to was someone else, seemingly under his control. Who could it be? Why do you want to cut off this person's sustenance, just because he couldn't open the safe? Could that person help him unlock it? In truth, the safe contained no treasures. Mostly, it held old memories regarding Qin's biological father, Wang Haihua, and myself. However, there was one item of value, an emblem left to me by that person 14 years ago. Wang Haihua placed the safe back in the cabinet and sat down. I heard the sound of him lighting a cigarette. He remained still for quite some time, and unable to contain my curiosity, I cautiously peeked out. He was turned slightly away from me, making it difficult to spot me. His hand holding the cigarette rested on the armrest, wisps of smoke rising. After a while, he picked up his phone with the other hand, bringing it to his lips to record a voice message. At this moment, all traces of his earlier anger had dissipated, and his tone was surprisingly gentle. Xiao Xiao, the weather is lovely today. Would you like to fly a kite? A chill ran through me. Was it Xiao Xiao on the other end? Who was it? Soon, a notification chimed, and a response came through. He opened the voice message, and a woman's voice emerged from his phone. Sure, Qin won first place in her performance today. It's a perfect opportunity to reward her. She has been pestering me for ages. She has been wanting to fly a kite. I was struck dumb, my mind buzzing as if hammered by a heavy mallet, momentarily doubting my own ears. That was my voice. Those words had once escaped my lips. This conversation had indeed occurred. It was 6 years ago, when Qin was merely in the 3rd grade, and Wang Haihua had just entered my life, striving to win my heart. Had he gone mad? Was he suffering from delusions, believing he still lived 6 years ago? Yet even if he were insane, how could there be a version of me from 6 years ago alongside him in this madness? I had perished at his hands. Wang Haihua leaned back in his chair, turning slightly, causing me to recoil in fear. Fortunately, he did not fully turn around, but remained angled in my direction, allowing me a glimpse of his profile. He closed his eyes, repeatedly tapping the voice message, the woman's voice resonating in the dim study, a gentle smile playing at the corners of his lips. His features were shrouded in soft smoke, as if he were lost in a dream from which he did not wish to awaken. I was bewildered. He seemed to cherish our past. The last time he saw that hairpin he had gifted me, he had even shed tears. Yet why had he killed me? Why had he ensured my complete obliteration? With a knife in hand, how could he feign such deep affection? The cigarette ash burned long, and suddenly broke off and fell to the ground. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze weary and hollow. I quickly withdrew my head, then heard the sound of a mouse clicking on the keyboard. A melodious harmonica began to play, the prelude to a song. Once on a snowy night, he had sat beneath the brilliant lights, singing this very song to me. The girl had said to me that I protected her dreams, that the world held few like her. She gradually forgot me, yet she remained unaware that I, battered and bruised, had not loved a single day since. His singing was beautiful, and I had often wondered why he never sang again. Wang Haihua continued to play the song on repeat, remaining in the study until nightfall. I crouched beneath the desk, paralyzed with fear, unable to move or leave. Wang Yi, a tentative voice called from outside. Wang Gu, are you there? The day had turned to night, the study now engulfed in darkness. Lu Hong's voice echoed outside the window, a vague silhouette visible through the curtain. She likely climbed over the balcony, having heard the song emanating from the study, and knocked on the window. There was a rustling sound from the chair. Wang Haihua had evidently heard her, yet he did not respond. Footsteps soon echoed in the living room as Lu Hong entered, following the sound of the song. Pushing open the study door, Lu Hong seemed prepared to reach for the wall lamp, but Wang Haihua spoke. Don't. His voice, hoarse and weary, revealed his long silence. Confirming his presence, Lu Hong entered, her voice soft and alluring. Wang Gu, I saw you were unhappy, so I came to keep you company. My crippled brother isn't home today. In the darkness, I vaguely saw another pair of feet standing between the man's legs. The air was thick with the cloying scent of cheap perfume, suggesting Lu Hong had gone to great lengths for this visit. Not interested, Wang Haihua said flatly. Lu Hong huffed, likely feeling embarrassed by his rejection. What do you mean, Wang Gu? You didn't say that last time. Were you just playing with me? Fine, don't provoke me again. As she spoke, she attempted to leave, but Wang Haihua pulled her back, causing her to tumble into his arms. Realizing her seduction had succeeded, Lu Hong feigned annoyance, saying, Weren't you uninterested? I don't want to make a fool of myself. In the dark, Wang Haihua chuckled softly, his voice husky. You came to me all cleaned up. You're practically on fire. Are you willing to go back like this? Can you even sleep? Chapter 43. Unable to love. Afraid to love, I absolutely detest this. Lu Hong pouted, her voice sweet yet laced with a hook, knowing she still held my attention. What's the rush? Wang Haihua stood, pulling Lu Hong out of the study, her flirtatious laughter echoing from the bedroom. I crawled out from beneath the desk, my body numb, quickly stretching my limbs to regain some circulation. Thank goodness Lu Hong came. I nearly believed I would have to hide under the desk all night. Why do I have to wear this? Then T turned on the lights. It was still pitch black, and Lu Hong's voice carried a hint of complaint from the bedroom. I couldn't discern Wang Haihua's response, but I heard Lu Hong's soft acquiescence. All right, I'll wear it, just to satisfy you. My curiosity piqued. I crept to the bedroom door. The door was ajar, and with my cat-like night vision, I effortlessly beheld the scene of Wang Haihua pinning Lu Hong beneath him. My heart remained unperturbed. I could harbor no expectations for the man who had taken my life. I already knew of their collusion, yet upon seeing Lu Hong clad in my nightgown, a wave of intense discomfort surged within me. Wang Haihua, you utterly disgust me. The bedroom was a chaotic mess. Lu Hong nearly cried out, but Wang Haihua covered her mouth, stifling all her sounds. The song in the study continued to play, its pure and heartfelt melody contrasting sharply with their sordid actions. I felt as though the song itself had been sullied. At the last moment, Wang Haihua finally released his grip, allowing her voice to break free. In the darkness, he hoarsely asked 3 words, Do you love me? Lu Hong gasped for breath, wrapping her arms around his neck, satisfied and exhilarated. I love you. I adore you. A dim light filtered in from outside, and Wang Haihua, head bowed, his back arched like a bow, remained still, frozen in that moment. Wang Gu, I never anticipated your remarkable prowess. Su Xiao truly is blissfully unaware of her fortune. Lu Hong had intended to nestle into his embrace for a moment longer, yet Wang Haihua reclined to the side, weariness evident in his voice as he murmured, You should return now. Lu Hong huffed, reluctantly rising to change her attire, expressing her dissatisfaction with a quip, You are truly heartless. Wang Haihua, deserving of such a description, paid her no heed. Lu Hong, perhaps fearing exposure, hastily donned her clothing and bid farewell to Wang Haihua, stating, Wang Gu, I shall take my leave. I promptly concealed myself nearby. Wang Haihua did not respond to Lu Hong, She let out a huff and swayed her hips as she stealthily exited, presumably scaling the balcony. Just as I prepared to depart, Wang Haihua picked up his phone to send a voice message. "Do you love me?" he asked, echoing the question he had posed to Lu Hong moments earlier. Ding! The reply came almost instantaneously. As I paused a few steps away, I discerned a voice in the pitch-black bedroom that mirrored mine. "I cannot love. I dare not love." When he first confessed his feelings to me, he was still somewhat immature, growing anxious when I did not respond affirmatively, insisting that I answer whether I loved him. At that time, I was struggling alone as a single mother with Chin, while he was youthful and striking, 3 years my junior. His ardor ignited feelings within me. Yet having suffered emotional wounds during my most innocent and trusting phase of love, my fate irrevocably altered. I could not afford to begin anew. I averted my gaze from his fervent eyes and replied, "I cannot love. I dare not love." He laughed upon hearing this, embracing me tightly, and earnestly declared, "I understand. It is not a lack of love, but rather fear." From the balcony, I noticed the light emanating from Lu Hong's grocery shop. It must have been open. I retraced my steps, leaping onto Lu Hong's balcony and sliding down from her upper floor. It turned out Zhang Degui had returned. A tricycle was parked at the entrance as he busily unloaded items. I had no choice but to hide for the moment. Lu Hong, clad in a bathrobe and drying her hair, descended the stairs and was startled upon seeing Zhang Degui. Irritated, she exclaimed, "Did you not say you wouldn't come back?" Zhang Degui rubbed his frostbitten hands and twisted the cap off a pack of strawberries he had bought for her. Smiling as he explained, I hurried to finish my work. And seeing the time was still early, I rushed back, fearing you would be scared at home. As Lu Hong received the strawberries with a frosty demeanor, Zhang Degui attempted to draw closer, but she pushed him away, disdainfully remarking, "You're filthy." Indeed, after a day's labor, Zhang Degui was quite dirty. Yet he took no offense at his wife's rejection, smiling sheepishly as he leaned on his cane to continue tidying up. Little did he know that while he toiled outside, his wife was passionately entangled with a neighbor, old Wang. Having found satisfaction in Wang Haihua's company, she naturally held her hobbled husband in low regard. I felt a pang of sympathy for Zhang Degui, hoping he would soon recognize the true nature of his spouse and not become the next victim of betrayal. As Zhang Degui busied himself with his belongings, I slipped away from his shop. At this hour, Chin should be finishing her evening study session. She had seen me at school today. If she returned home and did not find me, she would surely worry. However, I intended to visit a specific location first. Having made today's discoveries, I was increasingly convinced that Wang Haihua had accomplices, perhaps more than one. I dashed through the night towards the slums. The most dilapidated area of South City, once known as Xixia Village, now referred to as Xixia Gate. I had previously followed Wang Haihua to this very place, only to lose him. I believed he must have a purpose for being here, and I resolved to investigate for any clues. The houses here were old and haphazardly arranged, with refuse strewn about, the air heavy with the scent of damp decay. I wandered aimlessly. The time should not have been late. Yet due to the biting cold of winter, the alleys were nearly devoid of life. Dim lights flickered from various homes, accompanied by the sounds of televisions, the clatter of mahjong tiles, and the raucous laughter of revelers. As I strolled, the gate ahead abruptly swung open, and a woman emerged, wrapped in a coat. Her head bowed as she hurriedly made her way down the alley. Lin Lan. I quickly followed her. Exiting the alley, Lin Lan headed straight for a nearby van, where 2 men stood smoking. Thankfully, there were no streetlights, and the area was shrouded in darkness, allowing me to stealthily approach the van and conceal myself behind it. In truth, I need not have been so cautious. I was merely a cat, and most would not suspect. Yet I was more than a mere cat. I felt a gnawing guilt, and I feared Lin Lan might recognize me. Lin Lan spoke softly. He has been causing quite a stir these past few days. One of the men stubbed out his cigarette, then handed her a package from the van, saying, "Give him 2 pills, and he will calm down. If that fails, administer an injection to make him sleep soundly." Chapter 44. What sin have I committed? Lin Lan hesitated, asking, "Do you have any ointment for external injuries?" His wound has become infected, and I fear. None. The man retorted impatiently, warning, "Put away your compassion. If you wish to keep the child in your womb, you must obey. Do not forget whose bidding you are doing." Lin Lan instinctively placed a hand on her abdomen, biting her lip in distress, and dared not speak further. The 2 men soon departed in the van. Lin Lan returned, clutching the package, and I carefully followed her, witnessing her slow her pace before stopping in the middle of the alley. I concealed myself in the shadows, observing as she paused for several seconds before abruptly turning back towards the alley's exit. I trailed her to a pharmacy, brightly lit, and I dared not approach too closely, opting to wait off to the side. Moments later, Lin Lan emerged with a bag containing several medications. This time, she moved swiftly, returning to the entrance of her previous abode, glancing warily left and right before darting inside and shutting the door. I crouched outside, surveying my surroundings. This must be Lin Lan's residence. Perhaps the secret lay hidden within this courtyard. Who was the person causing such a commotion these past few days? I had a strong intuition that this individual was connected to Wang Haihua. Perhaps discovering his identity would unveil Wang Haihua's secrets. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness. I circled the area and spotted a tree not far off. I climbed the tree with ease, scaling the wall and traversing along its edge until I beheld the interior of the courtyard. Inside was a modest yard with two low, tiled houses, one of which was illuminated. I leaped down from the wall, cautiously approaching the lit room. The door was ajar, and there was no sound from within. Peering through the crack, I discerned that the room was empty, prompting me to quickly survey the space. The furnishings were minimal, an old desk, a bed, and some miscellaneous items piled against the wall. Lin Lan was not there. Could she be in another room? I approached an adjacent room, which was unlit. By the moonlight, I noticed the door was locked. She likely was not inside. Odd, I distinctly saw her enter. Where could she have gone? Was there perhaps a back door? I could not rashly enter, fearing to alarm the proverbial snake in the grass. It seemed I would not uncover any answers today. I could not linger longer, for Qin would worry if I returned late. However, I had discovered Lin Lan's residence and suspected it might harbor secrets. I could return another time to investigate further. I hopped over the wall, exiting the courtyard, and made my way toward Qi Yimin's home. Perhaps due to the vast distance I had covered today, I felt my limbs growing weak and weary, nearly unable to run. Then I remembered I had not eaten all day, lacking the energy to sustain me. Yet I pressed on, determined to reach home before Qin became anxious. Finally, I spotted the community, only to be met at the entrance by two familiar figures. Cheng Wenjing strode briskly from the community, with Su Yang chasing after her, grasping her arm urgently, pleading, "Wenjing, please listen to me. Do not say another word." "I do not wish to hear it," Cheng Wenjing retorted as she shook him off. Su Yang grasped her arm again, frowning as he implored, "Can you not understand my situation? She is, after all, my mother. My father has just passed away, and Su Yu is living at school, returning home only once a month. She is alone in the house, terrified and plagued by nightmares. I couldn't possibly abandon her. It was out of necessity that I brought her here to stay." Cheng Wenjing scoffed. "How absurd. Her husband has died. What is there to fear? Has she committed some misdeed?" Su Yang's temper flared in response, his voice rising sharply. "She is still my mother. How can you speak of her that way?" Accustomed to being a pampered daughter, Cheng Wenjing had likely never been yelled at like this before, and she immediately bristled, her eyes welling with tears. "Su Yang, how could you yell at me?" Realizing his outburst, Su Yang felt a pang of regret and rushed to apologize. "I'm sorry, Wenjing. I didn't mean to raise my voice. Please don't be upset." Cheng Wenjing struggled fiercely, declaring, "I don't care. If you don't send her back, I will divorce you." I sat by, observing their tug-of-war. Yes, Su Yang and Cheng Wenjing also resided in this neighborhood. My mother had always felt proud that Su Yang had married into a wealthy family, believing that she could bask in her son's success. Yet, it seemed that fortune had not smiled upon her. Perhaps hard times lay ahead. Having grown up deprived of affection, I had always valued familial ties, even if it meant enduring coldness in return. In the past, I might have intervened to offer words of comfort, but now I merely watched as a spectator. A heart that cannot be warmed should not be forced. It is better to let it be. Their quarrel abruptly ceased as both turned to gaze into the distance. Following their line of sight, I saw Qin returning home from school. Out of politeness, she called out "Uncle," but did not acknowledge Cheng Wenjing. "Qin, what brings you here?" Su Yang asked, surprised and slightly flustered. Before Qin could respond, Cheng Wenjing, infuriated, shoved Su Yang aside and exclaimed, "One old fool has already caused chaos. Now a young one arrives. Is this never-ending?" They had assumed Qin was seeking refuge with them. Qin already disenchanted with Cheng Wen-jing, rolled her eyes at the comment and, disregarding them, walked over to embrace me, continuing on her way into the community. Su Yang hurried to block her path, awkwardly saying, Qin, you didn't let your uncle know you were coming, and we weren't prepared. Besides, your grandmother is here, and there's simply isn't enough room. In truth, compared to Su Yang was not a bad person. He had merely lacked decisiveness, having been afraid of his mother as a child, and now submissive to his wife. Upon hearing this, Qin likely realized they believed she sought their support, hence their anxious demeanor. With a sly smile, Qin said, but I can only come here. Cheng Wen-jing approached swiftly, glaring at Qin. How shameless can you be? I haven't forgotten how you bullied Tao Tao last time. Now that no one wants you, you think of us? Dream on. Cheng Wen-jing, who had always looked down on me due to her family's wealth, was shockingly cruel to a child. I felt an urge to leap forward and tear her apart with my words. Su Yang, sensing her comment had crossed a line, pulled her back as the security guard was peering out, and it wouldn't do to become a spectacle. Cheng Wen-jing, however, was unafraid of escalating the situation. Shaking him off. What are you pulling me for? Am I wrong? With both old and young here, this is not a shelter. At that moment, a small crowd had gathered, observing the commotion. Su Yang grasped Qin's arm and whispered, Qin, this truly isn't feasible here. Perhaps you should head back. I can give you some money. He hurriedly fished out 20 yuan and offered it to her. Qin glanced at the money with a sarcastic smile, refusing to accept it. Cheng Wen-jing, now frantic, disregarded her image and rushed over to snatch the money away, shouting, Is it too little for you? At your young age, you have quite the appetite. Well, you won't get a single cent from me. I tell you, as long as I'm here, you cannot enter. Is Miss Cheng considering a career as a security guard? A mocking voice chimed in. Under the streetlight, Qi Yimin approached, her bag in hand, walking leisurely towards us. Being a resident of the same neighborhood, and with her respectable reputation as a doctor, Cheng Wen-jing recognized her, and her demeanor softened slightly as she inquired. What do you mean? Qi Yimin paused beside Qin, her tone indifferent. Weren't you just blocking her from entering? I thought that was the job of a security guard. What is this? Has the Cheng family gone bankrupt? Even the young lady is vying for a security position? Her few words drew laughter from the onlookers. Seeing Cheng Wen-jing's face turn crimson made me feel a small sense of satisfaction. This was Yimin. She never held back against those who displeased her, regardless of their status. Cheng Wen-jing, her face flushed with anger, retorted, Dr. Qi, I don't believe I have offended you. Oh, you haven't offended me at all. It's just that you're blocking our way home, Miss Cheng. May we enter now? The child has had a long day and needs to rest for school tomorrow. As Qi Yimin casually draped her arm over Qin's shoulder. Both Cheng Wen-jing and Su Yang were taken aback, and as they processed the situation, Cheng Wen-jing's face grew even redder while Su Yang appeared extremely awkward, wishing he could vanish into the ground. So, Qin was staying with Dr. Qi. I had no idea, never mind. Qi Yimin interrupted. Whether you know or not is irrelevant. You aren't anyone to her, are you? Su Yang felt even more uncomfortable, and Cheng Wen-jing attempted to retort but was firmly restrained by him. Qi Yimin, uninterested in them any further, confidently led Qin away. Once inside the community, I noticed a furtive figure lurking by the greenery, peering towards the entrance. It was my mother, yet I no longer wished to recognize her as my mother. She was undeserving of that title. I should call her Zhang Juhua instead. Zhang Juhua seemed anxious about the discord between her son and daughter-in-law, primarily fearing the loss of her wealthy daughter-in-law, thus hiding here to observe discreetly. At that moment, Cheng Wen-jing and Su Yang were once again embroiled in a dispute, likely venting their frustrations on Su Yang. Zhang Juhua wore a worried expression. She knew their quarrel stemmed from her presence, but lacked the courage to step forward and say, Stop fighting, I will leave. She was too afraid to return alone to her old home, needing to cling to this place. After all, having committed a grave misdeed, she feared the consequences. Zhang Juhua was fixated on Su Yang and Cheng Wen-jing, oblivious to Qin, who, in turn, chose to ignore her. To Qin, this grandmother was scarcely different from a stranger, perhaps even less significant. Once in the elevator, Qi Yimin gently ruffled Qin's hair, recognizing her distress. Qin, there's an ant here for you. Qin shrugged indifferently. Aunt, Qi, Yim fine. Upon returning home, Qin noticed my dirty state. Fearing her anger, I attempted to charm her with my cuteness. She appeared helpless, but gathered me into the bathroom. As she bathed me, Qin asked Tuan Yuan, "Was it you I saw at school today?" I merely gazed at her, offering no response. She winked at me. "Are you worried about me?" "Indeed, Qin. I am very much concerned about you. Yet, you need not worry. I will take care of myself. I have grown up, and I will also look after you." These words were ones she would have never spoken to me before. Although she now regarded me as a silent companion, her heartfelt sentiments brought me a sense of solace. After her passing, I perceived a different side of Qin. She was far from the dreadful figure I had once imagined. It was my lack of understanding that led me to overlook so much about her. After finishing her bath, Qin dried my hair with a hairdryer as the clock struck 10. It was at that moment that my phone rang. The caller ID displayed Wang Haihua. What could he possibly want from Qin at such a late hour? Qi Yimin soon arrived, likely drawn by the sound of the ringing phone. She glanced at Qin's phone screen and gestured for her to answer. "Dad," Qin said, answering the call on speakerphone. "Qin, are you asleep?" Wang Haihua's voice emerged from the device. At the thought of his actions tonight with Lu Hong, a wave of nausea washed over me. "Not yet," Qin replied. Wang Haihua chuckled softly. "Well, tomorrow is your birthday. Your father thought he would celebrate it with you. Is there anything special you'd like to eat? I'll make a reservation." Indeed, tomorrow marked Qin's birthday. After tonight, she would turn 15. It was surprising that someone as callous as Wang Haihua would remember such an occasion. "I have school tomorrow," Qin said. "That's all right. I'll pick you up after class. Then let us have barbecue." "All right. I'll book a table at the barbecue place we went to before." "Okay." After the call ended, Qin's eyes sparkled as she turned to Qi Yimin. "Aunt Qi, let us try again." She believed that tomorrow's birthday presented a perfect opportunity. After some deliberation, they decided to call Wang Haihua once more to test the waters. Just like last time, Qi Yimin moved to another room, and the two of them made a call specifically for Wang Haihua to hear. "Aunt Qi, it's my birthday tomorrow. If my dad remembers, and she doesn't, I want to forgive her. Tomorrow morning, I will report her for abandonment." "All right, since you've made up your mind, I'll accompany you." After the call, Qin's eyes turned slightly red. I nestled into her embrace, seeking comfort. "Qin, how could your mother forget your birthday?" I thought back to that night 15 years ago when I endured excruciating pain alone with no one to aid me. The only witness to that ordeal was the snow that drifted past the window. Several times, I felt as if I might perish from the agony, my mind involuntarily recalling moments with that man. He had promised to return and take me away, but he had broken that vow. Chapter 46. The blue rose life can sometimes be a perverse tormentor, seeking to crush me into the mud from which I could never rise. Yes, I'm fragile, yet I cannot allow it to prevail. I must stand tall, for after that fateful night, I was blessed with Qin. I must create a world for her to thrive in. The following day, Qi Yimin and Qin set out together. I no longer wished to be confined at home, nor did I want to climb through pipes out of desperation. I insisted that Qin take me along. Reporting was not their true intention. They aimed to draw out Wang Haihua to uncover clues about my past. But Wang Haihua was astute. Would he fall for their ruse? He had concealed everything so seamlessly. Would he truly fear the police? At the entrance of the community, Wang Haihua did not appear. According to their plan, they should proceed to the police station, as he might still show up en route. Just then, Qi Yimin received a call from the hospital regarding an emergency surgery. The patient could not wait, and Qi Yimin had to rush to the hospital. Reluctantly, she told Qin, let it go this time. You should go to school first, and we will find another opportunity later. Qin nodded in agreement. After watching Qi Yimin drive away, she took me to the bus stop to wait for the bus. However, when the bus arrived, she did not board. Instead, she took the next bus, which happened to pass by the police station. She had not given up. She intended to continue with the plan alone. No, that was far too dangerous. As she stepped onto the bus, I struggled to prevent her from going, but she held me tightly, unwavering in her resolve. The bus was not crowded. Qin inserted her fare and walked to the back. I caught sight of a man seated in the rear. My heart nearly leapt from my chest. He was clad in a black down jacket, wearing a cap pulled low, obscuring his face. Yet I recognized him instantly, Wang Haihua. I had seen this cap before. He wore it often when we first met, although it had been a long time since I last saw him don it. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze landing on Qin, who also noticed him. Fearful that she might panic, I was taken aback by her unexpected composure. She approached him confidently, calling out, "Dad," and took a seat beside him. At that moment, I noticed Wang Haihua delicately holding a blue rose. It was exquisite, its petals fresh and glistening with dew, as if it had just been plucked that morning. "Here, for you. Happy birthday," Wang Haihua said, extending the flower to her. Qin hesitated for a moment before reaching out to accept it. The petals brushed against my vision, and I caught a whiff of a unique fragrance, distinct from the typical scent of roses, intertwined with something else entirely. "Why are we going this way? It's not the direction to school," she remarked, her tone tinged with nervousness. Wang Haihua maintained a calm demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Qin still felt some trepidation. I sensed her grip on me tighten. "I will report her for abandonment," she declared. Wang Haihua seemed unfazed, clearly having overheard her conversation with Qi Yimin. But what was his plan? I feared for Qin's safety. He lowered his gaze, gently curling a blue petal between his fingers, and said softly, "She has abandoned you. Why do you still think of her? Why don't you hate her?" This time, he displayed no theatrics, remaining eerily composed, a faint smile lingering on his face. Qin was no match for him. Her tension was palpable. I hate her, so I will report her," she stammered. Wang Haihua shook his head. "No, you don't hate her." My anxiety deepened, a strong intuition telling me he seemed to see through everything, fully prepared. "Since you've made your decision, go ahead. I want to accompany you." How brazen he was. It seemed he truly had no fear of her reporting him. But how could he be so nonchalant? He was a criminal. What gave him the audacity to act so unconcerned? The bus reached the next stop, and Wang Haihua patted Qin on the shoulder, his tone casual, even encouraging. "Go ahead." Qin seemed taken aback by his unexpected reaction, momentarily at a loss, before finally standing up to disembark. True to his word, Wang Haihua did not follow her off the bus, which soon departed, fading into the morning mist. Something was amiss. I couldn't pinpoint what exactly, but the sensation of wrongness gnawed at me. Wang Haihua had meticulously orchestrated everything to conceal the truth. How could he simply stand by? Panic surged within me, as if I could hear danger approaching. No, it wasn't merely an instinct. I truly heard it, the sound of an engine. Turning toward the noise, I spotted a dilapidated van speeding down the street, resembling a beast poised to swallow us whole. Qin, danger. We need to leave." But she stood frozen, as if entranced. Desperate, I leapt from her embrace and tried to push her away, but she remained unresponsive, her gaze fixated on the police station, an unsettling vacancy in her eyes. With a screech, the van turned in front of us and pulled into a nearby alley, two men emerging from it. As I recognized their faces, a chill gripped me. I recalled them from that night at Xiximen, the very men who had met with Lin Lan. They were likely in league with Wang Haihua. One of the taller men approached us directly, his dark skin and pronounced cheekbones giving him a menacing appearance. Unmistakably a harbinger of trouble. As he approached, I crouched low, secretly gathering strength, prepared to fight him at any moment. Yet he did not pause before us. Instead, he walked to a nearby trash bin and discarded the empty cigarette pack in his hand. He behaved like an indifferent passerby, and I hoped that my fears were unfounded. He touched his nose and glanced around, then casually turned back. As he walked past us again, he unexpectedly reached out and tapped Qin's shoulder. I, ever vigilant, was ready to charge forward, but the gesture was fleeting. He did not linger and had swiftly returned to the van. There was no exchange of words, and the only contact was that brief tap on Qin's shoulder. Although it was somewhat odd, his retreat brought me a sense of relief. However, just then, Qin, who had remained motionless, suddenly shifted her feet and headed toward the van. I rushed over to stop her, but inexplicably, I felt my body go limp, my limbs numbed, devoid of strength. As I watched Qin willingly approach, the tall, lean figure leaning against the car door seemed to have anticipated this. Smirking wickedly as he opened the door and said, "Get in." Chapter 47. The accuser Qin appeared entranced, obediently preparing to enter the vehicle, while I struggled with every ounce of remaining strength to cling to the hem of her pants. "Qin, wake up. Don't get in. They are bad people." She looked down at me, and in an instant, the tall figure kicked me away with force. I tumbled across the hard concrete, and when I finally managed to rise, dazed and disoriented, I saw a blue rose petal being tossed from the van, which then sped away down the alley. I yearned to chase after it, yet I could barely stand, my consciousness fading rapidly until I succumbed to darkness. When I regained consciousness, A foul stench engulfed my surroundings, and garbage was still being dumped onto me. I had been mistaken for a dead cat and discarded into the refuse. I had regained some strength, yet my limbs remained weak. To avoid being buried, I struggled to crawl out of the trash heap, startling a cleaning lady in the process. Upon emerging, I collapsed on the ground, and the lady, uncertain of my condition, turned me over. Seeing my eyes open, she confirmed I was alive. The kind-hearted woman speculated that I must be starving and brought me some bread. Though it had likely been scavenged from the trash and possibly expired, the packaging was reasonably clean, and I paid little attention to that as I devoured it hungrily. I was deeply worried about Chin, uncertain of where she had been taken and what her current situation was. I needed to replenish my strength and devise a plan to find her quickly. Reflecting on the events leading up to this, I recognized the many peculiarities. Chin had acted strangely since getting off the bus. Her gaze vacant, her responses sluggish. She didn't even react when I bumped into her. Yet when that man merely tapped her shoulder, she willingly entered the van. How could this be? And why had I suddenly felt so weak, ultimately losing consciousness? It was as if I had been poisoned. Poisoned? Could it be that both Chin and I had been poisoned? But Chin had taken me out in the morning, and we had only boarded a bus midway. Having consumed nothing, where could the poison have come from? Suddenly, I caught sight of a blue hue amidst the trash, a blue petal. I quickly glanced around and soon spotted a broken blue rose nearby. My mind sparked with realization. I had wondered why Wang Haihua had suddenly given Chin a flower, and I recalled the peculiar fragrance it emitted. The problem must lie with that flower. After consuming some bread and resting for a while, my strength gradually returned. My first task was to find Wang Haihua. I believed that by tracking him, I would surely locate Chin. However, his store was closed, and he was not at home. I remembered that the van had once gone to Xixiamen to look for Lin Lan, so I clung to a glimmer of hope and headed there. The van had taken Chin away. If I couldn't find Wang Haihua, I could at least locate the van. Yet at Xixiamen, I could see bicycles, motorcycles, and tricycles, but no four-wheeled vehicles. I did not see Lin Lan either. I climbed in her yard and searched around, but both doors were shut tight, and she was absent, leaving me with no leads. Just as I was about to leave Xixiamen, I spotted Jiang Zhixiao's mother. She was holding a stack of missing person flyers and walked despondently into the shanty area of Xixiamen. It turned out her family also lived there. Jiang Zhixiao had been missing for several days, and I, who had once been a missing person like her, now found myself in the position of a mother desperately seeking her daughter. The difference was that I was a cat. Being a cat prevented me from revealing the truth, forcing me to watch helplessly as Chin fell into danger. However, being a cat also had its advantages. I could conceal myself better than a human. I must leverage this advantage to rescue Chin and defeat Wang Haihua. After leaving Xixiamen, I felt anxious yet directionless, wandering aimlessly in search of the van, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. After a day of fruitless searching, I saw a familiar vehicle racing past. It sped by so quickly that I barely caught a glimpse of a license plate. It was Man-Man's car. I had little strength left. Yet I forced myself to sprint after her until she pulled up at our usual barbecue restaurant. Man parked and entered the restaurant, heading straight for the second-floor private room. I followed closely, witnessing her burst into a room and demand, "Wang Haihua, where's Chin?" Soon, Wang Haihua's indifferent voice responded from within. "Are you mistaken? That is a question I should be asking you. You personally took Chin from my house. Shouldn't she be with you? We agreed to celebrate her birthday today, and I've been waiting for her." He feigned innocence, just as he had previously orchestrated my demise, meticulously covering his tracks while casting all the blame upon me, leaving himself unscathed. He was confident that the dead do not speak and cannot cry for justice, thus his audacity. This time, he intended to shift the blame onto Man. But Chin's disappearance was undoubtedly tied to him. Wang Haihua, do you know? The dead might not truly be silent. Chiyimen's face flushed with rage, aware that he was unequivocally deflecting blame, yet lacking evidence. I feared she might impulsively reveal that she knew Wang Haihua had planted a listening device on Chin's phone. If she did, Chin would be in even greater peril. Fortunately, it seemed that Man had considered this as well, swallowing her anger and refraining from impulsively speaking. Chiyimen stormed out of the barbecue restaurant and called Shui Zhan to inquire about Chin's whereabouts. He, of course, had no knowledge. Only Wang Haihua knew where Chin was, but since he had taken this step, he would certainly feign ignorance. After concluding her call with Shuezhan, Chi Yimin grew increasingly furious, nearly smashing her phone. No, I must report this to the police. Just as she prepared to call the authorities, her phone rang first. Yes, this is Chi Yimin. The police station? Ha, I was just about to report a crime myself, but he asked the one making accusations first. All right, I'm on my way. After hanging up, Chi Yimin drove straight to the police station. I intended to follow her inside, but was promptly ejected. There was no way around it. I was filthy and appeared too much like a stray cat. Shortly after, I saw Wang Haihua arriving as well. The murderer entered the police station without a hint of fear. This time, it seemed he had initiated the report. How audacious of him. I couldn't enter and was left anxiously pacing outside, feeling as if each passing second stretched into eternity. Every moment of delay meant more danger for Qin. Wang Haihua was not a benevolent man. He was capable of anything. Chapter 48. Retribution. It felt as though a century had passed, and my anxiety grew so intense that I nearly spoke in human tongue, when finally I saw Wang Haihua emerging from within. Police comrades, I implore you, please help me find my daughter. Wang Haihua, with reddened eyes and a helpless demeanor akin to someone clutching a life-saving buoy, earnestly beseeched the officers, truly embodying the spirit of a devoted father. His performance had reached new heights, instilling unwavering confidence in the police, who kindly reassured him, "We completely understand your feelings. Rest assured, we will inform you as soon as we have any news. If there is any communication from the child's mother, please notify us immediately." I absolutely will. I appreciate your efforts. After Wang Haihua left, it took Chi Yimin approximately half an hour to emerge, her countenance icy, evidently having endured a rigorous interrogation. In my quest for clues, I chose not to follow Wang Haihua or Man, but instead trailed the officers who exited afterward. The police, with their wealth of experience, were far more adept at conducting investigations, and obtaining information from them would be the swiftest route. To my surprise, their first destination was our street, where they interviewed the neighbors. Over the years, the residents have been deceived by Wang Haihua's exceptional acting skills. When questioned by the police, they sang his praises, simultaneously casting aspersions on me as a heartless individual. Numerous individuals came forth to testify, claiming I had abandoned my husband and child to run off with someone else, asserting that Qin had been taken away by Chi Yimin, with no suspicion directed toward Wang Haihua regarding our disappearance. After leaving the neighborhood, the police proceeded to the school, where they learned that Qin was the girl who had recently been bullied. They promptly identified potential suspects, Yang Hui, Chun Ziyu, and her entourage. The police suspected they might have a motive for revenge, as they had been expelled due to the incident involving Qin and might harbor resentment. When the police approached Yang Hui, she was in the midst of job hunting, clutching her resume, with her teaching credentials revoked. She had no prospects of returning to the classroom and was forced to seek alternative paths. Emerging from a company looking dejected, she bore a striking contrast to her previous haughty demeanor towards Qin. This was indeed poetic justice. When questioned by the police, she appeared extremely anxious but complied with their inquiries, repeatedly asserting that since she had apologized at school, she had not seen Qin again. Subsequently, they approached the other girls involved in the bullying incident, who had learned their lesson and were now compliant before the police, all claiming they had not seen Qin either. Ultimately, the police located Chun Ziyu in an internet CAF, where she was engrossed in a video game with some rough characters, seemingly reveling in her newfound freedom following her expulsion. As the self-proclaimed leader of her group, she held a half-full cup of milk tea, appearing slightly more composed than the others. How would I know where she is? I'm not familiar with her. Not familiar at all? The police's penetrating gaze seemed to unnerve her. Although there had been previous conflicts between us, they had long been resolved, and I had already faced my own consequences. Officer, you can't assume that just because I made one mistake, I'm responsible for every bad deed. In truth, she was not involved, which bolstered her confidence. I was so absorbed in observing that I was startled when I felt a sudden pressure on my tail and leaped up in surprise. Chun Ziyu turned to look at me, her eyes widening as she pointed. "Isn't that Su Qin's cat?" The officers all turned their attention towards me. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. It was particularly hostile towards me. I found it quite annoying." "You're the one who's annoying. Your entire family is annoying." I bared my sharp teeth and hissed at her. If she deemed me fierce, then I would certainly show her my ferocity. Chun Ziyu immediately exclaimed, Look, how contemptible it is." At that moment, I genuinely wished to pounce and tear her mocking mouth apart. Suddenly, one of the officers recalled something. "I've seen this cat several times. It seems to be following us." The police's keen observation was indeed impressive. Feeling guilty, I curled up, quickly scanning my escape route and darting away. Once outside the internet CAF, I was at a loss for my next steps. Wang Haihua had successfully navigated the police scrutiny, and for now, they were not suspecting him. To find Qin, I would have to rely on my own efforts. Soon, the officers exited, hastily making their way to their vehicle. The leader, dressed in a leather jacket, was referred to as Captain Meng. He caught sight of me, his gaze lingering momentarily before he turned to leave, seemingly deep in thought. He stepped back from the vehicle and approached me, placing a bag of jerky before me. "Oh, Captain Meng, you are truly a good person." I longed to impulsively bow and plead with him to help me find Qin, but I feared startling him. Captain Meng entered the police car, and the group departed. I turned away and, to my astonishment, spotted a large tabby cat eyeing the jerky on the ground, inching closer. I cautiously extended my paw to hold down the bag. In the next moment, the tabby pressed down on the other corner of the bag, locking eyes with me. I never imagined I would be vying for food with a cat. After a moment of standoff, my human dignity ultimately led me to concede. Perhaps it was a true wildcat, while I had only been a wildcat for a day, having been well cared for by Qin. A wave of sympathy washed over me, and I slowly withdrew my paw. The tabby wasted no time, eagerly tearing into the jerky. Its voracious appetite was intimidating, prompting me to retreat a step. My stomach growled. I was quite hungry, and as I watched the tabby devour the jerky, I couldn't help but swallow hard. In the next instant, I was taken aback when the tabby brought the first piece of jerky to my side. I froze, momentarily stunned, as it nudged the jerky closer to me. I was utterly flustered and bolted away without a second thought. The tabby chased me for a short distance, but, perhaps reluctant to abandon the remaining jerky, it soon returned. I exhaled in relief, not daring to linger, and hurriedly left. I once read somewhere that animals share food as a gesture of affection. I'm not prejudiced. Rather, I have deep-seated psychological scars regarding anything that is fair. I was filthy, and I couldn't fathom what it found appealing about me. Perhaps it was simply that I was female. Continuing my search for Qin, I flitted aimlessly through the streets and alleys, growing increasingly anxious with each passing moment. Qin, Mommy is looking for you. You must stay safe. With a glimmer of hope, I returned to Xiamen. As I approached Lin Lan's courtyard, the doors suddenly swung open. I jumped in surprise, and Lin Lan, standing inside, was equally taken aback. She recognized me. Tuan. Chapter 49. Instead of searching the ocean for a needle, it's better to wait by the stump. Don't be alarmed. I'm Tuan now, not Su Xiao. She wouldn't link a cat to the deceased Su Xiao. To uncover a lead, I had to confront her, not evade her. Where have you been? You're covered in dirt. Lin Lan approached and scooped me up. Her voice was delicate, quite different from mine, leading me to believe that the woman who imitated my voice was not her. Lin Lan carried me inside and fetched some cat food for me. I then noticed that she also had a cat in her yard, a small yellow cat, lazily curled up under the eaves, half-closed eyes. At the sight of the cat food, I felt as if a stone had lodged in my throat, choking me. I had fallen to the point of receiving pity and scraps from the mistress. Yet pride holds little value. I needed to replenish my energy to continue my search for Qin. I cannot afford to falter. Given my earlier experience with a tabby cat, I feared the little yellow cat might also attempt to snatch my food, so I hurriedly devoured it. However, the yellow cat seemed uninterested. It merely lifted its head slightly before resuming its resting position. Lin Lan, clad in a down jacket, had just twisted a bag in her hands before setting it on a low stool in the courtyard while carrying me, indicating she was preparing to go out. Indeed, she emerged from the house, refastening her bag as she stepped outside, leaving me unguarded. I was aware of Lin Lan's troubled relationship with her parents. She had always lived alone. In truth, her past mirrored mine to some extent, both of us raised in environments devoid of love. Thus, upon our first encounter, I saw a reflection of my own abandoned self, cast out into the world, battered by storms, and an immediate sense of empathy washed over me. How foolish I was. Despite my benevolence often being squandered and having faced the harsh realities of human nature, I remained so naively innocent. It took the sacrifice of a life before I realized that those surrounding me were far from ordinary, and Lin Lan, in cahoots with Wang Haihua, had deceived me most cruelly. Nevertheless, her solitary existence appeared to be genuine. At this moment, aside from 2 cats in the courtyard. There seemed to be no one else around. No, that couldn't be right. Suddenly, a thought struck me, sending a shiver down my spine. There must be another person in this courtyard, someone who might have already been confined by them. Just last night, I had stumbled upon Lin Lan's meeting with those 2 men. It was my first glimpse of that van and those men. Qin had been taken by them. I recalled how Lin Lan had mentioned to the tall, thin man that he had been causing quite a ruckus recently, claiming that his wound had become infected, while he admonished her not to meddle. Yet, Lin Lan had surreptitiously purchased medicine. After returning with the medication, I witnessed her entering this very courtyard, leading me to believe that the individual should be here. However, when I stealthily infiltrated last night, I discovered nothing. Even Lin Lan's recent return seemed as though she had vanished in a thin air. Could there be a secret passage or hidden room? Was it possible that Qin was concealed here as well? The mere thought sent a thrill through me. Today, this moment is an opportune time. With Lin Lan absent, I quickly began to scour the courtyard meticulously, determined not to overlook any detail, yet still found no clues. Both rooms were locked, and I could not gain entry. One had been observed last night, simply adorned without anything remarkable, while the other had also been secured. At present, this perpetually locked room appeared highly suspicious. I prepared to approach that door, but before I could take more than a few steps, the small yellow cat at the entrance suddenly opened its eyes, watching me intently. As I cautiously moved forward, its head perked up immediately. Perhaps it was futile to proceed. The door was locked, and my presence would yield no results. I could not linger here indefinitely. I needed to venture out in search of Qin, who must be awaiting rescue somewhere. Just as I was about to depart, I thought I heard noise. Thud, thud, thud. It sounded as if something struck the wall. I froze, gazing at the 2 locked rooms, the sound seemingly emanating from within. However, when I attempted to listen more closely, the noise vanished, as though everything had been a figment of my imagination. Was it merely an illusion? I had no time to ponder further. I climbed over the wall and exited the courtyard. Suddenly, I recalled Lin Lan's earlier departure and wondered where she had gone. Was she meeting those 2 men again? Or perhaps Wang Haihua? Since Wang Haihua had returned her last time, she had not visited the noodle shop again, nor seemed to have found employment elsewhere. How was she sustaining herself? Regret washed over me. I should not have been distracted by that morsel of cat food, but rather followed her, for it might have led me directly to Qin. I circled around Xixia Gate, but Lin Lan was nowhere to be found. The sky darkened gradually, and families began returning home. The dilapidated Xixia Gate coming alive with the warmth of human activity. I cast a glance at Jiang Zhixiao's house. The lights were off, indicating no one was home. It was late, and perhaps Jiang Zhixiao's mother was still desperately searching for her daughter's whereabouts, much like I was. I hoped both Jiang Zhixiao and Qin were safe and would return home soon. But home? My Qin no longer had one. The thought tightened my heart, causing a pain that rendered me breathless. Yet, simultaneously, it infused me with a powerful resolve and determination. I must find Qin. Lin Lan would eventually return. Instead of searching for a needle in a haystack, it would be wiser to lie in wait. Having missed the opportunity to follow her out, I would wait for her return and uncover the secrets concealed within her courtyard. Before long, night fully enveloped the surroundings. I crouched at the alley's edge, my gaze fixed intently on the road under the shroud of darkness. Suddenly, that van entered my line of sight. A jolt surged through me, and my heart raced. Resisting the impulse to charge forward, I crouched low, effectively hiding in the underbrush. The van sped swiftly, screeching to a halt at the alley's mouth with a sharp, jarring sound. Lin Lan stepped out. I noticed that the driver was none other than the tall, thin man. "Thank you, Brother Liu," Lin Lan said to him. Brother Liu, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, chuckled, maneuvered the steering wheel, and sped away. Lin Lan entered the alley. I swiftly darted from the underbrush, pursuing the van. Lin Lan now knew the location. Another opportunity would arise. I had searched for this van for an eternity, and I could not allow it to slip from my grasp. Brother Liu drove as if piloting an aircraft, the battered van clattering noisily, as though it might fall apart at any moment. I summoned every ounce of strength, driven solely by the will to find Qin. Persevere. She might be waiting for me at the end of this journey. Chapter 50. You sold me too. The night was profound, the cold wind fierce, and the shadows of the trees alongside the road swayed like drifting phantoms. I had once been timid, fearful of walking at night. Now, having faced death, becoming a victim myself, I found the supernatural no longer frightening. The true terror lay within the human heart. Exhausted to the brink of collapse, the van finally slowed, turning into a recycling station where it came to a stop. The tall, thin man referred to as Brother Lou exited, whistling as he stepped over scattered cardboard and plastic bottles, making his way inside. I did not rush to follow. Brother Lou had seen me. He had kicked me when I clung to Chin Chin as she boarded the vehicle. If he had a good memory, he would recall me and know I was Chin Chin's cat. To be safe, I could not let him spot me, so I took cover behind the heaps of refuse. Quietly slipping inside, the sound of running water emanated from the bathroom. Brother Lou's clothes lay at the bathroom door, indicating he was bathing. I quickly surveyed my surroundings. Although it was a recycling station, the area behind the refuse piles was surprisingly tidy, not the chaotic mess I had anticipated. A leather sofa graced the space, accompanied by an elegant tea set atop a coffee table, with an open pack of Chinese cigarettes casually displayed. Everything exuded an air of sophistication that seemed incongruous with the recycling theme. Even the posters adorning the walls were not of beautiful women or deities, but rather traditional ink paintings. After a thorough glance, I found no clues regarding Chin Chin. At that moment, the water ceased running in the bathroom. He would emerge shortly, and with no good hiding places in the room, I hurriedly retreated, concealing myself once more among the refuse piles. Before long, Brother Lou emerged, looking impeccably clean, his shoes polished to a shine, exuding an entirely different aura. He summoned a taxi, and I followed closely, trailing him until he entered an underground bar. Fearing losing him, I boldly ventured inside. Brother Lou traversed the dance floor and passed through a series of doors, the raucous sounds of the outside world gradually muffled. At the end of the corridor, he pushed open a private room door. I stealthily approached the door, discovering it slightly ajar. 80,000. Bang, a 1. Haha, a triplet. Inside, a group of men were playing mahjong, their voices audible. Through the narrow crack in the door, I could see only a corner of the table, and Brother Lou stood off to the side, observing their game. The view was limited, and to acquire further information, I needed to enter. Yet with so many people inside, slipping in unnoticed would be exceedingly difficult. Still, I had to find a way in. For Chin Chin, this risk was worth taking. I cautiously pushed the door open slightly, only to discover a sofa right next to it. If I entered and swiftly darted beneath the sofa, the engrossed players at the mahjong table would likely remain oblivious. With a plan forming in my mind, I took a quiet breath, ready to rush inside, when suddenly I was lifted off the ground from behind. Startled, I struggled and twisted my body frantically, but the hands turned me around, revealing a woman's face before me. She appeared to be around 30, not particularly striking, yet her features were well-defined, with slightly upturned eyes that exuded a certain charm. "Little one, are you lost?" She smiled, her lips curving widely to reveal a set of pristine, even teeth. I found myself momentarily taken aback. Her voice seemed oddly familiar, as if I had heard it somewhere before. "Don't be afraid. Sister will take you to play." Before I could even attempt to escape, she had already carried me through the door. What a disaster. Would Luga recognize me? The young lady wore a fluffy fur coat, seemingly unconcerned about me dirtying her attire. As she carried me inside, the sharp click of her high heels echoed. Without needing to look, I knew it was Sister Nan who had arrived. Someone exclaimed, and the players at the mahjong table all turned their gazes toward us. Lu Gu, standing nearby, also turned his head. I froze, fixated on his reaction, too afraid to move. "Hey, Sister Nan, where did you find Cat?" One of the heavier-set men noticed me. "I picked it up," Sister Nan said, placing her bag behind a computer desk and sitting down with me in her lap. Lu Gu scrutinized me for a few seconds before diverting his gaze. It seemed he had no impression of me. Perhaps I was simply too anxious. As a round of mahjong concluded, the stout man remarked, "Sister Nan, how about I find a buyer for this cat? If you sell it, you can get a lipstick you like." Sister Nan lifted her gaze to him and replied coolly, "Why not sell me as well?" The man chuckled good-naturedly. "How could I? Even if I sold myself, I wouldn't dare to lay a finger on you. Brother 8K would be heartbroken." Laughter erupted among the group, and Sister Nan joined in. She set me down on a nearby stool and then took out a pair of nail clippers from her bag, beginning to trim her nails. Seizing the opportunity, I carefully surveyed my surroundings. The spacious private room was equipped with a complete KTV setup, a mahjong table, and several computers, along with multiple doors suggesting there were more rooms within. Aside from Lu Gu, I hadn't encountered any of the others, nor had I met Sister Nan until today. After a while, The door was suddenly pushed open, and a man strode in, bringing with him a refreshing scent of wintersweet. I recognized him as the man who had been seated with Lu Gu in the van. Delivery completed, took 8.5 hours round trip. A record, right? He said, plopping down on the sofa and grabbing a cup from the coffee table to drink. The others ceased their game, watching him as if awaiting further words. After finishing his drink, he finally spoke. The buyer is worried about someone fleeing. They've only settled half the payment, saying they'll pay the other half in 2 weeks when they feel the person is compliant. At that moment, an explosion of realization struck me. They were human traffickers, and they had sold my Chin. Since Chin had been taken away earlier that morning, it had nearly been 10 hours. The 8.5 hours mentioned coincided perfectly with the timeline, indicating the buyer had likely been arranged beforehand. The so-called goods refer to Chin. Fury coursed through me, causing my entire body to tremble. How could they operate so lawlessly in a society governed by law? Where had they sold Chin? What's wrong, little one? Are you cold? Sister Nin noticed my shivering and placed me beside a small heater. I reminded myself to stay calm. Although it was confirmed that Chin had been sold, it at least indicated she was safe. I had to find her quickly and rescue her. I perked up my ears, hoping to glean more vital information. However, the man offered no further details, and the others resumed their game. After a moment, Lu Gu asked uneasily, "Nothing went wrong, right? Just a girl. What could possibly go wrong? You don't trust my work?" I felt my eyes welling up, my claws digging into the ground, nearly clawing out a hole. I was increasingly certain he was referring to Chin. Judging by his tone, he had extensive experience in such dealings, indicating this was not his first time. Moreover, they were likely operating as a group. Perhaps the disappearance of Jiang Zhixiao was also tied to them. Lu Gu cautioned, "Be careful. We cannot afford to be careless." Understood. By the way, Sister Nan, the winter sweet I picked is very fresh. I can send a vase for half a month. The man approached Sister Nan, handing her the branches of winter sweet, his demeanor suddenly shy. "For you." "Thank you," she replied, accepting them with apparent delight, bringing them to her nose to inhale their fragrance. I, crouching at her feet, also caught the rich scent. The stout man teased, "Sure to. You managed to pick flowers while delivering? You must have bought them, right?" "Nonsense." Sure to spat back. "Can anything bought smell this good? I'll tell you, the mountains and waters, they're exceptional. Even the vegetables are greener than anywhere else." The stout man scoffed, "The mountains and waters are nice, but the feng shui is poor. Otherwise, why are so many young men single? Is that a feng shui issue? It's poverty. Could you two quiet down? Do you know what trouble comes from the mouth means?" Lu Ji's tone turned serious. Sure to dismissed it. "Aren't we all on the same side, Lu Gu? Lighten up." But just as he finished speaking, a cold voice interrupted. "Do you not know that walls have ears?" The room fell silent, the sounds of mahjong ceasing altogether. I felt as if struck by lightning, my body stiffening. That voice belonged to Wang Haihua. He had arrived. I shrank back into the corner, panic gripping me. If he discovered my presence, it would be catastrophic. Sure to immediately faltered. "Brother AK." The others put down their tiles, greeting him as Brother AK. Why AK? Was it his code name? Did it signify another identity? Could it be that his hidden identity was that of a trafficker? From his earlier analysis, it was clear he was aware of everything Sure to had been doing. He simply found Shida's chatter excessive and careless. Observing the reverence with which everyone regarded him, it was evident he held a significant position among them, likely as their leader. Chin's abduction was undoubtedly orchestrated under his command. Because Chin intended to report to the police, he feared exposure, thus resorting to selling her. "Wang Haihua, you've committed adultery, murder, dismemberment, and now child trafficking. Is there any atrocity you would shy away from? Are you not afraid of descending into hell?" After 7 years of knowing him, he had never revealed a hint of his true self. How could one conceal themselves so thoroughly and for so long? It was terrifying. Sister Nan's eyes lit up upon Wang Haihua's entrance, her face displaying a tenderness previously unseen. It was apparent that her relationship with him was not merely superficial. Just then, footsteps approached us. Had he noticed me? I pressed closer to the edge of the table, my heart racing. He had arrived at the computer desk, and with just a few more steps, he would see me. Yet, he halted, picking up the winter sweet sister Nan had placed on the table, speaking lightly. "Still finding time to pick winter sweet? Do you think you're on a leisurely outing?" "Not at all," Brother AK Sure to blurted. "I didn't specifically go to pick them. The winter sweet tree was by the roadside, and seeing in bloom, I casually picked a few branches without wasting any time. As he spoke, his voice shrank, eventually fading to nearly a whisper. Others dared not interject. Instead, Sister Nin chuckled softly and rose to brew a cup of tea. It was merely a few branches of winter sweet, nothing of grave consequence. Moreover, the winter sweet had been picked for me by Shurtu, if there were any fault to be found. I bore my share. A cup of tea would suffice to soothe the temper. Sister Nin gently urged Wang Haihua to take a seat on the sofa. I must admit, Wang Haihua was indeed quite cautious, which was likely why he had managed to conceal himself so well. Shurtu may not have realized that his few simple words had divulged a wealth of information, nor did he know that he was not amongst his own, but rather in the presence of a perceptive cat. Sister Nin deftly shifted the topic to something else. The chubby man graciously offered his seat, inviting Wang Haihua to join the table for a game of mahjong, and gradually the atmosphere began to ease. I could no longer remain. If discovered, Wang Haihua would certainly not let me off easily. Furthermore, staying was of little significance now that Wang Haihua was here, as no one dared to speak out. The information I had gathered was already substantial. Shurtu had spent a total of 8.5 hours, including negotiations with the buyer, indicating that the village was approximately 3 to 4 hours' drive from Nanching. This widened the scope considerably. However, he also mentioned that the scenery was beautiful, suggesting the village must have a river or a pond. It was unlikely to be a pond, as stagnant water typically harbored fish, and ponds devoid of fish were generally unclean, hardly fit to be called good water. Only flowing, clean river water could be deemed as such. The most renowned river in the vicinity was the Pingxi River, which traversed Nanching and several towns and villages. If my analysis was correct, the village likely lay along the banks of the Pingxi River. If I followed the river, seeking the place where the winter sweet bloomed, I should not be far from Qinshin. Qinshin was already in the buyer's hands, and I could only imagine the treatment she was enduring. Every passing moment was precious. I had no idea when Wang Haihua would leave. If I delayed until he departed, it might be too late. I could not afford to linger. I had to act swiftly to save her. Quietly, I crawled out from my corner, discovering a narrow gap between the table and the wall. If I squeezed through, I would reach the row of sofas. Recalling the position where the chubby man had sat, he must have been facing away from the sofa, while Wang Haihua now occupied that spot. I carefully maneuvered through the gap, striving to make not a sound, and successfully made my way beneath the sofa. Next, I crawled stealthily beneath the sofa, inching closer to the door. My goal was to reach the sofa nearest to the door, only 2 steps away, so I could seize the moment to dash out. Just as I positioned myself behind Wang Haihua, the closest I had been, he suddenly spoke. "Has she cried?" A moment of silence ensued. It took Shurtu a while to realize he was being asked. She did cry for a while, but it was much better than before. By the time we arrived, she had stopped crying and offered no resistance. It went quite smoothly. Chapter 52. Mother is coming to save you. My heart bled at that moment. Qinshin, my dear Qinshin. She had always been a stubborn child, appearing cold and indifferent, reluctant to show weakness and seldom shedding tears. Thus, I had remained oblivious to her being bullied. I could scarcely bear to think of how terrified, helpless, and desolate she must have felt upon realizing she was being abducted in that van. Wang Haihua, even if you bore a colossal grudge against me, Qinshin is a child you have watched grow up. She at least calls you father. Is your heart made of iron? You have already taken my life, robbing her of her mother. Why cannot you spare this innocent child? Wang Haihua, one who walks too many dark paths will inevitably encounter ghosts. The heinous acts you have committed cannot be redeemed, so await your descent into hell. A few minutes later, Lu Gu opened the door to call for a late-night snack, leaving the door ajar. This was an opportunity. I felt a rush of excitement and trepidation, cautiously peeking out from beneath the sofa. My position was within Wang Haihua's line of sight, and he was a highly vigilant man. Any movement on my part could easily alert him. Yet, I could not let this chance slip away. If Lu Gu returned and the door closed, who knew when the next opportunity would arise? At that moment, Wang Haihua unexpectedly rose and headed to the restroom. I felt as though the heavens were assisting me. If not now, then when? Hearing the restroom door close, I wasted no time, aiming for the exit and dashing through the door crack with lightning speed. Once outside, I relied on my memory to flee swiftly. I nearly collided with someone around the corner. It was Lu Gu returning. Before he could react, I had vanished from sight. Even if he grew suspicious and mentioned something upon his return, I could not afford to dwell on it. Finding Chin was my utmost priority. Emerging from the underground bar, the cold air struck me, invigorating my senses. The night had fallen, the city lights twinkled vibrantly, and the bar buzzed with laughter and merriment. The sorrows and joys of humanity remain unshared. I crossed the flow of traffic, heading towards the Pingxi River. The river's upper reaches lay to the north, while the lower reaches were to the south, where the climate was milder. If both sides of the river boasted winter sweet, then the blossoms would likely bloom earlier in the south during the season. Confirming my direction, I raced downstream along the Pingxi River, fueled by the hope of finding my daughter beneath the starry sky. Chin, it is dark. Do not fear, for mother is coming to rescue you. The riverside within the city was illuminated, but once I exited the town, darkness enveloped everything. Fortunately, the night sky was clear. The round moon hung high, akin to a lantern bestowed by the heavens, illuminating my path in search of my daughter. I feared nothing except the possibility of failing to find Chin. Thus, regardless of the chilling winds or the rough terrain, even as my paws became bloodied, I pressed on without faltering. At each village I reached, I scoured every nook for the scent of winter sweet. Some villages indeed had winter sweet, albeit in scant numbers. Others had more, yet were not adjacent to the road. Following the Pingxi River, I traversed one village after another, watching the moon dip lower as dawn approached, the landscape growing increasingly desolate. By midday, I found myself surrounded by towering mountains, with the Pingxi River flowing through a canyon, wisps of smoke rising faintly from the forest. Exhausted and on the verge of collapse, my paws pained beyond endurance, I had no choice but to rest momentarily by the river, sipping a few mouthfuls of water. I allowed myself only a brief respite. Chin could not wait. As I struggled to rise and continue my journey, I suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Lifting my head, I peered through the grass and saw two women carrying wooden basins heading toward the riverbank. Your daughter-in-law's appearance is remarkable. In my lifetime, I have never seen such a beautiful girl. Her face is worth a fortune. I spent an extra 8,000 on her. I was taken aback. Could it be that her daughter-in-law was purchased? Might it be Chin? You must keep a close watch on her. With looks like that, what man wouldn't have impure thoughts? She's beautiful, but disobedient. Even now, she's still thinking of escaping. The two women conversed as they reached the riverbank, setting down their basins to begin washing clothes. Beat her. A few good whacks will teach her to submit. She has been hungry a few times, but we don't want her to starve to death. That would make the money wasted. What's there to worry about? Over time, she'll lose hope, and whether she likes it or not, she'll comply. Every girl from our village, when they first arrive, is ready to die. But in the end, don't they all fall in line? The more I listened, the more infuriated I became. How could they, as women themselves, utter such words? They seem to regard another's daughter as less than human. The practice of purchasing brides must have become commonplace in their community, devoid of any sense of moral unease. I had a strong premonition that Chin was indeed in this village. I have heard that the situation at Old Son's house is quite unusual. In just a day, the girl has neither cried nor fussed. She eats well and sleeps soundly, even helping with the dishes. Truly, Old Son's family has it easy. It is said that she's quite attractive, though a bit young at only 15. Young? I was already with Oldly at 14 and had given birth to my eldest at 15. Isn't it better to have children early? Indeed, having children early brings happiness. Doesn't it? When the girl arrived, I caught a glimpse of her. She was taller than the girl at Old Son's and quite lovely, fair-skinned. Clearly a good candidate for motherhood. The most important part is that she is worry-free, making Old Son's investment truly worthwhile. At 15, she has only just arrived. It must be Chin. I am overwhelmed with excitement, trembling with anticipation. All my tireless efforts have finally borne fruit. I am about to find my Chin. Chin, do not be afraid. Even if this is a den of wolves, I will surely rescue you. After the two women had washed their clothes, they carried the wooden basin back, and I followed closely behind them from a distance. This village still retains its primitive charm, surrounded by endless mountains. If I were not following them, I would have struggled to find the way into the village. Not far along, I caught a faint whiff of fragrance in the air. Indeed, as I turned a corner, a patch of tender yellow caught my eye. Along the uneven stone path, several blooming winter-sweet trees flourished. This is the place. It must be the village entrance. The two women walked along the stony road into the village. The thought of Chin being here made me forget my fatigue and pain, and I eagerly continued to follow them. They diverged at a fork in the road, and I kept pace with the woman who had purchased a girl. After walking a considerable distance along the earthen path and climbing a slope, I finally spotted a house nestled among the trees. Ah! Before I could approach, a sudden scream pierced the air. Chapter 53. The most despairing moment is when hope has been seen. My heart lurched. The middle-aged woman in front clearly heard it and hurried home without hesitation. And I quickly followed suit. Xiangzi, what happened? The woman asked anxiously. Mom. She ran away again. In the yard, a burly man stood with arms crossed, glaring angrily at the girl curled up on the ground, spitting at her in disgust. Damn it, I provide you with food and comfort, and you still want to run away? Am I giving you face? Saying this, he crouched down and began to beat her mercilessly. The girl on the ground curled into a ball, unable to fight back. Xiangzi, don't be impulsive. If you kill her, all our money will be wasted. Mom, if I don't teach her a lesson, she will try to escape again. I chased her for 2 miles today. If I hadn't been quick, she would have made it to the national road. The man, still unrelenting, threatened to continue his assault. All right, stop hitting her. Listen to your mother and lock her up for now, the woman said, pushing the man aside. She turned and squatted down in front of the girl, tugging at her hair to expose her face. I looked at the bruised visage, and a name flashed in my mind. Jiangji Xiao. This was indeed the missing girl the police were searching for. Little girl, I warn you, if you dare to run again, I'll make Xiangzi cripple you. The middle-aged woman, with a face full of disdain, spat on Jiangji Xiao's face. Jiangji Xiao raised her chin defiantly, glaring at the pair, though she lacked the strength to resist. I could hardly imagine the heartbreak her mother would feel upon seeing her in such a state. Jiangji Xiao was dragged into a room and locked away. I scanned my surroundings. The middle-aged woman was hanging clothes in the yard, while Zhang Chong sat on a stone stool smoking. He appeared to be in his 30s, short and dark-skinned, rather unattractive, but robust from years of labor. I cautiously circled around the fence to the back of the room, where Jiangji Xiao was imprisoned, slipping through a mouse hole in the corner. Upon entering, I found Jiangji Xiao lying motionless beside me. This was a woodshed, and the sound of rustling came from the pile of firewood, indicating that mice were escaping. I quietly approached Jiangji Xiao and called out softly, meow. She did not respond. I was afraid to call out again, worried about being overheard by Zhang Chong and his mother. I moved closer to her head and saw her staring blankly at the ceiling, tears still clinging to her cheeks. I licked her cheek and softly mewed again. Jiangji Xiao, you must hold on. Your mother hasn't given up on you, and you mustn't give up either. After I continued to lick her, she finally stirred, her long, thick eyelashes fluttering as she turned her head slightly to look at me, her cracked lips moving. Just a little more. A hoarse, dry voice emerged from her throat, faint yet laden with profound despair. I could not fathom how many times she had attempted to escape or how many beatings she had endured. Zhang Chong claimed she was on the verge of reaching the national road today. The most despairing moment is precisely when one has glimpsed hope. Jiangji Xiao, hold on. This time, there is truly hope. Suddenly, the door was kicked open from the outside, and I immediately jumped into the pile of firewood, disappearing into the shadows. A gust of wind swept in, carrying the scent of alcohol. Zhang Chong stumbled in, squatting down to start tearing at Jiangji Xiao's clothes. Jiangji Xiao's eyes flew open, clutching her clothing tightly. You filthy scoundrel. I want to let you have me today. Zhang Chong, emboldened by drink, prepared to force himself upon her. Jiangji Xiao, like a wounded rabbit, pleaded with red eyes, but her cries were met with increasingly brutal slaps. Her screams drew Zhang Chong's mother, who rushed over to find Jiangji Xiao, half-naked beneath Zhang Chong. Xiangzi, what are you doing? Zhang Chong's mother attempted to pull him away, but he shoved her aside. Mom, don't interfere. Today, I'm going to have her. You dare. Jiangji Xiao glared fiercely at Zhang Chong, gritting her teeth as she said, if you touch me, I'll die right here. She meant it. As soon as she spoke, blood began to seep from the corner of her mouth. Seeing this, Zhang Chong immediately clamped his hand over her mouth, threatening, is that so? You want to die? It won't be so easy. Let us see if I don't cut your tongue out today. With that, he stood up to fetch a knife. Zhang Chong's mother hurried after him, and I followed to the door, hiding behind a pillar. Xiangzi, don't be impulsive. If you really cut out her tongue, won't that be a joke for the neighbors? Zhang Chong's mother stood in front of him, advising him earnestly. But I can't just let her go on like this. Zhang Chang was frustrated. After a moment, his mother whispered something in his ear, and his frown instantly relaxed. Fine, I'll listen to you. With that, he stormed back into the room. Before long, I saw Zhang Chang's mother emerge from the yard, hastily carrying a basket as she left. I immediately followed her. She turned several corners and entered another household. After a day of running around and having had little to eat, I was nearly out of strength by the time I reached the door. Yet for the sake of Qin, I crouched in the grass and nibbled on some blades to sustain my energy, quietly making my way to the corner of the wall. Yufan, what brings you here? The woman who stepped out to greet me was none other than the one who had washed clothes alongside Zhang Chang's mother. Aunt Wang, I came today hoping you could help me with something. Zhang Chang's mother sat down, placing the basket down. These are eggs from our hens. I brought you a few. Oh, Yufan, just tell me what you need. Why are you being so polite? Aunt Wang smiled insincerely, her words refusing while her hands eagerly accepted the eggs. Zhang Chang's mother hesitated momentarily, then shyly remarked, You see, I recall your wife took a certain medicine, and that very night, she ended up sleeping with your son. As soon as Zhang Chang's mother finished her statement, Aunt Wang broke into a knowing smile. I understand, she laughed heartily. After saying this, she grasped Zhang Chang's mother's hand and playfully added, I don't have that medicine on hand, but rest assured, I shall deliver it to you tomorrow afternoon. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chang's mother secretly sighed in relief. Then I shall trouble you. What trouble is there? If it helps you hold your grandson sooner. It's a deed worth doing. I assent it. I inwardly cursed, what nonsense. This is nothing but aiding and abetting. Consequently, Jiang Zhixiao's situation grew even more perilous. Chapter 54. I miss my mother, you may not know, but my daughter-in-law is exceptionally restless. She just sneaked out again. If it weren't for Qiangzi's timely discovery, the duck we had at hand might have flown away, Zhang Chang's mother lamented, sighing. I had intended to let her grow a bit, but since she insists on causing trouble, we might as well hasten the inevitable, lest we linger in uncertainty. Aunt Wang concurred. It's better to nip her thoughts in the bud. My heart burned with fury as I crouched in the corner, realizing their actions had become routine. I resolved that I must find a way to rescue Jiang Zhixiao. However, Aunt Wang's household was surrounded by several others, and I was reluctant to return empty-handed. I decided to check on those families, hoping to uncover any trace of Qin and perhaps devise a plan to save Jiang Zhixiao. The villagers lived scattered. I searched through the nearby homes, yet found no sign of Qin. As night fell, I dragged my weary body along the field paths, my forepaws barely able to move. I hadn't rested properly in quite some time. Just as I approached Zhang Chang's home, I spotted Zhang Chang's mother standing in the yard, unleashing a torrent of curses towards the woodshed. You ungrateful wretch! I've given you so much money. How could I let you die so easily? You think to threaten us with hunger strikes? Dream on. With that, she stormed off, taking the food with her, muttering, Fine. Don't eat. I want to see just how long you can hold out. Seizing the moment when the mother and son entered the house, I stealthily made my way around to the back and slipped into the woodshed. Under the moonlight, Jiang Zhixiao lay motionless on the ground like a lifeless body. I approached and nudged her hand gently. Her arm twitched slightly, and she slowly lowered her head to look at me. Why are you here again? She asked. I'm here to rescue you, I blurted out, yet what emerged was merely a meow. She took a deep, labored breath. Little cat, tell me if I die, will my mother never find me again? Her voice trembled with unshed tears. At that moment, I could not fully grasp her despair. Yet I could envision how her mother would feel if she truly could not find her. It would surely strip her of the will to live. With this thought, I nodded vigorously. A flicker of light ignited in Jiang Zhixiao's lifeless eyes, you understand? I nuzzled against her affectionately. Jiang Zhixiao's demeanor softened, and she instinctively reached out to stroke me. If only you could speak, then you could help me. She sighed wistfully. I never imagined I would place my hopes in a little cat. I could find no comforting words, so I continued to nuzzle against her, trying to offer some solace. Jiang Zhixiao wrapped her arms around me and murmured, I miss my mother. My heart ached. Qin must be frightened too. But where could I possibly find you? Qin? I extricated myself from Jiang Zhixiao's embrace, and she made no effort to stop me as I departed. Her condition was dire, and I had to find her something to eat. Otherwise, she might starve before anyone could come to her aid. Under the cover of darkness, I ventured into the kitchen and pilfered a steamed bun, placing it beside Jiang Zhixiao, giving her a gentle nudge. Slowly, the drowsy Jiang Zhixiao opened her eyes and gazed at the bun. Is this for me? Can I eat it? I nodded and nudged her again. Jiang Zhixiao's expression turned to one of disbelief, and soon, tears brimmed in her eyes. She was truly beautiful. Even with her bruised face, her charm remained undeniable. Such a splendid girl should not be trapped here. I could not convey the malicious schemes of her family to Jiang Zhixiao. I could only hope she might regain some strength, allowing her to seize the opportunity to escape when the moment arose. Thank you, Jiang Zhixiao said, tears in her eyes, as she took the bun and began to eat it bite by bite. I departed with a sense of relief. After leaving Zhang Chang's home, I made my way to Aunt Wang's house, climbing up onto her roof, where exhaustion soon overtook me. In the morning, the sound of the door opening startled me awake. I saw Aunt Wang leaving with a smile, and I jumped down for the roof to follow her. Good morning, Aunt Wang. Along the way, early risers greeted her as they began their farm work. Good morning, Aunt Wang replied cheerfully. Aunt Wang, were you off to so early? A middle-aged woman approached. I'm going to visit my third uncle, Aunt Wang replied with a smile, then teased. I've heard your daughter-in-law is both beautiful and obedient. Why not bring her out for everyone to see? Chin. That thought sprang into my mind. The woman responded with pride. She left early this morning to work in the fields with Sun Jian. This is your good fortune, and your son S as well. Unlike Yufan's daughter-in-law, who is quite troublesome. Aunt Wang pouted as she continued. To avoid any further complications, I came to help get some medicine last night. Upon hearing about the medicine from old Sun's household, I immediately understood the implications, and we exchanged knowing smiles. Whatever it takes, as long as the daughter-in-law is obedient. That's all that matters. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they parted ways. I shifted my focus and followed the direction of old Sun's family towards the fields. I had a premonition that following her would lead me to Chin. With this thought, my heart surged with anticipation. Life in the countryside may be slow-paced, yet everyone rises early. As dawn broke, many had already begun their labor in the fields. After a brief walk, I looked towards the sun and saw a man standing in the morning light, and behind him, a familiar figure arose. Chin. A wave of emotion surged through me. I opened my mouth, nearly shouting, Chin, my dear Chin, after traversing mountains and rivers, I have finally found you. Yet at that moment, I could hardly believe my own eyes. In winter, I wouldn't even let her wash her clothes, fearing she would catch a chill, yet now, my Chin was toiling in the fields clad in a woman's coat. Mom, you're here. Sun Jian wiped the sweat from his brow, a broad smile on his face. He was tall, with a close-cropped hairstyle and handsome features, certainly a striking figure in the countryside. You must be tired. Here, have some water, his mother said, pouring a cup and handing it to him, then calling to her daughter behind him. Dear, come and have a drink too. Okay, Mom. Chin dusted off the dirt from her hands and approached with a smile. Her smile pierced my heart like a dagger, leaving me breathless. How much humiliation had she endured to reach this point, with her proud spirit now so diminished? As she accepted the water from Sun Jian's mother, she graciously said, Thank you, Mom. Hearing her call another woman Mom sent a tumult of emotions swirling within me. It seemed that the Sun family was pleased with her, treating her well thus far without any harshness. Chapter 55. Reunion. Sun Jian's mother scrutinized Chin's appearance, as if she could already envision a future filled with grandchildren, her lips nearly stretching to her ears. In high spirits, she asked, What does Xin want to eat today? I'll prepare it for you when I return. How truly guilty she felt, hastily changing my daughter's name. That's fine, Chin replied with understanding. Whose cat is this? How did it end up here? Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind, startling me and causing my fur to bristle as I instinctively leaped up, attempting to flee, but the person behind me had already seized me. I struggled desperately in the air, but it was futile. In the fields, all eyes turned towards me. Chin also noticed me, her eyes instantly lighting up. Reunions are always poignant, especially after surviving a calamity. At that moment, my heart swelled with anticipation, longing for her familiar embrace, only to hear her surprised voice ask, Whose little cat is this? Quite adorable. My heart sank. Did Chin not recognize me? Indeed, after all this time on the run, I had become unkempt and disheveled, my fur having changed color, making it reasonable for her not to recognize me. Isn't this your family's cat? The man holding me glanced at Chin and inquired. Chin turned to Sun Jian and asked, Do we have a cat? The mention of our family made Sun Jian's face flush. He shook his head and replied, No, and it's not ours. Qin approached me, locking eyes with me, yet I found no trace of familiarity in her gaze. I wonder where this stray cat came from. Sun Jian's mother interjected, calling out to Qin, "Excellency, come back. Don't touch it. It's filthy." 100 thoughts raced through my mind. No matter how dirty I was, could they truly be any less tainted in spirit? Outwardly, they appeared to be simple, kind villagers, yet they were engaged in the heinous business of buying brides. Qin's hand was already on my head, gently stroking me. "But it's so cute," she remarked with evident affection, turning to Sun Jian and pleading, "Can we take it home?" Just as Sun Jian's mother was about to refuse, Sun Jian glanced at Qin, nodded, and said, "Let us take it home." "But a cat is of no use. It will still need food," Sun Jian's mother protested. Sun Jian nonchalantly replied, "We have plenty of mice in our granary. It can catch them." Seeing her son had made a decision, Sun Jian's mother had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, it was just a cat. It wouldn't make much of a difference. Yet, they did not know that I was not a mere cat. Qin took me from the man's grasp, tenderly stroking my neck, which had recently been pulled painfully. "Excellency, you should rest for a while. I'll dig for a bit more, and we'll head back by 10. After Sun Jian finished speaking, he picked up a hoe and resumed his work. Qin found a spot not far away on the ridge and sat down, holding me close. She looked into my eyes and said, "Tuan Yuan, you shouldn't be here, should you?" So she did recognize me. But why did she say that? Her expression was so calm, her tone devoid of any joy. I nudged her face, testing her. Seeing Qin sitting there so well, nobody could fathom the joy swelling within me. However, she seemed utterly unfazed, showing no signs of resistance to the current situation. "When the opportunity arises, you should leave," she said, casting a meaningful glance at Sun Jian and his mother, who was periodically checking on Qin, anxious that she might run away. "I'm living just fine here." "Fine? How could it be fine?" To her, Sun Jian and his mother appeared decent enough, but they had bought her as a bride, not as a daughter. Did Qin harbor some unspoken woes? I leaped from her arms, gazing at her with a complex expression. For a moment, I could not discern whether her words were genuine. Qin held me close again, stroking me without uttering another word. On the way back to Sun's home, she kept me cradled in her arms. Sun Jian suggested she place me in a basket on her back, but she firmly declined. As we neared the Sun residence, I caught a distant glimpse of Zhang Chang's home. From this perspective, Zhang Chang's home was not far from Sun Jian's. It merely appeared distant due to the obstructing trees. I silently noted the locations of both houses and returned to Sun's home with Qin. Sun Jian's mother was busy in the kitchen, while Sun Jian sat in the yard, watching Qin play with my tail. Suddenly, he asked, "Do you like cats?" Qin pouted and shook her head, "Not particularly." After saying this, she set me down and added, "Let us keep it. It might be useful in the future." She looked up at Sun Jian. "Isn't that right, Sundigo?" Sun Jian, caught off guard by her direct gaze, turned crimson and instinctively lowered his head, mumbling, "Yes." Qin paused, stood up, and walked directly to Sun Jian, sitting close beside him and linking her arm through his. I felt as if I'd been struck by lightning, my fur bristling in shock, wanting to pull her away. But Qin completely ignored my warning and sweetly said to Sun Jian, "Thank you, Sundigo, for not forcing me. Don't worry, I'll run away. When I'm grown, I'll definitely have a big, chubby baby with you." My blood ran cold. I could hardly believe these words had come from Qin's lips. Sun Jian's face flushed deeper at her words, and he bashfully ruffled his hair, assuring her, "Don't worry. Although you were bought with money, you are still my wife, and I will take good care of you." Qin nodded, replying, "I knew you were the best." It seemed she truly believed in Sun Jian. Once Sun Jian left, I tugged at Qin's pant leg, but to my surprise, she kicked me away, saying, "Go play by yourself." Rising, she chased after Sun Jian, calling out, "Sundigo, can I teach you how to read?" It seems we don't have any pens at home. Currently, it appeared that Qin was temporarily safe. In stark contrast, Jiang Zhizhao's situation was far more perilous. I did not linger at Sun's house and headed straight for Zhang's. Zhang Chang's mother was busy in the kitchen. I witnessed her pouring a packet of powdered medicine into a bowl, stirring it, and then hastily heading towards the woodshed. Zhang Chang stood at the door, rubbing his hands in anticipation, eager for what was to come. "Where did this stray cat come from? Go, get lost," he said upon noticing me, but his mind was occupied with his imminent excitement, so he merely shooed me away before hastening into the woodshed. Moments latte. A crash echoed from inside, followed by Jiang Ji Xiao's heart-wrenching screams, amplified by the cacophony of quacking ducks nearby, making her cries sound even more desolate. Chapter 56. I truly think you resemble my mother. A chorus of quacking shattered the quietude of the rural night. Zhang Chong's mother dashed out of the woodshed in a panic, witnessing dozens of ducks fleeing, her distress palpable as she stomped her feet. My ducks! Xiangzi, hurry! The ducks are getting away! Her voice was even more discordant than the ducks quacking as she grabbed a stick and chased after them. Zhang Chong emerged, his pants haphazardly pulled up, glancing back at the woodshed reluctantly before finally turning to pursue the ducks. Seeing them grow more distant, I hurriedly slipped out from the duck pen and made my way into the woodshed. In the dim light, Jiang Zhixiao lay curled on the ground, her face flushed abnormally. I exerted all my strength to push her. Jiang Zhixiao, wake up! Zhang Chong had only been temporarily distracted. They would soon return. But Jiang Zhixiao remained unresponsive, her body writhing in discomfort. The drugs were taking effect, and they were potent. In a moment of desperation, I retrieved a fruit knife from the kitchen and, with resolve, plunged it into the back of her hand. She let out a cry of anguish. Finally, her eyes fluttered open slowly. She gazed at me, then turned her attention towards the shattered bowl not far away, clearly having deduced the unscrupulous methods employed by the mother and son against her. Her lower teeth clenched tightly. She bit in her own lip, striving to maintain her composure. Mother, you must keep it together this time. Do not ruin my chances again. Zhang Chong's voice drifted in from outside. They had returned rather swiftly. I cast a worried glance at Jiang Zhixiao and quickly slipped out of the woodshed to hide. Zhang Chong dashed into the shed, and before long, a scream echoed from within. Moments later, Zhang Chong emerged, clutching his face. Mother, where did she get that knife? His voice, strained with pain, faltered. Zhang Chong's mother rushed out, and upon seeing his bloodied face, let out a sharp scream, hastily escorting him inside. Upon returning to the Sun household, I found the side door ajar, and Qin sat on the bed, lost in thought. Just as she lifted me into her arms, Sun Jian pushed the door open. He appeared as if he had just returned from a long journey, dusty and weary, yet a smile graced his face, suggesting he was in high spirits. Qin, guess what delightful treasure I have brought for you. What? Qin feigned anticipation. Sun Jian cautiously reached into his inner pocket and produced half a pencil and a small notebook. Did you not say you wanted a pen during the day? Here it is, along with a notebook. Qin stared blankly at the half pencil he presented as if it were a prized possession, and after a moment, she reached out to take it. This is truly a wonderful gift, she murmured. I'm glad you like it, Sun Jian chuckled. However, Qin abruptly changed her tone. But, brother Sun, do you know? The pen I used before was far superior to this. I would have discarded a pencil this short long ago. Sun Jian's expression shifted, his embarrassment evident. Qin, don't worry. I will work hard to earn money and buy you better pens, as many as you desire. Qin suddenly burst into laughter. By the way, brother Sun, how old are you? I am 28. Yes, considerably older than you. Rest assured, I will treat you well. The age gap seemed to make Sun Jian self-conscious, causing him to stammer. Yet, Qin was unfazed, even amused by his awkwardness. Brother Sun, if one day you leave this mountain hollow, don't trust anyone easily. Why? Qin did not respond but said, Brother Sun, let me teach you how to write. All right. In the room stood only a dilapidated, paint-chipped rectangular table. Qin placed me atop it and held the pen, inscribing the character for water onto the paper. What character is this? Sun Jian asked curiously. Joy. Qin replied with a smile. Now you write it. Sun Jian took the pen but struggled to find his rhythm. Looking quite clumsy, Qin laughed heartily, assisting him with each stroke. Joy. Sun Jian muttered upon completing the character. Qin then instructed him to write a line. Qin and brother Sun will always be together. Sun Jian's face flushed instantly, and he shyly scratched his head. As I leaned in for a closer look, my heart skipped a beat in disbelief at Qin's expression. I'll sign my name, Qin announced, scribbling her name in the lower right corner. Brother Sun, I will continue teaching you tomorrow, she said, handing the pen back to him. Sleep now. We have to work in the fields tomorrow. Okay. Sun Jian glanced at her, then laid down on the bed, only then noticing me still on the table. Get out. He raised his hand to shoo me away, but Qin stopped him. No need to chase it away. It will leave on its own shortly. Upon hearing this, Sun Jian said nothing further. Qin took off her outer garment and laid down with the blanket, turning off the light in the process. Brother Sun, I want some water. In the middle of the night, Qin called out. I groggily opened my eyes to see Sun Jian turning over. I'll pour it for you. I want hot water. The light turned on, and Qin rubbed her stomach, her tone pitiful. My stomach feels a bit uncomfortable. Sun Jian looked worried. Did you eat something bad? No, it's just uncomfortable. Drinking some hot water will help. Sun Jian did not press further, immediately putting on his outer coat. I'll boil some for you. Thank you. Brother Sunday. Once he left, Qin sat up straight, retrieving a folded note from beneath her pillow. Tuan Yuan, come here. She placed the note into my mouth. Go back and find someone to rescue me. My heart raced with excitement. I knew my Qin would not accept her fate. She would not sit idly by. Just as I was about to leave, Qin called out to me again. Tuan Yuan. I turned back. In that moment, her gaze was particularly soft. Tuan Yuan, you remind me so much of my mother. I was taken aback. Only she would risk everything for me. Tuan Yuan, do you think I will reunite with her again? As Qin's voice fell, my heart shattered. Qin, mother will never return. Yet, mother has always been by your side. Do not fear, Qin. I will find someone to rescue you soon. As I exited, I collided with Sun Jian, who was entering with hot water, but he did not notice me. The door shut behind him, and I recalled my earlier path, sprinting with fervor. Hope loomed ahead, and all weariness dissipated as I raced along the Pingxi River. Hastening my return to Nanxing, I could not go directly to the police station, for they would surely not believe a cat. My mind raced, searching for the most capable person to assist me. Shuizhan. The Shui family had influence at this moment. Seeking Shuizhan would be far more beneficial than looking for E-Man. I had only been to the Shui residence once, and my memory of the route was hazy. After a series of twists and turns, I finally reached Shuizhan's home. At the entrance of the Shui villa, I looked up at the room still illuminated, my heart swelling with joy. I climbed onto the balcony and scratched at the window with all my might. Before long, someone opened the window. Tuan Yuan? Chapter 57. A cat as a guide. The youth's eyes were still heavy with sleep, but upon seeing me, they sparkled with recognition. He cradled me in his arms, gently stroking my fur. What brings you here? I offered no reply, but instead dropped the note into his hand. He stared, momentarily stunned, before quickly unfolding the note. Su Qin? Shuizhan's voice was filled with astonishment as he looked back at me. You found her? The boy exuded a delightful fragrance, and I nestled comfortably in his embrace, nodding. The note contained a message Qin had written in front of Sun Jian, albeit misleadingly, as she had deceived the illiterate Sun Jian. It read, Rescue me, Su Qin, from Sun Jian's house, number 42, Shuangshui Village. Shuizhan swiftly donned his clothes, scooping me up as he hurried outside. In the car, I felt completely drained, resting limply on his lap. Do not worry, she will be fine. Shuizhan tenderly stroked my head. You must be exhausted. Rest for now, and leave the rest to me. In Shuizhan's embrace, I felt a wave of reassurance wash over me. I could not pinpoint the source of my inexplicable trust in him, but I believed he would undoubtedly help me rescue Qin. At the police station, I met with Captain Meng once more. Captain Meng regarded me with a few lingering glances, likely recalling the bag of jerky he had once given me, but the urgency of the situation left little room for conversation. Once Shuizhan revealed his identity, the police acted swiftly, setting out for the scene that very night. To avoid spooking the culprits, the police cars did not enter the village. As dawn broke, Shuizhan held me closely, following the officers toward the village, where the villagers had already cast wary glances in our direction. I will send a few people to summon the village chief and gather everyone for a meeting. The rest will change into plain clothes to carry out the rescue. Captain Meng sensed something amiss and promptly devised a plan. The village was not far from the city, but its location was quite remote, surrounded by mountains, making it inconspicuous. Hiding in the shadows with Shuizhan and the others, I watched as villagers gathered in one direction, drawn by the announcement blaring from the loudspeakers urging everyone to attend the meeting. My excitement grew. Captain Meng received a call, responded affirmatively, and signaled for everyone to commence their actions. I leaped from Shuizhan's embrace, volunteering to lead the way ahead. Some were apprehensive about my intentions and were about to intervene, but Shuizhan halted them, for he knew the path. Are we truly to follow it? A police officer voiced his dissent. The officers, diligent in their duties and urgently needing to save lives, were understandably skeptical of a mere cat. Let's assess the situation first, Team Leader Meng replied. I was anxious, particularly concerned about Jiang Zhizhao's current state, and quickly led them to the Zhang residence. Standing before the courtyard of the Zhang family, Team Leader Meng gestured for the others to encircle the house. I brought Shui Zhan to the door of the woodshed. He cast a glance at me, signaling me to step back. Behind us, a police officer kicked the door open, and a wave of bloodiness assaulted our senses. On the ground lay Jiang Zhishao, barely clothed and covered in blood. Shui Zhan hurried over and immediately removed his coat to cover her. Jiang Zhishao. He recognized her. Upon hearing the name they had sought for so long, the officers were taken aback and rushed forward to examine her. She was still alive. Take her away immediately. Shui Zhan scooped Jiang Zhishao into his arms, ready to exit when Zhang Chong suddenly blocked the doorway with a knife. He had not gone to the meeting. I dare any of you to take her. Zhang Chong's face was bandaged. The wound Jiang Zhishao inflicted on him must have been severe. The officers promptly drew their guns, aiming at him, and sternly commanded, "Drop the knife." Zhang Chong bellowed defiantly, "I'd rather perish than allow you to take her." However, such a tactic was utterly ineffective against trained officers. Jiang Zhishao, barely conscious, clutched Shui Zhan's clothing, her voice barely audible. "Save me." Shui Zhan likely never anticipated that upon reuniting with Jiang Zhishao, she would be in such a dire state. His expression softened, and as he looked at Zhang Chong, a glint of coldness appeared in his eyes. "Colleagues, saving lives takes precedence," he reminded. And without heeding Zhang Chong's threats, he, along with the officers, departed with Jiang Zhishao. Zhang Chong was soon subdued. I peeked out from Shui Zhan's hold and meowed softly at him. He truly understood my thoughts and paused at the intersection. "Colleagues, there is still one girl unaccounted for." Team Leader Meng instructed, "You take the injured to the hospital. We will search for the other girl." "Understood, Team Leader." Shui Zhan entrusted Jiang Zhishao to the officers, who swiftly departed with her. Team Leader Meng turned to Shui Zhan, suggesting, "Let your cat continue to lead the way." At this point, Team Leader Meng must have had complete faith in me. I hurriedly led everyone towards the Sun residence. The front gate of the Sun family was tightly locked. They must have gone to the meeting. I guided everyone to the room where Qin resided. Team Leader Meng knocked on the door. There was no response. "Break the door." After several unanswered knocks, Team Leader Meng commanded the door be forced open. The door swung wide, revealing an empty interior. Where has Qin gone? I anxiously searched the room, but found no trace of her. Team Leader Meng, there is no one here. After searching the Sun home inside and out, with no sign of anyone, Team Leader Meng received another call and, observing the barren yard, ordered a retreat. "No, we cannot withdraw until Qin is rescued." Shui Zhan attempted to lead me away, but I resisted, stepping back. "Do you wish to stay?" Shui Zhan inquired, and I nodded. Although I understood that Team Leader Meng likely had his plans, I was unwilling to leave so easily. "Very well, then be careful." Shui Zhan did not forcibly remove me, for he knew that as a cat, I would not raise suspicion. I was determined to find Qin. About an hour later, Sun Jian returned with his mother. "Jian, keep an eye on things. The police have not left." Sun Jian's mother rushed into the house, utterly oblivious to my presence at the threshold. I followed her inside. She entered the kitchen, and alongside Sun Jian, they pushed aside a water tank, revealing a wooden board. As soon as the board was lifted, I spotted the unconscious Qin. I wanted to rush over, but I could not. Sun Jian carefully pulled Qin out, glancing warily outside before hastily retreating into the house. "Stay with her. I will check the situation," Sun Jian's mother instructed before hurriedly exiting. This illicit trade of brides had persisted for some time, and they were exceedingly cautious, well-versed in dealing with the police. I returned to the room with Sun Jian, remaining by Qin's side, determined to find another opportunity to rescue her. Sun Jian rummaged beneath the pillow, but found nothing, his gaze softening as he looked at the sleeping Qin. It was not until evening that Sun Jian's mother returned. Seizing the moment when they were asleep, I slipped out quietly. I had to seek reinforcements. However, I had barely ventured far when I was unexpectedly seized. Chapter 58. Unwelcome visitors, it was I. Upon seeing me struggle, Shui Zhan spoke. Behind him stood several police officers. I finally calmed down, though my anxiety surged. "Have you found Su Qin?" I nodded and quickly jumped down, leading them to the room where Qin was held. Team Leader Meng approached and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Sun Jian's voice brimmed with suspicion. "The daughter-in-law of the old Zhang family has escaped. Hurry and help us find her. Team leader Meng urged, feigning urgency. No sooner had he spoken than rustling sounds emerged from within, and the door opened swiftly. Sun Jian, fastening his belt, asked, when did she escape? Before he could finish, several officers surged in and pinned him to the ground. By the time Sun Jian realized what was happening, he found himself handcuffed. Let me go, he shouted, his face contorted against the floor. The lights turned on, revealing Qin Qin huddled in the corner, staring blankly at the scene. I immediately jumped from Shuizhan's arms and rushed to Qin Qin's side. Qin Qin, your mother has come to rescue you. Shuizhan stood at the doorway, his gaze lingering on Qin Qin before shifting back to me. A female officer approached and gently assisted Qin Qin from the bed, soothing her with, do not be afraid. You are safe now. Qin Qin reached for me, but Shuizhan had already embraced me first. The faint scent of sandalwood enveloped me, allowing my taut nerves to finally relax. I had successfully rescued my daughter from peril. As we exited, Sun Jian's parents were also escorted out. The family exchanged glances filled with fear and rage. Qin Qin. Suddenly, the restrained Sun Jian shouted at Qin Qin, still struggling against his captors. A half-broken pencil fell from his pocket and clattered to the ground, its tip shattered. Qin Qin hesitated but did not look back, resolutely continuing forward. Yet, after only a few steps, we halted. A large group of people was approaching. Team leader Meng's expression darkened instantly. This is not good. The newcomers are hostile. Retreat quickly. However, there was no escape behind us. My heart raced as I realized the villagers encircled us. I should have anticipated that the thriving human trafficking here was due to mutual complicity. The officers drew their weapons, commanding, do you realize what you're doing is illegal? The villagers surrounded Qin Qin and Shuizhan, and team leader Meng instructed Shuizhan, if there is an opportunity, you must leave first. Understood. Shuizhan did not hesitate. The villagers wielded an assortment of weapons, machetes, kitchen knives, and clubs. A standoff would lead nowhere. What's the harm in breaking the law? A male voice, thick with dialect, rang out from the crowd, and an elderly man with graying hair emerged, flashlight in hand, illuminating Shuizhan. Officers, you are unjustly taking our village's people. It is neither reasonable nor fair. The elder's gaze fell upon Sun Jian and his mother. Release them, and we will pretend nothing has occurred. I could hardly believe such words were spoken by someone in the 21st century. Team leader Meng scoffed, you disregard the law. Do you understand the consequences? We are all villagers, unversed in the law, yet we understand one thing. You cannot take anyone from our village. If you have done nothing wrong, why fear us taking people away? Meng retorted sharply, we intend to take them. If there is nothing amiss, we will return them ourselves. His piercing gaze swept over the crowd. Your obstruction constitutes provocation, and, as the village chief, you wouldn't want to embroil everyone, would you? Chief, stop wasting time with them. Just take the people. A man shouted, prompting a chorus of agreement. The situation escalated, chaos ensued, and suddenly, a police officer lost his composure as the crowd surged forward. Shuizhan shielded me while we attempted to escape, mindful of Qin Qin. The police held back the villagers, and amidst the tumult of the night, we stumbled more times than I could count. Still trying to flee, a man emerged from nowhere, tackling Shuizhan to the ground, raising a sickle to strike. Shuizhan. My pupils dilated in terror as I rushed forward, sinking my teeth into his arm with all my strength. He recoiled in pain, striking me away, and I fell heavily to the ground. This gave Shuizhan the chance to retaliate, kicking his assailant away before grappling with him. Qin Qin, run! Shuizhan shouted as he held the man back. Qin Qin, undeterred, scooped me up and continued running. At that critical moment, she displayed remarkable calm and strength. My gaze remained fixed on Shuizhan, worry consuming me, yet I could not abandon Qin Qin alone. After what felt like an eternity, we finally spotted the flashing lights of a police car. Relief washed over me as I witnessed Qin Qin being assisted into the vehicle. I turned to retrace my steps. Shuizhan, you must be safe. As I searched, dread began to loom larger in my heart when I found no sign of him. I dared not entertain further thoughts, my mind racing with silent prayers. Soon, a metallic scent of blood filled the air, quickening my heartbeat. Holding my breath, I followed the scent, only to find Shuizhan collapsed in the grass, his head turned, our eyes locking. Why did you come back? He asked, curiosity lacing his voice. Yet a hint of amusement sparkled in his eyes. I was too anxious to speak, softly brushing the bloodied stain on his cheek. Rest assured, I am fine, Shueizhan replied, propping himself up to embrace me. Chuckling, at least you have a conscience returning to find me. I nestled into him, affirming my gratitude. As he rose, I noticed a slight wobble in his stance, but he feigned nonchalance, recounting his heroic feats against the assailant. In the police car, Qin gently stroked my head. Tuan Yuan, thank you. You truly should be grateful, Shueizhan added. Having received some first aid, Tuan Yuan can stay with me for a few days. Why? Qin protested immediately. I got hurt saving you. Can't she stay with me for a few days? Shueizhan countered. Meow. I nestled into Qin's embrace. See, Tuan Yuan wants to stay with me. Qin smiled triumphantly. Shueizhan, noting my compliance, ceased to press the matter. His family had many to care for him, while Qin had only me. At the police station, Qin recounted the whole ordeal to the officers, detailing how I found her and relayed messages. I never expected this cat to be so perceptive, Meng remarked, reaching out to stroke my head. Indeed, this cat seems smarter than the police dogs. A nearby officer quipped with a grin. Shall we officially recruit her as a police cat? I was astounded. Never did I imagine that a cat could be part of the force. No, I cannot agree, I interjected. Qin anxiously protested. I cannot give Tuan Yuan to you. Suddenly, a voice filled with unexpected joy rang out, causing me to freeze. Wang Haihua, this wolf in sheep's clothing dare to show his face? Qin, thank heavens. You have returned. He rushed to her, eyes glistening, voice trembling with emotion. I thought I would never see you again. What a performance. Rage coursed through me, and I longed to tear off his facade. Dad, I'm sorry for worrying you. Qin replied calmly. Wang Haihua reassured her. As long as you're safe, that's what matters. Thanks to your cat, Meng interjected. My heart sank. Meng had betrayed me, casting an approving smile my way. Thank you so much, Wang Haihua said, his gaze shifting to me, a flicker of darkness shadowing his eyes before dissipating as he spoke. This cat is quite clever. Indeed, if I weren't clever, why would you want me dead? I thought bitterly. I'll be sure to reward you with an extra chicken leg. Wang Haihua patted my head, his words dripping with meaning. I felt a chill run down my spine. Qin must have sensed his malice, clutching me tighter as she explained. Tuan Yuan found me by chance. Wang Haihua, of course, remained skeptical. How could one stumble upon such a distant, hidden village by mere coincidence? Yet he didn't press further, gathering Qin close, whispering, "It's just good to have you back." His demeanor was more fatherly than any biological father I knew, and I shivered at the thought. Although Qin had escaped the den of wolves, she now returned to the lair of a tiger, a far more treacherous place. After handling matters at the police station, Wang Haihua took Qin home. In the car, she held me silently, gazing out the window, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. I heard another girl was rescued with you? Wang Haihua initiated, glancing at Qin through the rearview mirror. I'm not sure, she replied flatly. Do you remember what your captors looked like? I already told the police. I couldn't see clearly. Qin's impatience surfaced. Dad, can we not revisit this? The police have asked so many times. I don't want to keep reliving it. All right, we won't discuss it. I promise to protect you from now on, he soothed, dropping the subject. Protect? Wang Haihua, you are the very mastermind behind Qin's abduction. Upon returning home, Qin meticulously washed me, then bathed herself, shutting me in her room, ignoring Wang Haihua's persistent knocking. I lay beside her, gazing at the ceiling in silence, offering her companionship. Tuan Yuan, will everything be all right again? She asked softly. My heart ached. My dear Qin, merely a 15-year-old child, had endured so much hardship, now having to outwit such a dangerous individual. She must have felt fear and helplessness. I moved closer, gently snuggling against her. Yes, Qin, everything will be all right. I will always be here, protecting you, guiding you into the light. Wang Haihua would not wish to see Qin alive and unharmed, but he concealed his intentions well, and she might not suspect him as her seller. Dinner is ready, Wang Haihua called that evening, knocking on the door. Only then did Qin open it and step out. The table was set, and he maintained his fade of a caring father. You must eat. Starting isn't good. Before eating, Qin filled my bowl with cat food. Tuan Yuan, time to eat. I truly was hungry. After the turmoil of recent days, my energy was nearly depleted. As I prepared to indulge in cat food, a sudden malevolent gaze fell upon me. Wang Haihua was watching. Today, he learned at the police station that I had rescued Qin, and I feared he was even more intent on killing me. glancing back at the bowl of cat food. It suddenly lost its appeal. Noticing my reluctance to eat, Chin opened a can and urged me to partake. We've worked hard for our reunion, so please eat. Faced with the enticing aroma of the canned food, I found it impossible to resist. Surely, it could not be poisoned. As I savored the meal, Chin's mood seemed to brighten as she squatted beside me, watching me eat. Chin, are you different from the other cats? Wang Haihua's voice unexpectedly interrupted. Chin lifted her gaze, a fleeting emotion crossing her eyes. Perhaps I should be a bit more clever, she replied softly. Indeed, you are quite astute. Wang Haihua chuckled lightly, saying no more. Upon returning to the bedroom, Chi called Chin. Auntie Chi. Chin locked the door, sat on the bed, and upon hearing the concerned inquiry from the other end, she quickly reassured, I'm fine. I know you're busy. I'm at home now. Tuan is with me. All right, I will wait for you at the school gate tomorrow after class. After hanging up, Chin opened WeChat to message Shuizhan. How is Jiang Jixiao? Shuizhan replied swiftly, no danger to life. Chin sighed with relief. That's good. After a moment's thought, she added, what about you? I stared intently at my phone screen, anxiously awaiting news of Shuizhan's condition. He must have sustained serious injuries today, but being a strong-willed youth, he wouldn't show it. After taking a statement at the police station, his family had taken him home. Mifine. Shuizhan replied curtly, adding, take care of yourself. Chin closed her phone and soon fell asleep holding me. Watching her weary face, I felt both satisfied and pained. Before I found Chin, I had never dared to imagine I would have the chance to see her sleep. She had endured much hardship these past few days and surely hadn't slept well for a long time. I too felt exhausted. Lying beside Chin, I finally drifted off into a peaceful slumber. The next morning, Chin rose early to pack her school bag. Chin, are you going to school? Wang Haihua emerged from the kitchen, astonished. Upon reaching the door, Chin paused and replied with a nod. Aren't you going to take a break? Wang Haihua asked with concern. No, Dad. I've missed too many classes and want to catch up. I felt a swell of pride at her proactive approach to her studies. My Chin was becoming increasingly sensible. Isn't that Chin? Lu Hong sauntered in, hands on her hips, wearing a look of amusement. I heard you were abducted. You weren't mistreated, were you? Chin shot her a disdainful glance, uninterested in engaging, and turned to leave, only to be obstructed by Lu Hong. Chin, regardless of the circumstances, Auntie is concerned for you. How can you be so rude? Lu Hong was clearly provoked by Chin's demeanor. Concerned? Huh. Chin may be young, but she is not foolish. Let the child go to school, Wang Haihua interjected sternly, his tone laced with warning. Chapter 60. A surprise awaits. In the evening, Lu Hong met his gaze and reluctantly stepped aside. After Chin left, she sauntered back in, flattering Wang Haihua. You're such a good man. It's hard to find someone like you. I just can't understand why Su Xiao is so ungrateful. Indeed, a good man. One who would turn you into dumplings, he retorted with a cold chuckle. Once Chin was out of sight, Lu Hong, sensing no one was around, attempted to inch closer, but Wang Haihua blocked her advance. What are you afraid of? There's no one here, Lu Hong pouted. Go home. I'm not interested today. Lu Hong's face fell at his rejection. Wanga, how long has it been since we? Wang Haihua suddenly laughed coldly, looking at her with interest. What's wrong? Feeling lonely? How rude. Lu Hong playfully hit him. Go on, come by tonight. The smile on Wang Haihua's face faded slightly, replaced by a hint of chill. Isn't your stepdaughter home tonight? You comprenez. Whether you come or not is up to you. There will be a surprise tonight. With that, Wang Haihua turned and entered the kitchen. Hearing this, Lu Hong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly agreed and swayed away, while I seized the opportunity to escape. I could not linger here. I feared Wang Haihua might take my life at any moment. After all, my luck wouldn't always allow me to be saved by Shuizhan. I made my way to Xiximen, determined to unravel the mysteries that plague my mind. Navigating with ease into Lin Lan's yard, the lazy cat ignored me, languidly dozing. Oh, you're back again, Lin Lan said, emerging from the kitchen with a bowl in her hands. Lin Lan crouched down before me, extending a hand to pet me. Are you hungry? But you can't eat this. Wait a moment, I'll feed you shortly. With that, she rose and headed toward the locked door with the bowl. I watched her intently, realizing her intentions, and nearly held my breath. She unlocked the door and stepped inside. I hurriedly followed her, and though she noticed me, she didn't stop me. To her, I posed no threat. The room was windowless and dimly lit, filled with the pungent scent of disinfectant mixed with a faint metallic tang. Inside, there was merely a bed and a table. A man lay on the bed, turned away from the door. My heart raced inexplicably as I recognized the silhouette. Time to eat. Lin Lan placed the bowl on the bedside table. The man showed no reaction. You could starve here, but it's better to live well. Lin Lan's tone was not unkind, yet the man remained still. She said nothing more and exited the room. Moments later, she returned with medicine. This time, she ignored his stubbornness and forcibly turned him. As I glimpsed his profile, my blood ran cold. Wang Haihua, how could this be? I stumbled backward, incredulous at the sight of the man on the bed. This was Wang Haihua. But who was the Wang Haihua at home? Why did they look identical? Lin Lan removed the bandages from his chest, tearing away a piece of flesh along with it. The man seemed to have lost all sensation, appearing oblivious to the pain. Yet Lin Lan was careful. It might hurt a bit, just endure it. She quickly tended to his wounds, retrieved the medicines, and tossed out. Eat up. He remained unresponsive. Realizing Lin Lan was about to leave, I seized the moment and boldly leaped onto the bed. This time I saw clearly. He was bound by chains, unable to move freely, utterly tormented with sunken eyes. The face I loathed now radiated a sense of familiarity, so different from the Wang Haihua who had threatened my life. In that instant, I was certain. The man before me was the true Wang Haihua. Let us go, Tuan Tuan. Before I could make another move, Lin Lan scooped me up and turned to leave. The man on the bed finally reacted, turning his head towards me. But before our eyes could meet, the door swung shut. Lin Lan carried me back to the yard, poured cat food, and gently stroked my head, saying softly, eat quickly, and hurry back. I trembled all over, but dared not refuse. Lin Lan noticed my distress. What's wrong? Are you cold? After a moment, she seemed to realize something was amiss. Are you sick? I struggled to calm myself, but tears fell into the bowl. Seeing me eat obediently, Lin Lan finally left. Seizing the moment she went to the kitchen, I dashed out of the yard, gasping for breath. All the puzzles began to align. As I ran, tears streamed down my face, realizing the truth only now. Weeping at the sight of my true husband's plight while feeling utterly powerless. When did my bedfellow change, and why was I so oblivious? I should have sensed it long ago, especially after Wang Haihua saved Tao Dao during that swimming incident. How foolish I was. Crying, I dashed to the school. At the entrance, I immediately spotted Qi Yimin waiting for me. Her eyes lit up upon seeing me. A reunion? Just as she approached to embrace me, Shuizhan emerged from the school, prompting Qi Yimin to greet him with a smile. Initially, Shuizhan intended to head straight to his car, but upon seeing me, he changed his mind, coming over to scoop me up and gently dab away my tears with a handkerchief, his brow furrowed in concern. Why are you crying, Tuan Yuan? In moments of vulnerability, the last thing one desires is attention. Faced with the warmth offered by this boy, my grievances surged uncontrollably. Noticing my tears flowing more profusely, Shuizhan's expression grew serious. If anyone is bullying you, tell me, and I shall avenge you. Yes, someone is indeed bullying me. Yet, I fought to suppress my emotions, unwilling to burden him further. Young master, you are too kind, but the wicked are far too vile. You have lived beneath the sun all your life, unaware of the world's darkness. You have already helped me immensely. I cannot draw you into my troubles any deeper. Qi Yimin also sensed my distress, gently stroking my hair. Tuan Yuan must be missing Qin Qin, right? By the way, Tuan Yuan did a great job this time. You must be rewarded handsomely when we return. Indeed, Qi Yimin sincerely expressed to Shuizhan, we owe you our gratitude. It's thanks to you that Qin Qin was able to return safely. Just a small effort. Shuizhan downplayed. Though clearly injured, his nonchalance belied the gravity of the situation. Shuizhan, thank you without you. It would have been difficult for my Qin Qin to come back unscathed. At that moment, a familiar voice pierced through the air. Shuizhan, from a distance. Suyue approached, beaming. We all agreed to go see Jiang Zhixiao together. Do you want to join us? Chapter 61. Tuan Yuan saw what should not be seen. Upon noticing me in Shuizhan's arms, Suyue's eyes flickered with disdain, and she remarked, but it seems the hospital doesn't allow pets. I want to go. Shuizhan responded decisively, catching Suyu off guard and leaving her momentarily speechless. Ajan, just accompany us, the chubby Tang Hao chimed in, trying to ease Suyu's discomfort. I want to go. As Shuizhan attempted to leave, Suyu hurriedly blocked his path. I could hardly bear to watch her shamelessly cling to him. unable to suppress a snarl in her direction. Startled, Suyu took a step back but refused to give up, sweetly addressing Shueishan. Qin wants to go too. I never said I wanted to join you. Qin retorted from behind, her hands shoved deep into her pockets, glaring at Suyu. Suyu's face reddened further. Qin, didn't we agree to go? Afterward, Annie will take you for barbecue. She stepped forward, attempting to win Qin over. Suyu had never acknowledged being an aunt before. Now she sought to exploit emotional ties, yet Qin was not inclined to reciprocate. As expected, Qin coldly shrugged off her hand. What did I agree to anything with you? Can you not dramatize things? At that moment, I wanted to applaud Qin. She truly is my daughter. Suyu's face flushed with embarrassment as she struggled to regain her composure. Ignoring her, Qin turned to Shueishan and said, I'll visit her in a couple of days. Her decision was wise. Given Jiang Zhixiao's severe injuries, it was inappropriate to visit now. Qin's intentions were clear. She was trying to garner Shueishan's favor. However, as Suyu attempted to interject, Qi Yimin interrupted just in time. Since my Qin has decided to wait a couple of days, you all can go without us. Qin, let us head home. After bidding farewell to Shueishan, Qin reached for my embrace, yet Shueishan did not release me. Qin was taken aback. Suddenly, Shueishan said, I'll go with you. Shocked, Qi Yimin quickly opened the car door, and they both entered in succession. The custody of Tuan Yuan must remain with me. In the car, Qin fixed her gaze on me, asserting her claim. Yes, mommy is only yours. One half each. I turned to Shueishan, utterly bewildered. Just as Qin was about to argue, Shueishan added, no negotiations. Qi Yimin stifled a laugh, unable to resist diffusing the tension. Since Tuan Yuan shares such a bond with the young master, why not co-parent? Their back and forth resembled a custody battle. But Qin, I am your mother, not your child. Upon returning to Qi Yimin's residence, Shueishan instructed Qin, hand me your phone. Though displeased that he was vying for my affection, Qin still trusted him and handed over her phone. Shueishan opened it and scrolled through the chat logs. Did you notice anything suspicious on your way to the police station? I leaned in to view the screen, my heart jolting as I spotted a recent call to my mother. She had been secretly trying to reach me. Surely, she must be disappointed that I had no news after such a perilous incident. I ran in my dad on the bus. He even gave me a flower and fully supported my decision to report it. Qin hesitated before mentioning her father. Shueishan narrowed his eyes in contemplation. He likely overheard your previous conversation with Dr. Qi. I think so too, I chimed in. Qi Yimin poured water for both of them, then continued. I went to the police station to understand the situation. That flower is definitely suspicious. Otherwise, you wouldn't have lost consciousness so easily. It smelled delightful. Qin recalled. It was a hallucinogen, Shueishan stated without hesitation. In recent years, there have been numerous cases of people being abducted using such substances. Are you implying you did it? Qin inhaled deeply, perplexed. If he wanted to eliminate me, why treat me so well? He treats you well because you pose no threat to him thus far. You help him maintain a facade of a good father and portray himself as an innocent victim. Shueishan gazed at her. Once you become a threat, the nature of things will change. What should I do now? Qin, both furious and anxious, exclaimed, we currently have no evidence. The police have no leads. Qi Yimin sighed, a hint of worry flickering in her eyes. My greatest concern right now is for your mother. Aunt Qi, I increasingly believe that my mother's departure is connected to him. It is undoubtedly connected, which is why we cannot act rashly. Suddenly, Shueishan turned his gaze towards me, asking abruptly, was Tuan Yuan at home when your mother left? She should have been, Qin replied, looking at me with a complicated expression. I recalled what she said that night, how she felt I resembled her mother. Had she sensed something? There's another possibility. Shueishan's eyes darkened as he looked at me, speaking solemnly. Tuan Yuan witnessed something she shouldn't have. Hence, he repeatedly attempted to put Tuan Yuan in jeopardy. Qin interjected, realization dawning on her. That's why I always felt he harbored an inexplicable animosity towards Tuan Yuan. Your explanation makes it all fall into place. Meow, I called out, leaping onto the coffee table, gazing at the three of them. At that moment, I wished I could speak. Do you have something to say? Shueishan fixed his gaze on me. I nodded, then jumped down, heading to the door, glancing back at the three of them. It wants to take us outside. Qin exclaimed excitedly. Let us go see, Shueishan said, leading the way. Shueishan's trust in me mirrors my unwavering trust in him. As long as it is he, I can believe in him unconditionally. I am uncertain when this trust began to form. Perhaps from the moment he rescued me from the railway tracks. I guided them through winding streets for an extended period, long enough for my legs to lose all sensation. Was he truly leading us to a specific destination? After an hour, Chi Yimin began to harbor doubts. It must be so. Qin Qin and Shui Zhan echoed in unison. Chi Yimin nodded, suggesting we continue for a while longer. Shui Zhan raised his gaze towards the signpost. If we persist down this path, it should lead to Zixiamen. Tuan Yuan, are you intending to take us to Zixiamen? I eagerly nodded. Shui Zhan promptly said, let us take a taxi to Zixiamen. This is the quickest way. Upon arriving at Zixiamen, I hurried to Lin Lan's residence. The gate was locked, and Shui Zhan, being tall, peered through the lattice of the courtyard wall. It appeared deserted. I entered the yard the way I used to, with Shui Zhan following closely behind, scaling the wall. Lin Lan was indeed not at home, and even the lazy cat was missing, which was quite unusual. The room belonging to Wang Haihua was unlocked, slightly ajar, which was even more abnormal. Chapter 62. I feel as if I am dying again. I held my breath and cautiously approached the door, pushing it open. The scene inside struck me like a thunderbolt. Wang Haihua was gone. Shui Zhan searched the room, but found it empty, devoid of any signs of habitation. He looked at me, sensing my disappointment without knowing what had transpired here, and gently reassured me, you have done your utmost. No, I had not done enough. What had gone wrong? Why had Lin Lan moved away? I flitted about like a headless fly, yet I found nothing. As I left the yard, I nestled in Shui Zhan's embrace, tears streaming down my face. I was so close to saving him. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness enveloped me as I lay on the sofa, gazing vacantly at the city, sleepless throughout the night. In the morning, Chi Yimin and Qin Qin were dining in a restaurant when suddenly, a phone call interrupted. What? She set down her chopsticks, incredulity etched on her face. When did this happen? I immediately rose and moved to her side. Qin Qin, sensing something was amiss, looked at her and whispered, "What is wrong?" "All right, I understand. We will head over immediately." Chi Yimin hung up the phone, glancing first at me, then at Qin Qin. "The courtyard that Tuan Yuan took us to caught fire last night." I gasped in shock. This was clearly an attempt to destroy evidence. Although the room had been cleared, traces would inevitably remain. Wang Haihua was experienced in wrongdoing, exceedingly cautious. He knew that if he did not eliminate the evidence, Shui Zhan's efficiency would soon lead to his exposure. "We need to go now." Chi Yimin ushered us out, heading straight for Zixiamen. By the time we arrived, Shui Zhan was already on the scene and got into our car as soon as he saw us. "I sent someone to investigate last night. This courtyard was rented by a woman named Lin Lan." "Lin Lan? Gin Gapet? Isn't she one of our workers?" "Are you certain?" Shui Zhan inquired. Qin Qin nodded firmly. "I am sure. She worked at our shop for 6 months, but she suddenly left a while back." "When did she leave?" After some thought, Qin Qin hesitated before saying, "I think it was about 2 days after my mother left. To be precise, it was the day after my death, which was the last time she came to the shop." My thoughts drifted back to that evening when Lin Lan tearfully insisted on keeping the child in her womb. She loved him so deeply that she could forsake all dignity and boundaries. Out of love, and for the child, she willingly helped him conceal his crimes. A knock interrupted my reverie as I looked to see Captain Meng's large face pressed against the car window. "Captain Meng, hello," Chi Yimin greeted, lowering the window with a smile. "Good to see you again, Dr. Chi." Meng smiled back, then pointed to the charred remains of the house behind him. "The surveillance at the intersection showed you were here last night. I may need to ask you to accompany me to the police station." "Of course," Chi Yimin readily agreed. Meng glanced at me and chuckled, "Hello, little police cat." "Who is the police cat?" I certainly did not consent. I scoffed, turning away in refusal, which elicited a laugh from Shui Zhan. As the car turned a corner, I suddenly spotted a familiar figure and instinctively wanted to rush out, but the vehicle had already driven away. Noticing me peering out the window, Shui Zhan asked, "Did you see something?" In a blink, that person had vanished. I retreated, languidly resting on Shui Zhan's lap. Upon entering the police station, I spotted Wang Haihua. But hadn't he just been at the scene? In an instant, my blood boiled, and I felt an urge to confront him. Sensing my agitation, Shui Zhan firmly held me in his embrace, signaling me to remain calm. Yet in my struggle, I noticed his reaction slow slightly. I glared at Wang Haihua with red-rimmed eyes. He caught my gaze and turned to smile at me, a grin filled with provocation. "What brings you here, Dad?" Qin Qin exclaimed, astonished at Wang Haihua's presence. I'm here to cooperate with the investigation. Wang Haihua replied nonchalantly. The house rented by Aunt Lin Lan caught fire, and since she cannot be reached, the police came to me. Isn't this precisely the outcome he desired? I seethed with rage. Qin let out a soft "oh," only to hear Wang Haihua retort. What about you all? What brings you here? Just a matter. Qi Yimin replied tersely, not wishing to divulge too much, as she took Qin's hand and walked inside. Qin, Wang Haihua suddenly called out to her. Both Qin and I turned back, my heart filled with suspicion. What is it, Dad? I merely wanted to ask when you would return home, so I can pick you up in advance. Wang Haihua's gaze fell upon me, his smile deepening, sending a shiver down my spine. Qin instinctively stepped closer to Qi Yimin. I'll stay at Aunt Qi's for a few more days before returning. Qi Yimin, sensing Qin's unease, tightened her grip on her hand, saying, Qin is a girl. It would be more convenient for her to stay with me. When she wishes to return, I will see her home. Do not send her back. Absolutely not. Qin has only just found safety. Sending her back would be akin to leading a lamb into a den of wolves. Well, that would be a hassle for you. Wang Haihua replied politely. Qi Yimin paused and suddenly asked, have you informed Xiao about Qin's abduction? Mentioning Xiao seemed to irk Wang Haihua. Her phone has been unreachable. That's right. If it were reachable, how could he explain himself? I will have the police contact her shortly. After all, this is a significant matter, and she should be informed. Qi Yimin's words were deliberately aimed at Wang Haihua. He surprisingly maintained his composure and agreed. All right. In the interrogation room, the three of them began taking statements, leaving me, a lone cat, perched on the table, disengaged from the proceedings. Yet in truth, I was the one ensnared within this web. Through the glass, I observed Wang Haihua preparing to leave, and without hesitation, I pursued him. No risk, no reward. Seizing the moment when Wang Haihua was distracted by the police, I leapt onto his vehicle and concealed myself beneath the back seat. The car slowly exited the police station, and he made a call, speaking in a low voice, wipe it clean. After hanging up, he headed straight home. However, this time, upon exiting the vehicle, he immediately locked the doors, leaving no opportunity for me to escape. I lay anxiously against the window, watching him grow more distant, feeling increasingly helpless. Was I to suffocate in this car? I was unwilling to accept it. Yet as a mere cat, how could I possibly break a window to escape? Time ticked by, and the air inside the car grew thinner, making my breaths more labored. It felt as though I was on the brink of death once again. No, the villains are still alive, and my vengeance remains unfulfilled. I cannot simply die like this. If I perish, the truth will be buried alongside me. I have fought hard for this life, and I must survive. Chapter 63. The Heart of Every Parent. Yet, my consciousness is fading, and I am barely holding on. No, I scream, suddenly opening my eyes to behold an exceptionally handsome face. The composed and wise young man is now gazing intently at me, his dark eyes shimmering with brilliance. Still in a daze, I stare at him, and to my surprise, he bursts into laughter. Have I become so foolish from a lack of oxygen? His teasing words reach my ears, and I suddenly realize I am not dead. My life is not meant to end. Am I truly that foolish? Noticing my inaction, Shuizhan gently nudges my little paw. Meow. Only then do I weakly call out, yearning to nuzzle against him, but he firmly pushes me back. You are still receiving 4 fluids. Do not move around. I glance around and realize I am in a veterinary clinic. I do not recall how I arrived here from Wang Haihua's car. I suspect that this young man before me must have saved me once again, and I gaze at him with gratitude. There is no need for thanks. What you must do is refrain from being so reckless in the future. Shuizhan playfully scratches my nose, saying, if I hadn't reviewed the police station S surveillance footage, do you think you would still be alive? This time, I must admit, I was indeed reckless. I lower my gaze, feeling pitiful. Shuizhan chuckles softly. Are you trying to act cute with me? His radiant smile brings warmth, soothing the anxiety that has plagued me over the past few days. I look around, but I do not see Qin's figure. She and the others have gone to rest and will come back later. Shuizhan can effortlessly see through my thoughts. After finishing the 4 drip, he takes me home, attending to my needs with great care. Once satisfied, I perch on the computer desk watching him play video games, when suddenly a message pops up, causing him to exit immediately, his expression darkening. Upon reading the content, my anger flares up as well. Jiang Xiao is in trouble. When we arrive, She is surrounded by a throng of unscrupulous reporters in her hospital room. I beg you, please leave my daughter alone, Jiang Zhixiao's mother pleads, kneeling at the doorway, hands clasped in desperation. She is not in a condition to be interviewed. Please, let her rest. My heart feels as though it has been pierced, causing me to gasp for breath. Once, I too begged desperately for my daughter's protection, imploring teachers to give Qin a chance. The hearts of parents everywhere are heavy. Jiang, could you please step forward and say a few words to mitigate the risks? Yes, everyone would be grateful to you. How could they want to witness more women being abducted? My fury surges, shaking me to my core. Do these people not feel any remorse? Step aside, Shuizhan commands coldly. I push through the crowd, seeing Jiang Zhixiao with her face buried in the blanket, trembling uncontrollably, igniting both my compassion and outrage. We have fought hard to pull her from the depths of hell, and now these people wish to thrust her back into the abyss. Shuizhan helps Jiang's mother up and shuts the door, swiftly expelling the reporters with the assistance of his bodyguards. Thank you, Jiang's mother weeps, her tears flowing freely, utterly distraught. I am concerned about Jiang Zhixiao's condition, leaping onto the bed to lift the blanket, but it won't budge. Xiao, I'm sorry. It's my fault for not protecting you. Jiang's mother embraces her tightly, repeating, I'm sorry, Xiao, I'm so sorry. The frail body beneath the blanket curls into a ball as the sound of her sobbing fills the air. Let it all out. Cry until your grievances are released. Jiang's mother gently pats her back, assuring her, everything will be all right. We will get through this together. In just a few days, Jiang's mother has lost so much weight. I can hardly bear to imagine the torment she has endured during this time. What if Jiang Zhixiao had not been found? How would she have lived the rest of her life? Shuizhan steps out for a few minutes and returns, observing the sobbing mother and daughter, his voice low. Annie, I have made arrangements. You will be transferred to another hospital shortly. Rest assured, this time, no one will disturb you again. Jiang's mother turns, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Shuizhan. Thank you. Jiang Zhixiao is soon transferred to a VIP room that Shuizhan has arranged, complete with dedicated care. Thank you, young Master Shui, Jiang's mother says, preparing to kneel in gratitude, but Shuizhan quickly supports her. Auntie, no need for such formality. I am classmates with Jiang Zhixiao. It is only right that I assist her. He glances inside and inquires, how did those reporters find their way here? This question piques my curiosity as well. Logically, the police should have ensured Jiang Zhixiao's safety. Yesterday afternoon, several classmates came to visit Xiao. I thought she still needed rest, so I allowed them to just peek from outside. As she speaks, Jiang's mother's tears flow once more. But not long after they left, reporters came asking for interviews. When I refused, they attempted to force their way in, and soon there were more and more of them. I simply could not stop them. Suyue, my anger surges, and I know she has come here with ulterior motives. Auntie, please feel free to stay here. If anything arises, just call me. Shuizhan hands her his business card. Impressive. He has his own business card while still in school. My curiosity piqued. I sneak a glance, but see nothing due to my height. Jiang's mother takes the card, repeatedly thanking him. I anxiously look towards the bed where Jiang Zhixiao remained silent. Xiao, you must pull through. If you can endure this trial, you will see the light again. On the way back, Shuizhan stares at his phone screen, lost in thought. I lean closer to see a post from Suyu fundraising for Jiang Zhixiao. Could she genuinely be so kind-hearted? You want me to help her, don't you? Shuizhan suddenly turns to me. His deep, dark eyes appear even colder under the dim light, and for a moment, I am entranced by his perfection. I gently nudge his hand, indeed hoping he would assist Jiang Zhixiao. After all, he is the only one among my acquaintances capable of helping her. Then I shall support her fully. Hearing this, I feel reassured. Since Shuizhan is willing to speak up, Jiang Zhixiao's safety is at least somewhat guaranteed. However, things do not unfold as we had anticipated. Jiang Zhixiao suffers abduction, humiliation, and confinement. Various terms cascade down upon her like a crushing weight. As soon as Shuizhan and I arrive at school, I eagerly seek out Qin, determined to keep her away from Suyu. I refuse to let her become the second Jiang Zhixiao. Qin, how dare you hit me? Before I reach Qin's classroom, I hear Suyu's voice. Following the sound, I find her with her face covered, locked in a standoff with Qin. Chapter 64. Why is reunion so pleasing? Do you not know the consequences of your actions? Qin glares at Suyu, saying, I wondered why you suddenly showed such kindness towards Jiang Xiao. It turns out you were merely seeking attention for yourself. What nonsense are you spouting? So do it. Do not pretend. Your intentions are written all over your face. Qin raises her phone, about to delete something. With the evidence right before her, Su Yu drops the act. Why should I delete it? She turns to leave. But Qin grabs her arm. Let go of me. Su Yu shoves Qin to the ground, and I instinctively pounce, my claws landing on Su Yu's face. I have awaited this moment for far too long. Su Yu, look at me. I shall not allow you to remain unscathed. Ah! Su Yu let out a piercing scream, immediately covering her face, blood oozing through her fingers. You wretched cat! Su Yu freed one hand, attempting to strike me, and I instinctively arched my back, fur bristling, prepared for battle. Upon witnessing my stance, Su Yu hesitated, shouting to a few girls behind her, "What are you staring at? Capture it!" The girls surged forward, and despite my agility, I was seized. They hoisted me into the air. I struggled fiercely, but to no avail. Let her go. Qin shouted, rushing in to grapple with the girls. Qin, don't fight. You're no match for them alone. I was frantic. I could endure the blows, but I could not allow my Qin to suffer. Yet, my cries of urgency transformed into heart-wrenching meows. I watched helplessly as Qin faltered, her hair grasped by the opposition, unable to intervene. Stop! A commanding voice halted all actions. Shuizhan approached, gazing at me, extending his hand. The girls instantly lost their bravado, glancing at Su Yu, who appeared equally flustered. They reluctantly handed me over to Shuizhan. Is this what 9 years of compulsory education has taught you? A bunch of rubbish? Shuizhan coldly interrogated. I disregarded everything else and rushed to Qin's side. Qin, I'm sorry. It's my fault, I'm sorry. In that moment, I was no different from Jiang Mama, desperately trying to protect Jiang Xiao. I'm Fina, Duan Yuan. Qin sat up, cradling me in her arms, her eyes flashing with complex emotions. I could not decipher the meaning behind her gaze, but her grip on me tightened considerably. Shuizhan, it's not as you perceive. Su Qin sought trouble with me first. Seeing Shuizhan's anger, Su Yu quickly altered her demeanor, feigning victimhood. This cat scratched my face. A crimson line of scratch on Su Yu's face continued to bleed profusely. Yet, I felt this was far from sufficient. If I had the power, I would tear her mouth apart, rendering her venomous tongue incapable of harming others. Delete the video, Shuizhan commanded coldly. I posted this video to assist Jiang Xiao. How could her family possibly afford such exorbitant medical expenses? If you don't delete it, we will resort to legal action. Yeah. Perhaps we should just delete it. Tang Hao interjected, fully aware that Shuizhan was not jesting. He would follow through. We can find another way to help Jiang Xiao. After persuading Su Yu, he turned to Shuizhan. Zhan, please don't be angry. It was all my idea. Tang Hao genuinely liked Su Yu, willingly shouldering all the blame. However, he underestimated her. Su Yu is the type who would never remember others' kindness. In childhood, she relied on my mother's favoritism, shifting all blame onto me whenever she erred. Thus, I always bore the brunt of the punishment. Whether you are right or wrong, the police will provide the answer. But now, you need to apologize to Tuan Yuan and Su Qin. Why should I? Su Yu, unable to contain her emotions upon witnessing Shuizhan's protectiveness over Su Qin and me, erupted. She is nothing but a wild child without a mother. Why do you protect her like this? Slap. The sound of a resounding slap echoed as it landed on her face. Say that again. Qin stepped forward, her eyes icy, suppressing her fury as she hissed. Do you even know who your father is? Sudwe, erupting a defiant stance, scoffed coldly. And do you know where your mother is now? Yeah, please stop. Sensing Shuizhan's growing displeasure, Tang Hao quickly intervened, grabbing her. Su Yu attempted to speak again, but was silenced by Tang Hao's hand over her mouth. Please, yeah, don't say anything further. Exposing other scars so casually. Where's your upbringing? Shuizhan countered. Prepare to switch schools. With that, Shuizhan left with Qin. If she didn't delete that post, the damage to Jiang Xiao would only escalate. Qin remained uneasy. If Su Yu did not remove the post, public opinion would spiral, ultimately harming Jiang Xiao. That was my concern as well. She will delete it, Shuizhan asserted confidently. Hearing this, Qin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for helping us today. No need for thanks. Shuizhan brushed my head, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Who could resist Tuan Yuan's charm? How could anyone withstand such affection? I squirmed uncomfortably, turning my head away. If I were not a cat, my cheeks would have flushed crimson. Who would a proper young master tease a little cat so often? Less than half an hour later, while basking in the sun with Chin, she received a phone call. Chin put it on speaker. Chin, where are you? I want to apologize to you in person. Suyu's tone was urgent on the other end. It seemed she was ultimately afraid. If her self-interest were not at stake, how could Suyu bow so quickly? I refuse. Chin replied firmly, hanging up. Afterward, she seemed to realize the awkwardness of her action and glanced at Shueishan, embarrassed. After all, it was Shueishan who had compelled Suyu to apologize, and she had been rather dismissive. Shueishan seemed to see through her thoughts, offering a subtle smile. You acted rightly. When someone harms you, they must apologize, but you're not obligated to accept it. I could not help but feel a stir within me. Such sweet words I had never before heard. No one had ever told me I could refuse. It was rather pitiful, really. Throughout my short life, I had received little warmth, often feeling that fate had never favored me. Yet upon reflection, was and Shueishan's presence the greatest benevolence I had received? Uncle, may I ask you for a favor? Chin suddenly inquired. This child was stubborn, usually never asking for help. You want me to help you find your mother? Shueishan guessed her intention. I always feel that my mother is in some danger, which is why she hasn't returned. After a pause, she gazed at the distant clouds, her eyes suddenly glistening with tears. Imisia. Those 4 words, so light, scattered like whispers in the wind. Yet, each felt like a blade piercing my heart. Chin, your mother will never return. I'm sorry that she couldn't bid you a proper farewell. In the past, I was at fault, never delving deeply into your world, only loving you from my perspective without asking what kind of love you truly needed. I will help you find her, Shueishan promised earnestly. Thank you. Chin looked at me, nestled at her feet, and softly said, Sometimes, I feel like Tuan Yuan is my mother. It always appears when I am in danger, protecting me at all costs, just like my mother would. Shueishan turned his gaze to me, his eyes inscrutable. Perhaps it is guarding you on behalf of your mother. Animals possess a profound spirit. Maybe, if only it could speak, it would surely know where my mother is gone. Chin, I'm sorry. I can't speak, I thought. I feared speaking even more. For I did not want her to know I had completely departed from this world. The two returned to the classroom, with Chin hiding me in her backpack. Until school ended, no one discovered my presence. Chin. On the way, I heard that loathsome voice again. As I emerged from the backpack, I saw Suyu suddenly kneeling before her. I beg you, plead with Shueishan for me. I cannot be expelled right before the college entrance examination. Suyu's eyes were red, desperately grasping Chin's hand. If you're willing to help me, I will apologize to you and to your cat right away. I did not accept your apology, nor will I assist you. Chin was braver than I had anticipated, boldly refusing what she disliked. Chin, you are remarkable. We shall not accept any of her apologies. Do you think that all the excessive things you have done to me and my mother can be erased with a mere I'm sorry? Then can I apologize to you and your mother instead? How splendid of your mother. She seems to have forgotten that there exists a bond of blood between us. But then again, it is hardly surprising. I can no longer recall the last time she called me sister. Step aside, I'm going home. As Chin attempted to leave, Suyu pulled her back once more. I have already deleted the post, Chin. As long as Shueishan does not permit me to transfer schools, I would be willing to serve you like a beast of burden. No need. After saying this, Chin maneuvered around her and strode away. However, after just a couple of steps, she halted again. Chin. When Wang Haihua approached, I sensed the temperature around us drop several degrees. He must have witnessed everything that had just transpired, yet his smile remained gentle, which was the most terrifying aspect of all. Father, why are you here? Chin stood frozen in place. Wang Haihua smiled indulgently. Chin, you haven't come home for several days. Daddy misses you and wants to take you back for a couple of days. No, don't go back. Wang Haihua, you devil. Are you planning to harm my daughter again? But I have made plans with Aunt Chi to watch a movie tonight. Chin attempted to refuse. Yet how could she withstand Wang Haihua's cunning? I called her. She said she would accompany you another day. Then I will speak to Aunt Chi again. Chin took out her phone to call Chi Yimin. Noticing her troubled expression, I became anxious as well. Chin cast a complex glance at Wang Haihua, who inquired with a smile, "What's wrong?" Aunt Chi didn't answer. "She may be busy," Wang Haihua replied softly. "Let us go." I leaped from my backpack, biting on a Chin's pant leg, desperately pulling her back. Qin, don't go back. Please don't go back. Wang Haihua has no good intentions. The memory of him callously selling Qin sent shivers down my spine. I dare not imagine how cruel he might be if he were to act against her again. Qin looked down at me, who was straining to hold her back. How about I return home in a couple of days? I suddenly remembered that Shuizhan asked me to wait for him after school. The meals are ready at home. Wang Haihua's tone was disappointed, even somewhat sorrowful. Qin, your mother has already abandoned me. Do you also wish to leave your father? Can you stop pretending? You are not Wang Haihua. You are a murderer, a pervert. I felt an intense hatred, loathing myself for being unable to speak out and expose his crimes immediately. As Qin observed Wang Haihua's eyes redden, a flicker of ambiguous emotion crossed her face, and she suddenly relented. Fine, I will go back with you. Qin, I still wished to stop her, but she turned to me and instructed, Tuan Yuan, go play with Shuizhan. I will come to pick you up tomorrow. No. How can I trust you to go back with Wang Haihua alone? I stood my ground, unwilling to move. Listen, we agreed to play together. You wait for him here. Qin squatted down and patted my head. My Tuan Yuan is the best. Isn't? I lifted my gaze to meet hers. Go quickly. She smiled and patted me, conveying with her eyes that I need not worry about her. All right, Qin, I will go find Shuizhan. We will definitely come to pick you up. I turned and dashed toward the teaching building. Not far away, a security guard suddenly pointed at me and shouted. Upon seeing the cat-catching net in their hands, I felt a sense of foreboding and immediately took off running. Don't let it escape. The guard pursued me relentlessly, and just as I was about to be caught, I spotted a nearby thicket and dove into it. When I emerged, I found myself in a secluded area. The floor tiles were covered in moss, suggesting that few people came here. Tonight, you must post all these photos on the bulletin board outside the teaching building. And be sure no one sees you, understand? It was Su Yu's voice. Following the sound, I saw her handing a stack of photos to another girl. What scheme was Su Yu concocting now? She was certainly spoiled by Zhang Juhua, becoming increasingly reckless in her actions. Yet, I was pleased to see her behaving this way, for she would surely face the consequences of her actions. Hurry up, lest you be seen, Su Yu urged her companion. Just a few steps later, her phone rang. Hello, Mom. I understand. Just prepare the money, and I will handle the rest. Oh, are you annoying? I already said it was not my fault. Su Qin is deliberately crossing me. Shuizhan's family is wealthy. This school belongs to them. If you have the ability, go find them and see if they will pay you any mind. Chapter 66. Not loving me is the greatest mercy. Su Yu's tone was laced with impatience. She hung up swiftly, cursing under her breath. My heart filled with scorn. Zhang Juhua likely never imagined that her most favored daughter would find her bothersome and insult her as crazy. No matter how she treated me before, I had always shown filial piety, believing that I should be grateful for my existence. Moreover, I had once yearned so desperately for love, fully aware of its impossibility, yet still clinging to a glimmer of hope. I thought that by giving my heart, she might love me a little more. But only after death did I realize that the absence of love was the greatest mercy for me. Enabling evil and adding to my despair was far more hopeless. Perhaps I had a vendetta against this family in a past life, which is why I find myself in such a wretched household now. Since I could not integrate, why should I force myself? Furthermore, there would be no opportunities in the future. After Su Yu hastily gave her instructions, I did not pursue her and ended up waiting at school until midnight. I wanted to see what Su Yu was truly up to. After around 10 o'clock, a figure stealthily approached the teaching building. It was indeed that girl. She looked around cautiously, quickly taking out the photos, applying glue, and sticking them onto the bulletin board. It was Qin. In the photos, she wore heavy makeup that was inappropriate for her age, sitting among a group of boys, laughing loudly. My heart twisted painfully. No, I must stop this. If these photos were seen by our classmates, Qin would surely suffer a fate even worse than Jiang Zhixiao's. I picked up a stone and climbed to the top of the teaching building, throwing the stone down. It hit the ground, creating a jarring sound that shattered the silence of the night. The girl jumped, quickly turning around. Upon realizing there was no one around, she hastily resumed sticking the photos. I clawed at the glass, making a sharp noise that startled her. She recoiled, looking up and cautiously asking, "Is anyone there?" No one answered her. She appeared frightened, hesitating as she gazed at the photos in her hand. I couldn't comprehend what kind of incentive Su Yu had offered her to make her so terrified, yet unwilling to give up. I stepped back, tilting my head and letting out a sound akin to a baby's cry. The girl was instantly frightened into tears, throwing down the photos and fleeing as if for her life. Once she was gone, I dashed downstairs, feeling an immense ache in my heart as I surveyed the scattered photos. I picked up each disgraceful photo, concealing them in an unnoticed spot. By the time I finished, it was already deep into the night. I did not seek out Shui Zhan, as I was concerned for Qin Qin. I arrived outside her window, peering in through the glass, where I saw her lying on her bed, engrossed in her phone. I tapped on the glass, and upon hearing the noise, Qin Qin looked up, her eyes widening as she saw me. Tuan Yuan, what are you doing here? Qin Qin hurriedly pulled me inside. What have you been doing? Why are you so dirty? She took out a wet wipe to clean the mud from my body. Weren't you supposed to find Uncle? How did you come back? Ich gehe her, unblinging. At this moment, the beautiful and innocent Qin Qin stood before me, reflecting on the images captured in photographs. My heart felt as though it were suffocated by a cotton ball, struggling to breathe. I did not blame her. I blame myself for not recognizing these issues sooner, for having to find her merely by her surface. It was my error. Qin Qin, it was your mother who was mistaken. What's wrong? Qin Qin looked at me, puzzled, questioning why I was staring at her, wondering if something had occurred. I leaned over onto her, closed my eyes, striving to calm my turbulent emotions. Qin Qin assumed I was simply tired. Sleep now. Everything will be better after a good rest. She gently stroked me, her words seemingly directed at me, yet also a comfort to herself. This rare moment of warmth was soon interrupted by a knock at the door. Qin Qin, are you asleep? Wang Haihua's voice drifted in from outside. I abruptly opened my eyes and instinctively hid beneath the bed, watching the door with caution. I was asleep. Is there something you need? Qin Qin turned to lie on the bed. No, I just wanted to check if you were hungry. Would you like your father to prepare a late-night snack for you? Wang Haihua's tone seemed caring, but it was laced with ulterior motives. I'm not hungry, Qin Qin replied, turning off the light. You should get some rest too, Dad. All right. After what felt like an eternity, I finally heard his footsteps retreating. I exhaled in relief, emerging from under the bed and leaping onto the mattress, burrowing into Qin Qin's blankets. She welcomed me without disdain, pulling me into her embrace, her face pressed closely against mine. It felt strangely comforting to be held like this. It reminded me of the times I'd slept with my mother. When was the last time I had shared a bed with Qin Qin? Perhaps it was in the 6th grade. Back then, she was well-behaved, considerate, and kind, my little sunshine. All the upheaval began after she entered middle school. I rubbed my chin against hers, relishing this rare moment of harmony between mother and daughter. Go to sleep, Qin Qin said, and soon her breathing became steady and rhythmic. I lay awake, staring at her face in the dim night, unable to find slumber. I sensed that Wang Haihua had specifically brought Qin Qin back, and it was certainly not out of longing for her. In the middle of the night, I heard noises outside, and I quickly jumped out of bed to eavesdrop by the door. If I was not mistaken, someone had entered the study. I was all too familiar with the sound of that door closing, as the study had previously been my sanctuary. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of oppression enveloped me, sending a chill down my spine. Cautiously, I turned around to find Qin Qin crouched behind me, having awakened at some point. Seeing her reach for the doorknob, seemingly intent on venturing out, my heart tightened. No, it's dangerous. Sensing my anxiety, Qin Qin patted my head, signaling for me to relax. Since she was determined, I had to pave the way for her. As she cautiously opened the door, I peeked out through the crack to ensure it was safe before stepping out, followed closely by Qin Qin. She was barefoot, moving silently. We crouched by the study door, listening to the sound of keyboard typing from within. Soon, the chair scraped against the floor. He was coming out. We hurried back to the room, and Wang Haihua returned to the bedroom, closing the door behind him. Qin Qin stealthily slipped out of the bedroom and into the study. I dared not follow. I had to keep watch at the door for Qin Qin. About 10 minutes later, I heard footsteps approaching the bedroom. Just as I was about to alert Qin Qin, the door swung open. I quickly ducked beneath the sofa, anxiously watching the study, my heart racing. The study door was ajar, barely visible unless one looked closely. Wang Haihua had gone to the restroom. Qin Qin must have heard the noise, yet she did not emerge. I was on the verge of speaking out in desperation. Soon, Wang Haihua returned from the restroom, and I prayed he would not discover us as he hurried back to the bedroom. But he unexpectedly halted, turning his gaze toward the study. My heart leaped into my throat. In the next moment, he turned and walked towards the study. Chapter 67. You have already revealed yourself in a state of panic. I leapt onto the coffee table, knocking over a vase. The sound quickly drew Wang Haihua out, and he hurried into the living room, turning on the lights and surveying the area. The balcony door was wide open, the wind billowing the curtains, stirring the coffee table. The vase lay shattered on the ground, the wilted roses within exuding a foul odor. This bouquet had been a gift from Wang Haihua a month ago, intended to comfort me after Qin had upset me to tears that night. Who would have imagined that just the following evening, he would threaten my life? Dad, what is wrong? Qin emerged from the bedroom, yawning and looking puzzled. Nothing, the wind knocked over the vase. Qin glanced at the fallen vase. When did these flowers get put in? Last week. They're all rotten. I forgot to change the water. Wang Haihua knelt to clean up the mess, while urging, you should go to sleep. I can handle this. All right, I'll head to bed first. You should finish up and sleep early too. Qin walked over to the water dispenser, filled a cup, and returned. Noticing Wang Haihua's back was turned, she quietly closed the study door. Wang Haihua grunted, and once Qin turned to enter her room, he lifted his head, his gaze shrouded in uncertainty as he stared at Qin's bedroom. Wang Haihua, do you not realize that you have already exposed yourself? Hidden behind the air conditioning unit on the balcony, I watched as Qin escaped safely, letting out a sigh of relief. I distinctly remembered that Qin had been present when Wang Haihua gifted me that bouquet, and she had personally arranged the flowers in that very vase. Wang Haihua tidied the floor but left the balcony door ajar. I cautiously avoided the living room and instead entered through the window. As soon as I was inside, Qin enveloped me in a tight embrace, silent. I understood her unspoken thoughts, but I could not articulate my own feelings to comfort her. The next day, Qin placed me in her backpack and headed downstairs. I overheard her conversation with Wang Haihua. Dad, I'm going to school now. Wait, I'll drive you. No need, I'll take the bus. Wait for me. I'll be ready soon. Wang Haihua persisted. After a moment's hesitation, Qin replied, all right, I'll wait for you. Dad, who is she? Oh, she is the new helper. Just call her Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu? Has a new person started at the store? Is Aunt Lin not coming back? By the way, how is the investigation into the fire at her home going? I was confined within Qin's backpack, only able to hear their conversation. My curiosity piqued. I wished I could peek out to see who this newcomer was, and Wang Haihua's expression when Qin mentioned Aunt Lin. She has already resigned. I'm not clear on the fire incident, and I don't have time to inquire. I stealthily unzipped a small opening in the backpack, catching sight of Wang Haihua wiping his hands and grabbing the car keys. Let us go. I'll take you to school. Oh, Aunt Lin was doing so well here. Why did she suddenly quit? Qin seemed a bit anxious, and I felt a wave of apprehension for her. Who knows? She has gone. It has nothing to do with us. What a convenient dismissal. She was carrying your child. How could it possibly be unrelated? Okay. Just as Qin was about to get into the car, she suddenly halted. Dad, I forgot my student ID. Please wait for me a moment. With that, she hurried back upstairs. The violent jostling nearly scattered my bones, but once upstairs, Qin released me, urging Tuan Yuan, make sure to search the room thoroughly for any valuable clues. After saying this, she dashed into the study, retrieved a USB drive from under the computer desk, tucked it into her pocket, and quickly descended the stairs, reminding me to stay safe before she left. I leaned over the balcony, watching as Qin drove away with Wang Haihua before turning back in my room. The bedroom is immaculate and tidy, yet permeated by an inescapable scent of smoke. I can hardly discern anything amiss, save for the wedding photo on the bedside table that stands out glaringly. Wang Haihua, who are you truly? Can you really sleep at night while gazing at my picture? I rummaged through the wardrobe, the vanity, and every nook and cranny of the bedroom. But everything remained unchanged since before my murder. With nothing to show for my efforts, I ventured into the study, instinctively approaching the safe. Luckily, it was still there, untouched. I hopped onto the computer desk and activated the computer, plunging into deep contemplation. The screen displayed my novel. Wang Haihua is reading my work. As the thought of his imminent return flashed through my mind, a sudden idea struck me. I quickly switched to the browser, logged into the author backend, and deftly manipulated the mouse and keyboard to change the password. In less than 10 minutes, hurried footsteps echoed from downstairs. I hastily extinguished the computer and prepared to leave. But it was too late. Wang Haihua had already ascended the stairs. In a moment of desperation, I concealed myself behind my snack cart. I had always enjoyed snacking while writing, hence the large cart brimming with treats. As long as Wang Haihua didn't tease search every corner. He would never discover my hiding place. Yet, how often do absolutes exist in this world? Wang Haihua noticed the computer had been tampered with and rushed to the staircase. Calling down, Xiao Yu, who just went upstairs. No one came upstairs. Hai Ge, Xiao Yu's voice replied from below. I heard Wang Haihua hastening toward Qin's room, seemingly searching for something, and seized the opportunity to slip out of the study, dash through the living room, and leap down. A car sped past below, and had I not acted swiftly to grab a power line, I would have surely been struck. I descended along the wire, and upon glancing back, I met Wang Haihua's gaze. He stood on the balcony, his eyes fixed on me like a bloodthirsty serpent. I refused to allow fear or retreat to overcome me, turning instead to merge into the crowd. After running a while, I slowed my pace, realizing my heart was racing. Approaching a secluded area, just as I was about to cross the street, a piercing engine roar echoed. A car barreled toward me, accelerating rapidly. Instinctively, I tried to dodge, but to my horror, it was aiming directly for me. When I finally discerned the distorted, frenzied face within, my heart nearly leapt into my throat. Wang Haihua, are you so eager to end my life? Are you afraid your deeds will be exposed? With that thought, I suddenly regained my composure. I would not evade. I stood my ground, unmoving. If you wish to kill me, then I shall grant you that opportunity. Just as the vehicle was about to collide with me, I swiftly dove into the nearby thicket and sprinted ahead. Behind me, I heard the sound of urgent brakes, followed by a resounding crash. Chapter 68. Those who engage in wickedness will meet their doom. I halted, turning back to gaze at the accident scene not far away. The car had crashed into a tree, severely crumpled, and was emitting smoke. I stared at the scene, feeling an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Wang Haihua, or should I say, there's a saying that those who commit wrongful acts will ultimately bring about their own demise. If you were to die like this, it would indeed be too lenient for you. You deserve to be in hell. But soon, the car door swung open. Wang Haihua struggled to crawl out, slowly rising to his feet. Blood covered his head, and on the desolate road, his swaying figure was elongated by the shadows of the trees behind him, resembling a desperate fugitive. He spotted me. In that moment of eye contact, I instinctively wanted to look away, but an overwhelming emotion compelled me to face him. He stared for a moment before suddenly breaking into a smile. That smile startled me. He took a couple of steps forward, and I instinctively retreated. From a distance, I saw his mouth move, uttering two words. Qin. Upon saying this, his laughter grew more pronounced. Qin. A sense of foreboding washed over me. Hadn't he just taken her to school? Why was he back so soon? Panic surged through me as I turned and raced toward the school. Wang Haihua, if you place Qin in danger again, I will fight you with all I have. Upon arriving at the school, I spotted Qin engrossed in class, and relief flooded over me. But something felt off. Wang Haihua had come to retrieve Qin. Wouldn't he do so without a plan? And it was possible he had given her an opportunity to escape. My gaze remained fixed on Qin. She seemed to sense my attention and turned to look at me. She waved, beckoning me to come inside. The teacher was writing on the blackboard, and I silently approached Qin's side. She swiftly pulled me into her desk, gently stroking my head while jotting down notes. The sound of writing did little to soothe my anxiety. I was deeply concerned for Qin. At long last, when class ended, I scrambled onto Qin's lap. Did you find anything? I gazed at her, seeking a response. I yearned to examine every inch of her, desperate to ascertain whether Wang Haihua had done anything to her. It's all right. You've done wonderfully, she reassured me. My reunion is the smartest cat in the world. My phone vibrated, and she pulled out to check. It was a call from Wang Haihua. Qin frowned, hesitating for a moment before lowering her head to answer beneath the desk. What's wrong? When? Her tone shifted abruptly. I could hear clearly that the call was from the hospital. Wang Haihua had been in a car accident and was being rushed to the hospital. I'm coming right away. Qin immediately sprang up to pack her bag. I didn't want her to face that devil in the hospital, but I also wanted to know Wang Haihua's condition. So I discreetly jumped into her backpack. In the car, I heard Qin calling Shuizhan. Uncle, my dad was in a car accident. All right, I'll wait for you at the school gate. Thank goodness, Shuizhan was coming with us. As long as he was there, Qin would be safe. What about reunion? Hearing Shuizhan's voice, I peeked out of the backpack and meowed. Shuizhan's eyes lit up when he saw me, and he scooped me into his arms. Why do you seem thinner? He touched my back, his warm palm igniting a tingling sensation within me. I squirmed, signaling him to stop. Even as a cat, I'm still a sister, you know. Is it polite to touch me like this? This time has indeed been tiring, Qin explained. Shuezhan nodded in agreement, having witnessed everything I had done. Let us go check the situation at the hospital. Once in the car, Qin retrieved a USB drive from her backpack and handed it to Shuezhan. This contains everything from my mom's computer desktop. I gazed in astonishment at the USB drive in Qin's hand. She was indeed starting to harbor suspicions. My Qin is far more astute than I had imagined. Shuezhan took the USB drive. What did that person want when he picked you up last night? He didn't do anything to me, but I still feel he is hiding something. I even saw him in my mom's study in the middle of the night, and I heard the sound of typing. Qin looked at me, suddenly recalling something, and continued, There's one more strange thing. The night before my mom went missing, he sent her a bouquet of flowers, which I personally arranged in a vase. But after Reunion knocked over the vase last night, it seemed he forgot the origin of that bouquet. Reunion? Shuezhan looked at me. Was it intentional? Yes, I was in the study when he suddenly appeared. Reunion was there to provide cover for me. Shuezhan regarded me with keen interest. Was he close to your mom? They have always had a good relationship. I was not surprised by Qin's answer. After all, everyone knew Wang Haihua treated me exceptionally well. I must admit, over the years, as long as Wang Haihua was around, aside from the rebellious phase Qin went through where she often vexed me, he had never allowed me to suffer any grievances. However, I am acutely aware that the true Wang Haihua remains elusive. A voice within me incessantly reminds me that the figure living under the guise of Wang Haihua in the public eye is not the genuine individual, but rather a remorseless demon. The real Wang Haihua, I reckon, is currently shrouded in uncertainty regarding his fate. Given the close relationship, why did your mother leave? Shuezhan raised an eyebrow. You had briefly recounted the circumstances of your mother's departure, but the veracity of that account remains doubtful. Do you recall what I mentioned on your grandfather's birthday? I remember. He advised Qin to disregard others' words and to observe with her own eyes and listen with her own heart. For sometimes what is spoken by others may not represent the truth. I nodded in agreement, expressing my fervent desire to locate my mother swiftly. Yet, Qin, will you search? Your mother has long since vanished without a trace. I will do my utmost, Shuezhan assured. I lifted my gaze to Shuezhan, uncertain if he discerned the gratitude reflected in my eyes. Yet I was genuinely appreciative of his presence. His arrival had instilled hope in my bewildered state. You too should persevere. After all, you are no ordinary cat. Together, we shall strive. The truth will inevitably be revealed. Qin clasped my small paw with unwavering conviction. It will undoubtedly come to light, I silently affirmed. We shall ensure that the impostor Wang Haihua pays for his transgressions. Upon arriving at the hospital, we learned that Wang Haihua had been transferred to a general ward. We will wait for you outside, Shuezhan said, holding me close without approaching. Very well, Qin replied, before knocking and entering. Instinctively, I wished to follow, but Shuezhan held me back. Be good, don't go in. Indeed, I cannot enter now. Should Wang Haihua see me, it would only remind him of the circumstances that led to his hospitalization, which would be detrimental to Qin. Thus, I obediently remained in Shuezhan's embrace. As moments elapsed, my impatience grew. Chapter 69, The Reckless Cat. I recalled Wang Haihua mentioning Qin at the accident scene. It was evident that he recognized Qin as my Achilles heel. Wasn't it perilous for Qin to confront him alone? Just a little longer, Shuezhan seemed to perceive my unrest, softly soothing my emotions. After what felt like an eternity, Qin finally emerged. She glanced at us waiting by the door, remained silent, and only spoke once inside the elevator. He is seriously injured. I inquired how the accident occurred, and she relayed that he swerved to avoid a kitten. A kitten, wasn't that me? Yet, that was not an act of avoidance. It was clearly an intent to end my life. Shuezhan regarded me, stating matter-of-factly, there were no cameras there, and the vehicle lacked a dashcam. I wondered why he had been so preoccupied with his phone earlier. He must have been investigating the accident, which only served to diminish my regard for him further. Qin added, he didn't elaborate much, merely advised me to return to school and not to worry about him. Of course, there's no need to worry. It would be better if he were gone. Today, I have cast myself as bait, seeking his demise, and even if he survives, he must be left incapacitated to justify the risks I have taken. There is indeed no need for concern. Shuezhan interjected, suddenly lifting me into the air. If I'm not mistaken, the reckless cat refers to you, does it not? My eyes widened in disbelief. Young master, how could you be so astute? Your astonished expression confirms it is indeed you. Shuizhan spoke with a hint of amusement, devoid of reproach. He truly did aim to give you a clear path? Qin questioned, patting my head, skepticism evident in her tone. It seemed she too had her doubts. Shuizhan scoffed lightly. Certainly not. He would much rather eliminate Tuan Yuan. At this juncture, he appeared somewhat agitated, his demeanor darkening. I had a look at the surveillance footage along the route. Tuan Yuan leapt from the balcony, and shortly thereafter, he drove off with a clear target in mind, Tuan Yuan. At the last intersection with cameras, I observed him accelerate toward the direction Tuan Yuan had fled. Young Master Shui, your brilliance is commendable. I mewed in approval, affectionately rubbing against his hand. You truly are my spokesperson. I apologize, Tuan Yuan. I have once again placed you in peril. Qin gazed at me with reddened eyes, stirring a pang of sorrow within me. How could I blame you, Qin? To bring Wang Haihua to justice. I too am willing to take risks. Moreover, I am not as fragile as you perceive. I can face Wang Haihua alone. This situation grows increasingly intriguing. Shuizhan observed the depths of my dark eyes with keen interest, as if he had stumbled upon an exhilarating enigma. Little uncle, Qin cautiously regarded him, a hint of apprehension in her gaze. She was still young, and the challenges she faced were formidable. Without Shuizhan, she might have felt utterly lost. Over these past days, she had gradually begun to rely on him. Shuizhan, aware of her thoughts, reassured her. Rest assured, since I have intervened, I will not abandon you. For Tuan Yuan's sake, I will assist you in uncovering the truth. For me, young master, I am merely a cat. Is my significance truly so vast? Thank you, little uncle, Qin exclaimed, her spirits lifting instantly, hands clasped in gratitude. Both Tuan Yuan and I will express our appreciation. The vehicle glided out of the underground parking lot, and I perched against the window, gazing toward the room where Wang Haihua resided. Sure enough, I spotted his silhouette. At the next intersection, we collected Qin, who entered the vehicle as if she had discovered a new world. You were right. He is indeed watching me from above. Shuizhan, unfazed, appeared to anticipate everything. He toyed with a USB drive in his hand. Have you reviewed its contents? I have, aside from my photographs. It comprises nearly all materials related to novels. I am somewhat obsessive-compulsive, preferring to categorize and organize my computer desktop. I never keep significant files on the desktop. However, upon reflection, I realize I do not possess any particularly crucial secrets, unless... Qin's origins. Ah, my mother has a safe. At your home? Qin nodded. Yes. I saw it last night. We should seize the opportunity to take a look. However, I do not know the combination. Qin's expression fell slightly. I had never shown interest in such matters before. Not knowing does not imply that no one else is aware. Shuizhan remarked, patting my head. Do you know the password? Inexplicably compelled, I nodded in response to his insistent question. My goodness, Tuan Yuan, you are truly becoming extraordinary. Qin gazed at me in disbelief, her eyes reflecting both shock and delight. I have seen numerous videos showcasing clever dogs and cats, but I never imagined such an astute feline could be by my side. Qin, the reason Tuan Yuan is so intelligent is that he is no longer merely Tuan Yuan. Yet you will never know. You shall remain oblivious to the fact that this cat has undergone a transformation of spirit. Your father is hospitalized. Today presents the perfect opportunity. How could I have forgotten? There is surely no one at home now, making it the ideal time for us to gather evidence. Let us hurry back. Qin concurred wholeheartedly. I discerned her genuine eagerness to locate me. The shop door stood ajar, and the young woman engrossed in her phone within should be Xiaoyu. Upon seeing us return, she immediately stood up. Qin, why are you back so early? I scrutinized the girl before me. She appeared to be in her early 20s. Not conventionally beautiful, but fair-skinned and well-proportioned. I wondered if she might become the second Lin Lan. My father was in an accident and is currently hospitalized. I returned to fetch some clean clothes for him, Qin explained. Xiaoyu's expression shifted at this news. Brother Haim met with an accident? Is it serious? I will go see him. It is not very serious, Sister Xiaoyu. I will take care of my father. You must manage the shop while I am gone, as you cannot leave. Qin implored, grasping her hand earnestly. Rest assured, Qin, I will ensure the shop runs smoothly. Little Yu felt the weight of her responsibilities and earnestly made a promise. It is understandable, a young girl in her early 20s, how complex could her thoughts be? Just like I once was, filled with joy, believing I had found my home. But what happened? I went ahead. Qin said this and led Shuizhan upstairs. Upon reaching the upper floor, Qin surveyed the familiar room and paused when she saw the balcony door wide open. Uncle, do you think he discovered the reunion and rushed out to erase the evidence? Meow. Before Shuai could speak, I answered myself. Qin looked at me, her eyes filled with concern. Oh, I remember now. She suddenly slapped her forehead. Back in the car. He received a phone call and hurriedly dropped me off at the corner, saying he had something to handle. Was what he meant by something actually to eliminate the reunion? Qin clenched her fists, both fearful and angry. A phone call? Shuai caught the crucial detail. Chapter 70. Not a drop leaks, through Qin nodded. Yes. I also believe that phone call must be significant. Reflecting carefully, I recalled that as soon as Wang Haihua returned, he headed straight to the study. As if he knew someone had been there. Could that phone call have been a tip-off? Who could it be? I was certain there was no one else upstairs at that moment. Meow. I called out again and stepped toward the study door. Qin and Shuai exchanged a glance and followed me into the study. Shuai turned on the light, examining the surroundings until his gaze landed on the darkened computer screen. I leaped onto the desk, and he proceeded to power on the computer. The desktop was neat, showing no signs of irregularity. Open the web page. Open the web page. I urgently urged in my mind. If Shuai could access the web page, he might see the novel page I had logged out from, perhaps leading to new investigative directions. I was desperate to uncover who had been updating my novel and what connection she had with the current Wang Haihua. Uncle, the safe is here. Qin squatted down, frowning at the safe before her. Shuai knelt beside her, studying it for a moment before speaking solemnly. The password will lock automatically after 3 incorrect attempts. I stepped forward, cautiously pressing the numbers with my paws. However, just as I was about to enter the final password, a voice called from outside. Qin, are you there? My heart raced, and I quickly withdrew my paws, watching the door warily. You don't need to come out. Qin took a deep breath, swiftly returning the safe to its place before exiting. Shuai calmly picked me up and returned to the computer desk, connecting his phone. To my surprise, I noticed the computer screen was syncing to his phone. Was he reversing the situation? Realizing this, I gazed at Shuai with increased admiration. He was incredibly intelligent and composed. If I didn't know he was only 18, I might suspect he had been a spy. As we left the study, little Yu was in the bedroom, helping Wang Haihua pack his clothes alongside Qin. Shuai settled down on the sofa with me, his gaze lingering briefly on the vase on the coffee table before he began to survey the room. There were people in the bedroom, so I couldn't appear too obvious, but I hoped he would notice the large freezer not far away. Although I knew Wang Haihua had thoroughly erased all traces of me, I still held a glimmer of hope. Qin, I'll head down first. Little Yu emerged, glancing at us on the sofa with a polite smile before heading downstairs. Watching her leave, I couldn't help but wonder if she was truly just here to help. Once she was gone, Qin stepped out of the bedroom, carrying a bundle of clothes. Seizing the opportunity, I jumped onto the freezer, intently watching the two of them. Has this freezer always been upstairs? Under my insinuation, Shuai finally noticed the freezer. He approached and opened it, a rush of cold air sending a shiver through me. A faint odor filled the air, and I could no longer distinguish whether it was the scent of my flesh or that of pork. We've had it for about 2 years. It couldn't fit downstairs, so we moved it upstairs. Qin stepped forward to peer inside. It's usually used for freezing meat. Shuai rummaged through its contents, finding nothing unusual. Even the blood that had accumulated at the bottom had been cleaned away. Wang Haihua, you really leave no stone unturned. Shuai closed the freezer, and I looked up at him helplessly. Could we check it more thoroughly? There might be some clues left. After all, my remains were once stored here. What is wrong? Seeing me still, Shuai looked puzzled. I hated that I couldn't speak. I had led him to open the freezer, but couldn't provide him with more information. Only feeling anxious. The freezer? Shuai tentatively inquired. I nodded firmly. Yes, it's the freezer. There must be some traces, even a single hair. Shuai turned to Qin, who looked confused. Have you seen this freezer before? Qin shook her head, pointing to the kitchen. There's another fridge in there. I've never opened this one. Qin was displeased with the existence of the freezer, as we had only bought it to freeze meat. She had complained about its unattractiveness and size, suggesting more than once that we move it downstairs. Shuai checked the other fridge in the kitchen, which was for daily use, and showed no signs of irregularity. Realizing that the freezer had issues but yielding no valuable findings, he decided to temporarily leave with me. Qin called for a delivery service to send the clothes to Wang Haihua, and then joined us back at school. The school security had been capturing stray cats rampantly these days, and it was safer for Tuan Yuan to stay with me. You go to class first. I'll wait for you at the school gate after school. It was evident that Shuizhan had no intention of returning me to Qinqin. After sending her off, rather than attending class, he took me to the garden. On the grass, I lay beside him absent-mindedly, while he leisurely reclined, resting on one hand with his eyes narrowed in relaxation. Tuan Yuan, come here so I can pet you. He gently reached out his hand, pulling me into his embrace before I could consent. I nudged him, signaling for him to rise. I want to take him somewhere. Shuizhan looked at me, his dark eyes akin to a serene lake at night, clear and pure. What is the matter? He softly asked. I dashed ahead, stopping at a distance to wait for him. He initially hesitated to get up, but seeing my intent, he stood and followed. Where are you taking me? He asked, a smile gracing his face. I lowered my head, continuing forward. Hey, you don't want me to crawl into the thicket with you, do you? Upon hearing him call out, I paused and noticed I had unknowingly wandered into the woods, completely oblivious to the fact that he couldn't follow. Come here, he beckoned me, his smile broadening. I turned back with a frown, walking along the path, allowing him to seek my hand, but he only grasped air. Yet he was not angered. Instead, his gaze held a hint of affection. I dared not look at him again. At that moment, I was immensely grateful to be a cat, for even if my face flushed, no one would notice. I led him to the secret base where Su Yu had conspired with others. What are you bringing me here for? Shuizhan's words seemed somewhat mischievous, yet what could a simple, honest cat like me do? I approached a bush, scratching at the surface of the soil, and soon a photograph emerged. I paused and turned to look at Shuizhan. Upon seeing the photo, his smile vanished as he stepped forward to retrieve all of it, examining each one. You hid these? Chapter 71. Even Xue Baochai would call him master. I gazed at him, my eyes affirming. Despite his calm demeanor, I discerned a profound shock in his eyes. I could empathize with his reaction. After all, my own response upon seeing those photographs had been far more intense. Yet, I held no resentment towards Qinqin. My heart ached for her. Every rebellious child harbors a root cause for their defiance. Qinqin's rebellion stemmed largely from the bullying she endured at school and my own failure to understand her. My misguided affection had become, in her eyes, a shackle, a burden, a catalyst hastening her rebellion. If I could relive my life and once again assume the role of her mother, I would undoubtedly choose to respect and understand her. After a lengthy silence, Shuizhan suddenly patted me, affirming, Tuan Yuan, you protected her. I understood his sentiment. He too wished to see Qinqin avoid the fate of Jiangji Xiao. If those photographs were indeed posted by Su Yu and her cohorts, Qinqin's outcome would be far worse than Jiangji Xiao's. After all, Su Yu had genuinely suffered humiliation at Qinqin's hands. Shuizhan tucked the photographs into his bag and led me away. The afternoon sun cast a drowsy warmth over us, and even the cat was not immune to its lethargy. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying with it the faint scent of Shuizhan. I slowly closed my eyes, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Uncle Tuan Yuan. Qinqin's voice shattered the stillness, dispelling my drowsiness. I immediately sprang to life, leaping from Shuizhan's embrace and rushing toward Qinqin. Her radiant smile momentarily transported me back to the carefree little girl she once was. Uncle, have you heard? Everyone is buzzing about the ghost incident at school last night. As Qinqin clung to me while chatting about the latest gossip, I glanced at Shuizhan, eager to gauge his reaction. He seemed to have already anticipated the conversation, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he replied, utter nonsense. Just then, the plump figure of Tang Hao called out to Shuizhan, his face a mask of urgency. I could guess his intentions with a fair degree of certainty. I waited for you at your house all night, and you wouldn't even come out to see me. Aren't we good brothers? Tang Hao's tone was filled with grievance. Shuizhan furrowed his brow slightly, replying, so you should know my temperament. I observed Tang Hao, who appeared infatuated with Su Yu, willingly waiting outside Shuizhan's home for an entire night. Zhan, I've never begged you for anything. This time, just consider it a request. Give her one more chance. Tang Hao's voice was laden with desperation. If the school expels her, no other institution will accept her. Given her family situation, she may never return to her studies. I couldn't comprehend why Su Yu warranted such fervent pleas. Had she saved his life? What made her worth this degree of supplication? I beg you, Zhan, he implored, even going so far as to kneel. I widened my eyes at Tang Hao, wishing for the strength to slap some sense into him. Love-struck fool, I thought. Even Bao Chai would have to call him master. Shueishan's expression darkened, his gaze icy as he regarded the kneeling Tang Hao. I suspected he felt disappointment and sorrow. How could such a good brother act so foolishly for a girl unworthy of such devotion? Qin, let us go. After a moment of tense silence, Shueishan offered no response and turned to leave. Seeing this, Qin quickly embraced me and followed. Once in the car, Qin hesitated before finally asking, "Uncle, will you keep Suyu?" I too was curious. If his good brother had knelt before him, what decision would he ultimately make? Shueishan appeared indifferent, focusing on playing with my tail. "What do you think?" He posed the question back to Tuan Yuan. To me, I certainly did not want to keep Suyu, for every day she remained at school represented an additional threat to Qin. I did not wish for Qin to endure unrest in her educational environment. Just as I opened my mouth to express my dissent, the driver suddenly slammed on the brakes, sending me tumbling beneath the seat. Ouch! My head collided with the door, buzzing painfully. "Young master, someone is blocking the car," the driver explained cautiously. I groggily lifted my head to see Tang Hao, drenched in sweat and flushed, standing in front of the vehicle with arms outstretched, a desperate look on his face. This boy was truly beyond saving. I rolled my eyes in exasperation. As the car came to a halt, Tang Hao dashed forward, knocking on the window. Shueishan slowly lowered it, observing the disheveled Tang Hao with a cold stare. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" he asked. "Azon, just for the sake of brotherhood, make an exception this once. I promise it will be the last time." Shueishan's expression remained stoic, silent in the face of Tang Hao's plea. Given his integrity, he could not condone Suyu's actions. Yet given his loyalty, he likely could not bear to see a good brother sacrifice his dignity and principles for a woman unworthy of such devotion. "Enough," he finally said coldly, raising the window. Hearing his response, Tang Hao was immediately elated and stepped aside. I leaned back against the seat, watching as he stood by the roadside, wiping away tears. Pathetic. He'll inevitably fall victim to a woman. If Suyu can resolve the Jiang Zhixiao incident and ensure she never engages in such heinous acts again, perhaps we should consider forgiving her temporarily, Qin suggested suddenly. I stared at her in astonishment. "Qin, are you sure you want to forgive her? Just last night, she attempted to frame you." "Uncle, I'm not doing this for Suyu. I just don't want to put you in a difficult position," Qin clarified. Her reasoning had merit. Shueishan had aided us greatly. We truly should not impose difficulties upon him. However, I harbored no faith that Suyu could genuinely reform. I could not allow a ticking time bomb to remain near Qin. "I understand," Shueishan replied coolly, pulling me back as I protested. Given the circumstances, if she was so determined to stay, perhaps we should allow her to remain. I comprehended Shueishan's perspective. He had his considerations. Yet, I felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at the thought of Suyu escaping punishment. She had better recognize the value of gratitude and refrain from causing further trouble, or else Tang Hao might find himself powerless to assist her once again. "By the way, where are we headed?" Qin inquired. "To the hospital. We're going to check on Jiang Zhixiao." Coincidentally, I too wished to see how Jiang Zhixiao was faring, and it seemed our thoughts aligned. Upon arriving at the hospital, we encountered Jiang's mother in the elevator. The moment she saw Shueishan, she began expressing her gratitude. "Thank you so much, Shui. Without your help, I can scarcely imagine what our situation would be. Auntie, there is no need for such formality. We merely hope for her swift recovery." "How is she doing now?" Jiang's mother wiped tears from her eyes, her voice trembling. "With the psychologist's assistance, she is now willing to speak with us for a short while." Chapter 72. Dawn. Her willingness to open up was a positive sign, and I secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that our efforts were worthwhile. As Jiang's mother guided us to the ward, we found Jiang Zhixiao quietly seated on the bed, reading. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her. Yet it seemed unable to warm her. Her complexion remained pale. Upon noticing our presence, she hesitated for a moment before becoming visibly uneasy. I leaped onto the bed, leaning in closer to her. Recognition sparked in her eyes, and she exclaimed, "It's you, the little cat that brought me buns." I gently nuzzled her hand, inviting her to pet me. Cautiously, she extended her hand, resting it on me, and a faint smile graced her lips. In that instant, the atmosphere in the room seemed to lighten considerably. "It was he who led us to save you," Shueishan interjected. Jiang Zhixiao paused, her hand stilling as if struck by a painful memory, her expression flustered. Jiang's mother's tears began to well up once more. In the morning, Xiao Xiao spoke of a cat that had been encouraging her, providing her with food, and even gifting her a knife for self-defense. It turned out to be your little cat. Master Shui, you're truly our family's savior. From now on, her father and I will work tirelessly to repay your kindness. After Mama Jiang expressed her gratitude, she attempted to kneel before Shui Zhan, but he gently stopped her. Auntie, there's no need for that, he said. Jiang Zhixiao looked at me with gentle eyes and softly said, Thank you, little cat. She then lifted her gaze towards Shui Zhan, adding, And thank you, Shui Zhan. He gazed at her quietly for a while before responding. Her name is Tuan Yuan. She belongs to Qin Qin. At that moment, Shui Zhan did not contest my custody over Qin Qin, which moved me. Regardless of the circumstances, he always considered Qin Qin's feelings. Qin Qin, feeling somewhat shy, added, Tuan Yuan must have come to find me and accidentally encountered you. So she's our lucky star. Qin Qin's thoughts had become more nuanced. She remained by Jiang Zhixiao's side, recounting how friendly her classmates were and how kind the teachers had been upon her return to school, as if the incident of abduction had never occurred. I understood Qin Qin's intentions. She wished to warm Jiang Zhixiao's heart and instill hope, encouraging her to regain her strength and return to school without any reservations. However, having endured such inhumane torment, escaping from the abyss, and then falling victim to Su Yu's schemes, how could those wounds heal so swiftly? Qin Qin, Shui Zhan, thank you for visiting me today. I will surely find the strength to recover, Jiang Zhixiao declared, striving to appear strong, though the pallor of her face betrayed her weakness. Her wounds had scabbed over, and her feet were still bandaged. She appeared so fragile. Keep pushing forward. We will be waiting for you at school, Qin Qin encouraged, making a gesture of support. I watched her with a sense of comfort. My little son seemed to be returning. After leaving the hospital, Qin Qin sighed, her face filled with concern. Why did she seem so pessimistic? I had thought I was the only one sensing Jiang Zhixiao's sorrow and despair. But it appeared I was mistaken. Shui Zhan spoke softly. Having endured such terrifying events, it's difficult to return to one's previous state in a short time. After a brief pause, he added, Perhaps it will never be the same again. Indeed, her spirit had suffered immense trauma. Even if her physical wounds healed, she could not forget. Even 10 or 20 years later, that experience could resurface at any moment, plunging her back into darkness. This thought filled me with sympathy for the girl. She was still so young, in the bloom of her youth, and yet her bright future had been shattered. We can only do our best. The rest depends on her, Shui Zhan remarked, and he was correct. The world is filled with countless forms of suffering, each unique to the individual. Ultimately, only one can truly pull oneself from a mire. Thus, I should feel fortunate, shouldn't I? Despite everything, Qin Qin could still lead a good life, perhaps even more passionately than before. Suddenly, the phone rang, breaking the brief silence in the car. Qin Qin pulled out her phone, and I noticed it was Man calling. Hello, Aunt Chi. I'm with my uncle. We just visited a classmate and are on our way back now. Hearing Man's concerned voice on the other end of the line brought me a sense of calm. Thankfully, Man would be there to help protect Qin Qin. Upon arriving at Qi Yimin's home, we heard her say, There's news from the police station. What did they say? Shui Zhan inquired. Qi Yimin looked at him, her expression serious. The matters you asked me to investigate have been checked. Jiang Zhixiao was initially under police protection, but midway, the officers were reassigned and never returned. The explanation given by the police was a shortage of manpower. I had anticipated this. From the conversation I overheard between the two women by the river, it was evident that the trafficking of young girls had become routine for them. However, managing to remain hidden from the police for so long was truly remarkable. Young Master Shui, there's one more thing, Qi Yimin continued, handing him a file. As you suspected, Xiao Xiao showed no signs of having left. Her last known appearance was at school. Upon hearing this, I nearly wept. It felt as if a long-buried truth had been unveiled, dust gradually blown away by the wind. In this age of advanced technology, if Xiao Xiao truly intended to leave, she would surely have left traces behind. I had checked all forms of transportation and found no record of her. Qi Yimin grew increasingly animated. It's very likely she never left Nanqing at all. Yes, I never left, I thought, and I will never have the opportunity to leave again. Looking at Yimin, tears welled in my eyes. During this time, I had experienced the darkest moments of my life, even losing a part of myself. Just when I believed the truth would remain elusive, I finally saw a glimmer of hope. If my mother has tea left, why hasn't she shown up? Why fabricate such a lie? The light in Chin-Chin's eyes dimmed once more. I felt a pang of sorrow for her. Chin-Chin, your mother has never lied to you. She simply couldn't explain things to you in person. Man stepped forward, embracing her and softly comforting. Chin-Chin, you must believe in your mother. She must have encountered difficulties. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been silent for so long. Man had always understood me best. From the very beginning, she never believed I would abandon Chin-Chin for a man. But where had she gone? I too wanted to know what had transpired. I wished to help her, yet I didn't even know her whereabouts. Chin-Chin's eyes reflected confusion. Chin-Chin, your greatest wish is to live safely and happily. And for your mother, that is all that matters. Shuizhan said to her. Besides you, the only person closest to your mother is Wang Haihua. Chapter 73. The pinnacle of suspicion to find your mother. We must start by investigating Wang Haihua. Shuizhan referred to Wang Haihua by name, without addressing him as your father, signifying an instinctive stance against him. It was understandable. Wang Haihua had made multiple attempts on my life, and this time, he didn't hesitate to harm himself to eliminate me. How could Shuizhan, who cared for me so deeply, tolerate such actions? The thought that Shuizhan might harbor resentment towards Wang Haihua because of me filled me with inexplicable joy. It felt wonderful to be cherished this way, as if the wounds inflicted by my original family were slowly healing. Wang Haihua was astute and would not be easily cornered. After Shuizhan spoke, he gently patted my head. However, Tuan Yuan is an exception. Suddenly, I understood. I had witnessed the entire process of his crimes. Given the subsequent events, Wang Haihua's repeated attempts to eliminate me had made me his greatest vulnerability. My admiration for Shuizhan deepened. He always saw through to the heart of the matter. What do you mean? Man looked at me, puzzled. Chin-Chin explained the sequence of events to her, and only then did Man grasp the situation. We should find time to visit the hospital again and see if we can gather more information, Shuizhan suggested with a knowing smile. Though that smile sent a shiver down my spine. This young man, despite being only 18, seemed to possess the wisdom of one twice his age. Chin-Chin and Man both agreed. However, I had a lingering question. Earlier, Chin-Chin's teacher called Xiao. She answered, but upon reflection, it's possible that the person who answered wasn't Xiao. Shuizhan raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Man meticulously analyzed. Based on my years of understanding of Xiao, she has always prioritized Chin-Chin's affairs. If something were to happen to Chin-Chin, she could not possibly remain indifferent. Man knows me well, down to my every habit. Furthermore, I previously sensed something amiss in Xiao's novel, leading me to suspect that the author could not possibly be her. Shuizhan nodded in agreement. What you say is not without merit, but requires further verification. In any case, Aunt Sue's sudden departure is certainly not coincidental. As they spoke, Chin-Chin suddenly hushed us, signaling that she had received a call. I withdrew my thoughts and held my breath, gazing intently at Chin-Chin. Hello, Dad. I'm at Aunt Chi's house. Chin-Chin glanced at us and asked, Dad, do you need me to come to the hospital to take care of you? Okay, I'll come see you tomorrow after school. Tuan Yuan? Chin-Chin frowned at me and candidly remarked, what is wrong with Tuan Yuan being with me? This I could not clarify. She often indulges in wandering. I silently exhaled. This time, I'd already exposed myself under his very nose. I was uncertain whether he would connect the cat with my obliterated existence, but at the very least, he had realized that the cat was not ordinary. The car accident incident was effectively my first direct confrontation with him, and it was the first time he suffered a significant loss due to a cat. If given another opportunity, he would not let me escape. He inquired whether Tuan Yuan had returned home in recent days. Chin-Chin hung up, looked at me, and suddenly playfully pinched my cheek. So, did you do something he discovered? He must have already realized that the author's backend password had been altered. Without access to the backend, the novel could not be updated, which meant the elaborate illusion he crafted of me eloping could potentially unravel. After all, whether I had eloped or not, money was required. And with financial needs comes the necessity to earn. If he was inquiring about me at that moment, did he suspect the cat could change the password? The only one who knew the password was the version of me he had extinguished. If he truly thought that way, it indicated he had begun to suspect that Tuan Yuan was indeed me. Never mind. Even if you were clever, you cannot articulate your thoughts. Chin-Chin abruptly abandoned the idea of continuing our conversation and asked, how should we probe him? Do not rush. Shuizhan remained the most composed among us three, a feat even the adept Man-Man could not achieve. I'll go. Man-Man volunteered. I'm a doctor, and it would be easier for me to navigate the hospital. Shuizhan concurred. After 10 o'clock, Shuizhan stood to leave, glancing back at me, seemingly intending to take me along. I had already taken a step forward, prepared to follow him, thinking of it as a reward for all he had done for us. To my surprise, he merely cast a glance my way before turning to leave, leaving me feeling somewhat foolish. Qin snickered nearby. I returned to the sofa, feeling a tinge of frustration. Shuizhan, I shall remember this. Do not expect to take me home again. In the dead of night, I suddenly awoke from a nightmare, my heart racing. A glance at the slumbering Qin beside me brought a sigh of relief. In my dream, I saw Qin covered in blood, kneeling before Wang Haihua, pleading desperately. I could not discern her words and yearned to rush to her aid, yet my legs felt rooted in place. This dream entirely robbed me of sleep. I descended from the bed and leaped onto the windowsill, peering outside. The vast night sky loomed like a gaping maw ready to engulf me, with dangers lurking everywhere. Wang Haihua's suspicions had reached a crescendo, and I was uncertain what awaited me next. All I wished for was to safeguard Qin. Mom, are you back? My heart skipped a beat as I turned abruptly. The little one on the bed showed no signs of waking. It turned out she was merely talking in her sleep. I returned to bed, nestled into Qin's embrace, using my soft body to soothe her unconscious unease. Yet, for reasons unknown, sleep eluded me, leaving me with a sense of impending unrest. As dawn broke, that unsettling feeling gradually transformed into anxiety, akin to a premonition of forthcoming misfortune. Qin got up to go to the bathroom. I intended to steal a few more moments of rest, but in my drowsiness, it seemed an eternity passed without her return. Growing concerned, I ventured out to find her. The bathroom light remained on, indicating she was still inside. I squatted by the door, waiting for her. After about 20 minutes, Qin finally emerged, rubbing her belly. Tuan Yuan, were you waiting for me? She picked me up and smiled apologetically. Sorry for making you wait. Waiting is nothing. It's the worry that's real. Do you realize how long you took in there? Previously, Qin enjoyed her time in the bathroom, often engrossed in her phone. She typically emerged within 10 minutes. Clearly, her habits required supervision. Chapter 74. An unfortunate incident Man had also risen, urging Qin to wash up while she prepared breakfast in the kitchen. I lay on the dining table, watching Man busily at work, contemplating that perhaps I should entrust Qin's care to her. Aside from her, I felt uneasy entrusting Qin to anyone else. Qin, it's time to eat. Man emerged with breakfast, lifting me and placing me in front of the cat bowl, pouring the cat food. You should eat too. I looked at the food in the bowl and obediently began to eat. Aunt Chi, I'll go to the hospital after school and then return. After taking a bite of her egg, Qin spoke and then wiped my mouth with a tissue after I finished my meal. Man pondered for a moment, her concern evident. Perhaps you shouldn't go. I can check for you. She had developed serious suspicions about Wang Haihua and was determined to prevent Qin from taking any risks. Qin nodded. All right, I didn't want to go anyway, so please be safe. After breakfast, Qin did not take me with her and left with Man. I paced restlessly in the room, finding it impossible to calm my mind. Since Qin's departure, my anxiety had intensified. I could not remain idle. I had to follow them. Unable to open the door, I resorted to the usual route of jumping from the window. Thankfully, cats are naturally soft. Otherwise, leaping from such a height could have spelled disaster. Just as I prepared to depart, a vaguely familiar figure caught my eye. The individual was wearing a cap, a baseball jacket, and a mask, and was headed directly into the building where Man lived. Without hesitation, I followed. He entered the elevator, and I fixated on the display, noticing it halted at Man's floor, amplifying my ominous premonitions. I sprinted up the emergency stairs, peeking out to see that individual standing at Man's door. He glanced around to ensure no one was watching before retrieving a device from his bag. He intended to enter. I took a deep breath and dashed around the corner, scanning for a way to thwart him. However, as a mere cat, my strength and capabilities were limited, and I could not create much noise. Moreover, if he realized I was just a cat, he would undoubtedly act more recklessly. Spotting a fire hydrant nearby sparked an idea, but I quickly dismissed it. I cannot open the hydrant. In a state of panic, I noticed the surveillance camera in the corridor. I quickly descended the stairs to the security office. Where did this cat come from? The security officer, engrossed in a video, was startled by my sudden intrusion and attempted to shoo me away. Ignoring his dismissal, I leaped onto the monitor and began pawing at the screen, trying to catch his attention. "Get down. Don't break the computer. I can't afford to pay for it." The officer continued to shoo me away, yet I remained obstinate, urgently pointing at a particular surveillance area with my paw. As the officer was about to grab me, his gaze inadvertently fell on the monitor. He froze, leaned in for a closer look, and his expression shifted dramatically. Grabbing the intercom, he urgently called out, "There's a situation here. Assemble quickly." In a hurried rush, he left without a glance back at me. The man on the surveillance footage continued to unlock the door, and my heart raced with trepidation, hoping the security would act swiftly and thwart his intentions. The upscale community where Man resided was supposed to have an excellent security system, yet allowed such a person to infiltrate its premises. What a grave oversight. I concealed myself behind a vase in the lobby, and soon I glimpsed the man hastily exiting the elevator, adjusting his cap as he strode away. I stealthily followed him. Perhaps my feline nature played a role, for he turned around several times, clearly spotting me, yet disregarded my presence. At that moment, I felt a flicker of relief at being a cat. The man quickly exited the complex, pursued by a security guard, but alas, it was too late. He jumped into a car, and seizing the opportunity, I swiftly slipped beneath it, gripping the bumper with all my might as I nestled into the plastic casing. The vehicle sped down the road, and I nearly lost my grip several times, summoning every ounce of strength to maintain my hold. After a chaotic journey, the car finally came to a stop. I couldn't discern my surroundings, but a chill enveloped me. Damn it, what bad luck to have missed my chance. Angry voices erupted from above, followed by the sound of a lighter igniting. I pondered how to explain the situation to Brother AK. Another man's voice confirmed my suspicions. The counterfeit Wang Haihua was indeed the same person as Brother AK. But why did he resemble Wang Haihua so closely? I would have to call him to clarify matters. Who could have anticipated the security's prompt arrival? The man spat on the ground in frustration, cursing as he left. Cautiously, I peeked out from under the car, surveying the area. It was an old neighborhood, sparsely populated on the streets, yet clothes hung from nearly every balcony, indicating the presence of residents. I followed the direction in which the man had vanished, watching him disappear into a residential building. The hallway was narrow and dimly lit, so I ascended the stairs in silence. I heard a door slam shut above me and quickly followed, noting the still-lit motion sensor light to ascertain the location of my target. "Damn it, I'll make you talk. Do you wish for death?" Came a voice laced with anger, followed by the sound of items crashing to the floor. Who was he assaulting? I contemplated my next move and decided to climb to the top floor. The building was modest, only 6 stories high, and the man I was tracking was on the 5th floor. Peering over the railing of the rooftop, I noticed that every household had installed protective barriers adorned with various trinkets and plants, which eased my descent. The agility of a cat should never be underestimated. I stealthily descended to the 5th floor, startled to see women's clothing hanging in the window. My heart raced. Those garments belonged to Lin Lan. A few large, useless flower pots sat atop the barrier, filled with dirt but devoid of life, likely neglected for quite some time, as a thick layer of dust coated the windowsill and surrounding area. The window was ajar, so I nestled between the flower pots, cautiously observing the scene inside. In the living room, a man sat at the dining table, drinking, with a recently discarded duck-billed cap and mask beside him. It was the very man who had narrowly escaped earlier. Frequent footsteps echoed from the bedroom, indicating the presence of another individual. Soon, another man emerged, chastising the drinker. "I told you not to lay a hand on him. If he dies, we're all done for." I couldn't fathom why Brother AK insisted on keeping this worthless individual alive. Wouldn't it be simpler to eliminate him? The man appeared visibly agitated. "Enough, Biaozi. Brother AK has his reasons for this. We must follow his orders." "Exactly. If you keep taking your frustrations out on him, and something happens, how will you explain that to Brother AK?" A familiar voice interjected. It was none other than Lin Lan, who had mysteriously vanished. Chapter 75, Let the Battle Begin. But had she also uncovered the true identity of the false Wang Haihua? Lin Lan emerged from the bedroom wearing a loose sweater, her hands on her hips, her expression reflecting displeasure. She had clearly tolerated this situation for far too long. A few months pregnant, she wasn't yet showing, but it was evident that she had made sacrifices to preserve this child. This child she shared with Brother AK. Yet, being a pregnant woman in such an environment could not bode well for the fetus. Was her love worth such disregard? You have no say here. Biaozi scoffed at Lin Lan, clearly dismissive of her presence. Lin Lan pouted, but seemed wary of him, choosing silence as she turned to fetch a bottle of alcohol before retreating to the bedroom. Biaozi, filled with pent-up frustration, kicked a chair across the room and strode towards the window. I quickly pressed myself against the flower pots, holding my breath to avoid detection. Thankfully, he did not scrutinize closely and simply pulled the curtains shut. After about half an hour, the living room fell silent, with faint snoring echoing from another room. I cautiously slid down to the floor, peering through the gap in the curtains to find the living room empty. The snores originated from a different bedroom. I stealthily made my way to the room Lin Lan had just entered. The door was ajar, and, through the crack, I caught a glimpse of the man on the bed. Even with his emaciated limbs, I recognized him immediately. The sound of short video played softly in the background. Lin Lan remained inside, awake, and without a chance to enter, I quietly retreated, returning via the balcony. Now that I knew their hideout, I could capture them and rescue Wang Haihua without alarming them. Just as I approached a corner, the sound of a door opening halted me. I immediately froze. As the motion sensor light flickered on, I saw one of the men stepping out. I trailed him downstairs, where he disposed of some garbage before driving away. Instead of following him, I rummaged through the trash he had just discarded, hoping to find something useful. Soon enough, I uncovered a bloodied piece of gauze. Elated, I disregarded the filth and seized the gauze, preparing to escape when suddenly, I heard a dangerously threatening sound. Slowly, I raised my head to meet a pair of fierce eyes outside. A long, slender orange cat lay atop the trash can, glaring at me. Surely, it didn't think I was encroaching on its territory? Brother, I'm merely searching for something, not competing with you. Instinctively, I sought to placate it, contemplating retreat as a wise strategy, but the feline raised its hackles, offering me no opportunity for escape. I realized it was ready for a confrontation. I stepped back slightly, only to find there was no retreat left. Meow. With a sharp yowl, the orange cat lunged at me. I dodged just in time, scrambling out from the trash can and sprinting away in a panic. How absurd. I was being relentlessly pursued by a cat. Suddenly, a sharp pain jolted my back, and I was pinned to the ground. Fine, if I couldn't flee, then I would fight. Resolutely, I engaged in a struggle with my adversary. Initially, I had intended to fight to the bitter end, but fortune favored me as a kind passerby intervened, separating us and sending the orange cat fleeing. Little kitty, you're hurt, exclaimed a compassionate young woman, crouching down to examine me. Let me take you to the hospital. I couldn't focus on her kindness. During the scuffle, the gauze I had found was lost. I searched frantically but found nothing, and fearing to return to the alley, I had no choice but to leave. However, the sole consolation of the day was that I had discovered the whereabouts of Lin Lan and Wang Haihua. As night fell, my vision blurred, and I stood at a crossroads, disoriented, unable to discern my direction. Now, I find myself facing a grave dilemma. I can no longer discern the path back to Man-Man's abode. As I meandered, pausing intermittently, I became oblivious to the passage of time, and before I knew it, the night had deepened. The frigid air seeped into my nostrils, and I felt as though my very insides were on the verge of freezing. The streets grew increasingly desolate, and under the dim glow of the street lamps, I beheld my own swaying silhouette, a wave of melancholy washing over me. I was beset by hunger and cold. Every inch of my skin ached, prompting me to draw in sharp breaths. I was aware that I had sustained injuries, and they were severe, yet I could not succumb to despair. I must return. In a daze, I was drawn to the sound of barking from a dog by the roadside. I halted and gazed over, discovering a pet hospital. An instinct to seek help propelled me forward, but as I approached the entrance, darkness enveloped me, and I collapsed onto the ground. The incessant barking echoed in my ears, a cacophony that sent waves of pain through my head. I yearned for slumber, yet sleep eluded me. I longed to awaken, yet could not. Doctor, why hasn't she woken up yet? A melodious voice resounded beside me. I desperately wished to open my eyes and discern the source, but no matter how hard I tried, they remained stubbornly shut. The anesthesia had yet to wear off. Once it did, I would gradually regain consciousness. That voice was achingly familiar, and I scoured my mind for its owner, yet to no avail. It was only when I slowly pried my eyes open and beheld the figure before me that a wave of emotion surged within me, nearly bringing me to tears. Tuan Yuan, you finally awakened. Jiang Zhishao leaned down, her gentle gaze filled with concern. I found myself unable to move, merely able to vacantly rotate my eyes. Thank heavens I was still alive. As long as I drew breath, hope remained. But my condition pained her. She looked at me with a heart full of compassion, yearning to touch me, yet unsure how to proceed. This was my first time truly observing Jiangji Xiao, and I realized she possessed a remarkable beauty, exuding an air of classical elegance. Her every smile and frown seemed effortlessly poised. Such a splendid girl ought to bask in the sunlight, destined for an infinitely bright future. The harsh glow of the overhead lights made my eyes throb, and tears began to fall unbidden. Upon witnessing my tears, Jiangji Xiao's heart ached further, and she hurried to summon the doctor. The doctor examined me thoroughly, assuring me that my injuries were superficial. With ample rest and timely medication changes, I would recover. As we departed, dawn broke on the horizon. Jiangji Xiao peered outside briefly, then promptly removed her scarf, wrapping it around me before cradling me in her arms as we stepped outside, braving the cold wind toward the bus stop. Her tenderness was palpable, as she walked with utmost care, fearing to cause me discomfort. The scarf bore a faint, comforting fragrance that soothed me, coaxing me to relax. At present, returning to school was out of the question, and I had no means to contact Shuizhan or Su Qin, so let us return to my home together for now. I shall have my mother reach out to them for you later. Chapter 76. Blossoming towards the sun, Jiangji Xiao held me as we awaited the bus by the roadside. The warm, hazy light cast a glow around her, and beneath her white hat, the delicate curls of her eyelashes created a shadow upon her eyelids, rendering her as beautiful as an ethereal landscape painting. On the bus, we took refuge at the back to avoid detection by the driver. The bus lurched and swayed, and she gazed out the window, lost in thought. A thin veil of condensation formed on the glass, and she inscribed 4 characters upon it, blossoming towards the sun. Although these words brimmed with hope, I discerned an indelible sorrow lingering in her eyes. Oh, I assent that Jiangji Xiao. I reacted more swiftly than she did, turning to follow the voice. A long-haired girl in uniform stood not far off, regarding us with disdain. You're already up and about? Why aren't you at school? Another joined in with mockery. Anger surged within me, and I clenched my teeth, glaring fiercely at them. Yet, none noticed my presence in her arms. Did she still dare to attend school? Surely not, for she had already been someone else's wife. No sooner had the words left her lips than I felt myself lifted into the air. Jiangji Xiao stood, clutching me tightly. I sensed her body tremble, and instinctively nestled closer to her, wishing to soothe her distress. Do not listen, Xiao Xiao. Pay no heed to their words. Do not let them affect you. What are you glaring at us for? Are we mistaken? The leading girl persisted in her derision, and Jiangji Xiao turned pale with anger, her lips nearly bleeding from biting them. Her struggle to contain her tears tugged at my heart. She had fought so diligently to emerge from her past, yet these demons refused to relent. The bus reached our stop, and Jiangji Xiao clutched me tightly as we attempted to disembark, but a group blocked our exit. Thinking of running away? That wouldn't be appropriate, would it? We've only just found you. The long-haired girl obstructed Jiangji Xiao's path, evidently unwilling to let her pass. Since we crossed paths, why not accompany us back to school? Another suggested gleefully. Step aside, Jiangji Xiao enunciated deliberately. The point of tolerance had been reached, and I could no longer bear to witness my hard-won rescue being tossed back into the abyss. Gritting my teeth, I wriggled free from Jiangji Xiao's embrace and lunged at the leading girl, striking her face with my claws. The motion was executed with such swiftness that she was caught entirely off guard. A shriek escaped her lips, and chaos erupted within the bus. Seizing the opportunity, I bolted out, with Jiangji Xiao hastily following suit. Tuan Yuan, let us flee, she urged, disregarding all else as she lifted me and sprinted ahead, fearful of being pursued. I know not how long we ran, but my insides felt as though they would shatter before she finally halted, leaning against a street lamp. Gasping for breath, her face flushed from the cold, yet illuminated by sheer exhilaration. Tuan Yuan, you were incredible. I saw you tear her face apart. It was so satisfying. She laughed, bending over in delight. Yet inexplicably, my heart felt heavy with sorrow. Only those who have become mothers understand the deep-seated fear of leaving permanent scars on a child's heart. I gazed at her in silence. She remained oblivious to my gaze, tilting her head back, laughing, until suddenly tears streamed down her cheeks. Large droplets cascaded from her face, landing upon me, like a boulder crashing onto my heart. I remained by her side, offering silent companionship, powerless to alleviate her pain. "Let's go home." After a long while, she wiped her tears and carried me toward home. Along the way, she spoke not a word, and I too remained still. What had seemed a fluid motion had drained my strength, and now every wound throbbed with pain. "Mother, I have returned." Jiang Xiao resided in a modest dwelling in Xixia Gate. Although the environment left much to be desired, it was impeccably clean. "Xiao, where have you been? You nearly drove your mother to despair." Jiang's mother emerged from the room, instantly recognizing me in her daughter's arms. "Oh, isn't this the cat from Shue's family?" "Yes. Last night, I grew hungry and ventured out for food, and by chance encountered it at the pet hospital. It had been injured, so I brought it back. In the future, if you're hungry, just tell your mother. I will prepare food for you. Do not venture out alone at night." Jiang's mother, still shaken, grasped her hand tightly, as if fearing that letting go would cause her to vanish once more. "Come inside quickly. It's freezing out here, and you'll catch a cold." Inside, although there was no heating, the presence of burning charcoal provided a comforting warmth. Jiang Xiao removed the scarf from around me, and upon noticing the bloodstains, she hastily inspected my injuries, discovering that the bandages were soaked. "Mother, please fetch the first aid kit. Tuan Yuan's wounds are bleeding." I lay quietly across her lap, allowing her to tend to my injuries anew, enduring the pain in silence. "Mother, could you call Shui Zhan and ask him to come pick up Tuan Yuan, lest he worry?" Jiang Xiao carefully rewrapped my wound, even adorning my injured paw with a delicate bow. Shortly thereafter, Zhang's mother stepped out, and before long, a man with a dark complexion, of modest height and a face etched with the marks of hardship, entered. "Dad, where have you been?" Jiang Xiao inquired softly, gazing at the approaching figure. Zhang's father cast a complex glance at Jiang Xiao, paused momentarily, and forced a weary smile, saying, "Just took a stroll." His attention then shifted to me. "Where did this cat come from?" "It's my classmate's cat. It was injured, so I brought it back," Jiang Xiao replied. "Come, have breakfast." Zhang's mother entered with a tray of breakfast and placed it on the table. The room's decor was simple, featuring a worn sofa, a small television, and an aging cabinet, with the only modern piece being a cluttered desk in the corner. The walls were adorned with numerous certificates, clearly indicating that Jiang Xiao had excelled academically from a young age. She placed me on the sofa and joined me for breakfast. "You should eat too," she encouraged, serving a bowl of porridge before me. However, I lacked the appetite and merely gazed at her listlessly. "Mom, she can't eat just yet," Jiang Xiao explained, prompting Zhang's mother to reluctantly take the porridge back to her own meal. Observing the harmonious family scene before me, I silently prayed to the heavens, wishing for their enduring happiness. Even a life of simplicity and modesty would suffice. Tranquility and safety were the highest aspirations. A feverish haze enveloped me, and my thoughts became disjointed, replaying scenes of violence and despair where I was bloodied and pleading for AK's help. Chapter 77. Peculiar and unwarranted thoughts. No. Chin, no. No matter how I screamed, I could not escape the nightmare. Perhaps my wound had become infected. In my dazed state, I heard Shui Zhan's voice, and the air was imbued with the familiar scent of sandalwood. I knew he had come to retrieve me. I yearned to open my eyes and see him, yet an inexplicable heaviness prevented me from doing so, and I succumbed to a gentle slumber enveloped in a delicate fragrance. Xiao, save me." The cries of Wang Haihua echoed in my ears, accompanied by haunting images of his tormented form. Xiao. I abruptly opened my eyes, the sound still lingering in my mind. The first thing I noticed was the exquisitely adorned ceiling, and the surrounding silence was so profound that I could hear my own breaths. "Haihua, I will save you, I promise. I'm already dead. I cannot allow you to perish as well." After a long moment, I gradually regained my awareness, the dizziness from my prolonged slumber causing stars to dance before my eyes. I stumbled as I climbed down from the small bed. Being a pet in a wealthy household was truly splendid. Even the cat bed was a solid wooden structure with a soft cushion, and I even had my own room. The door was closed, preventing my escape, and I felt as if the bandages had multiplied, making my movements clumsy. Reluctantly, I returned to the bed. Hearing the door open, I turned to see Shui Zhan enter. A wave of inexplicable emotions washing over me, an amalgamation of nervousness and anticipation. Yet, what was I truly anxious about? What was I awaiting? This feeling conjured an illusion of romance, but as soon as the thought emerged, it was swiftly dismissed. I was merely a cat. What talk of romance was there? Awake? Shuai crouched before me, his gaze heavy and silent. His penetrating stare inexplicably made me feel a twinge of grievance. Now you know discomfort? He drawled slowly, his tone tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. After a moment, he exhaled deeply and reached out to stroke my head. If it had been any later, your life would have been in jeopardy. My heavens, the tone of such indulgence was unimaginable when directed at a mere cat. Next time, let me be a person instead. It is not your fault. I wish I could explain that my curiosity led me to this plight. After all, curiosity killed the cat. Yet, I truly had uncovered something significant. The thoughts surged within me, and I longed to share my discoveries with Shuai before AK realized the anomaly. We could rescue Wang Haihua, but as I attempted to rise, Shuai pressed me back down. Where do you think you're going in such a state? Perhaps fearing my escape, he scooped me into his arms and turned to leave. Young master, you've returned. A servant's voice resonated from downstairs. I glanced down, curious, but could only see a tall figure. The man wore a white shirt paired with a dark gray vest, his hair impeccably styled. One hand tucked in his pocket, while the other held a cup of coffee, standing with his back to us at the floor-to-ceiling window. The scene felt surreal, as if I had been transported into a novel featuring a domineering CEO. Noticing my rapt attention, Shuai scoffed. You can have a crush too? I remained non-committal. Who does not admire handsome men? Yet he was unaware that the first person to capture my admiration was none other than himself. Azon. I suddenly turned, only to find a woman had appeared, seemingly in her 30s, dressed extravagantly, exuding an air of wealth. Who was she? Why did she seem so familiar? Sister-in-law, Shuai called out, prompting a deep breath from me. It seemed that handsome men often married young. Is this the newly adopted cat? She asked, her curiosity piqued as she regarded me, her expression shifting to one of pity. Has it been mistreated, the poor little thing? While her words dripped with sympathy, I detected no genuine compassion in her eyes. My first impression of this woman was decidedly unfavorable. It's a friend's cat. I'm just fostering it for a while. Shuai replied, neither warm nor cold, before heading downstairs. As I glanced at Shuai's brother on our descent, I noticed he was already dressed and heading out. A whiff of gossip wafted through the air, and I turned back to observe the woman, who stood on the second floor, staring blankly at the door, her expression forlorn. Were there marital discord issues? Why did they not greet one another upon crossing paths? Shuai took me into the garden to bask in the sun, yet my thoughts were elsewhere, consumed by worries for Wang Haihua. He seemed to sense my distraction, setting down his book to look at me. Do you wish to find Qin? I gazed at him with wide, hopeful eyes. I longed to find Qin, but more so for Wang Haihua. I feared that any delay could result in missed opportunities or unforeseen misfortunes akin to the last incident. Let us go. I shall take you, he responded. Perhaps due to my injury or sensing my low spirits, Shuai indulged me, saying nothing as he led me outside. Much to my surprise, we soon encountered Qin and Qi Yimin rushing towards us. The moment I spotted Qin, I bounded into her embrace, delighting in her warmth, oblivious to the disapproving glances nearby. My dear, you truly have worried me sick. After just one night apart, you've returned covered in wounds. Qin peppered me with kisses, her voice a mixture of reprimand and concern. Had it not been for Jiang Zhixiao's timely intervention at the hospital, I would have surely succumbed. Shuai seemed to harbor a reservoir of dissatisfaction, remarking coldly. Yet, I immediately sensed something amiss. Had I not walked to the pet hospital myself? Why was Jiang Zhixiao the one who brought me there? What had transpired during my unconsciousness? I had often wondered how Jiang Zhixiao happened to be outside that night and fortuitously rescued me. Young Master Shuai, this is all my fault. I left the window open when I went out this morning, and it escaped. The moment Man spoke, she took all the responsibility upon herself, looking at me with a face full of guilt. However, it is worth mentioning that after I left yesterday, a stranger attempted to enter my home, but was promptly stopped by the security guard, who said it was a cat that alerted them. I reviewed the surveillance footage, and it was Tuan Yuan. Therefore, it is quite possible that Tuan Yuan went after that man. Qin quickly grasped the situation. Indeed, Qin has become increasingly clever. Hurry! That man is a crucial clue. Chapter 78. He threatened me for the first time. Chin kissed me gently on the head and said with concern, "But I don't want you, a little kitten, to take risks." "I'm sorry, Tuan Yuan. It's all my fault. I should have kept you by my side. If it truly went to track that man, once it is well again, it will naturally lead us there." Shuizhan took over the conversation, saying, "Let's all go inside and sit." "Seat? No, we must go now. If something else happens, all my injuries would be in vain." I hastily jumped from Chin's arms, refusing to move from the doorway. The three of them turned to look at me in unison. "You can't go now. Aren't you aware of your own injuries? I assure you, if you go out now, you might not even make it to your destination alive." Shuizhan saw right through my thoughts. Meow. This time, I wanted to express my determination. Seeing me stubbornly standing my ground, Shuizhan took a deep breath, perhaps never imagining that one day he would be at odds with a cat. "Want to be grounded?" He began to threaten me. This was the first time he had threatened me. I knew he meant well, but this time, I was unwilling to yield. I had to do my utmost to buy time to save Wang Haihua. "Uncle, why don't we follow it to see? We won't make it walk. It can lead us to the landmarks." Chin attempted to help me out of the predicament. I immediately cast an appreciative glance at her. She truly understood me best. Without waiting for Shuizhan to speak, I turned and dashed out. Not far into my run, I felt pain radiating from my wounds. However, I couldn't show it. After all, it was my own insistence that brought me outside. Yet, the city is so vast. How could I possibly walk there? "Get in the car." After less than 10 minutes, Shuizhan suddenly scooped me up and placed me directly into the vehicle. "Aren't we going?" Chin asked cautiously. I reviewed the surveillance footage at Dr. Chi's neighborhood entrance and have pinpointed the route the suspect took. I can ascertain a general direction. Once we arrive, Tuan Yuan can guide us, which will increase our accuracy. After Shuizhan spoke, he glanced at me inadvertently, his expression a mix of suppressed anger and helplessness, causing me to lower my head in guilt. He was desperately saving me while I was recklessly endangering my life. This cycle seemed peculiar between a person and a cat. It's strangely harmonious. "The new year is approaching so quickly," Chin murmured, gazing out the window. Following her gaze, I saw lanterns already being hung outside, and a pang of sorrow welled up within me. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, the new year was upon us again, and I would no longer be among the living. Would my mother return to celebrate the new year with me? She murmured, her voice tinged with uncertainty and a flicker of hope. "Mother will always be there," I reassured her. Chin, your mother will definitely celebrate the new year with you." "Yes." Man embraced Chin, saying, "Don't worry. We will surely find your mother." I too believed she would find me, even if it were just a fragment of my remains. Upon reaching our destination, I jumped out of the car without needing Shuizhan's assistance. I was not sure where this competitive spirit came from, but I wanted to prove to Shuizhan that I could manage on my own. The place was too familiar. I could vividly recall the moment I was viciously attacked by that orange cat. I led the way, entering the alley according to the path etched in my memory. Soon, I spotted the garbage bin. Stopping before a residential building, I looked up. "This is it," I declared, before Chin could rush in. She was halted by Man and Shuizhan. "Chin, you stay here and watch. We will go up and take a look." Man, considering Chin's safety, wanted her to remain below. Chin was reluctant to miss such a rare opportunity, yet she could not resist their insistence and stayed downstairs. I led Man and Shuizhan all the way to the 5th floor without encountering any surprises. I paused at the door, exchanging a glance with Shuizhan, who immediately understood. However, he refrained from recklessly knocking. Glancing up, he prepared to ascend further. Hearing Chin scream from below, I instantly panicked and dashed down the stairs. I cannot even fathom how I ran down in such a short time, only to find that Chin had vanished. Approximately 30 seconds later, Shuizhan and Man followed me down. "Chin, don't scare your mother." I could not think of anything else, like a frenzied lion roaming the alley. I searched every corner, but found nothing. "Tuan Yuan, return," Shuizhan called out. I halted, turning back to him helplessly. In that moment, I desperately wished for him to possess extraordinary powers to summon Chin back to me instantly. "This isn't a viable way to search," he remarked. Man was on the phone calling for help, her urgency matching my own. Ignoring Shuizhan's advice, I continued my search. Standing in the desolate alley, despair slowly crept into my heart. "Chin, I'm sorry. It's mother who has wronged you." Regret washed over me. I regretted bringing her here. Thus, my earlier premonitions proved true. As I wallowed in self-reproach, a tall figure suddenly appeared before me, casting a shadow over me and sending a chill down my spine. That scent was all too familiar. I looked up abruptly, meeting AK's cold, mocking gaze. His hand was wrapped in a bandage, suggesting he had rushed over from the hospital. He crouched down, his eyes narrowing with a hint of malice as he slowly spoke. Tuan, you are truly troublesome. I had intended to let you go. I was momentarily stunned, speechless, as he stood up and coldly remarked, if you don't want Chin to come harm, you must learn to be a well-behaved cat. His words echoed in my ears. He was warning me. I watched helplessly as he walked away, my legs paralyzed, unable to chase after him. After about 10 minutes, Shuejan arrived. Seeing me frozen in place, he immediately became wary, scanning the surroundings. But AK had long since vanished. Man approached Shuejan, saying, I called team leader Ming. He said he would dispatch personnel to assist us. Young Master Shui, you should head to the car. Chin was important, and so was Shuejan. For Man, it was crucial to care for both Chin and Shuejan, especially since Shuejan was the son of her benefactor. Shuejan looked at me, lost and helpless, and stepped forward to embrace me protectively. Your wound has reopened. His simple statement held no unnecessary words, yet the more he cared, the heavier my guilt became. I should not have disregarded his advice. I should not have been so anxious. But I had to find Chin today. I was the one who lost her, and I must locate her. My thoughts were abruptly pulled back to the days when Chin was abducted. I was nearly certain that this was also AK's doing. Otherwise, he would not have appeared here. What did he intend to do with my Chin this time? Chapter 79. Reunion. Tears welled up in my eyes. The feeling of powerlessness was excruciating. Rest assured, Chin will be fine. Shuejan gently wiped my tears away with a soft handkerchief, offering tender comfort. Man stepped forward and glanced upstairs. Young Master Shui, it seems we have been discovered. The people upstairs are gone. I quickly looked up to see that the clothes hanging on the windowsill had vanished. Shuejan must have anticipated this, responding calmly, a diversion. Man's phone rang once more. She focused her gaze, her eyes instantly brightening. It was Chin calling. I immediately perked up, nervously and excitedly watching Man, straining my neck to hear Chin's voice clearly. Hello, Chin, where are you? All right, we'll be there soon. Man hung up the phone and headed outside. She's outside. Shuejan turned around, casting a complex glance upstairs before swiftly leaving. By the time we reached the roadside, Chin was engaged in conversation with Man. I could hardly keep up, only able to watch helplessly as they snatched my bag away. Fortunately, there was nothing of value inside. From her tone, it seemed she had just been robbed. Impossible. With AK's appearance, I sensed the situation was far from simple. I looked at Chin, eagerly searching her face for answers. But apart from her cheeks reddened from sudden exertion, I saw no signs of anything amiss. Chin, you're not telling the truth, are you? Did you encounter AK? Did he threaten you? I attempted to struggle free from Shuejan's embrace, but he held me firmly. Next time, don't chase after such situations. You scared us to death just now, Man admonished, imparting some self-defense tips to her. Shuejan remained silent. Seeing Chin unharmed should have brought us joy. Yet I noticed no signs of relief on Man's or Shuejan's faces. And I'm sorry for worrying you. I promise I won't act recklessly again, Chin quickly assured, then asked, did you find the place? Man shook her head. We came down as soon as we heard your voice. I'm sorry for delaying you, Chin said, lowering her head in self-reproach. At that moment, I hadn't thought much. I just wanted to retrieve my bag. As long as you're safe, let us go back and talk, I said. Aren't we going? Chin, feeling increasingly guilty since we had found nothing, suggested, shall we go back and take another look? Perhaps we might discover some crucial clues. After all, it was because of this that Tuan Yuan got hurt. We've already been exposed. Going back now would yield no results, Shuejan replied calmly, already carrying me to the car. He was right. From the moment Chin was diverted, we had completely revealed ourselves, perhaps even before we arrived. The atmosphere in the car fell off, but I couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. The three of us seemed preoccupied with our thoughts, yet none spoke them aloud. Chin did not go to Shuejan's home, but instead followed Man to hers. I was elated to accompany her, only to be handed over to Shuejan. Let Tuan Yuan stay with you for a few days, so she can recuperate properly, she said, gently ruffling my hair. Tuan Yuan, you must behave and rest well. I'll come to pick you up in a couple of days. Watching her carefree demeanor, my unease only intensified. No matter what she did before, she always included me. But now she had truly left. leaving me with Shuejian. He took me home and redressed my wounds, speaking solemnly. The person has moved away. Was he saying this for my benefit? He may not know how many people were in the house or who they were, but he was certain that those individuals were the ones I had been desperately seeking. Lin Lan had moved again, and this time, I was closer to the truth than ever before. Yet the opportunity slipped through my fingers once more. If AK dared to impersonate Wang Haihua, then he was undoubtedly not simple. Moreover, having been with Wang Haihua for so many years, I had no idea when he had been kidnapped or when AK had come to my home, revealing just how meticulous his plans were. Don't think too much. Take care of yourself first. Shuejian set me down and went to wash his hands. I looked at his back and murmured, "Thank you, Shuejian. I will recover swiftly." After all, AK had laid all his cards on the table with me. I couldn't be sure whether he knew I was Su Xiao, but he undoubtedly recognized that I would cause him considerable trouble. Thus he aimed to use Qin Qin to manipulate me. In the dead of night, as I drifted into a light slumber, I was abruptly awakened by a commotion. Holding my breath, I listened intently, hearing the sound of something shattering. The door to my room was ajar, and as I stepped outside, I saw two figures downstairs. "Xiaocheng, do you truly despise me this much? You won't even spare me a glance," a woman said tearfully, looking at the man with her back turned. "You call me back just to interrogate me?" The man's deep voice carried a heavy indifference, yet there was a hint of familiarity. Memories long buried surged forth, stirring emotions in my heart that had lain dormant. The image of that man flickered back to me. "It was you who once begged me to marry you. Now you, who detest me so, have you forgotten the past? If I hadn't risked my life to save you, would you have returned to the Shui family? Zhou Yin, are you so certain that it was you who saved me back then?" The man suddenly turned, and upon seeing his face, I felt as though struck by lightning. My scalp prickling. The past rushed back to me like a flood, overwhelming and suffocating. 15 years had passed, a full 15 years. I had envisioned countless scenarios for our reunion, yet never imagined it would unfold like this. I descended the stairs step by step, approaching him to see this man clearly. "So, your true name is Xiaocheng, not Xinyu. What, then, is real between us aside from Qin Qin?" Xiaocheng cast a cold glance at me, before turning towards the floor-to-ceiling window. The vast window reflected his silhouette. He appeared more composed and distant than he had 15 years ago. Tears blurred my vision, and I frowned, struggling to hold them back. I crouched at his feet, clutching his clothing. "Xiaocheng, look at me. Tell me, did you leave without a word to return to marry another?" Xiaocheng glanced down at me, but showed no additional expression. The strangeness in his eyes shattered my composure, causing my heart to twist painfully. Even if I were still alive, he likely wouldn't recognize me. Chapter 80. You're not just a cat, do you doubt me? After a long silence, Zhou Yin asked incredulously, her voice trembling. I took a deep breath, lowered my head, and turned to leave. As I passed by Zhou Yin, she trembled with rage. Her fists clenched tightly. Unable to resist, I glanced back at her. What kind of woman could compel him to break his vows and leave without a word? Yet their relationship seemed strained. "Shouldn't I doubt you?" Xiaocheng's voice was cold and heavy, visibly struggling to contain his emotions. "Why do you have to doubt me? I risked my life to save you and bore you a child. What have I done to betray you?" Zhou Yin's voice suddenly rose, her frantic tone reflecting her distress. "Risk your life to save him? Huh? Xiaocheng, how many women have risked their lives for you?" Xiaocheng seemed unwilling to continue arguing, attempting to turn away, but Zhou Yin blocked his path. "You must clarify this with me today. How dare you treat me like this?" Xiaocheng suddenly raised his eyes towards me, and my heart skipped a beat, holding my breath. As his displeasure faded, I held my breath, but his gaze did not linger on me. Following his line of sight, I turned to see a small boy standing there, seemingly unaware of when he had arrived. The child appeared to be about 4 or 5 years old, gazing at his parents with sorrowful eyes. Upon seeing the child, my heart felt as though it had been pierced by a sharp blade, leaving me breathless. I thought of Qin Qin, who had grown up not knowing her father. "Rue, go back to your room and sleep," Xiaocheng said softly. "Mom and Dad, can't you discuss things civilly? Why is it that every encounter leads to arguments?" The boy gazed at his parents with tear-filled eyes, his small frame appearing fragile and pitiable. Rue, your father and mother are trying to resolve things amicably. It's getting late. Go back to your room." Xiaocheng displayed an uncommon gentleness towards the child, a stark contrast to his demeanor with Zhou Yin. Yet throughout the exchange, It was Xue Xiaocheng who comforted the child, while Zhou Yin remained silent. So, Xue Xiaocheng, is this your retribution? Those who betray sincere hearts must endure 1,000 needles. I risked everything to bring you back. You were blind. I became your eyes, accompanying you through your darkest moments, believing in your sweet words, trusting you would return for me. Little did I know that this wait would stretch into 15 long years. For full 15 years, I made excuses for you, convinced you would seek me out, yet it was all a facade. I exhaled deeply, yearning to alleviate the pain in my heart. Do I resent you? Certainly. But what good does that do? You now have your own family and a lovely son, while I have withered away. Rue, it's time for bed. Xue Zhan's voice came from behind. I wished to conceal my turmoil from him, so I did not turn around, but instead ascended the stairs to my room, shutting the door firmly behind me, isolating myself from the world outside. I sought calmness and needed to collect my emotions. However, the more I desired peace, the more the heavens conspired against me. Xue Zhan entered and turned on the light. I closed my eyes, feigning sleep. Pretending to be asleep? He saw through my ruse with ease and chuckled. I never imagined a cat could be so intrigued by drama. I chose silence, yet before long, I found myself lifted into the air. When I opened my eyes, I was in Xue Zhan's room. Are you unwell? He inquired, examining my wounds once more. Satisfied that I was fine, he placed me on the bed. Sleep, he said, gently patting me. I lay beside him, his hand cradling his head as he lay flat. A night devoid of slumber left me listless the following day. Xue Zhan did not attend school. Instead, he remained by my side. I was puzzled. Didn't he have upcoming exams? Throughout the day, I did not encounter Xue Xiaocheng, nor Zhou Yin or Rue. For some reason, my heart felt heavy, yet I could not find a way to express it. Reunion. I heard Xue Zhan's voice and lifted my head to look at him, bathed in sunlight. I noticed each strand of his hair glimmering. Do you know, sometimes I truly feel you are not just cat. I was taken aback. Was he beginning to doubt me? Because you are too clever. Is being too clever a flaw? Especially regarding Xin. Your intelligence has led me to ponder whether a spirit has possessed you. My heart jolted. Young master, do you not think you are exceedingly clever as well? Then, who exactly are you? He suddenly leaned closer, staring intently at me, his wise eyes sending shivers down my spine. Just teasing you. After a long pause, he playfully flicked my nose and burst into laughter. However, I could not share in his mirth. Was he not testing me? Just as AK had done before. Xue Zhan's intellect rivaled AK's. If AK could sense something amiss, how could Xue Zhan not? Young master, a classmate surnamed Jiang is here to see you. Jiang Zhixiao? My interest piqued as I rose to glance towards the door. Let her in, Xue Zhan replied nonchalantly, pouring himself a cup of tea, leisurely sipping while returning to his book. Jiang Zhixiao entered, and my heart sank. Her complexion was not as rosy as I had imagined. Logically, she had been discharged from the hospital, indicating recovery, yet she seemed far from it. Xue Zhan, I came to see Tuan Yuan. Jiang Zhixiao wore a purple woolen coat and a white scarf, looking like a painting even in her pallid state. Xue Zhan acknowledged, please have a seat. Circling around Jiang Zhixiao, I settled at her feet, eagerly rolling onto my back for her to pet me. Your wounds Haven tea flared up again, have they? She bent down, gently stroking my neck, causing me to purr contentedly. Turning my head, I caught Xue Zhan's knowing smile. Remembering his earlier words, I felt a pang of guilt and quickly averted my gaze. No, in a few days I'll be back to my lively self. Xue Zhan replied with a smile, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on me, making me feel as though my back might ignite. Jiang Zhixiao smiled, that's good. Tuan Yuan, you must recover swiftly. I nuzzled her forehead, eliciting a joyful smile from her, akin to a warm ray of sunshine in winter. Make sure to return for regular checkups at the hospital. And let me know if you need any assistance, Xue Zhan said calmly. Thank you, Jiang Zhixiao replied, pulling a bank card from her pocket and handing it to Xue Zhan. This is for my father. He wants you to have it. There's 10,000 yuan on it. He knows this one tea cover the medical expenses, but he will save up to repay you. Chapter 81. My deskmate. Xue Zhan likely Wu Ti accepted. While 10,000 yuan was insignificant to him, it was a considerable sum for Jiang Zhixiao's family. I turned to Xue Zhan, awaiting his response. Tuan Yuan insists I do not accept it. He looked at me with a hint of a smile in his eyes. I was astonished. Had he discerned my thoughts? Jiang Zhixiao was equally surprised, glancing down at me, and I instinctively nudged her hand. If you truly wish to repay, wait until you start working. This was not merely a suggestion to repay. It was an encouragement for her to bravely continue living, while also preserving her dignity. Jiang Zhixiao did not press further, retrieving the bank card and expressing her gratitude once more. Thank you. Rest assured, I will study diligently and repay you promptly after graduation. All right, Shuizhan agreed readily. Jiang Zhixiao did not linger long. After playing with me for a while, she stood up to leave. Jiang Zhixiao. Shuizhan suddenly called out to her. She paused, glancing back at him, but he had already turned away, leaving her with a simple, "See you at school tomorrow." He did not look back, nor did he afford her a moment to hesitate. Jiang Zhixiao seemed to grasp something suddenly. After a lengthy silence, she slowly nodded in agreement, indicating her willingness to return to school. I gazed at Shuizhan in disbelief, admiration blossoming within me. Was he not just disinterested in me? He chuckled, deliberately asking, "Aren't you going to ignore me?" I felt helpless. My desire to avoid him was not due to him at all. The next morning, Shuizhan awaited me at the school gate, cradling me in his arms. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Zhixiao disembarked from the bus. Upon stepping down, I immediately sensed something was amiss with her. Students began to trickle down behind her, all casting curious glances and whispering among themselves. "Jiang Zhixiao," Shuizhan called out to her, causing the gossiping students to pause, then quickly lower their heads and depart. Jiang Zhixiao's face was pale, but upon seeing us, she managed a strained smile and greeted us. "You brought Tuan Yuan along? He can't stay idle at home," Shuizhan explained, then added, "Let's go. Class is starting soon." "Wait, what do you mean he can't stay idle? I have my own matters to attend to. Who would want to wander around all day?" They walked side by side, and as they passed, the expressions on everyone's faces reflected shock, yet no one dared to speak up. Back in the classroom, Shuizhan patted the seat beside him. "From now on, you will sit here." Jiang Zhixiao's face flushed crimson, making her even more endearing and protective. "Xiao Xiao, here are the class notes. You can take a look when you have time." A girl approached us, and instinctively, I wanted to shield Jiang Zhixiao from her. But upon seeing that she was extending a notebook, I retreated back into Shuizhan's embrace. "Thank you, class monitor," Jiang Zhixiao said as she received the notebook. She changed positions, and gradually, more classmates came forward to offer their warmth. Before long, her desk was piled high with various study materials and gifts. One by one, she returned the gifts, expressing her gratitude to each student, stating that while the materials could be kept for her to transcribe, she could not accept the gifts. I believed she was right. Accepting them would leave her vulnerable. Within just one class, my mind was restless. Chi-Chi should have come to school by now, I thought as I slipped out from my desk and stealthily made my way outside. Although Shuizhan clearly saw me, he did not stop me, which made me feel somewhat guilty. Perhaps he thought I was beyond saving. I didn't find Chi-Chi in the classroom, and it appeared she hadn't come at all today. Had she overslept? I mused quietly. This shouldn't be the case, as Chi-Chi had previously expressed a strong desire to attend school. After waiting at the door for a while without seeing her, I could no longer contain my impatience and headed straight for Shuizhan's classroom. Shuizhan was explaining problems to Jiang Zhixiao when I leaped onto his desk and tugged at his sleeve. He paused, looking at me with curiosity, and asked, "What's wrong?" I anxiously hopped down and gestured for him to follow me to the door. Jiang Zhixiao was still trying to comprehend my intentions when Shuizhan stepped out with me. Upon realizing Chi-Chi was not in the classroom, he took out his phone and made a call. "Where are you?" "At Dr. Chi's house." "Why are you going back? Do you need me to come pick you up?" His few words made my heart race with anxiety. Chi-Chi had gone home alone and hadn't come to school. Immediately, Kay's threats flooded my mind. He had said that if I wanted to ensure Chi-Chi's safety, I must be a sensible cat. Did he force her to go back? But that was impossible. Chi-Chi had promised us she would never face danger alone again. Should we go or not? After hanging up, Shuizhan turned to me, seeking my opinion. Of course. We must go. Every minute Chi-Chi spent there was another minute of risk. I spun around and dashed towards the school gate, but after a few steps, Shuizhan caught me. However, before we reached the gate, he stopped after receiving another call and turned back. I stared at him in confusion, wondering why we weren't going. "She told us not to go," he replied calmly. Yet I was anything but calm. Did that mean we would truly heed her words? I knew better than anyone how malicious Kay was. I couldn't worry about that now. I wriggled free from his grasp and bolted home. "Chi-Chi, wait for me. Mama is coming." I didn't care why she had gone back. I absolutely could not allow her to remain with Kay alone. In the midst of winter, The streets were adorned with colorful lights and bustling with energy, yet I felt no joy whatsoever. While waiting at a traffic light, I gazed into the sea of people, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over me. I slowly closed my eyes and took a deep breath, wondering when these days would finally come to an end. Upon returning home, I noticed the shop door was open, with only Xiao Yu bustling inside. Instead of entering through the front, I climbed up the nearby utility pole. Chi, your father thinks you should move back. Staying at Aunt Chi's is too much trouble for her. As soon as I climbed onto the balcony, I heard Kay's voice from inside. Curiosity piqued. I wondered who he was and why his voice sounded just like Wang Haihua's. I cautiously peeked inside. Chi was slumped on the sofa, her fingers rapidly tapping on her phone, seemingly oblivious to Wang Haihua speaking to her. Wang Haihua stood in the kitchen, holding a cup of water, and after finishing his sentence, he walked over and handed the cup to Chi, saying, "Have some water." Chi's typing paused momentarily as she glanced at the cup, hesitated, but eventually took it. "Thank you, Dad." She set her phone down, lowered her head, and placed the cup on the coffee table without drinking. Chapter 82. Only you can save yourself. Are you going to school this afternoon? Kay asked her. Not today. I'll go tomorrow. After saying this, Chi stood up. I'm going to take a nap. All right. After Chi left, Kay stood in her room for a long time, gazing at it before finally heading downstairs. Seizing the opportunity, I slipped into the living room. A faint, strange scent lingered in the air, making me uncomfortable. I sniffed forcefully, but a gust of wind quickly dispersed it. I looked around but found nothing unusual. The only thing that puzzled me was the odd dynamic between Chi and Kay today. Why was she suddenly so kind and obedient towards him? Had he done something to her? I moved to Chi's window. It was open, and she wasn't asleep, but rather sitting on the edge of her bed, staring blankly out the window. Upon seeing me, her expression shifted, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. Tuan Yuan, why are you back? She hurried over and wrapped her arms around me, scolding. Didn't I tell Uncle not to let you come? I looked at her, desperately wanting to glean some answers from her expression. Chi, please tell me, what has he done to you? Meow, I called softly, nudging her chest with my head. You don't need to worry about me. I'm fine. She gently reassured me, stroking my head. I will protect myself. But something was off. I could smell that same scent from the living room on her, and it was strong. Her complexion was strange, and her reactions were abnormal, yet she refused to speak. Tuan Yuan, can you help me with something later? I regarded her intently. Chi, are you trying to send me away? Could you check if Aunt Chi is home? I called her, but she didn't answer, and I'm worried she might be in danger. Chi's tone was heavy with concern. Why don't you go yourself? I wanted to ask, but the words wouldn't come out. Instead, I chose to ignore her request. Tuan Yuan, please be good. I didn't sleep well last night, and I really need a rest now. Could you help me check? The moment she spoke sweetly, I found my resolve weakening. She looked genuinely exhausted, but Chi, why didn't you sleep well last night? Why are you so tired? She placed me on the window sill, speaking softly. Just consider it a favor, all right? This time, I didn't refuse. Seeing her growing more unwell, I couldn't bear to turn her down. As I complied, Chi managed a forced smile. You're such a good little one. Hurry along now. She watched me leave. On the way, the more I thought about it, the more something felt off. Why was the usually vibrant Chi suddenly so fatigued, lacking even the energy to chat with me? Wasn't she at Man's house last night? Also, why was her first reaction to seeing me one of evasion rather than joy? Was she hiding from me? Burdened with overwhelming confusion, I arrived at Man's house. But no matter how much I knocked, there was no response. Climbing up the drain pipe, I discovered that indeed, no one was home. But if they weren't home, where could they be? Fortunately, her house was not far from the hospital where she worked. After searching the hospital, I still found no sign of her. Could she be at Shui Zhan's house? My thoughts spiraled as I made my way to Shui Zhan's residence. Exhaustion weighed heavily on me. Without a ride, I wouldn't have made it. Young master, Tuan Yuan is back. I heard the butler's voice as I approached the entrance. I paused, peering inside to see Shui Zhan dining alone, appearing quite solitary in the spacious dining room. He turned to look at me, and our eyes met. Noticing his grim expression, I took the initiative to enter. Wang Bo, please prepare some food for her. However, Shui Zhan ignored me and simply walked away. I stood there, feeling somewhat awkward. Was he upset with me? I hardly had the luxury to consider whether I had eaten, hastily pursuing him and ingratiating myself by trailing behind, under the eaves of others. One must bow their head, especially when I still had requests of him. Until we entered the study, he paid me no heed. Upon seeing him settle down, I promptly leapt onto his lap, diligently offering a massage. Shuejan, young master, please do not hold grudges against me. A mere cat. Is she in danger? How is she? I looked at him, nodding seriously. There is danger, or at least I believe so. Shuejan scoffed. If there were truly danger, would you still have the leisure to curry favor with me? For a moment, I found myself at a loss for words. Upon reflection, it seemed that I had never remained calm whenever matters concerning Qin arose. You worry more than her own mother, Shuejan said, gazing at me helplessly. But you must understand, you are merely a cat. You cannot always be there to help her. She needs to grow, to learn to help herself. I certainly understood what he was saying, yet as long as I lived, I could not simply stand by. Moreover, Shuejan, what you do not know is that I am, in fact, Qin's mother. In this vast world, no mother can remain indifferent to her child's affairs. I know she is important to you, but I hope you can grasp that in this world, the only one capable of self-rescue is oneself. Shuejan's gaze was deep as he considered me, radiating a wisdom and insight beyond his years. At that moment, I had the strange illusion that he was not speaking to a mere cat. I lowered my head in despondence. Thus, he had refrained from seeking Qin during the day, nor had he stopped me. He looked further ahead and thought more thoroughly than I. Yet I am a mother, and I could not claim to be as composed as he was. Seeing me settle down, Shuejan finally held me in his embrace. While he was using his phone, I caught sight of a conversation between him and Man. The last message read, "Thank you for taking care of Qin these past 2 days." These past 2 days? Where had she gone? Was she on a business trip? Curiosity stirred within me, but Shuejan remained oblivious to my thoughts. Soon drifting off to sleep, I nestled on the small mat beside the bed, gazing at him, waiting until I estimated he was asleep before I cautiously rose. If you wish for my assistance in the future, you best not run away. A voice behind me, devoid of compromise, made me halt immediately. All right, you are the boss. I shall remain here to watch over you. I spent the night in restless slumber, waking repeatedly, each time plagued by the same nightmare. In my dreams, I saw Qin drenched in alarming blood, her eyes pleading for help. Why was I tormented by such a dreadful dream? As dawn approached, I climbed to the window, gazing outside at the bluish sky. I yearned to find Qin. Only upon seeing her safe would I find peace. Chapter 83. I like you. The sound of stirring behind me drew my attention. I turned to see Shuejan awake, his drowsy eyes glancing at me. What are you doing awake? In this scene, in this atmosphere, it was hard to imagine how beautiful it would be if I were a girl. But there were no ifs. I was merely a cat. I leaped onto the bed, looking up at him pitifully. I truly wanted to find Qin. Shuejan regarded me for a long while, his eyes gradually brightening as the haze of sleep dissipated. I thought he might say something, yet he merely rose and entered the bathroom. After breakfast, he took me along as he left. Before long, I realized the car was not heading toward the school. Curiously, I leaned against the window, and only when we approached a familiar alley did I comprehend that Shuejan was coming to pick up Qin. The car stopped at the entrance. Shuejan called Qin, and Xiaoyu occasionally peeked out to observe the vehicle. Moments later, emerged. At the sight of him stepping out of the kitchen in an apron, I truly mistook him for Wang Haihua. What a coincidence! How could the world possibly harbor two identical individuals? He approached and tapped on the car window, and instinctively, I recoiled, only to be stopped by Shuejan. Reluctantly, the window lowered, revealing one person and one cat before him. Young Master Shue, is there something you need? His tone suggested he was already aware of Shuejan's identity. I am here to pick up Qin, Shuejan replied coolly. Oh, I was planning to take her myself. Since that is the case, I will refrain from doing so. However, I must apologize for the inconvenience. A K's smile was affable, presenting a facade of an honest man. I thought to myself, do not feign innocence. Shuejan has seen through you long ago. Just passing by, Shuejan replied with a smile, his gaze scrutinizing AK. Have you eaten breakfast? Why not join us for a meal before we leave? He extended a warm invitation, which was declined by Shuejan. AK did not press further, instead redirecting his attention to me, reaching out to pet my head, which I evaded. Don't you recognize me? He teased, then turned to Shuejan, asking, is Tuan behaving well lately? A shiver ran through me, his words echoing the warning he had given me that day in the alley. If you wish to prevent Qin from encountering trouble, you must learn to be a well-behaved cat. So he was speaking to me? Very well behaved, Shuizhan remarked, giving my head a gentle stroke. I like you. Initially caught in the anxiety induced by AK's threats, his sudden compliment left me flustered and unsure of how to respond. Why does she have injuries? Dad, I will head to school first. He still had questions, but they were interrupted by Qin Xin. Seeing her regain her usual vitality, beaming as she entered the car, my heart finally settled. AK, perceptive, refrained from further inquiries, merely adding, Tuan Tuan, you must be obedient, understand? When have we, Tuan Tuan, not been obedient? Once the vehicle departed, Qin Xin expressed her dissatisfaction, unaware of the underlying meaning in her words. However, AK, do you truly believe this will intimidate me? You completely underestimate a mother's determination to protect her child. At the school entrance, we encountered Jiang Zhixiao, who appeared to be in much better spirits. She greeted us with a smile. The trio and one cat made our way towards the classroom, drawing many curious glances. I felt grateful and relieved to have met Shuizhan. It was because of him that Qin Xin and Jiang Zhixiao could confidently return to school without facing any discrimination. Shuizhan, thank you so much. In my eagerness to please him, I chose not to follow Qin Xin, but instead became Shuizhan's little shadow. Typically, wherever he went, I would follow. However, class became unbearably tedious. Shuizhan understood that, as a cat, I could not comprehend the lessons and permitted me to wander outside. It was a splendid day. I basked in the sun on the corridor, and despite the passing teachers, students, and patrolling guards, none shooed me away, for they all recognized me as Shuizhan's beloved cat. Let us go see. Wait for me, I want to go too. A group of girls dashed past me, and I caught a whiff of gossip in the air. Opening my eyes and without hesitation, I followed. They dove into the restroom, and as I wondered what they were up to, a familiar shriek sent a shiver running down my spine. I slowed my pace, stealthily following them inside. In the restroom, Jiang Zhixiao was trapped, drenched and trembling, her hands red from the cold. Jiang Zhixiao, do you really think that with young Master Shueb backing you, you can swagger around the school with impunity? The leader of the group, whom I recognized from the bus incident, confronted her. Look at yourself in the mirror. You've been with an old man, and I find you filthy. Do you expect young Master Shui to take notice of you? The girl spat disdainfully. My blood surged with indignation. The wounds on my face had yet to heal, and I had already forgotten the lesson. Jiang Zhixiao gritted her teeth, trembling with fury. How I conduct myself is none of your concern. What right do you have to judge me? If Shuizhan looks down on me, does that mean he would find you appealing? I felt a surge of relief. She no longer bore the brunt of their insults and was ready to retaliate. How dare you speak back to me? Before I could fully register the moment, the girl lunged at Jiang Zhixiao, only to receive a resounding slap in return. The force of that strike clearly stunned her. I observed them silently, like a predator lurking in the shadows, ready to protect Jiang Zhixiao just as I would defend Qin Xin. I had painstakingly rescued her from the jaws of danger. I would not allow these thorns to cause this delicate daisy to wilt before it could bloom. Had they forgotten the fate of Chun Ziyu for bullying Su Qin? Jiang Zhixiao's gaze was icy, burning with unyielding defiance as she glared at the group before her. The others hesitated visibly. Hearing the name, Chun Ziyu again stirred a tempest of unresolved animosity within me. Had it not been for her relentless bullying, Qin Xin's demeanor would not have shifted so drastically, and I would not have been summoned to the school that day, nor would I have clashed with Qin Xin, potentially averting the series of events that followed. However, AK's intent to harm me was evidently premeditated. Even if he failed that night, he would undoubtedly seek another opportunity. Fate had woven its tapestry long before. Do not heed her words. Su Yu entered with an air of arrogance, declaring confidently, "You all should confront her. I will take the blame if anything goes awry." Chapter 84. Beneath the radiance. Hope abounds you will take the blame? Su Yue, what do you possess to bear that weight? Is it your sycophant Tang Hao? I scoffed inwardly. The previous lesson had evidently not tempered Su Yu. Rather, it had emboldened her insolence. What if she reports to Shui Xiao? The leader of the girls showed signs of trepidation. Su Yu shot her a glance, sneering, "Qin Shanshan, is this the extent of your courage? Do you truly believe she would dare to disclose this to her parents, disregarding their well-being? Su Yu, you're truly despicable." She understood that Jiang Zhixiao, being so considerate, would never reveal her struggles to her parents, wishing to spare them further worry and pain. "If you dare to harm my parents, I will fight you to the end." Parents are Jiang Zhixiao's Achilles heel, akin to how Qin Xin represents my own limit. Suyu laughed derisively. You are already worthless. Even if you were to perish, who would care? Are you unaware of your own filth? If I were you, I would have long since chosen death rather than endure the humiliation of attending school. Each word pierced Jiang Zhixiao's heart like countless thorns. I clenched my jaw, wishing to leap forth and silence Suyu permanently. Suyu relentlessly provoked her, and Jiang Zhixiao's emotions escalated, leading her to charge at Suyu. Swiftly, Suyu dodged, and Qin Shanshan signaled for the other girls to push Jiang Zhixiao to the ground. In that critical moment, I sprang from the shadows, launching myself at them with fierce determination. The restroom soon echoed with blood-curdling screams. It's you again. Suyu, nursing her scratched arm, recognized me immediately. I taunted her and swiftly fled. Indeed, it was I once more. Since you have invited trouble upon yourself, I shall ensure that you reap the consequences of your own actions. Seize her, came Suyu's furious shout from behind. Unfazed, I leapt onto the railing and turned to see several girls in hot pursuit, then dashed into the underbrush. Jiang Zhixiao, I can assist you no further. Shuizhan was right. Ultimately, one must save oneself. Yet, I had witnessed Jiang Zhixiao's bravery and resilience, and I firmly believe she could achieve her own salvation. I climbed a tree, surveying the vast campus. Beneath the radiant light, hope flourished, yet who could fathom the myriad of hidden filth lurking in the dark corners? Under Shuizhan's protection lay the sanctuary of Qin Xin and Jiang Zhixiao, but once outside this haven, a world of predators awaited. The commotion in the restroom quickly drew the attention of students, and I spotted teachers rushing to the scene, breathing a sigh of relief. Jiang Zhixiao was escorted out, but Suyu and Qin Shanshan had vanished without a trace. Upon returning to the classroom, I found Shuizhan seated, expressionless, playing with a pen. Azon, let us go golfing this weekend, Tang Hao implored, leaning eagerly on Shuizhan's desk. No. Shuizhan's peripheral vision caught sight of me attempting to sneak under his desk, and he abruptly pulled the chair back, exposing me. It's you. Tang Hao, seeing me, beamed with relief. Even if you're not going, you must let her go out for some fresh air. She must be bored to death cooped up here. I did not feel bored. I longed to tell him to cease his attempts to curry favor with Shuizhan. Such tactics were painfully transparent and insincere. Suyu's mess was spiraling out of control, and Tang Hao, it was time for your infatuation to awaken. Once you uncover Suyu's true nature, you will realize your own folly. Something has happened. A boy burst in, breathless, addressing Shuizhan. Jiang Zhixiao was splashed with water by someone and was just taken to the office by a teacher. Shuizhan's expression darkened, yet he remained unmoved. Zhan, aren't you going to check on her? Tang Hao questioned, puzzled by his lack of response. I trust the teachers will handle it. He glanced at me, still damp, a slight smile tugging at his lips. When Suyu entered, I took a deep breath to suppress the urge to confront her. She spotted me instantly, a flicker of coldness in her eyes that vanished as quickly as it appeared. May I take the cat home to keep my mother company for a few days? Ever since my father left, she has been alone, and lately, she has expressed a desire to see my sister. I know she must miss her dearly. As she spoke, she squeezed out a few tears. Watching her fret over my sister while neglecting her own health filled me with dread. Hence, I wish to bring the cat back for a while. Crocodile tears, continue your performance. I wonder how long you can maintain it. You claim she misses me? What a preposterous joke. She has long known of my demise and even assisted the murderer in tarnishing my name. What longing could she possibly harbor? It is inconceivable. Shuizhan did not lift his gaze. But I have stated that the cat does not like you. Shuizhan's tone was icy, clearly displeased. Yet Suyu pressed on, only to be intercepted by the quick-thinking Tang Hao. Rue, if your mother seeks companionship, I can simply buy her a cat. Besides, this one is Zhan's favorite. We cannot lend it out. Suyu's face fell immediately, but with Shuizhan present. She refrained from lashing out and forced a smile. I did not consider that. My apologies, Shuizhan. We shall think of another solution. Her arm wrapped around Tang Hao's as if she were a leech clinging to human skin, utterly revolting. As she turned, I caught a glimpse of a distinct smile on her face. Suyu, what are you so smug about? Do you believe your malevolence will go unnoticed? By the afternoon, when Jiang Zhixiao returned to the classroom, she appeared clean and gentle, showing no signs of having been bullied. Classmates pretended nothing had occurred, but whispered conversations lingered just beneath the surface. As Jiang Zhixiao took her seat, I leaped on her lap, gazing up at her and softly murmuring, "Good girl." Jiang Zhixiao smiled and affectionately ruffled my hair, her eyes filled with warmth and gratitude. "Xiao Xiao." Qin Qin burst in, pulling me aside and examining Jiang Zhixiao's hand with great care. "Are you all right?" she asked. "I'm fine," Jiang Zhixiao replied, her gentle smile radiating warmth, as if all the beauty in the world revolved around her. She leaned in closer to Qin Qin and whispered something, causing Qin Qin to pause and then laugh. Qin Qin lifted me up and kissed me. "When we get back, let your uncle reward you with a chicken leg. My dear reunion, I love you to bits." She raised me high above her head, and fear gripped me. I instinctively clutched her wrist, causing her expression to shift as she winced and set me down. Chapter 85. An open hell. Demons among us, a knot tightened in my chest as I craned my neck to bite her sleeve, anxious to see if she had hurt herself. Qin Qin grasped my wrist and chuckled. "I'm fine. Reunion, I just had a sudden cramp." As she pulled down her sleeve, that small gesture ignited my suspicion. Has Uncle or Aunt Qin mentioned when they will return? It appeared that Shuizhan had messaged Qin Qin last night, informing her that Man was on a business trip. They haven't said, but she'll contact you when she has time. Shuizhan cast a meaningful glance at Qin Qin and asked, "Are you leaving today?" Qin Qin lowered her head, her response lacking conviction. "All right, be careful." Shuizhan offered no further comments, merely a brief admonition. When the class bell rang, Qin Qin returned to the classroom, and I instinctively tried to follow, only to be stopped by her. "Reunion, be good. Stay with your uncle for the next couple of days." She once again denied my desire to accompany her, deepening my suspicion that she was concealing something from me. Seeing that I would not relent, she turned, crouched down, and earnestly said, "I need to do some things on my own. You'll support me, right? Don't worry, I will take care of myself." After she left, I spent the entire afternoon in a restless state. What could she possibly be doing that I was not allowed to know? I arrived early at the school gate and spotted AK standing not far away, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, gazing at me with a knowing smirk. I attempted to evade his gaze, but he pointed at me victoriously, followed by a gesture across his throat. Seeing Qin Qin approach, AK made my blood run cold, and I held my breath. AK placed his hand on Qin Qin's shoulder, and they exchanged laughter as they got into the car. I gasped, feeling desperate. What should I do, Qin Qin? Her sudden closeness to AK left me utterly unmoored. Before long, AK drove away with Qin Qin, and I chased after them, standing at the roadside, watching the car grow distant, resolutely pursuing them. "Qin Qin, I cannot stand idly by and watch you fall into AK's trap." My instinct warned me that AK had already set his sights on her. "You're so formidable at school. Why are you so powerless now?" A familiar voice echoed from the alley. I halted, peering into its depths. There, a group of familiar figures surrounded a lone individual, whose face I could not see. Yet I recognized from her clothing that the victim was none other than Jiang Zhixiao. "Speak up, are you mute? Let me see you act." Qin Shan crouched on the ground, one hand gripping Jiang Zhixiao's hair, while the other rained slaps upon her face. "Strip her of her clothes." Qin Shan's fury ignited at Jiang Zhixiao's resistance, and she wickedly grinned while pulling out her phone. "Take off her underwear." Jiang Zhixiao, facing 6 girls, stood utterly defenseless. "Qin Shan, I bear you no grudge. Why won't you let me go?" Jiang Zhixiao questioned, her voice laced with hatred and deliberate emphasis. Qin Shan, upon hearing this, sneered. "How can you say there's no animosity? I can't stand your pretentiousness, pretending to be pure while being a wretch. Is that a good enough reason? An open hell, demons among us." My teeth clenched in anger, ready to charge in to aid Jiang Zhixiao. But in the next moment, I was lifted off the ground. Panic surged through me, and upon seeing Shuizhan, tears threatened to spill. I had thought he would no longer care for us. "You think that with Shuizhan protecting you, you have nothing to fear?" Qin Shan asked dismissively. "Since I am the one protecting her, who gave you the audacity to harm her?" Shuizhan cast me aside to Tang Hao and strode into the alley. Qin Shan turned, her face draining of color at the sight of Shuizhan. Shui stammering, she was paralyzed with fear, while the 5 girls beside her bowed their heads, scarcely daring to breathe. Ah, cowards who prey on the weak. Witnessing this scene, I couldn't help but smile, my heart swelling with vindication. Shuizhan removed his school uniform and draped it over the exposed Jiang Zhixiao, glaring at the 6 girls, commanding, "Apologize." Qin Shan hurriedly turned, bowing deeply in front of Jiang Zhishao. I'm so sorry, Jiang Zhishao. I shouldn't have been so foolish as to bully you. I am truly sorry. The other 5 girls followed suit, bowing and apologizing. Jiang Zhishao remained expressionless, her vacant gaze fixed on the 6. Ignoring their apologies as she slowly stood, gathered her clothes, and walked away barefoot, dismissing them entirely. Her fallen sun hairpin lay on the ground, a testament to her earnest longing for light. Seeing that hairpin, then glancing at Jiang Zhizhao's fragile silhouette, my heart ached. She had been trying so hard to live. Tang Hao, hesitant, cast a pleading glance at Shui Zhan, who remained silent, allowing Jiang Zhishao to depart. Her wretched state repeatedly confronted us, even captured on video. At this moment, how desperate must she feel? Restless, I followed her. Jiang Zhishao did not take the bus, her gray-clad feet turning red from the cold. People cast strange looks her way, yet she remained oblivious, like a wandering corpse. I trailed behind, noticing the damp spots on the ground, knowing they were her tears. Cry. Let it all out. After what felt like an hour, I realized she had no intention of returning home, and panic surged. I feared for her safety. As night deepened, a sudden chill brushed against my nose. I looked up to see snow falling. The snowflakes danced in the warm glow of the streetlights, breathtakingly beautiful. Meow. I called out to Jiang Zhishao, hoping to halt her, but she continued on, aimlessly wandering, alternating between laughter and tears, a state of mind that left me deeply concerned. Just as I contemplated seeking help, I caught sight of a figure stepping down from a nearby car. Shui Zhan approached, a plush blanket in hand, and wrapped it around Jiang Zhishao, preventing her from moving forward. Jiang Zhishao instinctively attempted to struggle, but the blanket ensnared her tightly. Do you want your parents to see you like this? Jiang Zhishao ceased her resistance. Her eyes reddened as she gazed at Shui Zhan, unable to articulate a single word. Come with me. Upon his command, the suited driver immediately exited the vehicle and opened the door. Jiang Zhishao hesitated briefly, but ultimately climbed in. With Shui Zhan by her side, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I turned to head back, needing to find Qin. Reunion. Shui Zhan called out, halting me. I stopped and turned to face him. Put this on. If you encounter any emergencies, just press this button. He fastened a collar around my neck, which bore central control with a single button. I gazed at him, touched. Shui Zhan, you truly think of everything. Don't be too moved. I never engage in losing ventures, he replied with a smile, playfully tapping my nose. The specifics of your reward will be discussed later. In my heart, I silently vowed, once I have avenged myself and secured Qin's safety, I would willingly remain your pet for a lifetime. As I walked the distance and turned back, Shui Zhan remained standing in place, gazing at me. Due to the distance, I could not discern his expression. Yet, even such a vague silhouette brought me immense comfort. I am unsure when it began, but Shui Zhan evolved from being merely a sanctuary for Qin and Jiang Zhishao to becoming my harbor of solace. At any moment I needed him, he would appear. With him by my side, every adversity I faced could be transformed into fortune. At home, the lights in Qin's room were still on, and the door to the store had not been closed. I quietly entered, spotting AK bustling about in the kitchen, and made my way to the backyard. I recalled burying a bone there previously. If I could retrieve it and have Shui Zhan take it to the police station, AK would surely raise the suspicions of the authorities. However, to my dismay, I found no trace of the hidden bone in the yard. Returning empty-handed, I nearly collided with AK and quickly concealed myself behind a stack of beer boxes. The phone rang, and he glanced at the caller ID before answering, an expression of annoyance crossing his face. I did not care what means he employed. The novel could not be left unfinished. It turned out to be about the novel. Since I had changed the password, the story would have been left hanging for several days. If it remained unupdated any longer, the editor would come knocking. This thought rekindled hope within me. There are no secrets that cannot be revealed. AK. One day, the truth will emerge, and you shall face the consequences of the law. Once this busy period is over, I will return to confront you. During the call, AK had already retreated into the kitchen and closed the door. From his fragmented words, I surmised that the caller was a girl, and she was responsible for updating my novel. Moreover, it was evident that she shared an unusual relationship with AK. When considering unusual relationships, only one person came to mind, Lin Lan. However, having visited her small courtyard a few times, I had not seen a computer there. which meant she could not be the one updating my novel. If it was not Lin Lan, then it indicated the existence of another woman, one who also shared an extraordinary connection with AK. By the time AK emerged, I had already ascended the stairs. Just as I arrived, I noticed Chin sitting on the sofa, her demeanor appearing quite off. She looked pale and trembled slightly. I longed to rush to her side to discover what troubled her, but I could not act recklessly. I had to hold back. About 10 minutes later, AK came upstairs with a bowl in hand. "Are you feeling better?" he asked, smiling as he sat beside Chin. She instinctively shifted away from him, a reflex born of fear. "I'm feeling better," she replied, seemingly aware of her overreaction, forcing a faint smile. "Drink some porridge while it's warm. It will make you feel better." How hypocritical. After a moment's hesitation, Chin accepted the bowl and took a couple of sips. AK gazed at her with paternal affection. "Chin, from now on, you're all I have. Rest assured, even if I have to sell everything I own, I will ensure you grow up well. Do not carry any emotional burden. Irrespective of whether your mother returns, I will compensate for all the love you deserve." "Dad, do you think my mom will come back?" Chin suddenly turned to AK, her expression earnest. "Well, I don't know," he replied, his face showing signs of hurt. I too wished to ask her why she left without a word, wondering what I had done wrong. I scoffed coldly. He was truly adept at pretending. "Dad, I've been having a recurring dream where my mom is covered in blood, pleading for my help." My heart sank in disbelief. Had Chin discovered something? I had dreamed of a similar scene, but in my dream, the person was Chin. She stared directly at AK, her eyes reddening. "Dad, do you think something happened to my mom?" AK's emotional control was unparalleled. He met her gaze without flinching, gently reassuring her, "It's just a dream. Dreams are often the opposite of reality. Your mother is surely fine." Then why hasn't she updated the novel? Chin continued to press, grasping AK's wrist. "Dad, what's the password to the safe? I'm sure we can find something in there." The password to the safe was something he could not possibly know. Chin, I never inquire about such matters. Your mother never informed me." After receiving this answer, Chin ceased her inquiries, merely nodding her head and falling silent. The atmosphere became awkwardly tense. "Dad, do you think if I died, my mom would come back to see me?" "Ining, no." I nearly burst forth, but a thread of sanity held me back. "Please, do not entertain such thoughts. Your mother does not wish to stay away. She simply cannot return." Chin looked at her father. AK firmly grasped her shoulders, compelling her to face him, speaking earnestly. "Never harbor such thoughts again. Do you understand? You must live well. But there are no buts. If you ever think like that again, I will be very upset." Chin was startled by his seriousness and nodded in agreement. "Okay, I promise." "Be good," AK said, ruffling her hair before rising to fetch hot water. However, he took longer than expected. Due to the angle, I could not see if he was up to anything suspicious, but as he passed by me, I caught a whiff of that familiar scent. "AK, what exactly did you give Chin a drink?" As he handed the cup to Chin, I could no longer remain a passive observer. I rushed out and swiftly knocked the cup from her hand. That drink was undoubtedly tainted. My sudden appearance left Chin frozen in place. AK's expression darkened immediately. "Tuan Yuan, why are you back?" I detected a note of reproach in her tone. She glanced at me, preparing to clean up the shards of glass, but AK stopped her, saying, "I'll take care of it. You go rest." He stood up to fetch a broom. I leaned against the coffee table, looking at her with a sense of grievance. "Chin, I only want to help you. This man before you is not a good person. Do not be deceived by his transient kindness. Tuan Yuan, you have become increasingly disobedient." I could see that this time. Chin was genuinely angry. Chapter 87. A bad life is better than no life at all, meow. I called out, attempting to approach her as I usually did to coax her, but she was exceedingly impatient. "Could you stop following me? I only took you in out of pity. Now that you have a better home, can you please stop trailing after me?" I stood there, taken aback, feeling an overwhelming sense of sorrow. I approached and pawed at her, trying to plead for her forgiveness. Chin, I'm truly sorry. I did not mean it. I just want to help you. Leave me be, I beg you. Please do not trouble me anymore. Just seeing you irritates me." With a heartless shove, Chin tossed me onto the balcony. I stood there, bewildered, watching her. Chin, Tuan Yuan has been with you for so long. The bond has deepened. If it does not wish to leave, you may keep it. I glanced at AK, who was cleaning while advocating for me, but he received no gratitude in return. "You want to keep me to better set me up for slaughter, right?" Dad, I really do not want to take care of it anymore, Qin said, her face filled with impatience. My spirits plummeted instantaneously, chilling me to the core. No, Qin could not mean that. She had been kind to me during the day, understanding and supportive. It would not cost much to keep me. If it wished to stay, let it remain. AK continued to plead with Qin, but she, instead of listening, hurled me from the upper floor. My survival instincts kicked in, and I landed on my feet. I looked up to see her standing on the balcony, the dim light obscuring her expression as it blurred into the shadows. A figure appeared beside her, gazing at me with a victorious smile. I refrained from acting impulsively this time, suppressing my tears as I turned away. Following the events in Shuangshui village, I prefer to believe that Qin had sent me away for my own protection, especially after my earlier outburst that had clearly revealed my intentions. As I strolled along the street, a wave of helplessness washed over me. At this moment, it felt as though I had wandered into a dead end, unable to enter or exit. The Shui family estate, shrouded in the cloak of night, appeared even more resplendent. Upon entering the garden, I was greeted by a chorus of laughter and chatter from within. I paused, peering inside to see a bustling hall filled with people. Among them, I recognized the elderly couple, dignified and graceful, surely Shui Zhan's parents. And there was Shui Xiaocheng. He stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, a glass of red wine in hand, leaning slightly as he listened to his father. Occasionally, he nodded or spoke a few words, though I could not discern the subject of their conversation. His demeanor reminded me of the calm and composed Shunyu, who once stood firm even amidst the mire. Memories of our shared past lingered in my mind, refusing to fade. A heaviness settled in my heart, more suffocating than a clump of cotton. I could scarcely breathe. My former beloved had moved on to start a family, long forgetting me, while I remained ensnared in memories, unable to release myself. But how could I find closure? His abrupt departure and sudden reappearance felt like a natural conclusion to my youth, leaving me foolishly convinced that our story was still unfinished. In the frigid night, the snow piled ever higher, and though I had grown numb from the cold, I did not take a single step forward. The merriment within felt utterly foreign to me. I did not see Zhou Yin, only Shui Xiaocheng's son, quietly reading in a corner of the hall. Suddenly, the main door swung open, causing me to flinch and instinctively seek refuge, only to realize I had been standing in the snow for too long to move my feet. Shui Zhan, clad in a black hoodie, stood at the entrance, his gaze fixed on me. Our eyes met, and I felt a twinge of guilt, instinctively wanting to avert my gaze. He approached silently, the crunch of snow beneath his feet breaking the stillness. Lifting me effortlessly, he brushed off the snow covering me and teased. Were you planning to freeze to death out here if I hadn't come out? No, I would prefer to endure life, having already faced death once. I couldn't resign myself to such an end, especially when my story remained untold. But how did he know I had returned? Had Qin informed him? Or was it some kind of telepathy? I chose to believe it was the former. His breath, tinged with the scent of alcohol, enveloped me, inducing a slight intoxication. He had clearly been drinking that night, and it seemed he had indulged quite a bit. Upon entering the house, he disregarded the gathering in the hall and ascended the stairs directly. Zhan, are you heading to rest? The elderly voice echoed from the hall. I buried my head deeper into Shui Zhan's embrace, attempting to evade Shui Xiaocheng's scrutiny. Yet, I was merely a cat. Whether I hid or not made little difference. My cat is quite playful. It just returned, and I'm taking it upstairs to dry off. Shui Zhan explained patiently, and the old man did not object. Soon, the laughter resumed in the living room. As we climbed the stairs, I inadvertently caught Shui Xiaocheng's gaze, causing my heart to skip a beat. Even though I knew he had no idea who I was, I couldn't help but feel anxious. Back in the room, Shui Zhan personally helped dry my fur and even dress me in a garment. With the winter break approaching, followed by the spring festival, he advised, you should stop wandering around and focus on healing your injuries in preparation for the new year. How swiftly time passed. Before I knew it, the new year was upon us. Sadly, no one knew of my demise. I lacked the energy to accompany Shui Zhan. The events of the day had left me utterly exhausted, and all I desired was a moment's respite. I was unaware of when I fell asleep, only sensing a gentle touch that lulled me into a deeper slumber. When the sound of my phone rang, I groggily opened my eyes to the dim light of dawn, rolling over to continue my slumber, only to be met with the striking visage of Shui Zhan, mere inches away. His exquisitely chiseled features, complemented by his deep-set eyes and long, thick eyelashes, appeared even more captivating in the soft light. I momentarily lost my train of thought, the drowsiness dissipating. After a night's sleep, my mood seemed considerably lighter, at least less burdened than the previous night. Shuezhan answered the phone while still half asleep, murmuring a greeting before his eyes fluttered open. "I'm home. Just come over." I found myself at a loss. Should I keep my eyes shut or feign sleep? In that moment of hesitation, Shuezhan had already risen from the bed. I perched on the edge, watching him change clothes, instinctively wanting to cover my eyes. Do not gaze upon what is inappropriate. I was not one to covet masculine beauty, especially not from a freshly adult individual. Such thoughts were far from my mind. Yet, I cannot deny that Shuezhan possessed a remarkable physique. Throughout my life, I had seen a few male forms. Apart from Wang Haihua, who was slightly less impressive, Shuezhan and Xue Xiaoqing truly embodied perfection. Chapter 88. Do not gaze at others. Excessively. Shuezhan did not call for me. Once dressed, he exited the room. I promptly leaped from the bed and followed him downstairs. The atmosphere was tranquil, with only the early rising gardener tending to the flowers. Shuezhan prepared a cup of coffee in the kitchen and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, seemingly awaiting someone. Up so early? I turned abruptly, startled. Xue Xiaoqing descended the stairs, fastening his suit jacket, his gaze lingering on me as he remarked, "This cat is rather well-behaved. You are quite well-behaved yourself." 15 years ago, he had said those very words, embracing me while planting a lingering kiss. Hearing them again stirred bittersweet feelings within me. "Very perceptive," Shuezhan praised, then inquired, "Brother, are you heading out so early?" Xue Xiaoqing replied with a simple, "I just returned. There's much to familiarize myself with." Just returned? I seized upon that phrase. Where had he been? Did it mean he had not been here until now? "You've worked hard, brother." It was evident that the bond between Shuezhan and Xue Xiaoqing was strong. Admiration shone in Shuezhan's eyes as he regarded his elder brother. Xue Xiaoqing said nothing more, merely smiled, donned a coat handed to him by the butler, and announced his departure before stepping outside. I watched him leave, my heart heavy with an inexplicable ache. "Do you hold affection for my brother?" I suddenly lifted my head, taken aback by his question. Was my interest that apparent? "I've noticed your keen interest in him." Shuezhan's words struck me as slightly off, and I struggled to counter them, finding no valid argument. Lower my gaze. I nestled against his legs, attempting to mask my unease. Yet, in the next moment, I was lifted, facing Shuezhan's intense gaze. "Tuan Yuan, I granted you this life. From now on, your master shall only be me. Should you dare to acknowledge another as your master, I will not hesitate to cast you out as a stray cat." I found it hard to believe he would actually discard me. However, the thought of being cast out reminded me of the scene from last night when Qin had abandoned me. Had she explicitly told Shuezhan that I was to be his? Was that why he insisted that I could only belong to him? Meow. I attempted to express my understanding. "Do not gaze at others excessively." I lowered my head, pretending not to hear. "I know you understand," he said, tilting his head to meet my averted gaze. "Do you remember?" I called again. Of course I heard him. Such a loud declaration would hardly escape my notice unless I were deaf. About half an hour later, in the garden, Man briskly entered. A surge of joy filled me. It turned out that Shuezhan had been waiting for her. "Sorry to keep you waiting, second young Master Xue." Man entered, exuding an air of chill, and removed her gloves to hand several documents to Shuezhan. Previously, I had enlisted someone to trace the login address of the author Xiao, which led me to Ling, Shui City. After 2 days of investigation, I located this woman and found her appearance bore some resemblance to Xiao. Eagerly, I craned my neck to discern who the person in the photograph truly was. Is she similar to me? Is this merely coincidence? Shuezhan perused the photographs one by one, subsequently placing them on the table and beginning to examine the documents. "Have you met this woman named Nantang?" I jumped onto the table, gazing at the woman in the photo, and was momentarily stunned. Could this be the woman they refer to as Sister Nan? Upon closer inspection, I noticed that her brows and eyes did indeed share some similarities with mine. "No." Man removed her coat, touched my head, took a sip of water from the butler, and continued. I feared alarming the snake in the grass, so I did not confront her directly. I observed her for 2 days and discovered that she seldom ventured outside, leaving no opportunity for me to investigate further. "How did you find her?" Shuezhan flipped through the documents twice, placed them back on the table, and looked at Man. After a moment of contemplation, Man confessed, I sought assistance from Meng Chong. Team Meng? Shuizhan expressed brief surprise, then inquired, what did Team Meng say? He advised that now is not the time to act rashly. We should wait a bit longer. Thus, over the past few days, Man had been accompanying Team Meng in search of clues. Thankfully, this trip was not in vain. Lingshui City is not far from here, approximately a 2-hour drive. Previously, Wang Haihua and I had taken Qin there for a day trip. It is indeed unwise to act too hastily. Shuizhan agreed, then picked up the photograph for another look. Have those around her been investigated? The investigation is ongoing, but I was worried about Qin, so I returned early. Man continued, then asked, Qin messaged me earlier, saying she is home for the next few days? Shuizhan replied affirmatively. She mentioned she wants to clarify some matters herself. I will go pick her up. She is just a child and should not be left to fend for herself in such situations. Man dressed as she spoke. If anything were to happen to her, how would I explain it to Xiao? She is already 15, fully capable of independent thought and decision-making. Rather than sheltering her in a greenhouse, it is better to let her learn to survive in adversity. Shuizhan's current attitude starkly contrasted with his previous stance of protecting Qin in front of peers. Moreover, his implications suggested he might already be aware of the troubles Qin could be facing. Man paused and glanced at Shuizhan. I still have some reservations. I will go check on her. After Man left, I accompanied Shuizhan to the school. With Man back, I felt considerably more at ease. In this world, aside from myself, Man understands Qin the best. If anything were amiss, she would surely notice it first. I waited at the school gate until I saw Qin stepping out of Man's car, finally allowing my anxious heart to settle. However, upon observing Qin's condition, my heart immediately leapt into my throat. Why does she look so unwell? Qin. Man descended from the vehicle and called out to Qin, advising, wait for me after school. Aunt Qi, you don't need to come pick me up. He said he would come for me. Qin attempted to resist. Don't be stubborn. Listen to Annie. You must wait for me after school this afternoon. Ultimately, Qin fell silent, as even in her defiance, she still feared Man when she was serious. Concealed in the shadows, I watched as Qin walked into the campus with her backpack, cautiously following her. However, her steps seemed somewhat unsteady, lacking vigor. I entered the classroom behind her, watched her sit down, then turned to leave. Man must have sensed something was off with Qin, which is why she insisted on picking her up in person. During my absence, Man had taken on a maternal role in caring for Qin, which was a source of great comfort to me. Who allowed you to touch my things? Not long after exiting, Qin's furious voice echoed from the classroom. Chapter 89. A drastic change in temperament, I halted in my tracks and immediately turned back towards the classroom. Inside, textbooks were strewn across the floor, along with several envelopes, and Qin's backpack lay discarded. She stood atop her seat, glaring wrathfully at her classmates, demanding, "Who permitted you to meddle with my desk?" Qin, we only wanted to help you. One classmate stepped forward to explain. Yes, we noticed you've been feeling down lately and wanted to lighten your mood. Others chimed in. I don't need your help. Can't you understand? I absolutely do not require your sympathy or pity. You write a few letters to console me, calling it encouragement, but in reality, it merely satisfies your hypocritical vanity. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, her emotions spiraling out of control. I was deeply concerned and wanted to intervene, but then I realized that my presence would only provoke her further, leaving me no choice but to seek help elsewhere. However, Shuizhan was not present in the classroom. What should I do? By the time I rushed back to Qin's classroom, she was already embroiled in a physical altercation with a girl. Qin, stop. I hurried forward to intervene, yet my efforts were futile and ineffective. Did I not tell you to stay away from me? Qin suddenly looked up, shouting in fury at me. I was momentarily taken aback, staring at the fierce visage of Qin, questioning whether this was truly my Qin. How had she transformed so drastically in less than a week, becoming an entirely different person? In that moment, her disdain for me felt utterly genuine. Lost in thought, the girl pinned beneath Qin suddenly flipped over and mounted her, yanking at Qin's hair with force. Qin winced in pain, her expression twisted with rage. I disregarded everything and rushed to prevent the girl from continuing to pull at Qin's hair. Stop it! Someone separate them. The homeroom teacher hurriedly arrived, shocked at the scene before her, quickly instructing the male students to pull the two apart. Even after being separated, Qin continued to kick and punch, resembling an uncontrollable wildcat. Tears welled in my eyes as I watched Qin, so unwilling to back down, still eager to fight. My heart was a tumult of emotions. The homeroom teacher called for assistance, leading the two to the office, and I followed closely. Upon entering the office, Chin sat in a chair, indifferent to her surroundings, impatiently tapping the table. What do you want? Do you wish to fight me? Or to insult me? Chin, calm down. The homeroom teacher sighed heavily, attempting to remain composed. Shut up. Chin interrupted, pointing at the teacher. Can you stop pretending to be understanding? Don't you realize how hypocritical you appear? Be quiet. The homeroom teacher, thoroughly provoked, snapped sharply, don't try to push your luck here. With that, she moved to the other side to retrieve her phone and began making calls. I knew the teacher would notify both sets of parents immediately upon encountering such a situation. Previously, whenever Chin had erred at school, I would receive a call from the teacher and rush to the school at once. I was curious if she could reach me this time, especially since Yang Hui had managed to contact my phone last time, and I had expressed my stance then. The second call the teacher made was to me, as I clearly observed her hang up and mutter, "Why, ISN to your mother answering." After which, she continued dialing. Chin, is there anyone else at home? No one, just me. What about your mother? The teacher pressed further, only to be met with a cold laugh from Chin, who retorted, "Teacher, didn't you already know my mother ran off with a man? What about your father?" The homeroom teacher found herself momentarily at a loss due to her sudden retort and hastily shifted the topic. "Teacher, are you not tired? You can do as you please. Just stop dawdling here." Chin's remarks grew increasingly absurd, and witnessing her current state filled me with both concern and anger, making me wish to slap her awake. Chin, what on earth is wrong with you? The homeroom teacher did not have AK's phone number and had to make calls in search of Chin's relative contact information. I feared that her call might reach AK. Fortunately, after a tense 15 minutes, Man hurriedly arrived. "Teacher, what has happened to my Chin?" Man, clad in a long black wool coat and a camel-colored scarf, her high heels clicking against the floor, immediately diminished the teacher's imposing presence. Upon entering the classroom, she witnessed a confrontation between students, disrespectful words exchanged, and defiance towards the teacher. The homeroom teacher, visibly seething, recounted the entire sequence of events to Man. After listening, Man turned to Chin, who had fallen silent since her arrival, hesitating for a moment before extending her hand. Chin approached. The arrogance she had previously displayed had vanished, replaced by anxiety and fear. After a brief hesitation, she bit her lip and took small steps towards Man. "Tell Annie, what exactly happened?" Man gently encouraged her to speak. Chin initially remained quiet, as if contemplating her response, her brow furrowed in apparent distress. "No matter what has transpired, Annie will seek justice for you. Do not be afraid." Man reassured her, softly patting her back. Just as I hoped Chin would articulate her feelings, she suddenly collapsed, clutching her head and emitting pained groans. "Chin, what is wrong?" Man quickly knelt to inquire, inadvertently revealing small puncture wounds on Chin's arms, akin to needle marks. Man glanced at the teachers who had gathered, but without time to clarify the situation with them, she swiftly lifted Chin onto her back and hurried outside. I followed closely, my heart racing as if it might leap from my chest. The abrupt turn of events left my mind blank, and my sole thought was that Chin must not come to harm. The homeroom teacher accompanied Man to help Chin into the car, and I jumped in as well. "Dr. Chi, do you need me to assist at the hospital?" The teacher inquired with concern, standing by the car door. "No, thank you," Man replied curtly, accelerating away. "Auntie Chi, my head hurts so much," Chin whimpered, curled up in the back seat, pounding her head in distress. I attempted to intervene, but she grabbed my foot tightly, holding on fiercely. "Chin, hang in there. We will reach the hospital soon." Man continuously checked on Chin through the rearview mirror, overwhelmed by pain. Chin bit down on a towel. Man handed her a towel, and I instinctively took it, placing it in front of Chin. "You must hold on. We are almost there." Chapter 90. Helping you through thick and thin is my principle. I felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. I should not have delayed. I ought to have sought help the moment I sensed something was amiss, regardless of how much Chin resisted me at that time. AK, if something unfortunate befalls my Chin, let us perish together. Chin bit down hard on the towel, her throat producing continual pained whimpers. I was frantic like an ant on a hot stove, unsure of what to do. If I could, I would gladly bear all of Chin's suffering myself. Suddenly, Chin began to convulse, entering a frenzied state. "Take me home. Take me home, she cried, abruptly sitting up and grasping Man-Man's shoulders, weeping as she pleaded, Annie Chi, please take me home, I beg you. Man-Man was startled by her sudden movement, causing the car to sway violently in the traffic, and my heart tightened. Chin-Chin, please sit down. Man-Man attempted to soothe Chin-Chin's emotions, but to no avail. In the next moment, Chin-Chin made an even more perilous move, lunging for the steering wheel. I want to go home. I want to go home. Please, I'm dying. Let me go home. No. Man-Man's face turned pale, and spotting a traffic police officer at the intersection ahead, she quickly pulled over, seeking their assistance. At that moment, I wished fervently that I were not a cat. If I were human, I could have prevented Chin-Chin from acting so recklessly and could have contacted Man-Man immediately. Chin-Chin, I am so sorry. I failed to protect you. It is all my fault. I loathe myself for being unable to assist her when she needed me the most. After understanding the situation, the traffic officer promptly contacted his colleagues through the radio, while himself driving towards the hospital. Man-Man moved to the back seat to hold Chin-Chin down, ensuring she did not disturb the officer while driving. Let me go, You devilish people. Chin-Chin screamed. What is wrong with the child? The officer asked upon noticing Chin-Chin's incoherence and distress. She was wronged at school. Her emotions have collapsed. As you know, children today are quite fragile, Man-Man explained, instinctively covering Chin-Chin's mouth, aware she was attempting to conceal the truth of Chin-Chin's condition. The officer, in agreement, reminded Man-Man to bolster Chin-Chin's resilience against setbacks in the future. Upon arriving at the hospital, the officer assisted Man-Man in getting Chin-Chin onto a stretcher before departing. Rather than entrusting Chin-Chin to other doctors, Man-Man took her into her own office, where, with the help of her assistant, she administered a sedative, allowing Chin-Chin to finally calm down. It's all right, Xiao Lu. You may return to your duties, Man-Man said, observing the now sleeping Chin-Chin, offering a weary smile as she explained. Children can be psychologically fragile. There's nothing we can do. Today's children are like that. Just yesterday, we had a case of wrist cutting, Xiao Lu lamented, shaking his head as he exited. I do not understand why children today are so delicate. It's all due to their parents' indulgence. Once the room was clear, Man-Man promptly locked the door, retrieving tools to draw 2 vials of blood from Chin-Chin before turning to make a phone call. Hello, young Master Shui. I apologize for interrupting your class, but I need your assistance with something. Gazing at the blood samples in her hand, her expression turned grave. I suspect Chin-Chin has been misled into consuming harmful substances. This was the last thing I wished to hear. I had sensed something similar earlier in the car, but was reluctant to entertain such thoughts. I leaped onto the hospital bed, my heart aching as I gazed at Chin-Chin's pale, slumbering face. My Chin-Chin, why must you endure so much pain? I needed to deliver her blood samples to the testing center, but I feared she might awaken and face unforeseen consequences. Could you possibly come and help keep an eye on her? I can find no one else I trust. Man-Man would not easily ask for help unless absolutely necessary. In this situation, the only person she could rely on was Shuizhan. After all, the fewer people who knew about this, the better. All right, I will await you at the hospital. After hanging up, Man-Man entered the room, observing me beside Chin-Chin, letting out a sigh. Tuan Yuan, did you have an inkling all along? I gazed at her, wishing to express that I had sensed the anomaly long ago, but had not connected the scent to these issues. Man-Man gently patted my head, saying with resignation, You are merely a little kitten. It is commendable that you have been able to stay close to Chin-Chin. I should not be too harsh on you. Shuizhan arrived shortly thereafter, glancing at Chin-Chin before looking at me. He effortlessly lifted Chin-Chin into his arms, turning to Man-Man as he said, I will take her to Heyuan Mansion. You can find me there once you have completed your tasks. Thank you for your trouble, Man-Man replied courteously. Shuizhan smiled faintly, unfazed, and stated, Helping others through thick and thin is my principle. Tuan Yuan, let us go. He called out to me, and I obediently followed him. In the car, I kept an eye on Chin-Chin's condition while pondering where Shuizhan was taking us and the location of Heyuefu. After approximately half an hour, the vehicle gradually entered an upscale residential area. It came to a halt in front of a building, and Shuizhan exited, carrying Chin-Chin as he headed straight upstairs. As I stepped out of the elevator, my eyes widened in astonishment. Could this be Shuizhan's private mansion? It seemed plausible, considering he was indeed a genuine scion of wealth. Shuizhan gently placed Chin-Chin on the bed, and I instinctively jumped onto it beside her. She won't wake up for a while. You should step out, Shuizhan said, beckoning me with a wave. I cast a reluctant glance at Chin, thinking to myself, "Forgive me, Chin. Under this roof, one must bow low. I still have matters to request from him, and I cannot afford to offend him." Shuejan was engaged in a phone call. From the conversation, it was evident he was seeking assistance for an investigation. As I watched him attentively, I noticed his expression darkening, and, after a long silence, he finally replied with a heavy tone, "We'll discuss it when you return." From his reaction, I sensed the news was not favorable. My heart sank with his phone call, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness made me weak, causing me to collapse onto the floor. Man arrived, handing Shuejan a test report, her expression grave. The dosage was substantial, which led to a rapid onset, but fortunately, it was detected in time. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with tears, and she choked on her words, "It's all my fault." When I went to pick her up this morning, I noticed she looked unwell, yet I dismissed it, thinking only of bringing her to my place for a proper rest after school. Seeing Man cry, I could not hold back my own tears. No one noticed my bowed head, my eyes brimming with tears, nor did anyone comprehend the depth of despair I felt at that moment. As a mother, how could I have failed to realize that my daughter was being poisoned right beside me? Chapter 91. We need evidence. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone. Any leak could prompt the police to come knocking, Shuejan cautioned. His primary concern at that moment was whether Chin would be affected. I knew I would need to go to the school shortly to excuse her absence and assist her in detoxification. When the term detoxification reached my ears, the psychological fortifications I had built for myself crumbled in an instant. It was indeed about drugs, the last thing I wanted to hear. But how could this be? How could my Chin possibly be involved with drugs? When did it begin? Why had I remained oblivious all this time? Shuejan replied calmly, "I've dispatched someone to investigate who introduced drugs to Chin. The identity is still uncertain. Who else could it be but Wang Haihua?" Man wiped her tears, anger igniting within her. I wondered why he suddenly became so eager to have Chin stay with him. It turns out he had long since set his sights on her. I never imagined he could be so ruthless, not even sparing child. We need evidence. Why not search his home directly? Man exclaimed, her anger clouding her judgment. There are no secrets that can remain hidden forever. If he did it, we will surely uncover the traces. But we cannot inform Captain Meng just yet, Shuejan interjected, glancing at her. If we tell him too soon, it may alert the snake. How could Wang Haihua engage in such malicious acts without considering that it would soon be exposed? I pondered. What mindset could AK possibly have to inflict such harm upon Chin? Is he attempting to intimidate us? While Chin slept, Man announced she needed to step out for a moment. Yet, sensing something amiss in her demeanor, I felt uneasy and decided to discreetly follow her. Man drove straight to my house. I was right. She intended to confront AK. I refrained from stopping her, fully aware that if I were in her position, I would be even more impulsive. AK was tidying up the table when he saw Man emerge from the car. Just as he set down the dishes to come out, Man stormed in, raising a stool and striking him fiercely. "Chi, have you lost your mind?" AK exclaimed, clearly caught off guard by her sudden aggression as he clutched his bleeding forehead. "Am I insane, or are you Wang Haihua? I underestimated you, you hypocritical scoundrel. How could you lay hands on someone as innocent as Chin? Have you lost your humanity?" Man glared at AK, and as her words fell, she attempted to strike again, but he caught the stool. "What are you talking about? What have I done to Chin?" They faced off, AK appearing genuinely bewildered, as if he truly did not grasp the situation, even showing signs of concern. "AK, what are you pretending for? Chin is suffering because of you, and you still act as if you're the good guy? You know exactly what you've done, you beast. I will seek justice for Chin today, even if it costs me my life." Seeing that she could not reclaim the stool, Man seized another one and hurled it at him. AK quickly raised his hands to shield himself, demanding, "Explain to me what I've done to Chin." It seemed he was determined to deny everything. While I had managed to regain some composure, his insufferable demeanor reignited my fury. With a piercing scream, I lunged at him, clawing at his face. In pain, AK seized me and threw me to the ground, causing me to emit a muffled grunt, my insides feeling as if they might shatter. Man rushed to pick me up, her rage directed at AK as she warned, "Let me tell you, Chi will ensure that you, this beast, end up in prison, even if it costs me everything." I leaned weakly against Man, aware that AK had been excessively brutal. His previous blow had been delivered with intent to kill. I distinctly noticed AK's expression darken at the mention of prison, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. You must tell me clearly what has happened to Chin, he demanded. Despite his injuries, he continued to act, but Man swiftly executed a shoulder throw on him. Having practiced Taekwondo, she had previously mentioned it was for self-defense, and now it proved useful. Prepare to serve your time, Man coldly declared, before driving away swiftly. Are you all right? She asked, glancing at me through the rearview mirror. Concern etched on her face. Meow, I replied softly, wishing to ease her worries. Today had been cathartic. Despite the pain coursing through me, I felt a sense of relief. The injuries AK sustained were certainly not trivial, as both Man and I were intent on ensuring he would not escape unscathed. Upon returning, I suppressed the discomfort and feigned vitality in front of Shuejian. Just as Man was about to mention my fall, I quickly tugged at her pant leg, signaling her to remain silent. She understood and refrained from speaking further. Shuejian did not inquire about our whereabouts, likely having already surmised the situation. Chin had yet to awaken, and I frequently checked on her. That evening, just as I entered the room, I found her sitting on the bed, her expression dazed as she surveyed her surroundings. Elated, I dashed out, eager to bring everyone to her side. Chin, are you awake? Come out. Man gathered her materials and turned to the door. Before long, Chin emerged, her pale face marked with confusion. Aunt Shi, where is this? This is Shui Erxiao's home. You were unwell today, and I was too busy at the hospital, so I asked Shui Erxiao to help look after you. From Man's tone, it was clear she intended to withhold the full truth from Chin for the time being. Perhaps it was for the best, until we clarified the situation, revealing it would only burden her further. Oh, I only remember feeling unwell as soon as I reached the classroom yesterday. I can't recall what happened afterward. Chin attempted to recollect her memories, shaking her head gently and tapping her temples, uncertainly inquiring, did I have a quarrel with someone? Man drew her to sit down and, with earnest concern, asked, do you truly remember nothing at all? Chin nodded. Then it's nothing to worry about. You've been under immense stress lately, and your body has reacted. A good rest will suffice. Man tenderly caressed her head, then probed further. Chin, has Wang Haihua given you anything unusual to eat in the past few days? I, who had been lacking energy, immediately lifted my head at this, gazing at Chin. After a moment of thought, she shook her head, denying, no, everything was normal. Yet from my low vantage point, I caught a glimpse of her eyes flickering with evasion. Chapter 92. What is she concealing? Chin was certainly lying. Before returning home, she had been full of life, and in just a few days, she had transformed into this state. I would not believe that nothing was amiss. Shuejian looked at Chin and bluntly stated at this point, it would be better for you to tell the truth. We want to help you, not waste time here. I too fixed my gaze on Chin, and everyone awaited her honesty. Chin hesitated, but under our scrutiny, she felt compelled to speak the truth. He prepared many delicious dishes for me these past few days. Man, incredulous, exclaimed, is that all? Seeing Chin nod, she fell into deep contemplation, then asked aside from that, has he behaved unusually? Chin pondered carefully. He has been even kinder to me than before, constantly repeating that we are to rely on each other from now on, and he insists that I must not abandon him again. He must be a madman, having committed so many heinous acts, yet now attempting to make Chin accept him as a father figure. Moreover, he even offered to accompany me to find my mother. I recalled how AK had previously supported Chin in reporting to the police, only to turn around and have her kidnapped, selling her to Shuangshui village. The most infuriating part was that although the girls from Shuangshui village had been rescued, AK faced no consequences whatsoever. Man grasped Chin's shoulders firmly, her tone grave as she advised, Chin, listen to me. From this moment on, no matter what excuse Wang Haihua gives you to return, do not leave here. Do you understand? Chin flinched at her sudden gesture, then nodded. Aunt Shi, is something wrong with him? My foolish daughter, it's not him who is in trouble. It is you who is in peril. He does not genuinely wish you well. He is clearly after your life. I was uncertain how much of a drug AK had given Chin, but witnessing her rapid decline and the blatant symptoms made it apparent that he intended to eliminate her swiftly. Just as Man was about to speak, the phone rang. I took a call and leapt into Chin's embrace, feeling a surge of compassion. Have you clarified everything you wanted to know? Shuejian inquired, sitting across from her with his hands in his pockets. leaning back on the sofa, his tone neutral. Qin paused at the question, then shook her head, candidly stating, I have long suspected that my mother's sudden disappearance is related to my father. Recently, he has been particularly attentive, so I thought it prudent to return and investigate, hoping to uncover some clues. Shuizhan responded with a non-committal sound. Qin glanced at him and continued, however, I gradually dismissed this idea because I realized he truly misses my mother, often going to the study at night, gazing at her photograph and mourning for a long time. He hasn't discarded any of my mother's belongings. He keeps everything as it was, as if she has never left. Nonsense. My anger swelled. All of his apparent devotion is merely an act. Qin, do not be deceived by these facades. He is a remorseless killer. Are you certain? I'm certain. Qin affirmed resolutely, then pulled out her phone. Moreover, he confessed to having installed a listening device on my phone, intending to see if my mother would call me. Qin, it's all a ruse, nothing but deception. Uncle, Qin inhaled deeply, uncertainly asking, is there a possibility that he genuinely does not know where my mother is, and that all his strange behaviors stem from a desire to find her? I abruptly stood, but due to my injuries, my bones creaked, nearly causing me to tumble. I called out to Qin, please, do not let yourself be misled any further. Shuizhan regarded me with a knowing look, as though contemplating something else. Have you not noticed that since your return, your health has begun to deteriorate? Qin considered. I have noticed, and he even took me to the hospital. The doctor claimed it was due to recent stress, and that a good rest would remedy it. After returning, you are mistaken. Shuizhan interrupted directly. His taking you to the hospital was merely to alleviate your concerns. His sudden kindness is not a revelation of conscience. It is a strategy to control you better. He understands that you cannot be entirely compliant, so the best way to manipulate you is second young master. Man interrupted him urgently, having just finished her call. I nearly simultaneously turned to Shuizhan, imploring him to hold his tongue. Uncle, are you implying that everything he has done is with ulterior motives? Qin questioned, then turned to Man with a puzzled expression. Why do I feel like you are both hiding something from me? Qin, I believe you possess the discernment to distinguish right from wrong. Let us set aside whether Wang Haihua is good or bad. What matters now is that someone intends to harm you, and we suspect that this person is Wang Haihua. Man approached, exchanging a significant glance with Shuizhan, before explaining, unbeknownst to you, someone has made you consume drugs. As soon as the words left her lips, Qin trembled violently, her eyes widening in terror. Yet, her response struck me as odd, though I could not pinpoint why. She seemed on the verge of saying something, but swallowed her words, shaking her head repeatedly. Impossible, it can't be true. Aunt Qi, you must be mistaken. How could I possibly be using drugs? As Qin spoke, tears streamed down her face, murmuring, how could I possibly use drugs? Absolutely not. I stood helplessly by, desperate yet powerless. Qin, we all know you would never touch drugs. You have been set up. Seeing her in distress made me yearn to comfort her, but Qin, what are you truly hiding? Qin, we all recognize that you would never willingly engage with drugs. We understand you are unaware. Man stepped forward to embrace Qin, soothing her gently. Do not fear. We are here. As long as you cooperate with the treatment, you will recover swiftly. Aunt Qi, I truly have not used drugs. I genuinely do not understand what is happening. Qin insisted, her eyes filled with innocence and panic. Do not worry. We will uncover the truth, and everything will be clarified. Man gently patted her back, though her expression was grave. After calming Qin down and ensuring she fell asleep, Man emerged from the bedroom, sitting across from Shuizhan, her demeanor serious. Meng Chong mentioned that Nantang works at a KTV, and thus far, no issues have been found. Moreover, she has no connection with Wang Haihua. They likely do not know each other. How can this be? I exclaimed. Nantang not only knows AK, but shares a significant relationship with him. Chapter 93. There in cohorts, I leapt onto Shuizhan's lap, mewing at him. Have you seen her? I nodded without hesitation. Then does she know Wang Haihua or not? I nodded again. My point is abundantly clear, Shuizhan. Do you comprehend? AK and Nantang are in league together. Shuizhan fixed his gaze upon me, speaking in a somber tone. If Captain Meng has not uncovered any results, it can only indicate one thing. Wang Haihua and Nantang are not simple characters, and they are adept at concealing their true selves. Man nodded in agreement. Wang Haihua managed to extricate himself entirely from the human trafficking case. This alone illustrates that investigating him is no simple task, and presently, there is no evidence to implicate him. Indeed, AK is exceedingly cunning, perhaps from the moment he decided to eliminate me and dispose of my remains. He had meticulously arranged all his escape routes. AK possesses formidable counter-surveillance skills and a steely psychological fortitude. Even if he were to be apprehended and subjected to severe interrogation at the police station, extracting any information from him would be far from guaranteed. Nonetheless, at this juncture, we have no choice but to give a try. After Shui Zhan concluded his statement, he turned to Man Man, suggesting that Captain Meng be called upon to see if he could elicit any slip from AK. Man Man hesitated, furrowing her brows. I fear it may be detrimental to Qin Qin. There cannot be a worse outcome. Shui Zhan reached out to touch my arm. Previously, Tuan Yuan hinted to me that there should be an issue with Qin Qin's family freezer. I had believed he had forgotten about this matter. It appeared he had retained every hint I had given him. After a brief silence, Man Man acquiesced to the plan. After all, she too did not wish to see Qin Qin suffer harm once more. Man Man called Meng Chong, succinctly explaining the situation, which evidently met with his agreement. Eager to glean information promptly, I resolved to stealthily return and lie in wait. As a police officer, Meng Chang's acuity and insight far surpassed those of the average individual. I now placed my hopes upon him, hoping he would uncover some clues. By 7 in the evening, the shop lay vacant, save for Xiao Yu and AK, who were tidying up. I crouched in a corner, observing AK's every move. "Hi-go, I'm off now," Xiao Yu said, neatly folding her apron and preparing to clock out. AK's voice echoed from the kitchen. "Be careful on the way." As Xiao Yu exited, Lu Hong happened to stroll by the entrance, twisting her slender waist, peering inside but showing no inclination to enter. Had it been in the past, she would have undoubtedly stepped in without hesitation to flirt with AK for a while. "Sister Lu," Xiao Yu greeted her warmly. Lu Hong smiled in return. "Off work." "Xiao Yu?" Xiao Yu responded with a brief acknowledgement before mounting her electric bike and departing. Lu Hong did not enter, but instead turned and left. Shortly thereafter, AK emerged from the kitchen, glancing outside. With his back to me, I could not discern his expression. He turned to grab a mop, preparing to clean the floor when a black sedan halted at the entrance. Upon seeing the individual alight from the vehicle, he immediately set down the mop and approached with alacrity. "Captain Meng, what brings you to our little establishment today? What would you like to eat? I'll prepare it right away." Meng Chang's arrival instantly invigorated me, prompting me to shrink back into the corner. A pile of cardboard boxes shielded me from their view. Meng Chong accepted the cigarette AK offered, lighting it and surveying the surroundings. He took a puff, leisurely exhaling smoke rings, and remarked with a smile, "I've just eaten. I primarily came to gather some information." As he pulled out a chair to sit, AK followed suit. "I'm more than willing to cooperate." "Regarding Suxiao," Meng Chong stated forthrightly. "Recently, Qin Qin has been imploring me to assist her in finding her mother. But during those days, I was preoccupied. As you know, with such a significant incident occurring, I was unable to extricate myself. These past few days, I finally found some time and wanted to inquire where Su Xiao might be headed." AK lit a cigarette for himself, inhaling deeply, his eyes reflecting exhaustion and resignation. "I'm not sure. She never liked going out and never mentioned any particular places she favored. She has already run off with someone. Did you not notice any signs of abnormality?" Meng Chong countered, his smile failing to mask the scrutiny in his eyes. AK maintained his composure, tugging at his hair in frustration, sighing as he shook his head. "I rise early and toil late. I hardly have time to spend with her. Even if there are changes, I wouldn't have noticed. Does she not come down to help? She mostly stays upstairs. She enjoys writing novels and dislikes being disturbed. So I generally refrain from bothering her. Do you not harbor any grievances?" I grasped Meng Chang's insinuation. "I am in a second marriage. He is in a first. Qin Qin is not his biological daughter." I had pondered this issue myself, and had once asked Wang Haihua whether he felt it was unfair to care for the two of us while toiling tirelessly. Wang Haihua's response had been that from the moment he chose to marry me, he resolved to devote himself wholly to my well-being and that of Qin Qin. I had been deeply moved, thus shedding any defenses I had harbored. How could there be grievances? When I chose to marry her, I had already resolved to devote my life solely to her and her daughter, to bestow upon them only the finest. AK's response caused my eyes to widen in astonishment. How could this be? His words mirrored those previously uttered by Wang Haihua. Yet the genuine Wang Haihua is imprisoned by him. How could he possess this knowledge? As I observed AK deftly responding to Meng Chang's inquiries for a fleeting moment, I felt as though this man before me was, in fact, Wang Haihua. Impossible. I shook my head. Absolutely impossible. He is merely painting a facade of tranquility. Oh, Meng Chang interjected. Would it be convenient for me to see the place where Su Xiao typically works? Of course, AK replied, rising to lead him upstairs, his demeanor exuding an air of calm confidence, as if he were entirely unburdened. However, he was indeed carrying the weight of lives, and had committed numerous wrongdoings. It seemed I had underestimated him. I ascended to the balcony from the outside with utmost haste. The study door was ajar, and I slipped inside, concealing myself behind a box atop the bookshelf. Just as Meng Chang entered, I had managed to hide, and as he turned on the light, I was perfectly concealed. I could not ascertain if he had spotted me, anxiously observing his reactions. He turned his head toward my desk. This is where she creates her works? AK affirmed. A couple of days ago, I saw her novel still updating, but for some reason, it abruptly halted these past few days. It seems you are genuinely affectionate. Even after she has departed, you remain attentive to her movements. Meng Chang jested, then produced a pair of gloves from his pocket, donning them as he began to scrutinize the room meticulously. Chapter 94. Alive, I wish to see the person. Dead, I wish to see the corpse. AK chuckled grimly from behind. In truth, I yearn to find her more than anyone else. I desire to know the outcome. If I had truly abandoned him for another, vanishing without a trace, his words and actions would indeed fill me with immense guilt. Yet I alone understood that the reality was far from what he portrayed. Thus, my heart was filled not with guilt, but with unbridled fury. Fear not. She will be found. Alive, we wish to see her. Dead, we wish to see her corpse. Meng Chang replied, rifling through my computer. Hearing those 4 words, my heart ached unbearably. I believed they would eventually uncover the truth, yet I was acutely aware that they would never find my body, for my flesh and bones had long since been devoured by another. There were no anomalies on the computer. Meng Chang had already examined the USB drive Qin had given to Shuizhan, and it yielded no leads. Yet it was evident that Meng Chang was not inclined to cease his investigation. He retrieved a flashlight from his pocket, bending down to open a drawer. Inside lay some novel contracts and structural outlines. As he perused them, he chuckled, selecting one to pocket before rising to inspect the surroundings. There was no shortage of books. He gazed at the wall lined with volumes, remarking, logically, someone who has read so many books should possess a certain level of enlightenment. How could they elope with another? Indeed, although I had never attended university, I had read extensively. I understood etiquette and morality, possessing a moral compass that would prevent me from engaging in such outrageous behavior. The words of others can be fearsome. Now, everyone believes I am a woman of ill repute. AK merely smiled, offering no response. Meng Chang lingered in the study for about 20 minutes before departing, leaving the door ajar. Hearing their conversation in the living room, I leapt down from the bookshelf, puzzled as to why Meng Chang did not inquire about the safe, only to realize that it was not even in the bookshelf. Did he move the safe? Meng, have some water, AK's voice called from outside. I slipped through the gap in the door, deliberately appearing before AK. Upon seeing me, a cold glimmer flickered in AK's eyes, quickly replaced by a smile. Tuan Yuan, you're back. In the next moment, Meng Chang approached, chuckling. Little police cat. I thought you were with Shuizhan. He teased, reaching to embrace me, but I evaded him. I cast a meaningful glance his way and headed straight for the bathroom. Meng Chang followed closely behind, and, as I sat in the middle of the bathroom, I gazed at him. Perhaps it was psychological, but I could still faintly smell the metallic scent of blood. Meng Chang, take a good look. This is where I was dismembered. Need to use the restroom, Tuan Yuan? You can go in the litter box. Even the most cunning fox can feel nervous at times. AK never anticipated I would bring Meng Chang to the bathroom. It was the second crime scene of my murder, and no matter how thoroughly he cleaned, traces could remain. This notion was not lost on me. AK understood it, and Meng Chang did too. When AK moved to embrace me again, I swiftly dodged, crouching beside the toilet. This action caught Meng Chang's attention, and the look in his eyes shifted noticeably. Tuan Yuan had a habit of using the bathroom, but Qin insisted it was difficult to clean, so she continually corrected it, urging it to use the litter box instead. As AK explained, he stepped forward to lift me forcefully. It shows he has good habits and doesn't he make a mess. Meng Chang chuckled and turned to accompany AK downstairs. At the stairway, he suddenly asked, "May I borrow the bathroom?" AK did not refuse and carry me down first. It would be a lie to say I was not anxious. My actions were already quite conspicuous, and I feared he might lose his temper and harm me. AK stood the stairway, casting a meaningful glance upward before looking down at me, muttering, "Tuan Yuan, you are truly meddlesome." I was both tense and frightened, desperately trying to break free, but his grip was as tight as a vice. Fortunately, a few minutes later, Meng Chong descended from the stairs. "Little police cat, would you like to join me back at the station?" With a smile, he extended a hand, and I was genuinely moved, nearly brought to tears. "Meng, you are truly my savior. I would follow you without hesitation." I leapt into Meng Chang's arms, nuzzling against him. Meng Chong beamed with delight. "I seem to have a special connection with this cat. I'll take it out to play for a couple of days and return it afterward." AK chuckled in agreement. "It certainly is endearing. I shall take my leave then. If you think of anything, do not hesitate to contact me." With that, Meng Chong carried me outside. AK saw us off at the door, watching as we drove away. Through the rearview mirror, I noticed AK standing at the entrance, his expression gradually fading from view as we drove further away. "Tuan Yuan," Meng Chong glanced at me. "Do you know where your owner is?" I hesitated. If I claimed to know, how could I lead him to my long-gone corpse? "Did you intentionally bring me to the bathroom?" This time, I meowed without a moment's hesitation. "All right, I understand." He freed one hand to stroke my head, casually mentioning that I could join the force and earn a salary. I stepped back, indicating my refusal. Meng Chong burst into laughter. He did not press me, but instead called for Shui Zhan to come pick me up. "Lu, check the water and electricity usage at Wang Haihua's house on November 7th immediately." Upon returning to the station, Meng Chong swiftly made arrangements and pulled a sealed bag from his pocket, tossing it to Lu. "Take this for testing." At that moment, I breathed a sigh of relief. Hope flickered. Meng Chong had finally noticed something amiss. Dismemberment requires a considerable amount of water, and that night, there was not only an unusual water usage, but also the sound of bones being chopped late at night. "Understood, Captain Meng." When Lu arrived, he spotted me nestled in Meng Chang's arms and couldn't help but chuckle. "Did you bring back the little police cat for us?" "Indeed. Everyone at the station knows I am unwilling to join the force," Meng Chong replied. "You know, this cat is quite extraordinary. Had it not been for it today, I might have returned empty-handed." Meng Chong plopped down into a chair, lifting me up to meet his gaze, sighing with regret. "It's a pity. No matter how much I encourage it, it refuses to come to the station. With such a wealthy owner, why would one endure hardships alongside me?" Lu countered. His words seemed reasonable. "With Qin Xin and Shui Zhan as my powerful allies, why should I become a police cat? It's exhausting enough as it is, and I might not even get a good night's sleep. Forget it, I won't force you. However, you must assist when needed in the future." Meng Chong appeared quite intrigued by me, holding me while stroking my fur, murmuring, "Tuan Yuan, your behavior today is rather suspicious. Do you know something we are unaware of?" Chapter 95. There will always be those who do wrong. It should know the whereabouts of Aunt Su Xiao. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. I abruptly raised my head, spotting Shui Zhan striding toward us. I leapt from Meng Chong's arms and rolled onto the ground at his feet. I felt disgusted by my own obsequiousness, yet fear gripped me. I feared he would blame me for sneaking out, fearing I couldn't grasp his support. If only he could speak, I mused. Meng Chong chuckled teasingly. "Captain Meng is joking. It has already helped us a great deal. Asking it to speak would be quite a burden." Shui Zhan joined in the laughter. "Indeed, I won't put you under pressure. Tuan Yuan, you may return for now. I will inform you at the first sign of any developments." After a brief farewell, Shui Zhan led me away from the police station. Throughout the journey, Shui Zhan remained silent while I lay across his legs, gazing up at him, who seemed lost in thought as he stared out the window. I had expected him to take me home directly, but unexpectedly, he brought me to the hospital. Who was ill? Was it Qin Xin? A sense of panic surged within me. What had transpired during my absence? Out of concern, I followed closely behind, obediently. "Little young master." Exiting the elevator, a doctor approached us promptly. "How was the situation?" Shui Zhan inquired as we walked toward the ward. I sensed trouble and quickened my pace. "She has just been sedated. She is now asleep." As the ward door opened, I froze upon seeing the girl lying on the bed, eyes closed. Jiang Zhishao. In just 2 days, she had become so haggard. I could scarcely believe this was the same Jiang Zhishao who had bravely confronted her bullies just days prior, vowing to live courageously. Jiang's mother turned upon recognizing Shui Zhan, her eyes welling with tears. Shui, I'm so sorry to trouble you again. As she spoke, she wiped her tears, and I felt a pang in my heart. Auntie, please don't mention it. When did she start exhibiting self-harming tendencies? Following Shui Zhan's gaze, I noticed Jiang Zhizhao's wrist was bandaged, blood seeping through. I should have known that things would not unfold as hoped. I had believed that with Shui Zhan's protection, Jiang Zhizhao would be shielded from discrimination and bullying. Yet who could have anticipated that the wicked would grow bolder? And Shui Zhan's guardianship would not spare her from harm? Every time she returned home, she appeared cheerful, and we failed to notice any abnormalities. However, in the past couple of nights, something felt amiss. I often heard her having nightmares in the middle of the night, weeping in her dreams. I wanted to comfort her, but I feared it would only add to her stress, so I could only offer indirect reassurances. Yet today, when she came home, she locked herself in her room. And when I called for her in the evening, there was no response. Her father, worried about her safety, rushed inside, only to find her lying on the bed, blood pouring from her hands. At this point, Mother Jiang was already in tears. Shui Zhan furrowed his brow, fixating on Jiang Zhixiao. Perhaps he too felt an unprecedented sense of defeat, having tried so hard to protect her. Yet in this world, malevolence never lacks. Sui was one such individual. But why? Why must the wicked roam free while the virtuous suffer? Why? When she improves, if you all agree, let her transfer to another school. Shui Zhan suggested, clearly wishing for Jiang Zhixiao to live well. Mother Jiang nodded through her tears, saying, I have discussed this with her father. Once she gets better, we will leave this city and start anew. I glanced around and noticed Jiang's father was absent. That seems feasible. Shui Zhan took a deep breath, offering, if you need any assistance, please do not hesitate to let me know. All right, thank you, Shui. Shui Zhan sat down on the sofa, took out his phone for a moment, and solemnly stated, Auntie, Jiang Zhixiao's condition is not optimistic. My advice is to keep her away from electronic devices for now, until her situation stabilizes. I leaped onto the sofa and saw him browsing the school forum, filled with distressing content about Jiang Zhixiao. The video recorded in the alley had been released, but hadn't Shui Zhan asked Qin Shanshan to delete it? Mother Jiang nodded repeatedly, choked up, all right, I understand. I watched the forum posts refresh incessantly, recalling Qin's past experiences, my heart aching. Jiang Zhixiao must have seen these things and succumbed to the unbearable pressure, leading her to contemplate taking her own life. When Shui Zhan was leaving with me, we encountered Jiang's father rushing in. Uncle, Shui Zhan greeted politely. Jiang's father paused, looking at Shui Zhan before tightly grasping his hand. Shui Zhan, our Xiao situation has caused you trouble. What a wonderful family. Why must fate be so unjust, subjecting them to such tribulations? Shui Zhan briefly conversed with Jiang's father before leading me away. I stopped a few paces outside, gazing at Shui Zhan as he was about to enter the elevator, turned to look at me. Don't worry, I know what to do. With that assurance, I felt at ease. By the time I got home, it was already midnight. I collapsed onto the sofa, too exhausted to move. Man emerged, asking Shui Zhan, how is Jiang Zhixiao doing? It seemed she was already aware. Not well, Shui Zhan replied. Man sighed, saying those photos and videos are going viral across major platforms. I'm worried her parents might see them. I've already sent someone to deal with it, Shui Zhan replied, his eyes weary as he stood up. Dr. Qi, please take care of Qin. I have some matters to attend to at home. All right. Man looked at his departing figure with concern, hesitating to speak. I was about to follow, but Shui Zhan stopped me. You stay here. Meow, I called softly, complying. Shortly after Shui Zhan left, Man received a call from Meng Chong. Captain Meng. Yes, I'm available. Please go ahead. Man's face lit up with a smile as she spoke, her tone polite and even somewhat gentle. I was about to eavesdrop when she suddenly stood up. What did you say? Her abrupt reaction startled me, and my heart raced. Had Meng Chong discovered something? Why was Man's response so intense? Unable to resist my curiosity, I quietly moved closer. On November 7th, the day Su Xiao left, there was a significant increase in water consumption at her home. I struggled to articulate my emotions at that moment. I felt joy, yet my nose tingled with unshed tears. Before Man could speak, her eyes reddened, and she struggled to voice her thoughts. Chapter 96. Preparing mentally upon witnessing Man's reaction, I felt a lump in my throat. Gasping for breath. Qin had just been found to have ingested drugs, and now Meng Chong brought this news. Though she prided herself on being a modern woman, unyielding to any adversity, she was still human, and perhaps the person who cared for me the most aside from Chin Chin. "What else have you found?" she asked, her voice shaking uncontrollably. "We're still investigating." Meng Chong paused before adding, "However, you should prepare yourself, based on my years of experience. This case involving Su Xiao may not be straightforward. I have never doubted Meng Chang's investigative abilities. He has handled numerous cases and can sense when something is off just by being present. Thus, when I led him to the restroom, he swiftly assessed the situation and took timely action. After hanging up, Man sat blankly on the sofa, staring at the cup on the coffee table. I jumped in her lap, nudging her in an attempt to distract her, but she ignored me. Moments later, a warm tear fell onto my forehead, quickly seeping into my fur. "Xiao Xiao," she murmured, piercing my heart like a needle. Man, don't be sad. I'm still here. I haven't gone far." At 2 in the morning, she suddenly stood up, glancing at Chin Chin before hastily leaving the room after giving the nurse a few instructions. Torn between two choices, I had no time to deliberate as Man had already exited, so I hurriedly followed her. Man walked briskly. I knew she desperately sought an answer. When she noticed me getting into the car, she did not stop me. The vehicle drove out of the city, and only after we exited the highway did I realize she was heading to my hometown. However, my mother had already gone to the city to live with Su Yang, and there would be no one at home. What was Man's purpose in going there? I suddenly found myself at a loss. The dark country road was deserted. I gazed at Man, my heart a tumult of emotions. At that moment, my phone rang at an inopportune time. Glancing at the display, it was Shui Zhan calling. Man hesitated before answering. "Young master, where are you going?" "I have something to attend to. I've already informed the nurse about taking care of Chin Chin." Man remained calm as she spoke, glancing at the navigation, which indicated we still had half an hour to go. "Captain Meng is looking for you." Shui Zhan's voice turned serious. "He's been trying to reach you, but couldn't get through." Man's expression changed, and she suddenly slammed on the brakes, causing both of us to lurch forward. I wasn't wearing a seatbelt and fell directly beneath the seat. I was in the tunnel. My phone had no signal, Man explained, taking a deep breath to steady her emotions. "Hello, Dr. Chi. I don't care where you are right now. Please return immediately." On the other end, Meng Chang's voice came through, carrying the authoritative tone of a police officer. Struggling to climb back into my seat, I looked at Man. The car fell into a brief silence, and I could even hear her heartbeat. Man, why don't we go back? We can seek Meng Chang's help. Going to my hometown is pointless. My father is dead, and no one there cares for me like you do. My mother not only disregards me, but even helps the murderer hide. I fear for Man's safety as she obsessively seeks the truth. Meow, I called out to her, trying to catch her attention. Man turned to look at me, caught in a dilemma. "I know what you intend to do, Dr. Chi. It is extremely perilous for you to act alone. Even if you do not consider your own safety, please think of Su Chin." Meng Chang's words completely roused Man from her stupor. Her expression wavered. "Come back." Meng Chang continued to persuade her. After a long while, Man finally replied with a heavy After hanging up the phone, I thought I could finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, to my surprise, Man did not return, but instead pressed the accelerator and drove ahead. Man, what are you doing? This is truly dangerous." I called out anxiously, but she ignored me despite my repeated pleas. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the village entrance, heading straight towards my home. Man stopped the vehicle not far from my house, took out her phone, and turned on the flashlight before approaching the gate to knock. Memories of the past flooded back to me as I had not visited in a long time. My attachment to this home was solely due to my father. Now that he was gone, more accurately, taken from me by them, I found no lingering affection for this place. Who was it at this late hour? Through the crack of the door, I saw the lights on inside. My mother, draped in a cotton coat and hunched over, stepped out into the yard and called out again, "Who is it?" To her surprise, "Auntie, it's me, Yimin." Upon hearing Man's voice, she abruptly halted, hesitated for a moment, and then opened the door just a crack, blocking Man outside. "Yimin, why have you come so late? You could have told me in advance. I would have gone to pick you up at the village entrance." I scoffed inwardly. Pick her up? Now she wouldn't even let her in. Had she truly called ahead, I suspected Man would have been long gone by now. After all, with a guilty conscience, how could one not fear a late-night knock? "Auntie, I need to speak with you about something." With a polite smile on her face, Man forced her way through the narrow opening into the yard. I did not follow her in, but instead slipped into the yard while Zhang Juhua was distracted, hiding in the shadows. I carefully surveyed the yard. The firewood was neatly stacked, and the yard was spotless. She must have returned some time ago. It made sense. How could that proud daughter-in-law tolerate living with her? I inhaled deeply, and despite it being nighttime, an unfamiliar scent lingered in the air. Man was also looking around, and we both nearly simultaneously noticed the men's clothing hanging in the corner. My heart jolted. Was there a man in the house? What brings you here to see Annie? I asked as I noticed Man gazing towards a corner. She quickly took Man aside and sat down on a stone bench. Man pretended nothing was amiss, smiled, and got straight to the point. Annie, I wanted to ask if Xiao has contacted you recently. Upon hearing my name, Zhang Juhua's expression instantly changed, and she hastily shook her head. No, that ungrateful girl. I don't know what insanity has consumed her, abandoning a good man like Haihua to run off with some wild man, leaving me unable to hold my head high in front of the neighbors. I shook my head helplessly. This was my biological mother. Knowing I was dead, she still continued to slander me. Chapter 97, Clarity and Numbness. Auntie, are you so certain she ran off with someone? You are Xiao's mother. Do you not understand her character? Man restrained her anger. I knew she was standing up for me. Zhang Juhua was well aware of how she treated me. Previously, when Su Yang could not afford the wedding gifts, Zhang Juhua had pressured me for them, even resorting to crying and causing a scene at my house. It was only after Man called the police that she left in a huff. Confronted with Man's question, Zhang Juhua fell silent, her face awkward as she looked at Man. She then quickly smiled and explained, "It's not that I don't believe her. You don't know how much her father loved her while he was alive." And what happened? She didn't come back for her father's birthday, nor did she return before he passed. How can I not feel heartbroken as a mother? Yet, on the day of my father's birthday, she already knew I was dead, didn't she? Moreover, she had consumed a part of me. Not only did she not help me, nor report it to the authorities, but she also aided the perpetrator, actively covering for Wang Haihua. I crouched in a corner, coldly observing Zhang Juhua's shameless demeanor. Hearing such words again, my heart felt less pain. I had gained clarity and numbness. Taking advantage of the moment when Man was conversing with Zhang Juhua, I stealthily slipped into the house. Just as I reached the door of Zhang Juhua's bedroom, I heard snoring from inside. I paused, squeezed through the crack, and saw a man lying on the bed, igniting my fury. My father had not been gone long, and yet she brazenly brought a man home. I recognized this man. He was the village secretary, Wang Shanghua, whose children worked in the city and rarely returned home. I vividly remember the time when he had fought with my father, breaking 2 of his ribs, an incident that had left my father with lingering ailments. I felt deep sorrow for my father, who had worked tirelessly for this family only to meet such an end. Hearing footsteps from outside, I quickly hid under the bed. Zhang Juhua entered swiftly from outside and soon rushed out again. "Who is it this late hour?" Wang Shanghua muttered impatiently, turning over to continue sleeping. "You sleep? Why so much talk?" Zhang Juhua retorted, displeased. I followed her outside, concealing myself at the door. Witnessing her peek out to check if Man had left before shutting the door and dialing a number on her phone. "Hello, it's me. Chi Yiman just came to see me, inquiring about Su Xiao. Didn't you say everything was handled?" Zhang Juhua's face darkened, displaying an attitude of wanting to distance herself from the matter. If I guessed correctly, she was on the phone with AK. I remained silent, merely saying I didn't know. Zhang Juhua glanced outside occasionally. "I've done everything I promised you, and I hope you can keep your end of the bargain." Keep my end of the bargain? I was curious about what kind of deal she had struck with AK, allowing the typically disdainful, profit-driven Zhang Juhua to willingly lie for him. After hanging up, she adjusted her clothing, shivered slightly, and hurried back inside. Standing in the yard, I noticed the lights had been turned off, plunging the yard back into darkness, prompting me to turn and leave. I needed to find Man quickly. Now that AK was aware, I feared he might appear unexpectedly. After all, I had witnessed his brutality. I ran with all my might, disregarding the fact that my injuries had yet to fully heal, and when I caught sight of the car parked at the village entrance, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Man stood in the night, and upon seeing me return, she embraced me tightly. "If you had come back any later, I would have gone to look for you." The winter in Nanxing was unbearably cold. The intense exertion made the frigid air churn uncomfortably in my stomach, rendering me unable to respond. "Let us go home." Man placed me in the passenger seat and started the car to head back to the city. On the way, she dialed Meng Chang's number. "Captain Meng, let's get straight to the point. I just met with Xiao's mother, and I have a strong feeling that she knows something about Xiao Xiao's disappearance. Man Man appeared much calmer now, her thoughts clear as she did not wait for Meng Chong to speak before articulating her reasoning. A normal mother, upon her daughter's disappearance, would be more concerned and actively searching for her. Although I know her mother has never treated her well, her reaction is too calm. So calm it's as if Xiao Xiao never existed. Where are you now? Meng Chong did not respond to Man Man's statement, but asked directly. On my way back, about 10 minutes until I reached the highway. Man Man replied truthfully. Do not return the same way. Meng Chong's tone was serious. Man Man paused and replied, okay. Take a detour around the city. I will wait for you at the highway entrance. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Man Man swiftly switched the navigation route. As she tapped the screen of her phone, I noticed her hand trembling slightly. Meow, I called out, gazing at her. Do not fear, Man Man. I am here with you. If you encounter danger, I will fight to protect you. I understood Meng Chang's intentions. He feared that Zhang Juhua might truly be aware of the insidious truth, which would indicate accomplices. Until the truth was unveiled, there was a certainty that they would take action to prevent it from surfacing. Presently, Man Man was openly investigating the matter, rendering her the greatest threat to them. Suddenly, the car screeched to a halt, throwing me beneath the vehicle. Dazed, I opened my eyes to see Man Man looking fearfully out the window, followed by the sound of a blunt object striking the window. Man Man screamed, her body jolting in fright. I hurriedly crawled out from underneath, realizing the window was on the verge of shattering. In a panic, Man Man pressed the accelerator and sped off. I leaned against the window, heart racing as I spotted the pursuing vehicle behind us. A glance at the navigation revealed we were still 2 kilometers from the highway entrance. And those 2 kilometers represented our life and death moment. Man Man, keep going. We cannot afford to have an accident here. Hello, Meng Chong. Man Man dialed his number, but was too anxious to speak. What's wrong? Meng Chong's voice was laced with urgency. Someone. Man Man's hands trembled increasingly, nearly losing grip on the steering wheel. I realized she was startled by the sudden turn of events. Without hesitation, I leaped on her lap to help steady the wheel. Man, you must hold on. Did you not declare yourself a strong woman? Do not succumb to fear now. The more afraid you are, the more opportunity you give them. Take a deep breath. Calm yourself. How far are you from the toll booth? 1 kilometer. Man took deep breaths, attempting to regain her composure. Chapter 98. The softest part of the heart, the violent collision, knocked me to the ground once more, my head ringing. Steady the wheel. Accelerate. We must reach the toll booth at all costs. On the other end, Meng Chong's voice grew more frantic. In the midst of the tumultuous impact, Man strangely calmed herself. She exhaled forcefully, her expression hardened, glancing at the truck behind us that threatened to ram into us. With determination, she pressed the accelerator to the floor. There are people at the toll booth. Once we reach it, we will be safe. Again, a violent impact caused the car to veer off the road, spinning dangerously close to a nearby field. Man exerted every ounce of strength to regain control of the steering wheel, relentlessly pressing the gas pedal. The 2 vehicles soon drove side by side, and the assailants extended a metal rod through the window, shattering the driver's side glass. I saw shards of glass cut Man's face, yet she did not slow down. Instead, she accelerated again. I lay across the center console, spotting the toll booth ahead. A flicker of hope ignited within me. Bang! The car crashed into a concrete barrier, and the airbag deployed, violently throwing me back and rendering me unconscious. I lost track of time until a thick smoke jolted me awake, gasping for breath. Struggling to open my eyes against the stinging haze, I forced myself to rise, surveying the severely mangled vehicle, desperately seeking an exit. I cannot perish here. I must survive. The acrid smoke caused me to collapse several times, yet I gritted my teeth and crawled onward, finally reaching the driver's seat. Thank heavens, Man was not in the car. Coughing violently, I exerted my last bit of strength to tumble out of the vehicle. I felt as though I were on the brink of death. My lungs burned painfully, each breath a sharp agony. Lifting my head, I noticed a dark figure standing in the depths of the night, observing everything that transpired. Everything had happened so suddenly. I had not anticipated AK arriving so swiftly. However, the person who had attempted to kill us was not AK. That face was unfamiliar to me, yet I clearly recognized it as an associate of AK. A vehicle abruptly halted nearby, and upon seeing 2 figures emerge, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Tuan Yuan? Came Shuizhan's voice. I felt invigorated, trying to rise, but faltering repeatedly. Did you see a cat? It was also in this car. Shuizhan's tone grew increasingly anxious. Shuizhan, you cannot go. Meng Chang cautioned. Was Shuizhan attempting to find me? Shuizhan, do not come closer. I'm still alive. I attempted to push myself up with my little paws, but I repeatedly failed. The car is going to catch fire. The fire extinguisher. Urgent footsteps echoed all around me, and panic surged within me. Yet I was immobilized and unnoticed. Tuan Yuan. Shuizhan's calls propelled me beyond my limits. Finally, I stood up, gritting my teeth and mustering every ounce of strength to stumble into Shuizhan's line of sight. Shuizhan, look, I'm not so easily perishable. When Shuizhan spotted me, his pupils widened with recognition, and he rushed towards me. In that moment, I could not articulate my feelings. The softest part of my heart felt as though it were deeply stirred. My barren heart at that instant seemed to be nourished by rain, slowly blooming with flowers, gaining vitality. When he lifted me into his strong arms, I finally surrendered to sleep. Exhaustion enveloped me, a weariness unlike any I had ever known. Each escape from peril had never left such a profound imprint as this. When I next opened my eyes, all I saw was white. I was wearing an oxygen mask. Awake? A familiar voice came from above. I turned my gaze toward Shuizhan. His disheveled hair fell across his forehead, his eyes bloodshot, dark circles shadowing them. Had he not rested at all? I blinked, feeling a pang of sorrow. You, the pampered young master, why endure such hardship for a mere cat like me? My debt to you grows ever larger. How shall I repay it? Congratulations on escaping death once more, Shuizhan teased with a smirk. I wanted to smile. Yes, once again escaping death. Yet I understood that I could not always rely on luck. Fate would not always favor me. Dr. Qi is fine. He suffered some superficial injuries and is currently at home with Qin Xin. He spoke with the same care one would use when addressing a human. I was unable to move, my little paw still connected to an foredrip. Since regaining consciousness, my time in the hospital felt like torture, days stretched interminably. Finally, as I longed to get up and walk, Shuizhan swiftly lifted me. Have you forgotten? You still have a cast on your leg. His reminder jolted my memory. I had indeed become a limping cat. Upon returning home, I found no sign of Qin Xin, but I did see Meng Chang. You've returned just in time. I have something to discuss with you. Seeing me, Meng Chang smiled and playfully pinched my cheek. Little police cat, finally out of the hospital? I glanced at him weakly, lacking the energy to respond. What is it? Shuizhan set me down on the sofa and turned to fetch water. Last time I extracted something from the drain in Su Zhao's bathroom for testing. The results showed no traces of human blood tissue, but there was a significant amount of animal blood residue. And he lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply as he looked at Shuizhan, continuing, a large quantity of hydrogen peroxide. I perked up immediately, positioning myself attentively on the sofa, eager to hear more. Hydrogen peroxide is precisely what one would use to mask my bloodstains. I meticulously recalled the events of that evening. No, AK had not dismembered directly on the bathroom floor. Instead, he had laid down a thick layer of plastic sheeting, which he subsequently burned in the backyard. Thus, it was normal that the drain yielded no samples of my blood. Shuizhan turned back, holding the cup of water, and gazed at Meng Chang. But I believe in Tuan Yuan. He fixed his unwavering gaze upon me. It will not mislead you. Thus, I require a search warrant to conduct a thorough investigation of Su Zhao's residence. Meng Chang extinguished the burnt cigarette, but inhaling deeply. However, currently, there is no evidence. The police operate on the basis of evidence. Without it, a rash visit could lead to accusations against us, especially considering how cunning AK is. Must it necessarily be related to Su Zhao? Man emerged from the room, her face bandaged and her arm injured. At that moment, seeing her standing before me in good health nearly brought tears to my eyes. I am sorry, Man. I have implicated you and caused you suffering. It does not have to be connected to Su Zhao. As long as there is reasonable justification, it suffices. Meng Chang's gaze towards Man was peculiar, not akin to how one would regard an ordinary person. In short, it did not convey innocence. Uncle Meng, I am willing to provide you with evidence. Qin Xin unexpectedly stepped out from behind Man. Chapter 99. The closer I get to the truth, the more afraid I become. Qin Xin looked at Meng Chang earnestly. I have developed a drug addiction, and I now suspect that the person who poisoned me is my father. Meng Chang stared at Qin Xin in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. After a moment of silence, He turned to Man Man. I am sorry. I deceived you about this matter. Man Man took a deep breath and apologized. Initially, I did not wish to inform anyone, fearing it would alert the snake and also impact Chin Chin. I intended to take her to a rehabilitation center. But second young Master Shui arranged for a specialized detox doctor, and we kept this matter under wraps. Meng Chong did not accept nor refute Man Man's explanation. He turned away to wipe his face, then suddenly laughed. So why reveal it to me now? His demeanor suggested he was emotionally charged. Yet this feeling seemed to extend beyond just Man Man's concealment of the matter. Because we know you wish to help me find my mother, Uncle Meng. I beg you, if you can locate her, I am willing to do anything you ask. As Chin Chin spoke, her eyes reddened, tears streaming down her cheeks, dropping onto my heart and causing it to ache painfully. Foolish child, Meng Chong smiled ruefully. Serving the people is the duty of the police. The only thing I want you to do is to study diligently and take care of yourself. Having said that, he beckoned to Chin Chin. Come here and tell Uncle about the events that transpired. The atmosphere lightened considerably with Meng Chang's smile. Chin Chin glanced up at Man Man and, receiving her approval, approached Meng Chong and sat down opposite him. She recounted the entire sequence of events, and, for Chin Chin, this revelation felt like a stone dislodged from her throat. Once she finished speaking, she exhaled in relief. However, as Meng Chong listened, his expression grew increasingly grave, causing me to feel tense as well. Do you feel unwell after every meal, requiring a long rest? Chin Chin nodded. Yes, and every night after dinner. I sleep heavily until he wakes me the next day. Meng Chang's brow furrowed deeper, yet he remained silent. Can we use this reason to search Xiao Zhao's house? Man Man asked, noticing Meng Chang's continued silence. Shui Zhan embraced me. At that moment, his expression mirrored Meng Chang's almost perfectly. Now we have two choices. After a moment of silence, Meng Chong finally spoke. One is for Su Zhao's family to report her missing. The other is for Chin Chin to report that she was poisoned by Wang Haihua. Shui Zhan interjected. The first option is evidently difficult. Neither Wang Haihua nor Su Ant's mother would be willing to report it. They would rather believe Su Ant eloped than accept that she has met with misfortune. This is what I anticipated. K cannot cry thief while stealing. You are correct. Thus, we are left with only the second option. Captain Meng, do you recall the incident of the fire at Xiximen some time ago? Shui Zhan suddenly asked Meng Chong. I remember. The tenant was named Lin Lan, and she's been uncontactable. Wang Haihua also came to file a report, but later, the landlord came to the police station to withdraw the case, taking all responsibility. And that was the end of it. What if I told you that the fire was deliberately set? Shui Zhan's words left Meng Chong momentarily stunned, waiting for him to continue. Shui Zhan glanced down at me. To be candid, the night before the fire, Tuan Yuan took us there to find Lin Lan's residence. When we arrived, it was already vacant, but unexpectedly, the house burned down that night. Later, Tuan Yuan took us to another location. We were close to uncovering a clue, but an unexpected interruption caused the suspect to escape again. Man Man took over the conversation and suddenly sat up straight. In saying this, I feel as if someone has been silently observing our every move from the shadows, always a step ahead in destroying evidence. Do you suspect this matter is related to Lin Lan? Meng Chong looked at Man Man, and upon receiving a confirmatory response, he chuckled in disbelief. I was just thinking how fortunate I am to be your ally. Otherwise, I would not know how long you would keep this from me. If you were not an ally, we would not have informed you, Shui Zhan joked. Now we can consider ourselves a team. Man Man smiled in agreement and added, with Captain Meng's assistance, I believe we will soon find Xiao Xiao. My wish is to see my mother before the new year. What was initially a morale-boosting conversation plummeted my spirits to the depths with Chin Chin's statement. I believed they would find her quickly, but they would never see me again. The closer I drew to the truth, the more fear enveloped me. I dreaded the moment the truth would confront them, knowing they might struggle to accept it. That would be too cruel for them. After several discussions, it was decided that Chin Chin would step forward to accuse Ake, thereby giving Meng Chong the opportunity to search my home. As everyone dispersed, I leaned on the computer desk, watching Shui Zhan continue typing, my eyelids growing heavy. When he suddenly donned headphones, I assumed he was about to play a game and prepare to close my eyes for a nap. However, upon hearing a voice through the headphones, I jolted awake. Xiao Xiao, will we always be together? Wang Haihua's voice emerged from the headphones, sending a shiver down my spine. I noticed the monitoring signal on the computer and quickly realized it was K's voice. Of course we will. Soon, my voice echoed in response. No, that is the voice message I previously sent to Wang Haihua. How does he possess this content? Could it be that Wang Haihua's phone is in his possession? Shuizhan glanced at me, furrowing his brow in confusion. Rather than assume he was perplexed, he brought the headphones closer to my ear for me to listen. So we agreed to be together forever. All right. At that moment, I was still immersed in Wang Haihua's gentleness, my tone even rising. But how could you betray me? This statement caused both Shuizhan and I to lock eyes, energized by the revelation. Shortly after, a sound of something crashing to the ground echoed from the other end, followed by silence. Shuizhan set down his phone, leaning back in his chair, lost in thought. I betrayed him? Okay. Have you immersed yourself too deeply in this role? You're not Wang Haihua. What right do you have to say that? Even if you were Wang Haihua, I have never betrayed you. In the study, there was no one present. Whom were you performing for with your nonsensical lamentations? It was late. Time to rest. Shuizhan turned off the computer, stood, and carried me back to the bedroom. Noting that I lay wide-eyed in my nest, he approached and gently closed my eyes. Stop thinking. There are matters even humans find perplexing. What can a mere cat comprehend? Sleep first. With that, he switched off the light. Though I was indeed tired, Wang Haihua's earlier words left me in a state of confusion. Why is he so adamant that I have betrayed him? Chapter 100. The Smile of the Victor. After almost an entire sleepless night, in the morning, Shuizhan rose. With one of my feet encased in plaster, I struggled clumsily to get up and gazed out the window, lost in thought. The fact that AK failed this time, does it mean he will seek another opportunity to strike? I inhaled deeply. If that were the case, Man would be in constant peril. What are you thinking? Shuizhan approached, scrutinizing me. Are you dazed from the smoke? I stared at him, somewhat speechless. Do I really look that foolish? Just kidding. Rise and shine, my little lazy cat. His affectionately teasing tone sent shivers down my spine. Uncle. Qin had just finished a call. Upon seeing Shuizhan, she called out and waved her phone. Dad called. Shuizhan's expression shifted slightly as he inquired. What did he say? He asked what happened to me, why hadn't T answered his calls, and he even went to Aunt Shi's house looking for me. He said he didn't find me and wondered if I was in the hospital. What did you reply? I remained silent. A moment later, Qin added. Uncle Meng said he would come to my house today. At the mention of this, Qin appeared somewhat anxious. He has his own plans. Just follow his instructions when the time comes. Shuizhan lifted me effortlessly, stating that we needed to visit the police station first. All right, we'll set off once Aunt Shi is ready. Qin's mental state had improved significantly, thanks to Shuizhan's resources and the highly skilled doctor he had hired, who devised a scientific detox plan for her. As long as Qin refrained from drugs, she would recover swiftly. This was a source of great comfort to me. Overall, everything was progressing in a positive direction. On our way to the police station, even the overcast sky seemed pleasant, and the festively decorated streets filled me with anticipation. Qin, don't be nervous. Nothing will happen. Just tell the police everything you know. Man reassured her. I noticed Qin fidgeting, so I gently rubbed her hand to comfort her. I will. Aunt Chi, you can rest assured. Qin was now so obedient and considerate that I had completely forgotten her earlier harsh words towards me. I understood she must have her reasons. She hugged me and stroked my head, her tone laden with guilt. Tuan Yuan, I'm sorry for being harsh with you that night, and for throwing you downstairs. I was afraid he would hurt you. Qin, no need to explain or feel guilty. Your mother knows you are a kind child, which is why she brought you home. I believe you didn't mean to treat me that way. Your mother has never held a grudge against you. Tuan Yuan will understand. Man gently patted my hair. After all, our Tuan Yuan is quite clever, right? Flattered, I buried my head in Qin's embrace. As we reached the police station, Shuizhan glanced at his phone, halting abruptly with a grim expression. What's wrong? Man quickly inquired. Wang Haihua is also here. After Shuizhan spoke, he peered inside and mentioned that Captain Meng wanted us to wait in the lounge. Initially, I believed everything would proceed smoothly, but we had underestimated AK. He had arrived at the police station before us. The expressions of the three individuals accompanying him were grim as the police officer who came out to greet us led us to the lounge. Peering through a gap in the glass, my heart sank as I spotted AK. My confusion deepened. Why was he here, and why today of all days? Meng Chong sat across from AK, his face ashen. Little Lu whispered something in his ear, prompting him to rise and approach us. Why is he here? Man asked, bewildered and even a little angry. Meng Chong closed the door, took a deep breath, and said solemnly, "He is here to report a crime." My heart felt as though it had been struck by lightning. I looked incredulously at AK, who turned around, seemingly aware of our presence inside. A slight smirk graced his lips, that same victorious smile. "AK, are you once again going to escape by the skin of your teeth?" "No. I shall not permit a situation with promising developments to devolve into a stalemate." "What shall we do now?" Man asked. For now, we remained still. After Shui Zhan spoke, he looked at Meng Chong. "Let us return for now." None of us wanted Qin to have any interaction with AK, since he intended to report my disappearance. I was curious to see what tricks he had up his sleeve. Just as we exited the lounge, I heard a voice call out, "Qin." The moment AK's voice rang out, a surge of impulse to leap at him and tear him apart surged within me, but I restrained myself. Patience is key. This is not the right moment. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Qin turned and smiled at him. I instinctively tensed in Shui Zhan's arms, preparing for a fight. "Didn't you always say you wanted to find your mother?" "I came to the police station today to see if they could help me find any clues." AK approached Qin, his face adorned with a loving smile. Shui Zhan sensed my anger and tightened his grip around me, subtly soothing my emotions. "What brings you here?" AK asked, clearly feigning ignorance. "There have been bullying incidents at school recently. We are here to assist the police in taking statements." Shui Zhan replied smoothly, positioning himself protectively in front of Qin. "Qin, is it a classmate of yours? Have you been harmed?" Upon hearing about the bullying, AK's demeanor shifted immediately, and he rushed forward with a concerned expression. Qin instinctively took a step back. Her desire to evade him was unmistakable. "I noticed it." AK noticed it. Everyone present witnessed it. AK's expression darkened slightly, and he halted, his eyes growing colder. "It's a classmate of mine. I'm fine." Qin lowered her head, avoiding his gaze, and quickly added, "Dad, I have to go to class now. I'll leave first." Watching Qin hastily depart, I felt a twinge of unease. It was a normal reaction for her to fear AK, but why did it leave me with an indescribable feeling? It seemed as though Qin's fear of AK was not merely simple. There was something more to it. Shui Zhan held me close as we pursued her, and I noticed AK gradually straightening up after we left, casting a meaningful glance in our direction. His gaze sent chills down my spine. How many sides of him remain unknown to me? "Qin, what is wrong?" Hearing Man's anxious voice, I quickly turned back to see Qin crouched by the car. Clutching her chest, her face contorted in pain. My heart raced, and I leaped from Shui Zhan's embrace, rushing to her side. "We need to go back." Shui Zhan immediately reacted, swiftly lifting Qin into the car. Chapter 101. Su Xiao, I know it was you. On the way back, I observed Qin's pale face, my mind swirling with confusion. Qin's eyes were closed, her breath shallow and labored, one hand pressing tightly against her heart, drenched in sweat from the pain. If it were a drug withdrawal, her reaction shouldn't be this subdued. Her current condition resembled that of an illness. Man frowned. "Shui Xiao, something is not right with Qin. We'll find out the cause once we get back and have Dr. Zhou examine her." Shui Zhan urged the driver to hurry, but at the next intersection, we were caught in traffic. It was rush hour. We could be stalled for at least 10 minutes or as long as half an hour. What should we do? We can wait, but Qin cannot. The driver poked his head out to check, then turned back to Shui Zhan. "Young master, there was an accident ahead. What should we do?" Qin needs treatment immediately. Man clearly recognized that this was not a case of withdrawal and hesitated to move her carelessly. "Is there a doctor present? Please come help." Someone suddenly shouted from the front. I leaned against the car window and witnessed a middle-aged woman rush out of the crowd. Kneeling in the middle of the road with her hands clasped in prayer, weeping, "Is there a doctor? Please save my child." I jumped out of the car and made my way through the throng, just in time to see a group of people pulling a bloodied boy of about 10 years from beneath a vehicle, already unconscious. "Please make way." Man squeezed through the crowd, revealing her credentials. "I'm a doctor from the First People's Hospital." She approached the child, assessed his condition, and instructed the bystanders. "Quickly call 120, and everyone please step back to allow for better airflow around the child." Standing among the crowd, I glanced at Man administering emergency aid to the boy, feeling helpless, and turned to leave. It appeared that traffic would not resume anytime soon, if necessary. I would have to ask Shuejian to take Qin Qin to another intersection to catch a cab home. However, just as I was about to reach the car, I froze in place. Not far away, a tall figure stood amidst the flowing traffic, staring directly at me, cradling an unconscious Qin Qin in his arms. Qin Qin, I shouted internally, desperate for assistance, yet no one seemed to notice me or the abducted Qin Qin. Even Shuejian and the driver had vanished. I hurried after him. The man, wearing a mask, swiftly turned into a nearby alley, and by the time I navigated through, he was already climbing into a van. Qin Qin. I quickened my pace, thinking I had no hope of catching up, but in the next moment, the van reversed and the man called out, "If you wish to save your daughter, meet me at Moonlight Lake tonight at 10. Only you may come." The voice was eerily familiar, as if I had heard it before. Yet, I had no time to ponder. As I attempted to leap into the vehicle, the suddenly rising window thwarted my efforts, sending me crashing to the ground, eliciting a pained whimper. I wanted to pursue him, but my injured foot lacked strength, and the short distance I had run was already my limit. I collapsed by the roadside, watching helplessly as the van receded into the distance. Familiar scenes flooded back, reminding me of the day Qin Qin was abducted, when I was equally powerless, witnessing her capture. Qin Qin, I'm so sorry. I should not have been careless. If only I had paid attention to what was happening ahead, Qin Qin would not have been taken. But where had Shuejian gone? Where was the driver? As traffic gradually cleared, vehicles whizzed past me. I slowly regained my composure, standing up with a limp and moving forward. I already knew the answer. They wanted me to go alone to Moonlight Lake, likely intending to eliminate me. Okay, for Meerkat, you have truly gone to great lengths. But did he truly believe that by killing me, he could rest easy? I did not seek out Qin Qin, but instead return home. This journey, one I had traversed countless times, felt longer than ever. Standing at the entrance of the Happiness Noodle shop, I spotted Ake just as he placed a bowl of noodles before a customer, sharing laughter with him. Hai Hua, you should really consider your future. After all, Qin Qin isn't your biological child, and you are still so young. There are plenty of opportunities to find a good woman. The man, appearing to be in his 30s, sported a slick-back hairstyle and an air of faux virtue. I did not recognize him, but it was clear that Ake was quite familiar with him. Ake chuckled lightly, responding with an air of nonchalance. Right now, all I want is to raise Qin Qin well. I haven't thought about those things yet. How could he speak of raising my Qin Qin when he was the one who had taken her away? All the dangers she faced were brought upon her by him. Rage surged within me, yet I felt utterly powerless, for I had no idea where Qin Qin was. I needed to ascertain her safety first. You're simply too honest. The man sighed, continuing, what if Su Xiao never returns? Will you then raise her child for a lifetime? Ake suddenly laughed, his tone filled with unwavering conviction. That one tea happened. I believe in her. She will never leave me. To an unknowing observer, this might sound romantic, but to me, it was painfully ironic. He was well aware that I would never leave him, for he knew I was eternally trapped here. I truly do not know how to advise you, the man remarked. Then do not advise me. Chunga, I know what I'm doing. I slipped through a nearby alleyway to the backyard, frantically digging beneath the camellia tree. I had buried that bone here. It couldn't have vanished unless Ake discovered it. Yet if he had truly found it, he would not have allowed me to remain at large. I was determined, digging with all my might, for that bone represented my last hope. Perhaps because it was my skull, the deeper I dug, the more anguish I felt, even struggling to breathe. I had searched once before without success, and due to time constraints, I hadn't excavated deeply. This time, I was resolute, prepared to face death. Okay, since you cannot tolerate me, I shall not tolerate you either. My injury impeded my progress, and my anxiety grew, fearing Wang Haihua might suddenly appear in the backyard. When I finally unearthed the bone, tears of exhilaration filled my eyes. Hearing a noise from inside, I quickly concealed the bone behind a pile of discarded paper. In the next moment, Ake entered. Upon seeing the disturbed earth, his expression shifted to one of realization, his gaze darkening with malice as he scanned the surroundings, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He was searching for me. Su Xiao, I know it's you. Come out. He called out, his voice echoing in the empty yard. My heart tightened. I did not know why, but hearing my name called from his lips sent a jolt of pain coursing through me. That pain spread to every nerve, leaving me trembling. Su Xiao, I know that cat is you. Ake shouted into the void again, then let out a cold laugh. You've been lurking by my side all this time. Haven't you? Is it revenge you seek? Then come out and kill me if you dare. Okay. You pervert, you scoundrel. So, he had long known my identity. When had he realized it? If he was aware, why had he continued to pretend to be oblivious, maintaining the facade of a good father while repeatedly inflicting harm upon Chin to provoke me? I gritted my teeth, glaring at this man who resembled a madman. I repeatedly reminded myself not to act impulsively. If I went out now, it would be akin to walking into his trap, leading to my demise. And I would not only fail to save Chin, but also lose my own life. As he received no response, he began to wreak havoc in the yard, rummaging through everything. If I remained still, he would inevitably discover me. I clenched my jaw, observing his movements, and when he turned his back to me, I swiftly darted out. He immediately spun around and gave chase. I reached the stairs first, quickly hiding the skull beneath the sofa before jumping from the balcony, creating the illusion of fleeing. As Ake reached the doorway, I had just crossed to the other side of the street, turning to face him. Our eyes met, and it felt as though life and death hung in the balance. He halted, refraining from pursuit, and gestured to 10 with his fingers. He was reminding me of our meeting tonight at 10 at Moonlight Lake. Without lingering, I turned and vanished into the sea of cars and people. I understood why he had paused. He had seen that I was not carrying anything in my mouth, meaning the item I had excavated was still at home. So he remained unperturbed. The journey back to Shuejian's felt interminably long, each step deepening my despair. Initially intending to take the bus, I was denied entry by the driver, leaving me with no choice but to continue walking. Shuejian, where are you? Are you aware that Chin has been taken away? Are you searching for her? I paused, gazing at the sun sinking gradually towards the horizon, my heart brimming with emotion. After tonight, this world may no longer witness the reunion of our dear feline companions, nor the presence of Su Xiao. Yet, should I manage to rescue Chin, every hardship would be worthwhile. I lost track of time as I walked, my paws painfully worn, until I finally beheld the familiar neighborhood. Isn't that the cat the young master Shui has been searching for? Upon noticing me, the security guard retrieved his phone for comparison, ultimately confirming my identity. He lifted me into his arms, and I noticed the screen displayed a missing cat notice featuring a photo of me sleeping on the sofa, a warmth blossoming in my heart. This must have been taken by Shuejian while I was in slumber. Yet, I was perplexed by the sensation of gratitude. He had swiftly posted the notice, offering a substantial reward. Oh, poor little cat. How did you end up like this? Do not worry. I shall contact your owner immediately. He dialed the number on the notice and briefly explained the situation, then waited for Shuejian to arrive while cradling me in the security office. My paws throbbed with pain, reluctant to touch the ground. Even the slightest brush against the guard's clothing was agonizing. I was unsure what tenacity urged me to return. But at that moment, upon seeing Shuejian, clarity washed over me. I yearned to see him. Shuejian's expression darkened as he beheld my dirty, blood-stained form. Is this your cat? The guard inquired, noticing the young master's grave demeanor, leading to a hint of doubt regarding my identity. He cautiously compared once more and spoke. It looks remarkably alike. It is my cat. Shuejian accepted me from the guard, instructing the butler to reward him as promised, before departing with me in silence. I curled up weakly in his embrace, devoid of words, simply absorbing the rhythmic sound of his heartbeat, inhaling his unique scent. I have sent people to search for Chin. Captain Meng is already on duty. Rest assured, she will be safe, he spoke as we approached the house. With numerous surveillance cameras along the way, if he truly wished to track my movements, Meng Chong could easily review the footage. Thus, he must have known I had gone to pursue Chin. The house was empty as Shuejian placed me on the sofa, fetched a first aid kit, and sat beside me, attentively tending to my wounds. I quietly observed his features, finding a momentary solace in his presence. Shuejian, thank you for your unwavering care, for favoring and indulging me, always appearing when I needed you most. Not only for me, but for Chin as well. You have exerted every effort to assist her. If there is a next life, I shall repay your kindness, even if it means toiling endlessly. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Shuejian fell silent, his gaze fixed upon me as he finished treating my wounds. For some reason, I perceived a tinge of sorrow in his eyes. Could we share a telepathic connection? Reunion. He suddenly spoke, calling my name and extending his hand, softly murmuring, "Come here, let me hold you." I hesitated, lowering my head to release a bone the size of a red date into his palm. Shueishan, this is my final plea, my last opportunity. His eyes widened in disbelief as he examined the bone, his hand trembling slightly. This is Meow, I called out, though he did not voice it. I believed he had already deduced the truth. Shueishan stared at the bone for an extended moment before wrapping it in paper, standing up to instruct Tuan Yuan. Rest well at home. I shall return shortly. The significance of this matter was immense, entwined with the fates of both Qin Xin and Shueishan. Anyone involved in this affair was a target of AK's vengeance. Thus, as long as AK roamed free, tranquility would remain elusive. Meow. I bore the excruciating pain and leaped down, approaching Shueishan, my emotions in turmoil as our gazes locked. My heart tightened as I rubbed my head against his leg and then deftly rolled onto my back. He knelt down to stroke me, and I subtly bestowed a gentle kiss upon the back of his hand. Be good. Wait for my return. After saying this, he placed me back on the sofa. I watched his retreating figure, silently bidding farewell, Shueishan, until we meet again.